Bewitching Prince Spoils His Wife, Genius Doctor Unscrupulous Consort Chapter 7259 to Chapter 7435. Looking at Xiao Sou's figure leaving quickly, Xiao Sudong felt as if he had been freed. His sister, whom he used to worship, was gone forever. She, who only wanted to rely on Qing Devil, might have forgotten about her family. What she had done all this time was just because she was unwilling to accept her fate. He wouldn't forget his family's revenge, but he didn't want to use the same method as Xiao Sou. Even though he hated Bewitching and his men to the core, he suddenly understood many things when he saw Bailey Hongshuang's actions before her death. Why were they always able to trust each other and were willing to sacrifice their lives for each other? This kind of cohesiveness was what the Xiao clan had always lacked. Shi Yu didn't say much. He knew that this young man already had his own plans. As his master, he didn't want to influence Xiao Sudong's decision, but he had to admit that such a decision made him feel very gratified. Bailey Hongshuang actually noticed Xiao Seiwu's departure. She saw everything in her eyes, but on the surface, she pretended not to care. She knew very well that both she and Beichen were already at the end of their rope. With Bao Bao gone, they no longer had anything to rely on, so they could only pretend to be confident and stand there without the slightest hint of fear. Fortunately, the moment Bao Bao made a move, the shock was enough. Qing Devil's men didn't have the guts to test their current situation and left in the blink of an eye. After Qing Devil and the others left, Bailey Hongshuang also left Beichen's arms. They didn't rest immediately, but kept moving forward slowly in this state. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators had completely regarded Beichen and Yi Shiwen as killing gods. If such powerhouses wanted to kill them, it would undoubtedly be as easy as squashing an ant. Everyone dispersed in succession for fear of angering these two great beings. Otherwise, they would be completely finished. After the crowd dispersed, Bailey Hongshuang and Beichen collapsed to the ground. They didn't even have the strength to move. Just a little bit more and they would have disappeared from this world. Bailey Hongshuang turned to look at Beichen beside her. A bright smile suddenly appeared on her pale face. At least they were still alive. Beichen smiled knowingly. He held Bailey Hongshuang's fingers tightly, unwilling to let go. At least they were still together. Xiao Bai noticed the changes behind it after it had left for some distance. Unwilling to give up, it ran back. When it saw that Beichen and Xiao Bai were still alive, it cried tears of joy. After Di Xiaofeng and the others returned to the Di family, they were quickly carried to their rooms to rest. The doctors rushed over to treat them. With such a serious injury, almost everyone in the Di clan was on tenterhooks. Lin Yinqing had already fainted when she heard the bad news. When she woke up, she couldn't help but secretly wipe her tears. She had been sentenced for so many years before Beichen came back. However, now that something like this had happened, it meant that Beichen and Hongshuang would never come back. Those two children, Lin Yinqing looked at Di Yujue beside her. As soon as she opened her mouth, she was already sobbing. Di Yujue pulled Lin Yinqing into his arms. His usually stern and determined face couldn't hide the grief at this moment. Beichen had always been his pride, but he never thought that he would end up in such a situation. I didn't expect that Qing Devil was still alive. Xiao Sou is simply despicable. Xiao Wanrong could not suppress the anger in her heart. She really regretted her past actions. Fortunately, she thought that she was a good child a few years ago. She was really blind. Di Xiaofeng had already woken up and the doctor had already taken care of his injuries. Even so, even the slightest movement would still cause heart-wrenching pain. Xiaofeng, your injuries are very serious. Don't move for now, Di Linxian warned. Di Xiaofeng didn't insist. How are the others? Don't worry, the others are already being treated. Hearing this, Di Xiaofeng felt more at ease. This time, all of them were heavily injured. It wasn't until he fought with an expert in the elementary celestial stage that he realized how big the gap between their strength was. As soon as the other party made a move, they didn't have the slightest ability to resist. The gap between the two was simply an insurmountable chasm. How terrifying was that, however, when he thought of Beichen and Hongshuang, his eyes turned red. His life was saved by the lives of his younger brother and sister-in-law. Xiao Sou has attached herself to Qing Devil. She won't let us go. We'd better take this opportunity to leave. Di Xiaofeng couldn't care less about his grief. The most important thing now was the safety of the whole family. He could almost imagine that it would not be long before Xiao Shou and the Azure Fiend appeared here. Even if they were restricted by the laws of heaven and earth, as long as they brought more people, the Di family would not be able to resist. Don't worry, I've already sent someone to deal with it. You just need to focus on recuperating, Di Yujue said. Ever since Di Xiaofeng told him about the situation before he fainted, he had already started to deal with it. The Di family had already become a target, and their gathering together was the biggest target. Only by dispersing them could the bloodline of the Di family be preserved. Not only that, he had already sent someone to inform the Lin family and the Bailey family. Di Xiaofeng nodded slightly. He understood that his father must have taken care of everything. I will definitely avenge Beichen and Hong Zhuang. Di Xiaofeng's eyes were bleeding. Until now, the tragic scene was still deeply imprinted in his mind. He couldn't forget it at all. During the time he was unconscious, this scene had never disappeared. He couldn't forget the last look in Hong Zhuang's eyes. When he thought that those two figures would become a memory forever, he felt unbearably heartbroken. Di Yujue looked at the pained Di Xiaofeng and patted him on the shoulder. We'll all avenge Beichen and Hong Zhuang. This isn't your fault. Don't shoulder everything. No. Di Xiaofeng shook his head, his eyes filled with unconcealable pain. I'm too useless. If he wasn't so useless, if he had also broken through to the elementary celestial stage, perhaps the situation wouldn't be so bad, and perhaps there would still be a chance to turn things around. He closed his eyes as tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. If he could, he wished that he was the one who died. After Ling woke up, she stared blankly at the ceiling. Even though the doctor told her that the scars on her face would take some time to heal, she didn't care at all. Until Bai Liyanche's smile woke her up. Ling we're not dead. So what if we're not dead? Ling face was ashen. Hong Zhuang was dead. What was the point of them living? No. Bai Liyanche shook his head, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. We're not dead. Ling was startled. Bai Liyanche's smile was so dazzling that it dazzled her for a moment. It wasn't until she thought about it carefully for a moment that she finally understood. That's right. We're still alive. A dazzling smile bloomed on Ling's lips. She didn't even care about the pain in her body. To her, this news was more useful than any elixir. They were Hong Zhuang's contracted beasts. If Hong Zhuang died, it meant that they couldn't live either. However, they were still alive, which at least meant that Hong Zhuang wasn't dead. Once Beichen died, Hong Zhuang couldn't possibly live alone. Therefore, they were almost certain that Beichen and Hong Zhuang were still alive, although they didn't understand what happened after they left, and how Beichen and Hong Zhuang managed to survive in such a desperate situation. The fact that they were still alive was excellent news to them. Do you think that Xiao Shou captured them? Ling calmed down after a short moment of excitement. She had just experienced how perverted Xiao Shou was. If Hong Zhuang and the others had fallen into Xiao Shou's hands, it would be a fate worse than death. Bai Liyanche was most worried about this possibility. However, after thinking about it carefully, he said, Sister always has a lot of ideas. Even if they fell into Xiao Shou's hands, her situation wouldn't be too bad. If they had been humiliated, Bailey Hong Zhuang would have already killed herself. Therefore, this situation was beneficial for them to think positively. I hope that's the case. A glimmer of hope bloomed in Ling's eyes. For the first time, she wanted to pray to God for the safety of Hong Zhuang and Beichen. Bai Liyanche looked at Ling's serious expression, and a trace of gentleness flashed in his eyes. She had always been cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She didn't talk much, but he knew that his sister was very important to Ling. It was just that she rarely showed it. He found someone to inform Di Yujue and the others of this news. Sure enough, after everyone heard the news, the Di family, who had been immersed in grief, suddenly bloomed with vitality. At least, this news brought them a glimmer of hope. Lin Yunqing covered her mouth. Compared to her previous despair, her eyes were now lit up. I hope that Hong Zhuang and Beichen can live well. This news was undoubtedly good news for Sheng Guanying and the others. At that moment, even the pain on their bodies seemed to lessen a little. crossing immortal domain. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen had already fainted after Xiao He and Xiao Bai returned. Xiao He and Xiao Bai carried one person on their back and looked for a restaurant far away to stay. The nearby buildings had already been turned into ruins, so they could only walk very far away. Fortunately, the cultivators in this area had seen Di Beichen and Xiao He's strength. Even though the two of them had fainted, no one dared to do anything to them. Even the restaurant they stayed in did not dare to charge them, so no one dared to stay there. The innkeeper and the waiters were trembling with fear in front of Xiao He and Xiao Bai. They were afraid that they would make a mistake and anger the two of them. The doctors did their best and did not dare to be negligent. Xiao He and Xiao Bai found Bailey Hongzhuang's pills and fed them to the two of them. Bailey Hongzhuang only felt that she had a very long dream. In the dream, it was boundless darkness. There was only a black passage, but she couldn't see the end of it at all. My dear, a gentle and familiar voice sounded in front of her. The feeling of relief dispelled her nervousness and fear, and even a light source appeared in the darkness. She approached the light source step by step. Her eyelids trembled slightly, and she finally opened her eyes. She saw a pair of affectionate and gentle eyes. They were deep and charming, and the affection in them was so strong that it couldn't be dissolved. Looking at the familiar and handsome face and feeling the reassuring aura nearby, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Di Beichen. You're awake. Di Beichen was relieved to see that Bailey Hongzhuang had woken up. He had noticed that Bailey Hongzhuang seemed to be having a nightmare. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted, and she looked like she was in pain. That was why he tried to wake her up. The moment he noticed the warm smile on her face, he felt completely relieved. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the unfamiliar surroundings and couldn't help but ask, "Where are we?" A restaurant in the crossing immortal domain. Di Beichen held a teacup in one hand and helped Bailey Hongzhuang sit up. With the other. Xiao He and Xiao Bai brought us here. Qing Devil and the others won't come again, right? Bailey Hongzhuang asked worriedly. Now, Qing Devil was undoubtedly a big threat to them. Di Beichen shook his head slightly and let Bailey Hongzhuang lean in his arms. Then he said, "Don't worry, they won't come again for the time being." Although Bao Bao was only here for a moment, its attack was very powerful. Qing Devil was directly knocked unconscious. I think his injuries are more serious than ours, so he won't dare to cause trouble for us in the short term, unless he doesn't want to live anymore. Di Beichen looked confident. He didn't know how strong Bao Bao was before, but when he saw Bao Bao attack, he knew that Bao Bao's strength was beyond his expectations. That sort of strength was something that even Senior Zhongli and the others couldn't compare to. He couldn't even figure out where such a powerful contracted beast came from. Fortunately, with such a deterrent, Qing Devil would not dare to disturb them. They knew that Bao Bao only appeared for a short moment because it tried its best. However, Qing Devil didn't know that at all. She only thought that they were protected by such a strong demon beast. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. This time, it's all thanks to the baby that saved our lives. Otherwise, we would have been finished. Yes. Di Beichen's eyes darkened. When he thought about the move he had used in the end and how it was related to the baby, he felt that there were many things that couldn't be explained. All of this was like a riddle that he couldn't understand at all. However, he believed that all of this would be solved sooner or later, and he would definitely figure it out. Bailey Hongzhuang got up and ate something first. Then she carefully checked her injuries. Her injuries were very serious. However, after these days of recuperation, Xiao He and Xiao Bai fed her a lot of elixirs, her injuries recovered a lot. They weren't serious. Then she checked Di Beichen's condition and found that his injuries were mostly healed. Although they still needed to recuperate for a while before they could fully recover, the current situation did not affect their daily lives. Let's go back first. Big Brother and the others may think that our current situation is very bad. After we go back, they will feel more at ease. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's considerate and caring look, Di Beichen's eyes softened. He nodded, all right. The chaos ring was once again returned to Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. With a single thought, the two of them returned to the Di family through the chaos ring. The moment the two of them appeared in the Di family, everyone's face was filled with surprise. Young master. Young mistress. Voices of surprise rang out one after another. Many people were so happy that they cried. Bewitching had a completely different meaning to the entire D family. He was the leader of the D family. Even though the head of the family was Diyujue, everyone knew that the goal of the younger generation was Bewitching. Everyone was working hard to become an outstanding person like him. It was because of his appearance that the D family had its current status and future. The young master and young mistress are back. Quickly inform the master and madam. Quickly inform the master and madam. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching felt a warm feeling in their hearts when they sensed everyone's concern and fervent gazes. This was everything that they had tried their best to protect. These smiling faces were what they wanted to protect. Soon, Diyujue and the others rushed over. When they saw that the two of them were safe and sound, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Over the past few days, even though they knew that Beichen and Gu Shijio were still alive, they had no idea what the situation was like. Therefore, the huge rock in their hearts had never been lifted. It was only at this moment that they felt completely at ease. Beichen. Lin Yinqing stepped forward and hugged Bewitching. Her face was filled with a relieved smile. "You're both still alive." "That's great." Bewitching hugged Lin Yinqing with both hands. He felt that his mother had lost weight again. The little bit of weight that she had regained with great difficulty had disappeared along with the worry of the past few days. "Mother, we'll be fine." Bewitching's comforting voice sounded. He looked at Lin Yinqing seriously. "I'm sorry for being unfilial and making you worry." Lin Yinqing's eyes were filled with tears as she shook her head repeatedly. "No, you've always been my pride. I knew that my grandson wouldn't get into trouble so easily." Di Linxian laughed heartily as he patted Bewitching's shoulder. "You're indeed a good son of the D family." Although Di Linxian looked calm and boorish, if one observed carefully, they would notice that he did not use much strength when patting Bewitching. It was as if he was afraid that he would affect Beicheng's injuries if he used too much strength. Xiao Wanrong glanced at Di Linxian. She was too embarrassed to expose him in front of so many people. That day, when she heard that Beichen and Hong Zhuang were in trouble, she didn't forget that this old man was also secretly wiping his tears. "How are Big Brother and the others?" Di Beichen asked with concern. "You're all fine." "Of course we're fine." At this moment, a joyful and young voice sounded from behind. Bailey Hongzhuang turned around and noticed that Di Xiaofeng, Wen Ziren, and the others were all standing there, looking at them with smiles on their faces. Even with just a glance, she noticed that Di Xiaofeng and the others were still wrapped in gauze. Shang Guanying was still leaning on her crutches. It was obvious that she had spent a lot of effort to pick them up. "You haven't recovered from your injuries yet. What are you doing out here?" Bailey Hongzhuang asked worriedly. When her gaze fell on Shang Guanying's legs and Ling Er's face, an uncomfortable feeling filled her heart. At that time, she had seen Xiao Sou's actions clearly, but she didn't have the chance to stop it. Seeing the worried look on Bailey Hongzhuang's face, Shang Guanying's people all smiled. "Of course, I'm here to pick you up. How can we recover as soon as possible without you, the great doctor?" Wen Ziren's smile was the brightest, and the curve of his lips almost reached his ears. "I know you are lucky. How can it be so easy? It's really a waste of my tears." Our Ying cried until she couldn't breathe. "You have to take a good look at her. Don't leave any sequelae." "Ziren." Shang Guanying glared at Wen Ziren. This guy liked to expose her shortcomings in front of everyone. Bailey Hongzhuang strode forward and walked to Shang Guanying's side. "Ying has always been very concerned about me." Shang Guanying's eyes were filled with tears. She could never forget Bailey Hongzhuang's last look. If they were not lucky this time, it might be the last time she saw Hongzhuang. "Don't stand here. Let's go back to the house first." Lin Yinqing looked concerned. "All of you have not recovered from your injuries. If you catch a cold, it will be even slower to recover." Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen in front of her looked normal, but she knew in her heart that they must be seriously injured. They must have rushed back as soon as they recovered a little. They must need to rest for a while. Hearing this, everyone reacted and hurriedly called Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang into the house together. Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to see everyone's condition after entering the house, But before she could do anything, Xiao Wanrong stopped her. Hong Zhuang, you just came back. Your body has not recovered. How can you be busy with this? Xiao Wanrong glared at Di Beichen and said, you didn't stop her. Didn't I know that you would definitely stop me, grandmother? Di Beichen smiled faintly. Xiao Wanrong was also amused by Di Beichen's words. You're getting more and more talkative. Hong Zhuang, the doctors of the Di family are highly skilled. You don't have to worry too much, Wen Xiren said. Look at all of us. Aren't we all recovering well? Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze swept over everyone. Indeed, everyone seemed to be in good spirits. They must have recovered well. Beichen, hurry up and tell us. How did you guys get out? Di Xiaofeng could no longer hold back his curiosity. He was naturally overjoyed that Beichen and Hong Zhuang could return safely. However, he really couldn't understand how they managed to escape from such a desperate situation. Could it be that some helper had appeared after that? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes focused on Di Beichen, full of curiosity. Di Beichen smiled faintly. In fact, even we didn't expect the final change. The one who saved us was the contract beast I met in the natural moat. Hearing this, Wen Xiren and the others couldn't help but be stunned. When did you have another contract beast? They hadn't heard of this before. The most important thing was that Beichen already had Xiao Bai and Xiao Xuanzi. How did he have another contract beast in the blink of an eye? Previously, when I was in Heaven's Moat, I entered a cave and met a contract beast there. However, the contract beast was sealed in a barrier and couldn't appear by my side. I have always had doubts and even thought that the contract beast might have recognized the wrong person, so I didn't mention it. Di Beichen had always had doubts about Bao Bao. Bao Bao's appearance was too inexplicable. There was nothing related to Bao Bao in his memory. Even though Bao Bao had left a mark on his hand, the doubts in his heart had never disappeared. However, after experiencing this incident, he felt that Bao Bao might not have mistaken him for someone else. Even if he couldn't figure out the real reason, there might be some kind of connection between them. For example, the last move he used. After hearing all this, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Beichen's encounters were really beyond their imagination. How difficult was it to find a suitable contract beast on a normal day? However, Beichen didn't need to look for one by himself. A contract beast had already come to his door. Is your contract beast very strong? Did it solve the crisis by itself? Bailey Yunyan asked curiously. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Beichen's contract beast is not just strong, it's ridiculously strong. It only used one move, and Qing Devil was beaten to a pulp. His subordinates took it away directly. They didn't dare to stay for even half a minute. Now that she thought about it, she still felt the terror of Bao Bao's strength. It was a kind of demonic beast that was completely superior to them. If she had to make an analogy, it would be like a person from the upper world bumping into a person from the immortal realm. Perhaps this was the most appropriate analogy. Hearing this, everyone showed a trace of shock on their faces. It's so strong? It's so strong. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Then with this demonic beast accompanying Beichen in the future, won't we be invincible? Wen Xiren said with an exaggerated expression. It's not as simple as you think. Di Beichen glanced at Xiren. It hasn't broken the bounded domain yet. Because my situation was too critical, it used some special method to suddenly appear beside me. It only appeared for a few breaths of time before disappearing. He could feel Bao Bao's breath was disordered when it left. Obviously, Bao Bao was seriously injured in this attack. I see. Wen Xiren was suddenly enlightened, but he was not disappointed because of this. But no matter what, having such a demonic beast is an excellent trump card. That's great. I think Qing Devil won't make trouble for us for the time being after being taught a lesson. Di Xiaofeng let out a sigh of relief. In the past few days, not only were they worried about the safety of Beichen, but they were also worried about the future of the Di family. The news that Beichen brought back was undoubtedly excellent. It proved that they were safe for the time being. The Qing Devil wouldn't dare to cause trouble for the time being, so the Di family didn't need to evacuate their children. Everything could be kept as it was. Big brother, did you get the secret key? Di Beichen looked at Di Xiaofeng. The Qing devil's appearance was too coincidental. If she hadn't appeared at that time, everything would have been resolved like the wedding. A trace of helplessness appeared on Di Xiaofeng's face. He handed a secret key to Bewitching. The Qing devil's appearance was really unexpected. I only got one of the keys at that time, and the other one is still in Xiao Sudong's hands. Is he with the Qing devil now? Xiao Sudong is not with the Qing devil. Bailey Hongshuang's voice sounded. She clearly saw the situation at that time. Xiao Sudong and Xiao Suo parted ways. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. It was great that Xiao Sudong was not with Xiao Suo. However, their joy was soon extinguished by Bailey Hongshuang's next words. I saw Xiao Sudong give a secret key to Xiao Suo. Xiao Suo left with Qing devil, and Xiao Sudong left with Shuyu. That's interesting. Bai Lianche raised his eyebrows. Xiao Sudong didn't go with Xiao Suo. He must have his own plans, Di Baichen said slowly. Xiao Sudong has changed a lot compared to before. After a series of sighs, everyone calmed down. At least, they were safe for the time being after this incident. Di Baichen and Qin Wanru were not in a hurry to leave. They stayed in the clan to heal their wounds. They would go back to the Duxian realm after they recovered. Xiao Suo left the Duxian realm with Qing devil and others for the immortal realm. Qing devil hasn't woken up yet. What should we do? Looking at Qing devil, whose eyes were closed, Laosi was full of worry. At that time, they found it difficult to move their faces when they felt the coercion of the contract beast, let alone Qing devil, who had suffered a full blow. They had already found a doctor to treat the Azure demon as soon as possible. They also fed him many precious pills without hesitation. After that strike, the doctor had already said that the Azure fiend would have to rely on luck to survive. Fortunately, the Azure demon's life was saved after they tried everything they could think of. However, he hadn't woken up yet. They couldn't help but worry about him. They didn't know how he was doing. That bastard is so powerful. We really underestimated them this time. Laosi looked gloomy. The performance of Di Baichen and others had exceeded their expectations. They didn't expect that they would have such a backup plan. If it wasn't for that, they wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. The appearance of that demonic beast is strange. Furthermore, such an existence seems to be completely beyond our understanding. Second brother had a puzzled look on his face. Even though the demonic beast had only appeared for a brief moment, he had clearly sensed the aura of a ferocious beast. They had been following Qing devil in the immortal realm for a long time and had seen many experts. However, this was the first time they had seen such a terrifying aura. Indeed. Boss nodded. However, don't you think it's even more strange that a demonic beast of this level would recognize Di Baichen as its master? Di Baichen was not as powerful as the Qing devil, but the evil beast almost killed the Qing devil with one move. It was so strange. Second brother and fourth brother looked at each other with a blank look on their faces. After a long while, old fourth said, "Let's not talk about that. Isn't there a lot of strange things about that kid? Who could have such powerful strength when he had just broken through?" Hearing this, Laosi and second brother thought for a while and agreed. So, they didn't ask further. Let's take master back first and find a better doctor to treat him. I believe he will wake up. Xiao Suo also looked at Qing devil worriedly. He was the only person she could rely on now. If something happened to Qing devil, she would have nowhere to go. Xiao Sudong and Shuyu left together. She didn't even know where they were now. Do you know what's going on? Laosi looked at Xiao Suo and asked. Xiao Suo shook her head hurriedly. I don't know. The night was dark, and the moonlight was hazy. Young Master Gong, Master has met with Qing devil's men. A man in black stood in front of Gong Jun with a respectful look. Did you make a move? Gong Jun asked. No. The man cupped his hands. I've been following Master since he left. Initially, everything had been going smoothly. However, the Azure Fiend had suddenly appeared and ruined everything. I listened to your orders and didn't make a move until the last moment. Then, when I was about to make a move, Black Flame appeared. Oh? Gong Jun raised his eyebrows, but there wasn't the slightest bit of surprise between his brows. That guy hasn't come out of the enchantment for so long. Master is still reliable for once when he's in danger. The wizardry boundary guarding Black Flame has always been very strong. This time, Black Flame forced its way out and was injured. It doesn't matter. Gong Jun waved his hand as if he didn't care about it at all. It'll recover after a while. As long as Master is fine, it's fine. Looking at Gong Jun's indifferent face, the man couldn't help but mourn for Black Flame in his heart. Sure enough, in young Master Gong's eyes, other people or beasts were not important at all except for Master's safety. Gong Jun noticed that the man was still standing there and didn't leave. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Anything else?" "Young Master Gong, I heard that the fourth prince planned to look for the second prince after he couldn't find the master. The second prince disappeared with the master, so he should be appearing soon." The relationship between second prince and master was. Now, if second prince is roped in by fourth prince, I'm afraid master's situation will be very unfavorable. A trace of disdain appeared in Gong Jun's eyes. This guy really doesn't know when to stop. Back then, master could easily wipe out everything. Does he think that master can't be compared to him after reincarnating? Ridiculous. A ferocious and vicious aura erupted from Gong Jun's body. It was bloodthirsty and brutal. His insufferably arrogant aura caused the man in front of him to feel an increase in pressure. Everyone knew that young Master Gong, one of the master's right-hand men, was always full of smiles, but those who knew him would know how scary young Master Gong was when he was truly angry. Keep an eye on the fourth prince. Don't let him find the second prince. Yes, the man replied. What should we do if we discover the second prince? Gong Jun thought for a moment and said, kill him. Yes. Other than that, is there any movement from that woman? Gong Jun asked. The man shook his head slightly. I've already investigated the situation. Other than Bailey Hongshuang, the only other woman by master's side is Xiao Sou. Then what is Xiao Sou's attribute? Light element, the man replied. Hearing this, Gong Jun's eyes narrowed. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Kill her. Young Master Gong, if that woman is really. Then if we do this, will it be? Gong Jun muttered to himself for a moment, then said, Master has already found the person he likes. Miss Bailey, who has the dark attribute, is the most suitable. Why do you have to worry about the past? Even if Master pursues the matter in the future, I will bear the responsibility. The man was startled. After noticing Gong Jun's resolute gaze, he nodded and said, yes, this subordinate will do it right away. Only when the man's figure disappeared into the black wood did Gong Jun quietly look at the crescent moon in the sky and fall into deep thought. Master, if you really love Miss Bailey, then she should be able to feel your regrets. After more than 10 days of recuperation, Bailey Hongshuang's injuries had completely healed. Not only her, but the others' injuries had also mostly recovered. As for Bewitching, he recovered a bit earlier than her. Bewitching had been discussing the future plans of the D family with Yujue these days. In addition, he also guided some young children in their cultivation. His influence was undoubtedly greater than Di Xiaofeng's. Even if he only appeared in the martial arts field for a short period of time, all the children seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and their enthusiasm for martial arts was unprecedentedly high. Bailey Hongshuang focused on nursing everyone's bodies, and in addition, she also guided Dr. Wu and a group of young doctors. Until everything was ready, Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang returned to the Duxian domain. Because they had found Xiao Sou, Di Xiaofeng, and the others didn't need to rush back. They simply stayed in the family to recuperate for a while. The two returned to the Duxian domain and went back to the Guichen Tower without stopping. Boss, you're finally back. I've been looking forward to it every day. Gong Jun looked at Bewitching with a face of surprise, and then looked behind him. After finding that there was no one else, he couldn't help but show doubts in his eyes. Where are the others? It's a long story. Bewitching looked at Gong Jun, is everything okay here? Gong Jun quickly nodded, the business of the Guichen Tower is very good. It has been thriving, and the business is even more popular than before. Hearing this, Bewitching was relieved, that's good. We'll go back to the mine first, and then we'll talk to you in detail. After saying this, Bewitching quickly walked in the direction of the mine. After leaving for more than half a month, they didn't know if there were any changes in the mine. Until the two arrived, Zhou and Lei Jun hurriedly greeted them. "Where have you been these days? You've been gone for so many days. We were worried that something might have happened to you." "We're fine," Bewitching said. "What happened in the mine?" "Nothing major," Zhou replied. "Then it's a small matter?" Bailey Hongzhuang noticed a trace of worry between Zhou's eyebrows. Zhou's lips twitched. Sure enough, these two guys were really sensitive. "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that you guys haven't been around for a while, so it's inevitable that everyone has some suspicions. Some people even thought that you might never come back, so it's inevitable that some of them. They don't take you seriously?" Bewitching raised his eyebrows. He had already guessed what was going on. They had just convinced the consul and chased Du Bing and her away. After that, they had disappeared for so long. Many people would probably think that they had been killed by Du Bing and her. A little. Zhou was a little embarrassed. When Ji Chuan and Lin Feng left, they left everything to them to deal with. They didn't expect that in just half a month, such a problem would occur. They also felt a little apologetic. "It doesn't matter." Bewitching looked indifferent. "Since we've come back, all these comments don't exist." Lei Jun nodded. "Naturally, Ji Chuan, they can't compare with your strength. In this mine, to put it bluntly, strength was respected. Without strength, it was very difficult for the other side to make any waves even if they wanted to." "Who on earth is it?" Bailey Hongzhuang asked. "Well, it's the one over there, Xianxia, the manager of the number 35 mine." Lei Jun raised his eyebrows. Bailey Hongzhuang turned her eyes and looked in the direction indicated by Lei Jun. The other party was also looking at them. After noticing Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes, he could not help but lower his head and did not dare to look at them again. "When you were here, they didn't care at all?" Bewitching asked. "This guy's strength is actually more outstanding than ours, but he didn't make too much of a fuss. He just tried to get some information from our mouths," Zhou said. Bewitching nodded slightly. This situation was within their expectations. His seat was not secure, and he had not been around for a long time. It was inevitable that some people would want to take over. Now that they had returned, all of this was naturally not a difficult matter. Originally, he was only worried that this matter had already caused a ruckus before they had returned. While they were conversing, Xianxia actually walked over directly. Lei Jun couldn't help but be slightly surprised when they saw this. They never expected that Xianxia would be even bolder than they'd imagined. Isn't he courting death by daring to look for trouble at a time like this? "Manager Ji, Manager Gu, you've returned." As Xianxia approached, a flattering smile appeared on his face, and there was a hint of nervousness in his expression. "When the two of you weren't here earlier, I've always been very concerned about your whereabouts. I was worried that Du Bing and the other two would take the opportunity to harm the two of you. Now that I've seen the two of you return safely, I can be at ease." Zhangxun's words were flawless, perfectly complementing what he had done previously. However, everyone present was a discerning person who wouldn't understand his true thoughts. Therefore, when Zhangxun finished speaking, Bewitching and the other three didn't say anything and just looked at him quietly. Gradually, cold sweat seeped out of Zhangxun's forehead. Unable to withstand such pressure, his expression revealed a trace of panic. Plop. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Zhangxun directly knelt down. "Steward Ji, it's all my fault. Please be magnanimous. I won't dare to do it again." Zhou swallowed a mouthful of saliva and couldn't help but look at Bewitching's expressionless face. This was the gap between them. When facing them earlier, Zhangxun did not have the slightest hint of fear, and his tone was also very arrogant. Now that Ji Chuan was back, Zhangxun was already scared to this extent before he could say anything. It was really embarrassing. "Steward Ji, I swear that in the future, I will obey your every command and will never dare to offend you. Please spare my life." Zhangxun regretted his actions. If he hadn't been so sure that Ji Chuan and Ji Yunshu wouldn't have come back, he wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. After all, who was Yuan Gang? It was simply not something he could compare to. Even Yuan Gang had died at Jichuan's hands. If Jichuan wanted to deal with him, wouldn't it be easy? However, right after Du being left, Jichuan went missing. Not only him, but almost everyone believed that something had happened to them. He had only taken the initiative to stand out. Now, this was what he regretted the most. The surrounding stewards naturally knew about the commotion caused by Xianxia. When they saw this scene, they all rushed over and looked at the scene curiously. Xianxia was quite proud of himself a few days ago, but now he's done for. Isn't that so? Ji Chuan and Ji Yunshu only left for half a month, and he jumped out in such a hurry. Isn't he in trouble now? However, his attitude of admitting his mistake is quite sincere. Everyone's eyes fell on Bewitching. They also wanted to know how Ji Chuan would deal with this matter. Earlier, when dealing with Yuan Gang, Ji Chuan had acted swiftly and decisively. Do you think Ji Chuan will kill him? I don't think so. Although Xianxia went a little overboard, he didn't do anything too outrageous. In the past, when Yuan Gang was here, he didn't kill people for no reason. Although many people had died in Yuan Gang's hands, he would always come up with a solution. For example, if they couldn't pass the assessment, at least they had a choice. Even if they couldn't stay any longer, they could at least choose to leave. It was much better than throwing their lives away. Bewitching looked at Xianxia's trembling appearance and said slowly, "Get up." Ah. Xianxia was a little surprised, but he did not dare to raise his head, afraid that he had heard wrongly. Since Steward Zhang is so worried about our safety, shouldn't we thank you for your concern? Bewitching's lips curled up slightly, his tone light. Why aren't you getting up? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Yes. Xianxia did not dare to continue kneeling. He quickly stood up and looked at Bewitching cautiously. His life was now in the hands of the other party. I don't want something like this to happen again. Bewitching looked at Xianxia. His voice was calm, but it was filled with warning. Xianxia nodded repeatedly. Of course. Steward Ji, don't worry. Nothing like this will ever happen again. I promise. Looking at the man's frightened appearance, Bewitching waved his hand. Go back. Xianxia couldn't help but look at Bewitching in surprise. He had thought that after this matter, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. He hadn't expected that Ji Chuan would let him off so easily. However, he also deeply understood that Ji Chuan and Mo Wuji were definitely not to be trifled with. Just the pressure from before had caused him to feel apprehensive. Such strength was completely not something he could contend against. Xianxia left as if he had been granted amnesty, not daring to stay for even half a second. After returning to the tent, Zhou sighed and said, "You guys are really amazing. You don't have to do anything, just stand there and the matter has already been resolved. Subduing the enemy without fighting. This is probably the case." Lei Jun sighed with emotion. This is your account book. Every day's situation has been recorded. Zhou handed over the account book. You don't have to worry about the amount of spirit-devouring stones handed in every month. Although the mining rate is not high, there is still some. Moreover, the mining rate in mine number 13 is already enough. Why don't you tell me where you've been these days? Bewitching raised his eyes and glanced at Zhou. You're getting more and more involved now. Zhou could not help but shiver. He did not know why, but he felt that after Ji Chuan returned, his gaze seemed to be sharper than before, making him somewhat flustered. Forget it. I won't ask you. Anyway, nothing happened during this time. Everything here is in order. Thank you for your help during this time. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. Let's go to Guichin Tower later. How about it? Zhou, who originally had a little complaint, suddenly brightened after hearing this. He quickly nodded and said, Haha, I know you're the most loyal. When are we leaving? If he hadn't followed Beichin to the mystic realm, he would probably still be in the radiant sun realm. He had thought more than once that if Bai Qingli had gone with them, she would have been an elementary immortal expert by now. Yang Lingfeng turned to look at Yang Han. He hadn't discussed this matter with him yet. Father, before Yang Lingfeng could say anything, Yang Han smiled and said, I understand. Once you reach the elementary immortal stage, you must go to the immortal region to explore. You've been staying in the family all this time, waiting for Beichin and the others to come back. Since they're going, you should go. Yang Lingfeng nodded. Various emotions flashed through his eyes, but he didn't say anything in the end. Although he had been to many places in the past few years, going to the immortal region had a special meaning. Once he went, he didn't know when he would be able to return. He wasn't even sure if he could return. However, as a cultivator, pursuing the martial Tao was everyone's idea. He couldn't stop. Seeing this, Qingli's eyes revealed a trace of regret. It's a pity that I haven't broken through yet. He had already sensed the barrier to breaking through, but it would take some time to completely break through. This time, he obviously wouldn't be able to make it in time. Moreover, even if he did make it in time, he couldn't leave young Xianxia here. There's no rush. Yang Lingfeng grinned, revealing his white teeth, exuding a roguish charm. When you and my sister break through, perhaps I'll have already found a place to settle down in the celestial realm. At that time, it would be more appropriate for you two to come over. Bai Qingli put a hand on Yang Lingfeng's shoulder. All right, I believe that after you go to the immortal domain, everything will be smooth sailing. Perhaps the next time we meet, your cultivation will already be something I can only look up to. Haha, I'll do my best. When Yang Han saw this scene, he revealed a gratified look on his face. Young Master D, Lingfeng has a straightforward personality. Most of the time, he doesn't have any scruples when speaking. I'm afraid there's something wrong with him. Please take care of him, Yang Lingfeng said helplessly when he saw that his father didn't mention anything else but his shortcomings. Father. Ling Feng is quite powerful and will be of great help to us. Di Beichin smiled faintly. Yang Lingfeng gave Di Beichin a look. Sure enough, they were brothers. Look at how nice those words were. How could Yang Han not know what his son was thinking? He glared at him and said, with you guys here, I can rest assured. Actually, I also have some understanding of the immortal realms. If you guys don't know enough, I can tell you guys what I know, Yang Han said slowly. Hearing this, the eyes of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others all lit up. What they lacked the most right now was information about the celestial realm. The fact that Yang Han was willing to explain the situation to them made them extremely happy. Then I'll have to trouble City Lord Yang. Actually, what I know is also very ordinary information. I'm not afraid of being laughed at. All these years, because I've always wanted to enter the immortal region, but due to my lack of strength, I can only understand this information to satisfy my desire. No one had the slightest intention of laughing. Almost every cultivator in the chaotic immortal realm had the goal of entering the immortal region. Many people had the same obsession as Yang Han, but he deliberately asked about this information. It was clear that he was really looking forward to it. The immortal region has 13 continents, which are divided into 13 regions. In fact, each region is extremely large. I think that when it wakes up, its strength should have increased again. Bailey Yunyan said expectantly. However, she then revealed a worried look. Beichin already has a very powerful contract beast. Do you think it will affect him? When the nine-tailed inferno fox became Di Beichin's contract beast, it had requested that Di Beichin go to the immortal domain to find another demonic beast. The nine-tailed inferno fox said that the demonic beast's strength was stronger than it. Everyone was looking forward to it. However, no one would have thought that another demonic beast would suddenly appear at this time. If that demonic beast hadn't appeared, then they wouldn't have been able to keep their lives. I've thought about that as well. Emperor Xiaofeng revealed a helpless expression. Let's wait until the nine-tailed inferno fox wakes up. Beichin's contract beast is terrifyingly strong, which is a good thing. Moreover, I see that Beichin has a lot of contracted beasts now. He is the same as Hong Zhuang, there is no limit to the number of contracted beasts. Maybe he will have another helper when the time comes. Hearing this, Bailey Yunyan nodded slightly. If that's the case, that would be great. Di Beichin and Zhang Sun stayed in the mine for a few days. After the incident with Zhang Sun, everyone had confirmed that Di Beichin was the boss of the mine. No one dared to do anything rash. Not only that, Bewitching directly told everyone that he would leave the mine from time to time, and during his absence, things would be handed over to Zhou Su and Zhou Su to handle. If such a problem occurred when he returned, he would definitely not be polite. Everyone nodded in agreement, and no one dared to voice any objections. At the same time, Bewitching also proposed another thing. If some mines were too inefficient, he could allocate some spirit-devouring stones from mine number 65 to help the supervisor pass the assessment. This news was like music to everyone's ears. No one had expected Bewitching to make such a decision, but it was a great help to them. Usually, everyone would be able to pass the assessment, but this kind of thing couldn't be guaranteed. Sometimes, this kind of problem might occur. Every time this kind of problem arose, the days would become very difficult to pass. But now that Bewitching had brought it up, it had undoubtedly helped everyone solve one of their worries. Immediately, everyone respected Bewitching even more. Bewitching was different from Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang only knew how to exploit, but Bewitching was different. Lei Jun saw that everyone's attitude towards Bewitching had become very cordial, and a trace of admiration rose in his heart. This guy was really too amazing. With just one move, he had already won over people's hearts perfectly. It seemed like he had paid some spirit-devouring stones, but when he thought about it carefully, this kind of submission came from the bottom of his heart. It had simply solved too many future problems. The most important thing was that the two of them had obviously found a better way, and these spirit-devouring stones were nothing in their eyes. Moreover, now that they had left again, no one would be dissatisfied, and no one would even report this matter. Ji Chuan, I find that you are getting smarter and smarter these days. Even I can't help admiring you. Zhou Su said with a smile. That's because you didn't notice it before. Bewitching smiled faintly. We are going out for a while again. Zhou Su was slightly startled, and his face suddenly fell. Going out again? We shouldn't be away for so long this time. We should be back in less than half a month. Bewitching said. You don't have to worry about him. This guy is troublesome. Lei Jun glanced at Zhou Su and said, now the mine is no longer the same as before. Everyone is sincerely convinced by you, so there shouldn't be any more trouble. You can rest assured. Seeing this, Zhou Su nodded, yes, you can rest assured. After the two of them explained the matter properly, they embarked on the journey to find Xianxia. The situation in the mine may be more complicated for others to solve, but as long as you don't care about the benefits here, it is undoubtedly the easiest to solve. The reason why Yuan Gang had always been complained about was that he had been oppressing others, and they didn't need it, so there was much less trouble. When they came to Xianxia's residence again, he was obviously not surprised by their arrival. Your performance last time was really unexpected. Xianxia looked at the two of them in front of him with a faint smile on his face. You know? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows, but she was not too surprised. With Xianxia's information, the news should have reached his ears soon. Xianxia nodded slightly, and his eyes fell on Bewitching. It seems that I have to take back what I said last time. Xianxia just said this, but did not explain which sentence he was referring to. Bailey Hongzhuang thought carefully, and suddenly remembered that Xianxia once said that Bewitching's strength might not be able to threaten him. Perhaps after the last incident, Xianxia found that the situation was not so. Let's get straight to the point. What do you want to ask me today? Xianxia spread out his hands. Do you want to know where that woman is now? No. Bewitching's eyes were deep. I want to ask you about a secret. Secret? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? The reason why the Duxian domain is sealed. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. Why do you want to ask about this? I don't seem to need to answer this. How much? Just say it. Bailey Hongzhuang said. However, Xianxia didn't mention the money directly. Instead, he looked at the two of them for a while before saying, I can't answer this question. Why? Xianxia fell silent for a moment before he said, don't tell me that all of you intend to change the current situation in the celestial region, even if the two of you might be from the immortal realms. The matters here are decided by many people. With just the two of you, it's basically impossible to change everything. Since you've done business with me, this is my advice to you. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang understood a little. Xianxia definitely knew everything. The reason why the crossing celestial domain had become like this should be the joint decision of many forces. In their current situation, it was no different from striking a rock with an egg. I didn't expect you to be so concerned about us. Bewitching looked at Xianxia and said slowly. I'm a righteous person. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but laugh. Xianxia's expression suddenly became very stiff. Miss Bailey, what do you mean by suddenly laughing? Nothing, I just suddenly felt like laughing. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand, trying to cover up everything, but it was obviously useless. To be honest, we don't want to change all of this. After Bewitching understood what Xianxia meant, he knew that it would be very difficult to change the situation in the crossing immortal domain. However, if he wanted to achieve what he wanted, there were other ways. Let me put it in another way. I want to know how I can prevent my family members from suffering from mining after they ascend. After hearing this, Xianxia understood. I see. He fell into silence. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other. According to their judgment, Xianxia should know about this relative method. Could it be that they couldn't tell him? While the two of them were hesitating, Xianxia suddenly raised his finger. Fixed price, 600 high-grade blood spirit stones. Although they had already guessed that with this guy's black-hearted nature, he would definitely ask for an exorbitant price, but the fact that he asked for 600 high-grade blood spirit stones made the two of them feel that this guy was simply robbing them of their money. High-grade blood spirit stones were very popular in the crossing immortal domain. With the income of an ordinary person, it would take many years of hard work to obtain so many blood spirit stones. However, this guy said it as if it was an ordinary thing. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but think of Gong Jun. If this guy was here, he would have directly confronted Xianxia. Xianxia obviously didn't expect that there would be an awkward silence after he said those words. He just quietly looked at Bewitching and Li Du, but he wasn't too anxious. You're so black-hearted. Do you really have any business? Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly asked. Xianxia couldn't help but spit out the mouthful of tea that he had just drunk. Cough, cough, cough. These words. Is it really okay to be so blunt? Bailey Hongzhuang said calmly, I'm really curious. If you don't open for business for 10 years, you can eat for 10 years once you open for business. That's probably the case, Bewitching said slowly. Xianxia wanted to pretend, but Bewitching saw right through him. Most importantly, he felt as if he had been seen through by Bewitching. In fact, he had always killed as many as he could. Previously, when we asked you to help us gather information, it naturally took some effort. But this time, the matter is not so complicated. I think you already know this kind of thing in your heart, so you don't need to bother to gather information at all. The price is twice as high as before. Isn't it a bit too high? Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Xianxia. She felt that even if it was for the sake of Gong Jun, she could not allow herself to be slaughtered without any struggle. Previously, I was only helping you find a person. Now, this concerns the future of your family. Is this price still not enough? You can sell this information again and again. Who knows how many people you've sold it to before? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. How can you charge such a high price for this kind of information that isn't first-hand? Aren't you being too dishonest in doing business? I'm being dishonest? Xianxia looked anxious. I've always been fair in doing business. Even if it's black-hearted, it's because the other party is willing to do it. We won't bargain with you. It's a fixed price. Before Bailey Hongzhuang could finish, Bewitching's voice had already sounded. 100. 100? Xianxia's voice pierced through the sky. He stood up immediately. Is this how you bargain? You can leave. I'm not doing business with you anymore. Xianxia's face fell. Clearly, he was no longer willing to talk to the two of them. Bewitching also stood up. His handsome and devilish face was expressionless. His star-like eyes narrowed slightly, vaguely emitting a dangerous aura. I remember, you said that you were weaker than me. In a split second, Xianxia seemed to have been struck by lightning as he looked at Bewitching in astonishment. Are you threatening me? Looks like you don't even want to save 100 high-grade spirit stones. Xianxia couldn't help but recall the news he had heard before. Then, he waved his hand. No, 100 it is. I promise you. He tidied up his clothes and sat down again. A faint smile returned to his face, as if nothing had happened. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching in amazement. She didn't expect Bewitching to be so much better at bargaining than her. In just a short while, he had saved 500 blood spirit stones. How excited would Gong Jun be if he knew about this? You can speak now, Bewitching said. Xianxia looked at the impeccable godlike man in front of him with a face full of unwillingness. He felt that he shouldn't have said such a thing before. Now, all the authority was in Bewitching's hands. What you want is for your clansmen to not be caught to mine after they ascend to the crossing immortal domain, and to have a proper identity here, right? Not bad. Actually, this is not a very difficult thing. With your strength, you should be able to do it very quickly. You mean? Aren't you in the mine now? All the cultivators who had ascended were basically captured and sent to work in the mines. As the managers of the mine, it's easy for you to solve this kind of problem. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. As far as I know, the steward doesn't have such an ability. She had already been to the place where the cultivators ascended, and all the cultivators who appeared there would be evenly distributed to each mine. As stewards, they only had a quota for their own mines at most. Other than that, they could not transfer people away at all. I can't be a manager, but I can be a consul. Xianxia spread out his hands. I think it shouldn't be difficult for you. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two also understood. It turned out that they were the stewards of the mine from the very beginning. This was actually a great help to them. As long as I become a consul, I can protect my people? Your people can avoid being caught and sent to mine. However, if you want to live a good life in the crossing immortal domain, it will depend on your own abilities. I see. Bailey Hongzhuang understood. She didn't expect things to be so simple. In the past, they thought that only by solving the situation in the crossing immortal domain would their clansmen be able to safely pass through the upper realm. They didn't expect that the solution to this problem would become much simpler. Although there would still be some hidden dangers in this way, it was undoubtedly the best way for now. Thank you, we're leaving. Bailey Hongzhuang stood up and placed 10 pieces of high-grade blood spirit stones on the table. Xianxia looked at the blood spirit stones on the table and his face was filled with confusion. Wait, what do you mean by this? This problem is so simple. Aren't you embarrassed to charge so much? Bailey Hongzhuang rolled her eyes. This guy didn't actually say anything important. If they had known this earlier, perhaps they would have talked to the consul earlier. It was already very generous of him to give 10 high-grade blood spirit stones. *CK, Xianxia was just about to argue about this issue when he noticed Bewitching's cold gaze. He could only swallow all the words back into his stomach and didn't dare to say anything else. This guy was definitely a wife-doting maniac. After leaving the courtyard, Bailey Hongzhuang was in a very good mood. She didn't expect Xianxia to be so easy to bully. At the end of the day, it was all because of Bao Bao. I hope the baby can pass through the enchantment as soon as possible, then we can be unscrupulous in the future. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but chuckle. I'm afraid it won't be easy for it to pass through the barrier, but it's only a matter of time. Bewitching held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. Feeling the familiar warmth, his heart calmed down. During this period of time, many things had happened that he could not explain. For example, what happened in the land of heritage, and the appearance of the baby. He did not know what all of this meant. On one hand, this seemed to indicate his strength and the possibility of him becoming even stronger. On the other hand, a faint worry rose in his heart. To him, strength was something that could be achieved through hard work. However, this feeling of unease made him feel very uncomfortable. Therefore, he wanted to protect everything he wanted to protect, and the woman beside him was his most important treasure. Bewitching, what's wrong with you? Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that Bewitching's hand had unconsciously tightened. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at him with a trace of doubt in her eyes. Did I hurt you? Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's hand and found that it was a little red. He couldn't help but feel distressed. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and shook her head. I'm fine. It's just that I feel like you have something on your mind. Nothing. Bewitching shook his head slightly. If there's anything, just tell me. Bailey Hongzhuang stopped in her tracks. Her clear eyes stared seriously at that handsome face. We promised that there would be no secrets. Bewitching's eyes, which were as deep as the sea, seemed to ripple. However, when he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, he calmed down. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. He moved closer and planted a kiss on the woman's fair forehead. There have never been any secrets between us. With that in mind, Bewitching decided to tell Bailey Hongzhuang about his doubts about the baby. There should never be any secrets between them. He did not know what would happen in the future, but he felt that it would be good for Hongzhuang to understand everything that had happened. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart sank. Actually, I've always been confused about these things. Back then, when I was comprehending the tablets, I once felt a very familiar tablet. However, I don't know why, but someone pushed it into another tablet. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes darkened. She had always kept this matter in mind. She felt that that person's words contained too much meaning. She told me that I shouldn't think about the things that I chose to forget back then. I don't know what she meant by that either. However, if she didn't find the wrong person, then it means that I've forgotten some things. However, I've never lost my memory. Hearing this, Bewitching's eyes changed slightly. He always thought that he was the only one who had such a situation. He never thought that Hongzhuang had encountered a similar situation. If he was the only one who encountered this situation, it might be a coincidence. But if both of them encountered this situation, then it was really a bit confusing. So, I'm not the only one who encountered this situation. Then why is that? Bailey Hongzhuang was confused. My situation can be explained. Maybe I encountered some illusion in the tablet, but your situation is really strange. So far, she had only encountered such a situation once. Although it left a deep impression in her heart, but thinking about it carefully, it might not be true. However, such things happen to Bewitching one after another. There might be some connection between all these things, but they obviously couldn't figure it out yet. Maybe I really did forget something. Bewitching looked a bit confused. When Bao Bao appears, I can have a good talk with him about this problem. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. That's true. When that time comes, we will have an answer. Everything now was just their imagination. If they really wanted to understand everything, they just had to talk to Bao Bao in detail and they would know the truth. Fortunately, they didn't have to rely on themselves to figure it out. Someone could answer this question. Bewitching's depressed mood brightened up. No matter what, it's good that you're by my side. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips bloomed into a sunny smile. Of course. The two returned to the returning Qin Tower. Di Xiaofeng and the others also came back. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that the matter wasn't that complicated. It's easy to say that you want to become a consul, but it shouldn't be easy to do it, right? Shang Guaniying frowned. There should be conditions for this promotion. I think this kind of thing is just a matter of time for Bewitching and the others. As long as they want to speed up, they should have a way. Xiran looked casual. He wasn't worried about this problem at all. We're not very clear now, but it shouldn't be difficult to get this information in the mine. Bewitching's face was as calm as the wind. He believed that every steward of the mine was looking forward to the position of consul. Everyone must be working hard for this position. They didn't even need to ask the other consuls. They only needed to ask Zhou Su and Wang Yao to find out. Then I'll leave the rest to you. Di Xiaofeng patted Bewitching's shoulder. I'll tell father this good news when I go back. He's been wanting to come to Crossing Immortal Domain for a long time. Bewitching smiled faintly. I won't disappoint you. Gong Jun couldn't help but ask, how much did that guy kill? Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Gong Jun and realized that he was staring nervously at Bewitching. His hands were clenched unconsciously, and he looked like he would jump up and down if he heard a number that exceeded his expectations. 600. What? Gong Jun's eyes immediately turned red. 600 for such information? Why doesn't that guy go out and rob? Ling Er and the others were dumbfounded. This price was indeed too much. Even if they didn't pay for it, they still felt pain when they heard it. He's simply a beast. Bachan bargained. Bailey Hongzhuang saw how excited Gong Jun was and couldn't help but add. Hearing this, Gong Jun's expression eased a little. How much did you return? 100. 500 for this kind of information? Why doesn't he just rob someone? Gong Jun was still depressed. Although this price was slightly lower, 500 high-grade blood spiritual stones was still not a price he could accept. It's not 500, it's 100. He even bargained up to 100. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes rippled with a faint smile as she looked at Gong Jun's excited appearance with ridicule. This guy's character of treating money as his life was really interesting. Gong Jun and the others couldn't help but gasp for breath. The difference between 100 and 500 was huge. Bachan, I haven't seen you for a while, but your bargaining skills have improved quite a bit. Wen Ziren looked at Bachan in amazement. Previously, he had not realized that this guy actually had such an ability. I have to support my family. Wen Ziren's expression stiffened. What this guy meant by support the family, did it include him? Seeing that Wen Ziren, who had always been talkative, was silenced by Bachan's words, Shang Guanying couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then you have to support your family. 100 blood spirit stones isn't a small amount. That's why Hongzhuang only gave me 10 blood spirit stones, Bachan replied. Women are better at keeping accounts. Why do I feel like I'm your son? Ziren couldn't help but ask. Pooh. Bailey Xianxia spat out a mouthful of tea. Ziren, do you have to be so dramatic? Can't you just let me have a sip of tea? I'm telling the truth. Ziren spread his hands. Don't you think so? Bailey Xianxia's expression froze. I was originally Big Sister's contracted beast. F*CK, aren't you a little too cunning? Ziren was dumbfounded. He simply couldn't refute this answer. For this kind of information, I think we should just give him $10. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and looked at Gong Jun. Not bad, right? Sister-in-law, you're truly brilliant. Gong Jun gave her a thumbs up. 10 blood spirit stones is already giving him a lot of face. In a world of darkness, winding black rocks covered the ground. Large swathes of red spider lilies bloomed in all directions, emitting a bewitching beauty. A man and a woman stood facing each other. The woman was wearing a long black dress, revealing her exquisite collarbone. Her fair and smooth neck was like a shining jade, and one could faintly see her towering breasts. Even though it was just a little ravine, it exuded a fatal charm. Her unparalleled appearance was not tainted with purity. It carried a unique charm, and her dark red lips were extremely seductive. At a glance, anyone could not help but admit that she was a stunner. However, at this moment, the woman's expression was not pleasant. Her fan-like eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her deep eyes were as dark and dangerous as the night sky. Fourth brother, I heard that you've been sending people everywhere to gather information recently. You should know that there are some things that you can't meddle with. Big sister, I don't understand what you're saying. The man chuckled and shook his head. His calm and collected appearance made it seem as if he could not feel the woman's intimidating pressure, and he easily dispelled it with little effort. His appearance was just as handsome as before, but it was less seductive and more feminine. His every move was filled with a natural elegance. His fair skin was hidden under his black robe, and his collar was turned up, revealing a trace of red. Contrasting with his extraordinarily handsome face, he was as beautiful as a fairy. The woman coldly looked at the calm and collected Lien, her eyes revealing a trace of ridicule. It's fine if you put on an act in front of outsiders with such an image, but your poor acting skills can be seen through at a glance. The cold and indifferent voice emitted disdain from the bottom of his heart. A crack seemed to have appeared on the man's impeccable face, and a dim light flashed through his bright eyes. I advise you to stop what you're doing right now. I can overlook your little tricks, but if you don't stop and even try to stop him from coming back, I'll let you know the meaning of the word regret. The woman snorted coldly and left after saying that. Only then did the man raise his eyes and look at the woman's swaying back view. His hands under his sleeves gradually clenched into fists as killing intent boiled in his eyes. However, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. When he raised his head again, the man's flawless smile had once again appeared on his face. Your Highness, what should we do now? I'm afraid the first princess already knows what we're doing. Does she really think that without that guy around, all the power here will be under her control? The man's smile was bloodthirsty and mocking. We can't let that guy come back. Even if he does, it will be his corpse. Yes. After Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the mine, Zhou Su breathed a sigh of relief. You guys are really fast this time. You didn't let us down. Zhou Su laughed. Shall we go out for a drink tonight? All right. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and smiled. She knew that as long as this fellow had a chance to leave, he would definitely not reject it. After 3 rounds of wine, Zhou Su was already a little drunk. Although the Lei army was slightly better, it was not much better. You want to become a consul? Lei Jun asked. Isn't that nonsense? Zhou Su put down his wine glass. As stewards, who doesn't aim to become a consul? However, in order to become a consul, there must be a vacancy for a consul first. When the time comes, a new consul will be selected based on past achievements and strength. Ji Chuan, don't worry. With your strength, it's only a matter of time before you become a consul. Think about it. You're the boss in our mine now. If there's a chance, everyone will recommend you. Besides, the others can't beat you. How long does it usually take for an opportunity to appear? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Zhou Su shook his head, I don't know. You can ask the consul. Anyway, you are quite familiar with the consul. I think the speed of the change should be quite fast, and I heard that our consul will be promoted soon. When the time comes, the position of consul will be empty. With your relationship with the consul, he will definitely promote you. Lei Jun raised his glass. Ji Chuan, I'd like to propose a toast to you. When you become a consul, you must take good care of us. Clang, Zhou Su had not even raised his cup when he was already drunk. Lei Jun insisted on drinking this cup of wine, and then he lost consciousness. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head helplessly. These 2 guys were really easy to deceive. At this moment, they said everything. It's not far from the consul's next inspection. Let's just wait. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Bewitching nodded. Okay. In the following period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had a rather leisurely time. Gong Jun used the money they saved to buy a sizable courtyard in the city, which would be the future base of the D family. Look, these blood spirit stones were well spent. It's much better than being cheated by that black-hearted bastard. Looking at such a large mansion, Gong Jun felt refreshed. Di Xiaofeng and the others had already picked a room to stay in. With the number of people we have now, we don't need such a big mansion. So what? Gong Jun said in a rich and overbearing manner, Chen Returning Tower's reputation here is not small. We have to find a more imposing place to stay, so that we can live up to our status. Is that really the case? Bai Li Yanche asked doubtfully. This fellow was essentially a miser. Previously, Gong Jun had used Returning Imperial Tower to earn a lot of money, but he had never heard him mention the idea of changing locations. Isn't boss's father coming soon? We need to find a better place to stay. Gong Jun chuckled. Realization dawned on everyone. I knew it wasn't for us. Gong Jun, you are so good to Beichin. Will your future wife be jealous? Shang Guaniying couldn't help but tease. If that's the case, why would I want this daughter-in-law? Shang Guaniying, everyone, Gong Jun shrugged. Is there a problem? No, on such a leisurely day, Di Beichin and Huang Tiangue finally welcomed Huang Tiangue. After I went back the last time, I really can't forget the fruits of the Imperial Returning Tower. Huang Tiangue's face was full of smiles. I recommended it to the other consuls, but they always felt that I was lying, so I plan to bring a few more fruits back for them to try. No problem. Di Beichin looked normal. As long as you're happy, consul. Huang Tiangue's eyes flashed with pleasant surprise. He looked at Di Beichin and said, I think highly of you. Thank you, consul. Di Beichin smiled. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Huang Tiangue, that sly old fox, and felt a little annoyed in her heart. This guy was obviously saying all kinds of probing words to take advantage of her. After arriving at returning Chen restaurant, he first ordered all the signature dishes here. He had even eaten 2 of the fruits. Now, he was still thinking of taking a few more fruits with him. It was one thing for him to be greedy, but he had to put on an expression as if he was giving her face, which made her feel like he was an eyesore. We just happened to have a vacancy for a consul recently. I was thinking about who I could recommend. Huang Tiangue raised his eyebrows and stopped talking. Hearing this, how could Bewitching not understand his meaning? He immediately waved his hand and said, 3 more servings of fruits, what do you plan to do, consul? Huang Tiangue's expression became even more proud when he heard this, and the corners of his lips gradually curled up. I plan to choose a capable person from our mine to be the next consul. What do you recommend? Consul is so wise, you must already have a plan in mind. Bewitching smiled faintly. Shopkeeper, 3 more servings of fruits. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her hand and said. Huang Tiangue nodded slightly. In this mine, I think your recent performance has been very good. If there are no accidents, he stopped talking again, and his eyes fell on Bewitching and Huang Tiangue. F***ck, this guy is really shameless. Gong Jun looked at Huang Tiangue's greedy face and his eyes were filled with disgust. I've already raised the stakes a few times, but you're still greedy. This kind of guy is a mercenary. Just look at his cunning appearance and you'll understand. He must want to take advantage of this opportunity to earn some money. When Xiran shook his head. They had long guessed that Huang Tiangue would definitely not be polite with such an opportunity. However, this fellow was simply too greedy. Huang Tiangue's heart was as clear as a mirror as how much they usually sold these fruits for. What they said about giving them to friends was just a disguised request. He was certain that even a consul would not be able to afford such expensive fruits. Huang Tiangue himself would probably feel the pinch if he came here himself. The reason why he was like this now was undoubtedly because the money was paid by someone else, so he didn't feel any heartache at all. The more I look at this guy's face, the more I hate him. Shang Guaniying couldn't bear it anymore. At this moment, Bewitching had increased the price again. Even though they knew that Bewitching had a lot of fruits in his possession, these things were indeed very precious. Now that it was taken away by such a fat guy, they felt angry just thinking about it. I think with such a price, even if Bewitching and the others did well in the mine, even if they weren't originally from the mine, they could directly buy the position of consul with such a price. That can't be helped. This guy is clearly relying on money. Fortunately, Bewitching and the others have money. Xiran spread out his hands. Bewitching and the others had already expected such a situation, so when this happened, they were mentally prepared. 3 more servings of fruits. In the Chen returning restaurant, everyone's gaze fell on Bewitching's table. That was because the momentum was simply too frightening. In just a short time, there were already more than a dozen fruits on the table. Normally, it was already very impressive for someone to order 1 fruit at a sky-high price. Now, there were more than 10 of them. Together with this table of food and wine, it was truly a sky-high price. With such a price, even if it was just a rough calculation, everyone could not help but be stunned. Who are these people? That's too extravagant. I've been to Chen Returning Tower so many times, but this is the first time I've seen such a grand display. Normally, I feel that the people in the city are already rich enough. However, compared to these 2 people, the difference is huge. Obviously, they were not the ones who were paying, but looking at Bewitching's calm face as he increased the price again and again, their hearts could not help but ache. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Huang Tiangue, whose smile was getting wider and wider, yet he still had not relented. A trace of disgust appeared in her eyes. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't want to completely fall out with him, she would have already fallen out with him. Bewitching's expression was as usual. He turned a blind eye to the other party's shameless behavior and raised the price one by one until the other party fainted. Huang Tiangue was also shocked by Bewitching's extravagance. He knew that Bewitching was very extravagant, but this was the first time he had seen such extravagance. Fortunately, such good luck had fallen on him. This time, when he returned, he could hold his head high. These fruits, not to mention turning into cultivation resources, would definitely shock people if they were exposed to the sun. Looking at the table full of fruits, Bewitching's calm gaze fell on Huang Tiangui. His voice was as gentle as the sound of nature. Consul Huang, I've always admired you. I'm sure you understand what I mean. Of course, if you have other candidates in mind, I won't force you. Bewitching smiled faintly. You're a busy person, and I don't want to waste your time. Unlike his previous friendliness, there was now a trace of indifference in his voice. Huang Tiangui was a shrewd person, so how could he not understand the meaning of these words? Bewitching had already made his stance clear. He was going to raise the price to this point. If he still didn't agree, then so be it. Don't even think about taking any of these fruits away. Shang Guanying placed the last plate of fruits on the table and said, Guest, we have all the fruits for today. If you want more, I'm afraid you'll have to wait until tomorrow. Hearing this, a smile appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. Yingying's character had always been quite fiery. She must have seen how greedy Huang Tiangui was and couldn't stand it anymore, so she ran over to leave such a sentence. After hearing this, Huang Tiangui completely gave up on this idea. In fact, this kind of harvest had already exceeded his expectations. However, when his gaze fell on Shang Guanying, a look of amazement appeared in his eyes. He had already noticed this attendant earlier. Compared to the other attendants, she was undoubtedly much prettier. Walking in the returning Qin Tower was pleasing to the eye. If it was any other day, he would just admire it. After all, this Qin returning tower looked extraordinary and it would not be easy to make a move against the attendants here. However, things were different now that Bewitching was here. Since the last time he went back, he had investigated Jichuan and Gu Jian's background. The result of the investigation was nothing special, and he didn't find any powerful background. However, after coming into contact with them, he understood that these two people must have some kind of power behind them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for two mine managers to have such a background. The other party was someone with a strong background, and at the same time, he also had a favor to ask of him. It would be a pity if he didn't make good use of him. I want her. Shang Guanying's departing figure was suddenly pulled back. She was startled at first, and then her expression became abnormally ugly. What the hell was this damned guy talking about? Bailey Hongzhuang and Huang Tiangui didn't expect Huang Tiangui to suddenly make such a request. For a moment, they even suspected that they had misheard. I want this woman to accompany me for a night. Huang Tiangui's drooling eyes looked at Shang Guanying unscrupulously. This woman was really beautiful. If he could get his hands on her, the taste would be even better. Pa! Shang Guanying slapped Huang Tiangui's face. She didn't expect this guy to be so disgusting. He even had ideas about her, especially the other party's unbridled gaze. It made her want to vomit, when Xiren's expression was extremely ugly as he rushed out. Bastard, what did you say? I dare you to say it again. Who are you? Huang Tiangui looked at Wen Xiren, who had suddenly rushed out and was momentarily stunned. However, he quickly realized that this woman was most likely already taken, and this man was naturally the man in front of him. You spoke rudely to my wife, and now you ask who I am? Bang! Xiren did not hold back and punched Huang Tiangui in the eye. In an instant, Huang Tiangui had panda eyes. When the cultivators in the returning Imperial Tower saw this scene, their interest was piqued. Originally, they were unhappy and jealous when they saw Huang Tiangui's greedy gaze. Now that this fellow had stirred up such trouble, it was undoubtedly the best outcome. In any case, they just wanted to see this fellow's unlucky appearance. Gong Jun hurriedly stood up and said to the guests in the restaurant, Today, this table is Chen Lu's treat. Right now, there are other matters to attend to. I hope that everyone can leave. I'm really sorry. Gong Jun's tone was sincere and his attitude was very good. In addition, everyone was not at a disadvantage, so they all left the returning Qin Tower. The only pity was that they wouldn't be able to see the aftermath of this matter, so they were a little itchy. After everyone left, Gong Jun immediately closed the door of the restaurant. At this moment, Huang Tiangui also reacted. To him, he did not want to offend the Imperial Returning Tower. Because he felt that this Imperial Returning restaurant was so extraordinary, its background must be very impressive. The person he valued was just a waiter, so it shouldn't be a big deal. However, now that he had fallen into such a situation, he could not help but feel a little flustered. Fortunately, he was relieved to see that Bewitching was still by his side. I didn't know she was already taken, Huang Tiangui explained, but his eyes were filled with disdain. It's good enough that I'm interested in her. What can you do? When Xiren heard this, he became even angrier. How could there be such an arrogant beast in this world? Most importantly, this guy dared to say such words in front of him. Wasn't he looking for a beating? If I don't kill you today, I'm not Xiren Wen. Xiren's anger rose in an instant. How dare he have designs on his wife? He must kill him. Bang, the elemental energy within Xiren's body suddenly burst forth, and he struck out with a punch once again. This bastard, he must kill him. Huang Tiangui did not think much of Xiren. As a consul, he still had some power. However, when Xiren rushed over, he suddenly realized that for some reason, he was unable to exert any strength, and immediately turned pale with fright. You actually used poison? He was sure that he had been poisoned for him to suddenly fall into such a situation. When Shangguan Yingying heard this, she knew that it was Bailey Hongzhuang's doing. Xiren, however, did not care so much at this moment. He punched Huang Tiangui's face, punch after punch after punch. In just a short period of time, Huang Tiangui's face had already turned into a pig's head, and blood was flowing from the corner of his lips. Ji Chuan, help me deal with this guy, and I'll recommend you for the position of consul. Huang Tiangui looked at Bewitching. His fighting strength was limited at this moment. Even if Bewitching were the same as him, they would not dare to mess around with Bewitching's background. However, Bewitching only looked at Huang Tiangui indifferently, and then stepped on his face. He ruthlessly crushed it. Huang Tiangui wanted to say something, but he could not say a word. He widened his eyes. He could not believe that Bewitching dared to treat him like this. Bailey Hongzhuang also kicked him. She did not hold back at all, and her eyes were filled with disgust. I already dislike you, and now you dare to speak rudely to Yingying. Are you looking for death? You. How dare you do this? Huang Tiangui didn't speak until Bewitching retracted his foot. His eyes were still filled with disbelief. These two clearly had a favor to ask of him, but now they actually beat him up for a waiter. Was there something wrong with them? You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Bewitching shook his head slightly. Since you're not willing to recommend me to become the consul of another place, then I'll just kill you and take over your position. The reason why he didn't directly attack Huang Tiangui was because he felt that it wouldn't be so troublesome to get information from an acquaintance in the position of consul. He didn't want to keep this guy alive, but it would be more troublesome. Since that was the case, he had to cut his losses in time and eliminate this guy. Huang Tiangui felt a chill run down his spine. His eyes were filled with fear. He never thought that Bewitching would have such thoughts. I was indeed too much before. I promise that as long as you save me now, I'll definitely recommend you to become the new consul. Huang Tiangui hurriedly spoke, but the malicious look in his eyes couldn't be concealed. The reason why he was willing to promote Bewitching was because he saw that there were benefits to be gained. This guy actually dared to do such a thing to him. When he got out, he would definitely teach Bewitching a lesson. Consul Huang, when you promise benefits, you should at least be more sincere. Cover up the hatred in your eyes, just like I did before. Bailey Hongzhuang clicked her tongue and shook her head. With your current appearance, you're too careless. I can see through it at a glance. Huang Tiangui was slightly startled. Before he could react to the multiple layers of meaning in Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Shangguan Yingying's blade had already struck the vital part of his lower body. An earth-shattering scream rang out. Even outside the restaurant, everyone could hear it clearly. Huang Tiangui's face instantly turned red. The veins on his face bulged out from the pain, making him look extremely terrifying. When Xiren and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but tighten their lower body. Sure enough, when a woman attacked, it was really terrifying. Just thinking about the pain in this vital part of the body was enough to know how painful it was. Bastard, you deserve it. Shangguan Yingying said fiercely. She felt humiliated when she thought about how she was targeted by such a person and how much he had thought about her in such a short time. Xiren, I'll leave it to you. Bewitching didn't look at Huang Tiangui anymore. Instead, he pulled Bailey Hongzhuang to the side. It's too bloody. It's better if you don't watch it. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Are you worried that I'll learn from Ying? D. Beichen's face darkened. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Not to mention anything else, Ying's move had scared her. It was even more unbearable than directly killing the other party. This Huang Tiangui should have something on him as well. Today's business is worth it. Di Beichen said slowly as he looked at Gong Jun, who seemed to be in pain. Gong Jun's eyes lit up. The painful expression on his face disappeared in an instant. This guy is so greedy. I think he should have a lot of things. It's indeed worth it. Haha. Gong Jun had already rushed over and took off Huang Tiangui's storage ring. When Huang Tiangui saw how impolite Gong Jun was, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Shameless, too shameless. The next day, everything returned to normal. Di Beichen and Sheng Guanying returned to the mine as if nothing had happened. End of chapter. Have you heard? Last night, someone molested a waiter at Chen Returning Restaurant. I wonder what happened after that. Chen Returning Restaurant's background must not be simple. Because of this incident, the people who ate last night did not even have to pay the bill. Think about it. Every table was expensive. In my opinion, Chen Returning Restaurant is rich and imposing. Its background is also very shocking. If it was any other restaurant, it would just be a waiter. Why would they spend so much effort? However, this person is really blind. Of all the places to stir up trouble, he just had to go to Chen Returning Restaurant. He deserves to end up like this. After this incident, the image of the returning imperial restaurant in everyone's mind became even more unfathomable. The background of this restaurant was definitely not simple. Even a waiter inside could not be easily offended. No one knew what would happen if they offended the waiter. However, the scream at that time was still clearly heard by many people. In the mine, everyone saw that Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang had returned, but they did not see the consul. They could not help but have all sorts of guesses in their hearts. Even in the tent, Bailey Hongzhuang could hear all sorts of discussions coming from outside. In the past, the consul would stay in the mine for 2 to 3 days. Today was only the second day and they did not see him. This was naturally a little strange. Master, what do we do now? Xiaohei was a little worried. They originally had the idea of pleasing Huang Tiangui. Now, forget about pleasing him, they would directly obliterate the other party. With so many people watching this matter, they had no choice but to explain, this place is not very big. Coupled with Chen Returning Restaurant's influence, we don't need to say anything. This news will quickly spread in the mine. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was as usual. Up until now, no one knew their relationship with Chen Returning Restaurant. As such, as long as they used Chen Returning Restaurant as a cover, everything would become very simple. You can completely shirk the responsibility like this? Xiaobai was in disbelief. Won't the higher-ups investigate? If the people under your command were to take liberties with women, and the matter became known to everyone, would you investigate? Di Beichen asked. Xiaobai shook her head. No. They had already lost so much face. If they were to investigate further, wouldn't they be laughed at again? That's it. Bailey Hongzhuang poured a cup of tea and took a sip. So, we just have to wait for the news. What we need to worry about now is whether the higher-ups will directly appoint someone to be our consul. If the higher-ups directly selected one of them to be the consul, it would undoubtedly be the best. However, if they chose to be parachuted in, they would inevitably have to spend a lot of effort. After seeing Huang Tiangui's face, they really didn't have any expectations for the people above. Seeing this, Xiaohei and Xiaobai also felt relieved. They were most worried that this matter would affect them. Since it would not affect them, everything else was not a big problem. In less than half a day, the news had already spread all over the mine. Gu Jian, is the news that everyone outside true? Zhou Su did not even bother to knock on the door and directly rushed into the tent with an incredulous expression on his face. Bailey Hongzhuang looked helplessly at the person who came in. Can't you say hello when you come in? We're all men. What's there to care about? Bookmark for easy reading. Zhou didn't take this matter to heart. Even if you take a bath here, I can still take a bath with you. Bewitching's eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness. This guy has been getting bolder and bolder recently. Come on. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't expect Zhou to talk about such a horrifying topic. I dislike you very much. I'll go. Zhou rolled his eyes. No, now is not the time to talk about this. I've already heard about Guichin Tower. Was it Consul Huang who molested the waiters there last night? You all know? Bewitching asked. As soon as these words came out, Zhou and Lei Jun's expressions became exceptionally strange. It's actually true? Zhou raised his voice. The news spread early in the morning, but at first, no one was sure whether it was Consul Huang or not. How is he now? Bewitching shook his head. I don't know. You don't know? Weren't you with Consul Huang last night? How could you not know about this? Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. We are also worried about this matter. What the hell is going on? Explain it clearly. Zhou looked nervous. If something happens to Consul Huang here, we will all be in trouble. Lei Jun looked at Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang, who looked worried, and understood. Consul Huang's life is most likely in danger. It's not easy for the two of you to still be alive. It seems that the backer of this returning Imperial Tower is also reasonable. Hearing this, Zhou still did not understand. What do you mean? Yesterday, we didn't expect Consul Huang to suddenly lose his mind and flirt with the waiter. Moreover, it became more and more exaggerated. He even said nonsense in front of the waiter's husband. Bailey Hongzhuang said it simply, but Zhou and Zhou could almost imagine the scene at that time. If it was just a young lady, it would be fine. However, she actually dared to say such outrageous words in front of her husband. If it was anyone else, it would be impossible for them to suppress their anger. Wasn't this courting death? And then? At that time, we apologized on behalf of the consul, but on one hand, the other party didn't listen at all. On the other hand, Consul Huang didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it at all. He only felt that he was stronger and even wanted to snatch him away. The other party was very strong. Later, Ji Chuan and I were directly knocked unconscious. This morning, we woke up on the street. At this point, the two of them completely understood. Obviously, Bewitching and Consul Huang were directly thrown out after being knocked unconscious, but Consul Huang did not appear, so the outcome was obvious. Then it's over. The consul is dead for sure. Zhou sighed. There was helplessness between his eyebrows. I really think that the consul is looking for death. Lei Jun, what do you think? You can't casually say such words. If others hear it, we will all be in trouble. Lei Jun's expression was solemn. But I think so too. The consul is dead. Will this matter implicate us? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Lei Jun nodded. The consul is dead. Such a big matter, the higher-ups will definitely send someone to investigate. You two don't need to say more. Others may also be implicated. The consul is really seeking death. It's fine if he wants to bring us along. It's really infuriating. This matter was caused by the consul himself. It has nothing to do with us. Bailey Hongzhuang looked anxious. We have to think of a way. We can't be implicated by this. Lei Jun, you are better at thinking of solutions. What do you think we should do in this situation? Zhou turned his gaze to the Lei army. Among them, the Lei army had stayed here for the longest time and could come up with the most ideas. Lei Jun pondered for a moment before saying, the only way now is to expand this news. It's best if everyone knows about it. We have to let everyone know that the consul was the one who brought this upon himself, and it was useless for us to stop him. There was no need for the higher-ups to investigate. The news would reach their ears directly. That was enough. I don't think they will spend too much effort on a drunken consul. Lei Jun looked at Ji Chuan and continued, moreover, now that the consul is dead, it's a good opportunity for you to rise. Take advantage of this opportunity and let everyone recommend you. When the time comes, your chances of success will be very high. Bewitching raised his eyebrows slightly. Lei Jun was also a smart person, and the idea he came up with was the same as theirs. Indeed, this was the best course of action right now. Xiaohe saw how her master was able to get the other party to help them come up with a plan with just a few words. She was secretly impressed by her master's ability to get the other party to help them count the money they had already thought of. This was probably the situation they were talking about. You guys stay here for now. It won't be good if you guys spread the news. It's best to let others talk about it first. At this moment, Zhou also understood that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. As long as Bewitching could become the next consul, it would be of great help to them. In any case, he was the one with the most hope in the entire mine. If it were anyone else, no one would be convinced. Under such circumstances, Bewitching and Xiaohe became the most leisurely people. Watching everyone running around, Zhou and Xiaohe carried out this matter without anyone knowing. They quietly found a stranger to talk about the matter vividly. It was just like what Qing Yan had seen. Moreover, the consul was as hateful as he could be. No matter how Bewitching and Xiaohe persuaded him, the consul was so fierce that the two of them were even injured because of the consul. After hearing all this, the managers of the mine couldn't help but feel aggrieved for Bewitching and Xiaohe. What was bad luck? This was really bad luck, the consul in everyone's eyes. And Xiaohe. If it were them, the situation wouldn't be any better. Originally, this matter made everyone sympathize with Bewitching and Xiaohe. In addition, the people they arranged took the opportunity to fan the flames and magnify some of the things the consul had done infinitely, which made everyone feel disgusted. 2 days later, Lei Jun and Zhou showed smiles on their faces. The matter has been solved. The people in the entire mine already know the whole story. It has nothing to do with you. At that time, even if the people above come to investigate, you don't have to worry at all. You don't have to show up. There is already irrefutable evidence. Lei Jun revealed a smile. After settling this matter, he felt a lot more at ease. This is all thanks to you. Bailey Hongzhuang thanked them. Even though everything was within their expectations, the Lei Jun duo had still put in a lot of effort for this matter. They were also grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Actually, we didn't do anything. Lei Jun waved his hand. After all, you have built a good reputation in the mine. What happened in the number 64 mine made everyone feel grateful to you. In addition, your strength is unmatched. The previous incident with Xianxia also gave everyone a better impression of you. Everyone feels that you are different from Yuan Gang, which is why everything has been so easy for us. Lei Jun's words were very honest. Claiming credit was something that anyone would be happy to do. However, this kind of thing was obvious. If the object of this matter was not Bewitching but Yuan Gang, then all of this would not have happened so easily. No matter what, it's all thanks to you guys. Bewitching smiled faintly. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze also fell on the two of them. Once they were done with everything, they would not be staying here for too long. She still remembered what happened in the small town. Lu Jin's business had to continue. She had always wanted to find a reliable person so that the business could continue. Both of them needed to find more ways to increase their cultivation resources. Leaving this matter to the two of them was undoubtedly a win-win situation. After this period of time, she also believed that the two of them were reliable people. What is there to thank us for? Zhou chuckled, when you become consuls, you can take care of us. We can't ask for anything more. Don't worry, I'll definitely take care of my own people. Bewitching shook his head. This guy was always thinking about these two things. Hearing these words, Zhou also jumped for joy. Jichuan, I knew you were a good brother. At this time, Bewitching could say that he was on the same side. This represented a completely different meaning. In just a few days, the higher-ups had already known the news of Huang Tiangui's death, and immediately sent people to investigate the situation. Bewitching and Zhou both expected that things would come quickly, so the two of them had been staying in the mine for the past few days without leaving. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner as before. The atmosphere in the mine was very harmonious, but everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. When the higher-ups came, they would inevitably conduct a large-scale investigation. Fortunately, this matter was originally a fact. Even if some people had other ideas in their hearts, at this time, the minority obeyed the majority, which was meaningless. Not long after, the three people sent by the higher-ups appeared in the mine. As soon as the three people walked into the mine, Bewitching's group noticed their difference. This was because the aura emitted by the three of them was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Most of the cultivators' strength, but these three people's is obviously stronger. Most importantly, the disdainful look in their eyes had already revealed their pretentious thoughts. In an instant, everyone came out to greet them. All the managers of the mine, gather here. His loud and clear voice reverberated through the mine, clearly falling into everyone's ears. Along with this loud and intimidating voice, the stewards in the mine were all alarmed and rushed out of their tents. Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching, and the others walked directly in the direction of the three people. They had to pass today's test. Soon, the stewards sighed with emotion. The stewards of hundreds of mines gathered together, the scale was not small. Bailey Hongzhuang sized up the three people in front of her. There were 2 men and 1 woman. Although they looked very young, she could tell that the 3 of them had been cultivating for a long time. Through their clothes and waist tags, she could confirm that the 3 of them were the same as Huang Tiangui. They were all consul of the mine, but they did not belong to the area they were in. Consul Huang has fallen. We need to know the truth. The man on the left swept his gaze across the crowd. His sharp gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. Bailey Hongzhuang was a little surprised. The other party's cultivation was also in the elementary celestial stage. Obviously, he was using his aura to oppress them. Because her and Bewitching's cultivation was not weaker than the other parties, such an aura did not affect them much. However, for the other cultivators, this pressure was not so easy to bear. Bailey Hongzhuang quietly glanced at Bewitching. The latter had long expected such a situation and pretended to be unable to bear it. Bailey Hongzhuang's lowered eyes flashed with a smile. Bewitching had learned medical skills from her. Usually, he did not use it much. However, at a time like this, the effect was completely revealed. His expression of being unable to bear it was extremely realistic and did not seem like a disguise at all. Looking at the great pressure on everyone's faces, the man snorted coldly. He seemed to be very satisfied with such an outcome. The arrogance in his expression was even more obvious. Something happened to the consul in your station. All of you have an unshirkable responsibility. Now, I'll give you a chance. As long as you hand over the culprit of this matter, your mistakes can be forgotten. However, if you don't tell us, once we find out, the outcome will be completely different. The pressure emitted by the consul suppressed everyone, and everyone's faces turned pale. However, they had already discussed what to do before, and no one had any thoughts of changing their minds. As a matter of fact, this matter had nothing to do with Bewitching. Even if they came forward now and investigated the matter thoroughly, the consul would not kill them indiscriminately. In this way, he had angered the 2 of them, and there would be countless troubles in the future. Seeing that no one stood out to speak, the man was a little surprised. Usually, when something like this happened, as long as they asked, these stewards would jump out one after another to show off. They were well aware of the schemes of the managers of these mines. However, the performance before them had indeed exceeded their expectations. You. The man pointed at a random person. Tell me what you know. The steward who was pointed at was stunned at first, then without any scruples, he told the truth as he knew the truth. After the man told the whole story, the 3 consul could not help but look at each other. They knew that Huang Tiangui had always been unreliable, greedy, and lecherous. Fortunately, he had some skills and was not someone who did not have any eyesight. Otherwise, he would not have been able to get to the position of consul. End of chapter. Before they came, they had heard some rumors, but none of them took it to heart. At least, they believed that with Huang Tiangui's status, he wouldn't do something so embarrassing. However, when they heard the whole story from the steward's mouth and the process of the incident was described very clearly, their faces did not look too good. Such a way of dying was simply too shameful. It was one thing for Huang Tiangui to embarrass himself, but he had to use such a method to embarrass all of them. Are you serious? The man stared at the steward in front of him. His sharp gaze was filled with endless pressure. It was as if the man dared to lie, his life would immediately be forfeited. The steward looked nervous and shook his head repeatedly. "Consul, I'm not lying." After the man saw that this person's gaze didn't seem to be lying, he moved his gaze away from him. The latter also quietly breathed a sigh of relief. "Is there anyone else who wants to add to this?" Silence. The group of managers all fell silent. This was the truth, and no one needed to add anything. Who were the two people accompanying Consul Huang that day? "Come out," the man said sternly. Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang stood up together. When the man saw the two of them step out, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Consul Huang was drunk and caused trouble, but the two of you didn't stop him. I think you did it on purpose." Without any warning, the man's palm shot towards Bewitching. "Tang Yuan, stop." The man in the middle, who had been silent all this while, suddenly attacked and blocked the man's attack. Tang Yuan looked at him with some confusion. "This matter is inseparable from the two of them. What's wrong with you? You have heard the whole story clearly. If this is the truth, then this matter has nothing to do with the two of them. I know that you and Huang Tiangui were friends, but he's already dead. You don't have to implicate others. These two people didn't do anything wrong." Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the man in the middle. She thought that the three of them were the same kind of people. She didn't expect one of them to be so reasonable. However, this was also good, lest things develop in a worse direction. "We will investigate this matter thoroughly. If everything is really like this, then so be it. However, if I find out that someone is trying to deceive us, then the consequences will not be so simple." Tang Yuan's expression was ice cold. His gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and Xianxia. It was obvious that his hatred had yet to dissipate. That day, the three of them stayed in Huang Tiangui's tent. As the consul of this area, Huang Tiangui naturally had a place to live, and the place he lived in was better than the others. However, he didn't come here often, and almost every time he came out to have fun, so the number of times he stayed here was also very few. On this day, the entire mine was exceptionally quiet. Even the sounds of beating and scolding the miners were restrained, making it seem exceptionally peaceful. Zhou Su was also worried that something would happen in the middle of the journey, so they couldn't relax at all. In the end, they simply stayed with Bewitching. No matter what happened next, they would be able to deal with it immediately. "Don't worry too much. This matter has nothing to do with us. Even if they investigate, the result will be the same." Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Zhou Su and said. "Who said I was worried?" Zhou Su said. Looking at Zhou Su's stubborn appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head and was too lazy to expose him. On the other hand, Lei Jun asked, "When did you start to like eating tea?" "Ah?" Zhou Su stared blankly. When he looked, the water in the teacup had already been finished. Wasn't the thing in his mouth the tea leaves? "I don't think that Tang Yuan is a good person. He doesn't distinguish between right and wrong at all. Fortunately, there is another consul who looks good." "We won't be in danger," Lei Jun said. "Haven't we already thought about all of this a long time ago?" "Then don't think about it. It's fine." Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly. She was indeed not worried, the only thing she was worried about was the returning Qin Tower. The bystanders had concluded that the background of the Imperial returning tower could not be underestimated. But in fact, they knew very well that there was no power behind the Imperial returning tower. If these three fellows wanted to find trouble with the Imperial returning tower, then it would be troublesome. However, she felt that the three of them were not reckless people and would not do such a thing. In another tent. "Tang Yuan, although you and Huang Tiangui are friends, you don't have to work so hard for him, right?" The woman was a little puzzled. "Haven't you always wanted to recommend your brother to be a consul? Now that Huang Tiangui is dead and there's an empty consul position, you can give it a try." Tang Yuan smiled faintly. "It is indeed an opportunity." Zhong Lei glanced at Tang Yuan. "Shui Qin, this kid already has a plan in his heart. It's hard for you to not see through it." Shui Qin was slightly taken aback. After Zhong Lei's reminder, she completely understood. Come to think of it, Tang Yuan's previous actions were not because he was indignant about Huang Tiangui's death. He was just trying to show off in front of everyone. Once his brother became the new consul, no one would be able to pin the blame on him. It was indeed a good tactic to take advantage of the situation and pretend to be innocent. That's true, but usually, when the consul dies, the next consul will be chosen from the mine because that's the best way to know the situation in the mine. If they choose one person, I'm afraid this matter will not be easy to handle. If Huang Tiangue doesn't die, isn't there still a spot? Don't tell me that we can't get that spot? Tang Yuan waved his hand. That quota has long been targeted by others. I don't have that guy's methods. Hearing this, Zhong Lei and Shui Qin seemed to have understood who the other party was, so they did not continue speaking. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen frowned when they heard the news from Xiao He and Xiao Bai. I knew that Tang Yuan was up to no good. It turns out that he was eyeing the position of consul here, Xiao He said. I'm afraid things are going to be a little troublesome now. He wants to shove his younger brother in. It will be very difficult for us to compete with him. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes darkened. They didn't know anyone else in this spirit-devouring mine organization, nor did they have any background. It was undoubtedly very difficult to snatch a spot from them. How about, we kill Tang Yuan and give his position to his younger brother? The corners of Di Baichen's lips curled up slightly. There was a hint of evil on his handsome face. Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly startled. She looked at Di Baichen with some surprise. Then, she chuckled and said, it's not impossible. Let's wait and see tomorrow. Fortunately, Zhou Su and Xiao He were not here. Otherwise, if they heard Di Baichen's idea, they would probably think that he was crazy. The next day, everyone gathered together again. Tang Yuan and the other two had already understood the whole matter after last night. The whole thing had spread like wildfire in the city. There was almost no need for them to inquire, the news had already reached their ears. Such a way of dying was really too shameful. Even if the three of them did not have a good relationship with Huang Tiangue, even as colleagues, they felt shameful. As for going to Guichen Tower, they did not even think about this idea. Not to mention that Guichen Tower's background was very mysterious, even if they went to look for this kind of thing, they would be the ones in the wrong. Even if this kind of thing was reported, everyone would only feel that death could not wipe out the crime. They did not need to investigate at all. We have already investigated the whole matter clearly. Consul Huang's death is his own matter, it has nothing to do with everyone. Tang Yuan still stood up and took the lead to speak. After we report it, this matter will not have any impact on everyone, so everyone can rest assured. As soon as these words came out, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. In addition, since Consul Huang has already fallen, then the position of consul must be filled by someone. When the time comes, there will be a new consul. Everyone just needs to do their job well. Zhou Su and the others all frowned. Lei Jun looked at Zhang Sun on the side. Zhang Sun's face was bitter. How could he be so unlucky? Previously, because he coveted Ji Chuan's position, he had already lost face in front of everyone. He did not expect that because of this matter, he would be blackmailed, and now he was threatened by Lei Jun. Standing up to speak did not necessarily mean that he would die, but if he did not stand up now, when the three consul left, he would really lose his life. Thinking of this, Zhang Sun could only bite the bullet and say, Consul, according to past practice, if a consul falls, then the next consul should be promoted from among us, right? Tang Yuan did not expect that someone would raise doubts at this time. His cold gaze immediately fell on Zhang Sun's head. However, in front of so many people, he could not directly crush this kid to death. According to past practice, it is indeed so. However, Consul Huang died suddenly, and we are not clear about the situation in your mine. This promotion is naturally very blind. Instead of this, it is better to directly appoint a new consul. When Consul Huang was alive, he had always been very optimistic about Manager Ji, and all of us are very much in favor of Manager Ji taking over the position of consul. Zhang Sun said. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Zhang Sun, and then at Lei Jun Steward Ji. Tang Yuan was slightly taken aback. Who is it? Ji. When Tang Yuan saw that the man in front of him was the man who stood out yesterday, a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. You. When Huang Tiangue died, Di Baichen was beside him. Now that Huang Tiangue was dead, Di Baichen wanted to replace him. Who knew if this was a trap from the beginning? Consul, you just said that the matter has been investigated clearly, and it has nothing to do with us. Bewitching reminded him. We've settled everything in the crossing immortal domain. That's why we came back. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the destruction around her and understood what had happened. A trace of guilt appeared on her delicate and elegant face. We've encountered something like this before. We rushed back as soon as we realized that something was wrong. I didn't expect that we would still be one step too late and cause such a loss. Bai Ziyuan waved his hand. These losses are nothing. Fortunately, young Master Mo and the others are here. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have died today. Bailey Hongzhuang also sighed. This is also because we were lucky. If something really happened, we, Bewitching and the others also had complicated expressions. Before they came, they had been worried that something like this would happen. On the way here, they still had a trace of hope. They only thought that it was just a sentence from the Qing devil. Perhaps they didn't think of it after they were injured. They didn't expect that this trace of hope would be meaningless. In the end, it still happened. But this was already a blessing in disguise. Miss Bailey, you don't have to take this to heart. You've helped us a lot before. This time, it was really unexpected. It wasn't what you expected. Bai Qingli comforted. Her gentle face did not have the slightest bit of resentment. It was as if she really did not have any complaints about this. Linger looked at the casualties and said, at least this is much better than the situation in the small town. What's going on? Why is the Qing devil so crazy? Mo Yunjue asked. We found Xiao Sou in the crossing immortal domain and planned to snatch her identity token. We didn't expect to encounter the Qing devil in the process. The Qing devil was seriously injured by us, but we were also seriously injured. Xiao Sou was taken away by his people. Mo Yunjue immediately understood. So that's how it is. Then Xiao Seiwu's luck is really good. She can actually escape in this situation. Isn't it? It's really depressing. Bai Li Yanche looked helpless. Xiao Sou had been a nuisance for too long. In fact, this person would not be able to affect them too much. However, the most troublesome thing was that the key was still in her hands. If they did not retrieve the key, Beichen would not be able to open the inheritance. Now that Xiao Sou had the support of Qing Devil, it was more difficult to deal with him. This is? Bailey Hongzhuang also noticed the man beside Mo Yunjue. From the way he stood, he should not be from the city lord's mansion. Instead, he was closer to Yunju. This is a new friend we made recently. His name is Yi Sun. Zhong Limu smiled as he introduced. We met him when we were training, and he helped us out. It just so happened that he was cultivating alone, so we got together. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood. She immediately showed a kind smile. Hello, I'm Bailey Hongzhuang. I've heard about you a long time ago. Seeing you is better than hearing about you 100 times. You're really a first-class beauty. Lord Yi, you flatter me. Let's not stand here. How about we go to the courtyard and sit down to talk? Bai Ziyuan asked. Okay. Everyone nodded. They had to come up with a solution for the current situation. Otherwise, they would not be able to leave with peace of mind. Only then did Tang Yuan notice that all the stewards present were looking at him with eyes full of hatred. The others thought about it very clearly. The election had always been a tradition. They didn't know what was wrong with Zhang Sun to fight so hard for Ji Chuan. However, there was nothing wrong with that. Tang Yuan wanted to kill Zhang Sun without hesitation. If Zhang Sun became their consul in the future, their future would be even more difficult. This scene did not stop Tang Yuan from killing Zhang Sun. Instead, it made him even angrier. The hand that was strangling Zhang Sun's throat tightened continuously, and the ruthlessness in his eyes was unmistakable. When Zhang Sun realized that Tang Yuan was really going to kill him, he shouted desperately, "Save me!" Bang! Bewitching threw a punch at Tang Yuan. No one would have thought that Bewitching would have the guts to attack Tang Yuan, and no one would have thought that Bewitching would attack Tang Yuan for Zhang Sun. No one understood why Zhang Sun would try so hard to defend Bewitching today. It had only been a short time. When did Zhang Sun and Bewitching become so close? You're courting death. Tang Yuan's original target wasn't Zhang Sun. He just couldn't find a reason to make a move on Bewitching. Now that Bewitching had taken the initiative to attack him, it was only right to kill him. Tang Yuan casually threw Zhang Sun out. Seeing this, Lei Jun and the others caught Zhang Sun one after another. Only then did Zhang Sun not fall directly to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Sun clutched his neck and kept coughing. His face was still red. If not for Bewitching's help, he would have died. He couldn't help but look at Bewitching, who was fighting with Tang Yuan. He had a complicated feeling in his heart. He never thought that Bewitching would actually save him. Bang! After exchanging blows with Bewitching, Tang Yuan realized that this brat was not weak at all. In fact, he did not even think that he was stronger than his opponent. How was this possible? A look of astonishment surfaced in Tang Yuan's eyes. The other party was merely a steward, but he actually had such powerful strength. Before they came, they had also checked the records of the mine's manager. There was no record of this man's strength at all. No wonder so many stewards supported him. With such strength, he was indeed qualified to become a consul. Xueqin and Zhong Lei, who were at the side, were also somewhat surprised. Previously, they also did not discover Bewitching's strength. This brat had hidden it quite deeply. If Tang Yuan had not intended to kill Zhang Sun, Bewitching would not have revealed his strength. However, with the current situation, they had no intention of making a move. The one who wanted this position was Tang Yuan, and it had nothing to do with them. There was no need for them to get involved. Bewitching did not hold back after making his move. Since the situation had developed to this point, killing Tang Yuan was imperative. Bailey Hongshuang had been standing to the side. Seeing that Xueqin had no intention of making a move, she also bided her time. When did Jichuan become so strong? This consul Tang's strength doesn't seem to be as strong as Jichuan. How can he be our consul? This kind of strength can't convince the masses. Although everyone had seen Bewitching defeat Yuan Gang was only a relatively powerful steward. He was completely different from the consul. Now that they saw Bewitching actually suppressing Tang Yuan, they realized that Bewitching was actually stronger than they thought. Zhou and Lei Jun did not know what to do at the moment. This matter was completely different from what they had expected. It was developing in the opposite direction. Not only did they fail to settle the matter peacefully, they even made the situation worse. Now that Bewitching was going against the consul, they couldn't even imagine the consequences. Being kicked out would be a light punishment. Boom! Bewitching ruthlessly punched Tang Yuan's chest. Everyone only heard the crisp sound of bones breaking. Immediately after, they discovered that Tang Yuan's sternum had caved in under this punch. Damn, that's awesome. Zhou couldn't understand the consequences of this matter, so he simply didn't think about it. At this moment, seeing Bewitching fight so happily, he also felt as if he had vented his anger. Among the three consuls, Tang Yuan was the most annoying. The arrogance and contempt in his words filled their hearts with resentment. Jichuan, you can do it. Zhang Sun saw that he couldn't help much, so he could only cheer him on. With this shout, Zhang Sun noticed that everyone was looking at him with strange expressions. Just as he was feeling a little awkward, suddenly, Jichuan, do your best. Come on. Kill him. The group of stewards shouted one after another. They couldn't stand it any longer, although the consul's status was indeed higher than theirs, and they usually didn't have the guts to do so. Today's unexpected development made them feel unprecedentedly carefree. What did it feel like to have over 100 managers cheering together? Bewitching's lips slowly curved into a faint smile. He had never felt a sense of belonging to the mine because everything here had nothing to do with him. The reason he saved Zhang Sun was undoubtedly because he knew that Zhang Sun was coming for him, so there was really no need to implicate innocent people. However, this situation still made him feel a little strange. On the contrary, Tang Yuan was so angry that he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was a consul, but now he was being suppressed by a steward. It was one thing for Zhong Lei and Wang Rong not to help, but the managers of the mine were actually cheering for Bewitching? It was as if he had done something unforgivable. These traitors. Once he killed Bewitching, they would all be punished. Bang bang bang. Bewitching did not use the power of darkness. Instead, he used the power of light. a dazzling light mixed with extreme power enveloped Tang Yuan like a sudden clap of thunder. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and energy ripples spread out in the air. The figure wrapped in dazzling white light had already smashed into the ground, creating an astonishingly deep pit. Wow, awesome! Zhou Su was amazed. With Bewitching's ability, he should have become a consul long ago. Jichuan is mighty! Everyone shouted one after another, completely ignoring Tang Yuan, whose fate was unknown in the deep pit. Zhong Lei and Shui Qin looked at each other. Such a situation was undoubtedly beyond their expectations. With this kid's reputation here, it would be difficult for others to become a consul here, Zhong Lei said slowly. Shui Qin nodded slightly. According to common sense, he should indeed become the new consul. Tang Yuan's actions are not a big deal in private. If things get out of hand, Tang Yuan will also be Li Kui's subordinate. At this time, the two of them remembered that Tang Yuan was still in the deep pit. In any case, they were in the same profession, so they could not completely ignore him. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at this scene and understood that although the three of them came together, they did not have deep feelings for each other. Otherwise, they would not have stood still when they saw Tang Yuan seriously injured. When Zhong Lei and the other man found Tang Yuan from the deep pit, their faces were filled with shock. Tang Yuan was dead. He was beaten to death by a steward right in front of him. When Zhou Su and the others saw that Bewitching had actually beaten him to death, they couldn't help but be speechless. Fierce, this was really too fierce. Earlier, you said that Consul Huang's death had nothing to do with you, but in the blink of an eye, you killed a consul in front of the other two. Bewitching stood there calmly, without the slightest hint of fear. You killed a consul. Zhong Lei looked at Bewitching with a solemn expression. He didn't expect things to get so out of hand. Now that Zhong Lei was dead, the matter this time would be troublesome. He wanted to kill me first, Bewitching replied. I don't think he wants to kill you. Zhong Lei narrowed his eyes as a cold light surged within them. He's the consul, so he can kill people in our mine as he pleases? Bewitching asked back. If he doesn't die, Zhang Sun will die, I will die, and even Gu Jian and the managers who are on good terms with me will die. I don't know which mine Consul Tang is in charge of, but he is not the consul of our mine and has no right to kill any of us. When Zhang Sun and the others heard this, they could not help but feel agitated. Bewitching was right. As long as Tang Yuan did not die, they would all die. Now that Bewitching had admitted to all this, it was tantamount to taking all the responsibility on himself. They couldn't help but feel guilty. Zhong Lei frowned slightly. He knew that Bewitching was telling the truth. Even he couldn't help but admire him for his actions. No wonder Bewitching had such a reputation. A person like him was born to be a leader. However, Tang Yuan had died in his hands. This matter could not be settled just like that. That may be the case, but you've gone too far in handling this matter. Everyone couldn't help but laugh coldly when they heard this. Had he gone overboard? All of you have been watching the show from the side without any intention of stopping them. Now you are saying that they are going overboard. Isn't that a little too funny? In short, I have to bring you back to give an explanation for what happened, Zhong Lei said. How can that do? Zhang Sun hurriedly said. Why not? Zhong Lei's expression was indifferent. You guys are the ones who created this mess. It's already good enough that I didn't kill you on the spot. After I bring you back, you may not necessarily lose your life. Shui Qin didn't say anything. She knew in her heart that Zhong Lei was undoubtedly admiring Bewitching. If that wasn't the case, Zhong Lei wouldn't have wasted his breath. I was also involved in the incident that night. If you want an explanation, I'll go with you, Bailey Hongzhuang said. Do you think that's a place where anyone can go? Ji Chuan and I have always been in charge together. I've been involved in the entire matter. Since we're going to investigate, we naturally have to investigate thoroughly. If we have to do the same thing, then... As soon as he finished speaking, the Yuan energy in Bailey Hongzhuang's body surged. After sensing the tyrannical aura, Zhong Lei and Shui Qin's expressions changed. Previously, they had focused all their attention on Bewitching. They hadn't noticed that this kid had reached such a cultivation level. This? Shui Qin looked at Zhong Lei. This guy wasn't someone to be trifled with. Bring them back together, Zhonglei said. He had originally thought that Bailey Hongzhuang's position was very interesting. It was as if she was guarding against them. At that time, he didn't put Bailey Hongzhuang in his eyes at all. She was just a steward. It was impossible for her to guard against the two of them. However, it wasn't until this moment that he realized that her actions were not superfluous, but she really had the strength. Previously, he didn't pay attention to Bewitching, but now he found that their ability to hide their strength was not weak. If Tang Yuan hadn't forced them to take action, they would have continued to hide. In any case, these two boys were a little strange. It would be good to take them back to understand. If they really had other intentions by staying here, it would be better to deal with them as soon as possible. Bewitching didn't stop Bailey Hongzhuang. He understood that she did so because she was worried about his safety. Moreover, with Hongzhuang's strength, she would never be a burden. Xueqin nodded slightly and didn't object. Things had developed to this point. Instead of letting them go back to explain themselves, it was better to take them back and let them explain. Zhou Su and the others couldn't help but feel anxious. If they stayed here, it might be possible to escape, but once they were taken back, it was very likely that they wouldn't even be able to keep their lives. Ji Chuan, I think you should take the opportunity to run. Zhou Su said anxiously. After getting along with each other for so long, they were brothers. He really couldn't watch them die. Bewitching smiled faintly, without the slightest fear between his brows. Don't worry, the situation may not be as bad as you think. If it really comes to that point, we will run. Seeing Bewitching's indifference, Zhou Su was even more anxious. What did this guy think the Devouring or Pavilion was? It was the most heavily guarded place in the entire Duxian domain. As far as he knew, the Devouring or Pavilion had a close relationship with the Immortal Domain. Even if they weren't weak, it was impossible for them to come out after going to the Devouring or Pavilion. Zhonglei glanced at Zhou Su indifferently. Zhou Su suddenly felt alarmed and didn't dare to continue transmitting his voice. He didn't know how much stronger this guy was than him. Would he be able to hear what he said? Now that things had come to this point, Zhonglei and the other man had no intention of staying here for long. They immediately left the mine with Bewitching and the other man. As for Xueqin, she brought Tang Yuan's corpse back. The relationship between Gu Jian and Ji Chuan is really deep. Going with Ji Chuan at a time like this, isn't that just courting death? Although everyone felt that it was a pity, Gu Jian's actions had exceeded all of their expectations. Even though they also hoped that Bewitching would be able to get through this safely, they didn't dare to risk their lives to follow him. Bailey Hongzhuang followed Zhonglei on his flying magic tool. The flying magic tool of the crossing immortal domain was also very fast. However, the two of them were being watched, so it was impossible to judge their speed. The two of you are quite calm. Zhonglei looked at the two people who looked normal and didn't have the slightest bit of worry. A trace of interest appeared in his eyes. If it were an ordinary person, they would be restless if they were suddenly taken away and faced with the possibility of being killed. However, the two of them acted as if nothing had happened. If he hadn't been watching the two of them, they would have been focusing on studying the flying magic tool. We didn't do anything wrong. Naturally, there's no need to worry. Bewitching responded, if you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. You're really careless. Zhonglei shook his head. Do you know the consequences of killing the consul? Replace me. Bewitching said. As soon as these words came out, not only Zhonglei, but even Xueqin had a look of disbelief. Who gave this guy such courage? Killing the consul? If it was any other place, he would have directly lost his life. But this guy not only didn't think that he would be punished, he even wanted to replace the consul. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Your ability to comfort yourself is quite good. Xueqin's lips twitched slightly, thinking that she should also learn from this guy. Perhaps if she comforted herself too much, she would be able to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. Thank you. Xueqin, where the hell did this weirdo come from? He was so confident and didn't care about what others said at all. You have such a great reputation in the mine, is this your temperament? Tell the truth and do your best. Bewitching raised his eyebrows, isn't this taught by the Devouring or Pavilion? Xueqin was choked by Bewitching's words. The devouring war pavilion did say so, but how many people really did it? When ordinary people said this, she felt that it was very hypocritical, but when this kid said it, she felt that it was somewhat true. Could it really be like this? After all, this kid was being too honest in front of them. Zhonglei watched Xianxia being fooled by Bewitching with just a few words and felt a little helpless. He finally understood that this kid must have his own trump card, otherwise he wouldn't be so confident. In fact, as long as Bewitching had a brain, he could indeed shirk the responsibility of the whole matter. However, the deputy pavilion master was not as easy to fool as Xianxia. Whether or not he could fool the deputy pavilion master would depend on Bewitching himself. Bailey Hongzhuang sat quietly on the side, watching the scene in front of her, and found it quite funny. The console of the devouring or pavilion was quite simple. Among the two people in front of her, Xianxia was undoubtedly the least complicated. Otherwise, she wouldn't have a confused look at this moment. As for Zhonglei, this person should be a smart person. He saw through it but did not expose it. At the very least, he did not have any enmity towards them. With Xianxia's personality, it was impossible for her to achieve her current status in the chaotic immortal realm. The schemes in the chaotic immortal realm could easily kill her at any time. Maybe it was because Du Celestial Domain was closed, so the competition here was not as good as outside. 2 days later, the flying magic tool finally landed. After Bailey Hongzhuang and Li Wuyo got off the flying magic tool, they immediately noticed the magnificent building in front of them. The black building was majestic and magnificent, exuding an astonishing aura. At a glance, it was like a mountain, with an imposing aura. The words devouring or pavilion were written on the plaque in the middle of the room. This building was much more magnificent than anything they had seen before. The devouring or pavilion was indeed the #1 organization in the Crossing Immortal region. At this moment, there were some pedestrians coming and going in the devouring or pavilion. When these people saw Zhonglei and Li Wuyo, they nodded to greet them. Then, they looked at Bewitching and Li Wuyo. Although they were a little confused, no one asked too much. Although there were many pedestrians, compared to the terrifying size of the building, it was still sparse and empty. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the building and was shocked to find that this building was made of devouring spirit stone. Thinking about the difficulty of mining on a daily basis, compared with the amazing size of the building, she sighed. It was really rich and imposing. Normally, the cultivators in Crossing Immortal Domain desired the devouring spirit stone. However, it wasn't easy to obtain it. The Crossing Celestial Realm was slightly easier than the chaotic Celestial Realm. If they saw the devouring or pavilion in front of them, would they have the intention to move the door back to where they came from? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Even if it was just a door, it would be enough for a cultivator to increase their mental strength by quite a bit. Back then, when he had excavated a mine, he had thought that his wallet was already pretty good. However, compared to this, it was really a drop in the bucket. What? Are you thinking of moving these things away? Zhonglei noticed Bailey Hongzhuang and Mo Wuji's gazes and guessed their thoughts. Although it's rare to meet an elementary immortal stage cultivator in Crossing Immortal Domain, it's different in devouring or pavilion. With the strength of the two of you, I'm afraid you'll lose your lives before you can even put the things in. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. After she arrived, she noticed that there were a few auras locked onto her. Obviously, there were experts overseeing this place. Xianxia smiled faintly. When they first came here, they couldn't help but have such thoughts in their hearts. However, after understanding how powerful this place was, they realized how naive this idea was. It would never work. Consul Zhong, Consul Shui, you are here. After entering the hall, a man came up to him. Have you investigated the matter? The matter has been investigated, but it's a little complicated. I think I need to explain it to the Vice Pavilion Master. Hearing this, the man's gaze swept over Bewitching and his companion, and he seemed to have realized that something was amiss. The Vice Pavilion Lord hasn't returned yet. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for a while. Understood, Zhonglei said. Not long after, Zhonglei said a few words to Xianxia, and Xianxia took Bewitching and left first. Inside the house, Xiaohei and Xiaobai could not help but jump onto the table. Master, are you really not worried? It would be a lie to say that I'm not worried, but in this situation, we might still have a chance. Bailey Hongzhuang stroked Xiao Hei's head. Her furry head felt really good. If it doesn't work, we'll run, Bailey Hongzhuang said as she looked at Bewitching. What do you think about our chances of winning? Huang Tiangui's matter is already very clear, and it has nothing to do with us. As for Tang Yuan, he wanted to slaughter innocent stewards. We couldn't stand it anymore, and that's why we intervened. However, the final result still depends on luck. Try your luck? Xiaobai asked in confusion. Let's see how close this vice pavilion master is to Tang Yuan. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. If their relationship is average or not good, our chances of success will be very high. But if their relationship is very good, Xiao Hei swallowed her saliva. It was such a big deal, yet her master wanted to try her luck. It was already 3 days later when Bailey Hongzhuang was called in for questioning. Zhong Lei and Xiao Hei did not appear. Instead, an unfamiliar person brought them to see the vice pavilion master. Standing in the large black hall, Bailey Hongzhuang only felt that her mental strength was very active. The spirit-devouring stones all around were emitting energy. Even if one did not focus on cultivating here, their mental strength would still increase unconsciously. This was really a good place. If there were enough spirit-devouring stones, there was no better place for cultivators to cultivate in this environment. Mental strength did not seem to be very strong, but it was actually very useful in many areas. Have you seen enough? A cold and dignified voice suddenly sounded from behind. The two of them turned around and noticed a black figure. The man was about 50 years old. Although his face looked slightly weathered, his shrewd gaze and aura did not match his age at all. Even if it was just a face-to-face meeting, the two understood that the other party was very strong. Greetings, Deputy Pavilion Master. The two bowed. The Deputy Pavilion Master just looked at the two indifferently and did not say anything. However, just this gaze alone made the two of them feel a little pressured. This person's strength was definitely above the elementary celestial stage. The devouring or pavilion had an inseparable relationship with the immortal region. The person in charge here was naturally not simple. If he did not have enough strength, he would not be able to sit in this position. I've heard the whole story. You can say it again, the Deputy Pavilion Master said indifferently. Bewitching was not vague. With Zhong Lei's character, he would definitely tell the whole story truthfully. However, he could not guarantee that the other party would not fight for justice for Tang Yuan's death. If he helped Tang Yuan in the process of telling the story and they did not explain, it would be quite troublesome. Therefore, he recounted the entire incident to him. It was not until after that the two looked at the Deputy Pavilion Master. I heard that your reputation in the devouring or pavilion is quite high. Everyone hopes that you will be the next consul? The faint voice was like an ordinary question, but it made people feel pressured for no reason. This question was even more thought-provoking. It's just that we get along well, so everyone thinks highly of me. I'm afraid it's not as simple as that. The Deputy Pavilion Master chuckled. If they just thought highly of him, those stewards would not have stood up for him in such an environment. Everyone was selfish. Bewitching did not explain. The other party was a smart person and must have already made a judgment in his heart. There was no point in explaining. Deputy Pavilion Master, Consul Huang's death has nothing to do with us. As for Consul Tang, his death is indeed related to me. However, I think that even the consul can't kill a steward at will. If he wants to kill me because of this, I have nothing to say. According to what you said, if I really kill you, doesn't that mean that the entire devouring or pavilion is inhumane? I didn't say that. But that's exactly what you mean. The Deputy Pavilion Master coldly snorted. His sharp eyes swept across the faces of the two men before he suddenly said, Do you think that no one will be able to see through your disguises after you have consumed the disguise pill? As soon as these words came out, Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang's expressions changed. They had forgotten that it was difficult for others to see through the disguise pill, but with the Vice Pavilion Master's strength, it would not be a problem for him to see through it. Since he had seen through it, it meant that he knew that they were not the real stewards. Naturally, the crisis had come. What's your purpose for pretending to be mine managers? The deputy pavilion master's aura suddenly burst out and locked onto the two of them. His threatening and forceful words forced them to face it. Bailey Hongzhuang looked around. She had been looking around to find a way out. At this moment, the voice of the vice pavilion master sounded again. Don't think about running. You can't run away here. Answer my questions honestly and you may have a chance to live. Bewitching calmed down and stared at the deputy pavilion master. I think you should have already found out our identities. At this moment, Bewitching understood everything. The vice pavilion master had already returned a few days ago. The reason why he hadn't met with them was probably because he had already understood their situation in the past 3 days. Since that was the case, if the other party wanted to kill them, there was no need for them to waste their breath. However, the fact that he kept them alive at such a time meant that he had other motives. The vice pavilion master looked at Bewitching with admiration. Not bad. If that's the case, ask whatever you want. You've got guts. What makes you think that I'll ask you something? If he didn't have something to ask, the vice pavilion master wouldn't be in the mood to talk to us. While Bewitching was talking with the vice pavilion master, Bailey Hongzhuang was constantly looking for a way to leave. Since this guy had already seen through them, their chances of survival were very small. Therefore, he had to think of a way to leave this place. Although the other party was strong and they were no match for him, it was not as if they had no chance of escaping. No matter how strict the security here was, Bailey Hongzhuang was still confident that she could take the risk. I like to talk to smart people. The vice pavilion master sat on the chair casually. I heard that you had a fight with Qing Devil? Hearing that, both Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were surprised. Many people had noticed the fight between them and Qing Devil. However, at that time, he did not use his current appearance. It was indeed not easy for him to find out about this. Most importantly, why was he interested in Qing Devil? You know Qing Devil? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Bailey Hongzhuang wouldn't have asked if they didn't know each other. Are you friends with Qing Devil? If that was really the case, then they were simply delivering themselves to his doorstep. Who would be friends with a guy like that? The deputy pavilion leader snorted coldly, as if he was extremely disdainful of Qing Devil. Although you're not as powerful as Qing Devil, it's not bad that you managed to seriously injure him. Bailey Hongzhuang breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that the deputy pavilion master was not friends with the Qing Devil. Otherwise, if she fell into the hands of the deputy pavilion master, it would be equivalent to falling into the hands of the Qing Devil. She would not be reconciled even if she died. First, tell me why you're in the mine. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other. After thinking about it, they decided to tell the truth. This guy was obviously not simple. Even if they didn't tell him, it was only a matter of time before he found out. Since that was the case, it was better to be frank and find out what this fellow's objective was. So you want your family to have a place to go after they ascend? The vice pavilion master chuckled. As cultivators, you two really have a lot to think about. There was a faint hint of sarcasm in his words. Generally, when a cultivator cultivated to this level, most of them only cared about themselves. People like them were indeed rare. Promise me one thing, and I'll let you be the consul. What do you think? Hearing this, the two's eyes lit up at first, but then they became vigilant. The vice pavilion leader's promise was definitely not easy to fulfill. If it was something more difficult than reaching the sky, they would undoubtedly be happy for nothing. What do you want us to do, deputy pavilion leader? If we can do it, we won't refuse. Kill Qing Devil's master. Qing Devil's master? Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. She didn't know that Qing Devil had a master. That old guy has been hiding for many years. But since you have a grudge against Qing Devil, you'll find his master sooner or later. Bailey Hongzhuang sized up the deputy pavilion master. She did not expect that her trip here would involve such a grudge. However, they had a deep grudge against Qing Devil. Though they had never met his master, they were sure to be his enemies as long as they met him. Vice Pavilion Master, since you've already inquired about us, you must already know our strength. Since he is the master of Qing Devil, he must be more powerful than us. It won't be easy for us to kill him. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. With their current strength, it was not easy to kill the Qing devil, let alone her master. Of course I know that. The Vice Pavilion Master was not surprised at all. I think highly of both of your talents. As long as you have time, it shouldn't be a problem. The two of them didn't know whether they should thank the Vice Pavilion Master for having such a good opinion of them, but the doubt in their hearts grew even stronger. Why don't you do it yourself? Bewitching asked. The Deputy Pavilion Master was obviously stronger than them. It would take them a lot of time to resolve this grudge, so they might as well do it themselves. It couldn't be that the Vice Pavilion Master was no match for the other party, so the two of them had to go, right? Of course, I have my reasons. The Deputy Pavilion Master's voice turned colder. Just say it. Do you agree or not? I agree. I agree. The two of them agreed without hesitation. Right now, they were meat on the chopping block. If they didn't agree, it would be very difficult for them to leave today. Anyway, they agreed first. The other party also knew that they couldn't kill Qing Devil's master in a short time. As for the rest, they would have to leave this place first. Seeing their reactions, the Deputy Pavilion Master showed a satisfied expression. This is your waste tag. The Vice Pavilion Master casually threw 2 waste tokens into the hands of the 2 men. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the bronze waste tag in her hand, which had a completely different texture. She immediately noticed the 2 words written on it, Consul. 2 consular badges? Huang Tiangue, that idiot, deserved to die. As for Tang Yuan, he has already died in your hands. If you don't replace him, do you think I'll have to go through the trouble of finding someone else? The Deputy Pavilion Master said matter-of-factly. Listening to this, Bailey Hongzhuang was also speechless. In order to fight for the position of consul, Tang Yuan had even lost his life. The Vice Pavilion Master had casually given the position of consul to them, as if finding another consul was a very troublesome matter. If Tang Yuan knew about this scene, he would probably come back to life from anger. I wonder where Tang Yuan's territory is. These 2 places are very close to each other. Tang Yuan had only switched to this area not long ago. Otherwise, you would have already met him. Recently, I happen to have plans to manage these 2 territories together. Since you 2 are husband and wife, I'll leave it to you. However, don't rely on this to not be able to complete the mission every season. If you can't complete the mission, you will also be punished, the Deputy Pavilion Master said. Before Bailey Hongzhuang could ask, the Deputy Pavilion Master had already answered all the doubts in their hearts. Suddenly, there was nothing more to say. That's all. You can scram now. The Deputy Pavilion Master waved his hand. He obviously didn't want to waste his breath on them. Therefore, the 2 men could only leave the room with some doubts. This guy seemed to hate trouble. If they continued to ask, once this guy became impatient, they would be in trouble. Fortunately, they were now the consuls of the Devouring or Pavilion. Presumably, after leaving this room, they would be able to ask the questions they wanted to know. In the hall. Zhonglei, what are you still doing here? The man walked in front of Zhonglei. Those 2 brats are going to die today. There's no need to come here at all. Zhonglei smiled faintly. I don't know why, but I feel that there might be a glimmer of hope. The deaths of the 2 consuls are inseparable from them. Consul Tang even died directly in their hands. If they could still survive like this, it would be too unbelievable. If you ask me, these 2 guys are simply courting death. They dared to kill Consul Tang in front of you too. Aren't they courting death? They are indeed very interesting. Zhonglei nodded. It's a pity if they die like this. With the strength of these 2, they are indeed not simple. However, there are many geniuses here, so it's nothing. Zhonglei did not say much. Just as the man said, in other places in the Crossing Immortal domain, it was rare to see an elementary immortal stage cultivator, but in the Devouring or Pavilion, it was not a big deal. The Devouring or Pavilion had a close relationship with the immortal domain. The cultivators here had always been strong. If it wasn't for the fact that Tang Yuan's strength was not strong enough, Bewitching and Bewitching would have already lost their lives. I think the 2 of them are quite interesting and worthy of appreciation. Maybe the Deputy Pavilion Master will change his mind. How is that possible? The man shook his head. The deputy pavilion master has always been afraid of trouble. However, at this moment, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. Consul Zhong. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Zhong Lei with a smile. She was thinking about who she should talk to later. She didn't expect to see Zhong Lei as soon as she walked into the hall. This was undoubtedly great. The man was only halfway through his words when he was interrupted by Bailey Hongzhuang. Just as he was hesitating about who suddenly appeared, who would have thought that when he turned his head and saw the person clearly, his expression suddenly changed as if he had seen a ghost. You, how are you still alive? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Why can't we live? Zhong Lei was also surprised when he saw the two of them. However, he quickly understood what was going on. In fact, the reason why he came here today was because he thought that these two people would not be so unlucky. He did not expect that he had guessed correctly. How is this possible? The man looked at Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang in disbelief. It's impossible for them to come out alive. Then your judgment is wrong, Bailey Hongzhuang said. Zhong Lei smiled faintly and patted the man's shoulder. Don't doubt me. Aren't you out in one piece? This is really strange. I've been here for a long time, and this is the first time I've seen someone survive from the hands of a vice pavilion master. Zhong Lei ignored the man's doubts and turned to look at Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang. Let me introduce you, this is Xianxia, the manager of the hall. This steward is different from stewards like you. The steward of the hall has much more authority than you. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood that this was the headquarters of the devouring or pavilion. The manager here was much more powerful than the manager in the mine. Greetings, Manager Ning. Xianxia nodded slightly. Tell me, how did you survive? Looking at Xianxia's curious face, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were a little speechless. The deputy pavilion master was such a scary person in this guy's eyes. We just told the whole process of the matter to the vice pavilion lord, and the vice pavilion lord let us out. Bewitching replied. That's impossible. Xianxia said without hesitation. Why? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. I think the deputy pavilion master is very good, and he's very reasonable. He's not someone who can't tell right from wrong. After hearing this, Xianxia felt that something was wrong. After thinking it through, he said, I'm not saying that the deputy pavilion master can't tell right from wrong. According to his understanding, it was not that the deputy pavilion master couldn't tell right from wrong, but he was too lazy to understand the process. Generally speaking, the deputy pavilion master wouldn't listen to the whole story at all. He would just kill all of them to save himself the trouble. Now this guy actually said that the deputy pavilion master was very reasonable after hearing everything. It would be strange if he believed it, however, other than this explanation, he really couldn't find any other explanation. Anyway, these two guys definitely had some ability. Are you going to leave now? Zhong Lei said, I happen to be leaving too. I'll take you with me, but this time you have to go back to the mine by yourself. I want to ask, after becoming a consul, can our clansmen be exempted from mining when they ascend? Bewitching asked. Zhong Lei stopped and nodded, that's right. What does this have to do with you? Xianxia asked, are you still thinking about becoming a consul? We've already become consul. Bailey Hongzhuang waved the waste token in her hand, it's just that the deputy pavilion master didn't tell us anything else, so we don't know what to do next. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Zhong Lei and Xianxia's expressions became extremely strange. In the blink of an eye, they became consul? Also, I still don't know where this place is. I'll have to trouble you two to guide me. Both of you became consul? At this moment, Zhong Lei also noticed that both of them were holding a waste token in their hands. He was even more surprised. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Consul Huang is dead, and so is Consul Tang. The deputy pavilion master said that he would give these two positions to us. Xianxia, Zhong Lei, this is too strange. Xianxia found it hard to believe. Did the two of you cast a spell on the vice pavilion master? With the vice pavilion master's strength, even if we wanted to, we wouldn't be able to do it. Xianxia thought about it and realized that what he said was indeed very reasonable. The vice pavilion master's strength was much stronger than these two fellows. It was obviously impossible for him to play any tricks. Therefore, the vice pavilion master was the problem. He looked left and right, but did not feel that there was anything outstanding about these two that could make the vice pavilion master look at them differently. Since you have already become consuls, follow me to register. Xianxia waved his hand and led the way to the front counter. Soon, he took out 2 pieces of paper and filled it in. Xianxia, name. Jichuan. No, Bewitching. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. What's going on? Xianxia was also a bit confused. You have to change your name after becoming a consul? It was a disguise before. Now that I'm a consul, I don't have to pretend anymore. Bewitching's heart skipped a beat and he had already restored his real appearance. Looking at Bewitching's sudden change in appearance, Xianxia and the other man were dumbfounded. What's going on? Xianxia was a little confused. I've become a consul, and even my appearance has changed? Actually, I'm not Jichuan. Bewitching said frankly. What do you mean? Xianxia didn't understand. Then why did you use Jichuan's name? Where is the real Jichuan? Dead. Xianxia sized up Bewitching. After a while, he said, don't tell me you killed him. Exactly. What the? At this moment, the two of them finally understood. In that case, you weren't originally from the mine. Now, not only have you killed the leader, you've even revealed your true identity in front of us. You've got guts. Xianxia was so shocked that he didn't catch Bewitching at first. We have already discussed this matter with the vice pavilion master, Bailey Hongshuang said. The vice pavilion master agreed? If you don't agree, why would we be so arrogant? Xianxia, the sun must have risen from the west. What the vice pavilion master did today was completely out of character. At the same time, Bailey Hongshuang also removed her disguise and showed her true face. This made her feel relieved. She had been using Jichuan's identity for a long time, and she was worried that she would have to maintain this identity after becoming a consul. It would be troublesome in the future. Now that everything had been seen through by the deputy pavilion master, there was no need for them to pretend. It would undoubtedly be more convenient to deal with these matters in the future. Seeing that Bewitching had turned into a handsome man, the two of them didn't pay too much attention to it. Originally, Jichuan's appearance was ordinary. There was nothing outstanding about him. The only thing special about him was his pair of bright eyes. Now that he had changed his face, they felt that this was Jichuan's true appearance. Otherwise, the pair of eyes on Jichuan's face would not match. However, when they realized that the other man had turned into a woman, the two of them fell into silence. It wasn't until Xianxia finished all the procedures that he said, I think the vice pavilion master might have been blinded by lust this time, so he made an unprecedented exception. Keep your voice down. If the deputy singer hears you, I won't save you, Xianxia reminded her. These words were obviously very effective on Xianxia. He immediately straightened his face. I'll leave the rest to you. Take the two of them over there and leave some information. In the future, when his people come up here, they can avoid being caught as minors. Xianxia nodded slightly. I understand. The two of them followed Xianxia all the way until everything was settled. Only then did they slowly walk out. You don't have to worry. After leaving your information, as long as your clansmen fly up and say your name and confirm it, they will let you go. Sometimes, because the clansmen don't know that you've become a consul, I'm afraid that you'll have to make a few trips yourself. We understand. Thank you. You're welcome. Xianxia smiled. We're now in the same line of work. We'll have to deal with each other in the future. Thank you so much for this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't be here. Bewitching cupped his hands. If you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to ask. There will always be a chance. Xianxia smiled. You'll also have to collect your monthly allowance. Now that you've become a consul, your allowance is much more generous than before. Xianxia had a smile on his face. The reason why the steward worked so hard to become a consul was because this example was naturally very tempting. Is it possible to collect these cases together after accumulating them? Bewitching asked. That's naturally possible. Zhonglei nodded slightly. Usually, if you don't get your share this month, you can get it next month, but you can't withdraw it in advance. Many people receive it once every 3 months because every 3 months, the consul needs to come and report the situation. Bewitching frowned slightly. Once every 3 months. For others, this might be a long time, but for them, 3 months was not long at all. If he had to go every 3 months, it would be a little troublesome. Zhonglei seemed to have seen through Bewitching's thoughts and said, sometimes we will go into seclusion, so we might not arrive within 3 months. You can also find a steward to report to us. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes lit up. That works too. Of course. After becoming a consul, your authority will increase correspondingly. You will also have more freedom on normal days. As long as there are no problems in the mine, and the spirit-devouring stones you hand in every time can be passed, then it doesn't matter what you do or where you go. After all, with our current strength, the most important thing is to cultivate and find breakthroughs. The devouring or pavilion usually doesn't care about these things. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang was completely relieved. He had been worried that there would be a lot of things to deal with after becoming a consul, but now it seemed that there were even fewer things to deal with as a consul than when he was a manager. When the time came for them to leave, all they had to do was to find a more reliable person in the family to help them hand it over. It was really very convenient. However, it's better for you to bring the steward here for the first time. That way, it'll be easier to confirm. Understood. Thank you. Bailey Hongshuang was very grateful. If not for Zhonglei's introduction, it would undoubtedly take a lot of effort for the two of them to understand all of this. It's just a small matter. I'm not too far away from your mine. We'll meet again sooner or later. Under Zhonglei's invitation, the two of them sat on his flying magic tool and flew for a while until they were about to separate. Just as he said, the two of them found that the mine they were in charge of was indeed not too far away. I wonder how Beichen and the others are doing now. Emperor Xiaofeng looked worried. They've been gone for a few days already. Nothing should have happened, right? Judging from my appearance, you should know that Master and the others should be fine. Xiao Xuanzi walked over and gestured for Di Xiaofeng to be at ease. I feel that with Master's power, nothing will happen. I heard that the devouring or pavilion is very powerful in the crossing immortal domain. Gong Jun said slowly, but I also think that Boss and the others will definitely be able to get away with it. Then let's wait a few more days. If he still doesn't come back, we'll have to go and take a look. Di Xiaofeng's expression was solemn. Xiao Xuanzi and the others' current situation could only prove that Beichen was still alive, but they couldn't tell if he was suffering or not. Okay, I'll go with you when the time comes. Bai Xianxia replied. At this moment, a faint laugh was heard. Looking for us? Di Xiaofeng and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they heard the familiar voice. They turned around and saw Di Beichen and Bailey Hongshuang walking in with smiles on their faces. What happened to you guys? Di Xiaofeng was surprised to see that Di Beichen and Shang Guanying had returned to their original appearances. We were discovered, so we simply returned to our original appearance. Di Beichen said. We were discovered? Everyone was shocked. Then the mine is finished? It was not easy for them to find a way to settle their family down in the crossing immortal domain. Once they lost their identity as the mine manager, it would be more troublesome to find another way out. How about the rest of us try to get the position of manager? Di Xiaofeng said. That won't work. Bai Xianxia shook his head. Even if you become a manager, it will take a long time to become a consul. That's true. Di Xiaofeng sighed with a hint of disappointment on his face. Pa Di Beichen slapped the waste token on the table. Xiren's sharp eyes noticed the 2 words written on it and his eyes lit up. You became a consul in the blink of an eye? These words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked at the waste token on the table and couldn't hide the excitement on their faces. How did you do it? Shang Guanying was in disbelief. You became a consul even after your original identity was discovered. You guys are simply unbelievable. It's all a lie. Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly. They promised the Vice Pavilion Master that they wouldn't tell anyone that they killed Qing Devil's master, so they could only make up a random excuse. However, Xiren and the others didn't suspect anything after hearing this. In such a complicated situation, there was probably no other way to escape other than lying. Moreover, these two people's ability to lie wasn't bad. Now that you're a consul, is everything like what Xianxia said? It's done. Bewitching nodded. Next, we just need to find a familiar steward in the mine. In the future, many things can be handed over to him. For the time being, no one in the family had ascended yet, so this could be done for now. After our clansmen have ascended, we can choose one of them to be the manager of the mine. This way, we can leave the matter to him and we will be more at ease. Bewitching's expression was relaxed. This was what he was most worried about when he came to the celestial domain. Now that the biggest problem had been solved, it was equivalent to a stone being lifted from his heart. Father is going to ascend soon. Previously, he was worried about the situation in the crossing immortal domain, so he didn't ascend. Now that everything has been arranged, there is nothing to be afraid of. When Father comes, we can ask him if he is willing to be the steward. Di Xiaofeng chuckled. In the celestial realm, cultivation required a lot of resources, not to mention that being a steward was actually a pretty good job. Compared to other businesses, being a manager was undoubtedly more suitable. Bachan was the consul. Once his father became the steward, his authority would be similar to that of the consul. This is a good idea. Bachan nodded. When the time comes, father can take the cultivation resources of the consul as well. I think his cultivation speed will not be bad. Now in the family, besides father, grandfather's cultivation speed is also not slow. Hongzhuang's father and master's cultivation speed is also very fast. I think it won't be long before they come to the crossing immortal domain. Hongzhuang, uncle's cultivation speed is really fast. Shangguan was pleasantly surprised. My master's cultivation speed is not as fast as theirs. I heard that uncle is about to break through. I think it won't be long. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Ever since they came to the upper realm, their cultivation speed was much faster than when they were in the lower realm. The D family's origin energy was rich to begin with. Coupled with the cultivation resources and the fruits they brought back, their origin energy had improved by leaps and bounds. According to their judgment, it wouldn't be long before everyone broke through. Then what are your plans now? Di Xiaofeng asked. Now that they had achieved their goal of coming to the crossing immortal realm, there seemed to be nothing else to do. We plan to go to the immortal realm next. Di Bachan looked thoughtful. Before we go, we'd better go back to Xi'an City. I don't know how Yanju and Zhongli are doing now. If we're going to the immortal realm, we'd better go with them. There were many cultivators in the immortal realm. It was much larger than the chaotic immortal realm. If they went separately, it wouldn't be easy to find the two of them. However, before that, we have to arrange everything properly. Let's wait until father ascends. Di Bachan smiled faintly. They had to go to the immortal realm sooner or later. Now that they had been delayed in the crossing immortal realm for some time, they didn't have to worry about it. The crossing immortal realm was very important to the whole family. They had to arrange everything properly so that they could leave with peace of mind. You're right. Let's stay here for now. Di Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. In the following days, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Bachan focused on cultivation. They had broken through to the elementary immortal realm for some time. After fighting with the Qing devil last time, they realized the gap between them. According to the news they heard, the Qing devil's strength had weakened after he came back. He was still in the process of recovery. They were already weak when they fought with the Qing devil last time. Once the Qing devil recovered his strength, they would be in a worse situation. Moreover, judging from the current situation, the cultivators of the immortal domain were not weak. Since they were going to the celestial realm, increasing their strength was also the most important thing. Otherwise, if they were to become existences at the bottom, wouldn't they be bullied by others? As for martial techniques and the like, I can only think of a way after I reach the immortal domain. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. A cultivator of the elementary celestial stage should be equipped with a stronger martial technique. Only then would they be able to unleash the strongest combat power. Fortunately, there were also sects in the celestial realm. After going to the celestial realm and looking for opportunities, he should be able to find a place to study. Apart from that, we also need to understand the realms above the elementary immortal stage. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Until now, they didn't even know much about the situation after the elementary celestial stage. If we had known earlier, we would have asked Zhonglei properly when we met him earlier. He's not far away from the place. It's convenient if we want to ask him. Bewitching smiled faintly, but I think it's better to ask the deputy pavilion leader. Zhonglei's strength was not much stronger than theirs. They happened to have to take some people to the devouring or pavilion. When they were not there in the future, they could ask Lei Jun to deal with it. As for why they didn't ask Zhou Su to deal with it, this guy was too impatient. It was fine if he was like this in the mine. If he was like this in the devouring or pavilion, they would not be able to protect him once he got into trouble. Hearing Bewitching's suggestion, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows, a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes. The vice pavilion master is extremely powerful. If we ask him, he will naturally know more. However, he might not pay attention to us. From the last contact and Ning Xian's reaction, the vice pavilion master probably didn't care about people at all. It was already very difficult for the two of them to obtain the identity of consul from the vice pavilion master. If they went to ask about other things and angered the vice pavilion master, it would be troublesome. Since he wants us to kill Qing Devil's master, he naturally has to tell us more. As long as we don't directly state our intentions, we can talk about other things first, and then ask about them later. Before that, we'd better get some information from Ning Xian. The corners of Bewitching's lips curled up slightly. It was obvious that he already had an idea. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was a little suspicious, but she did not object. Devouring or pavilion? Coming here again, the two of them were no longer as worried as before. Instead, they were able to enjoy the scenery around them very calmly. The entire devouring or pavilion was located on the surface of the sea. The winding corridors twisted and turned hundreds of times. The white rocks were carefully polished and looked very exquisite. The black building in the center was like a crouching flood beast, majestic and imposing. Back then, due to the urgency of the situation, his mind was filled with thoughts of how to escape, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. This time, after taking a closer look, Bailey Hongzhuang discovered that there was a very powerful restriction here. The waves outside were turbulent, but here, it was calm and peaceful. That's a good move indeed. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. Is this the devouring or pavilion? It's so spectacular. Zhou Su stood in the middle of the road and looked at the scenery around him. His face was full of amazement. Originally, I only heard that the devouring or pavilion is very amazing. Even the buildings there are not comparable to other places, but I have never seen it before, so I have no idea. This time, after seeing it with his own eyes, he finally understood how magnificent it was. Although it wasn't gorgeous, this kind of heaviness made it even more memorable. I can guarantee that there are many experts here. Looking at Zhou Su's appearance, as if it was his first time entering the city, Bailey Hongzhuang felt helpless. This guy had only been here for a short while, but he had already attracted a lot of attention. I'm starting to regret bringing you here, Bewitching said. Originally, they just planned to bring Lei Jun over to understand the itinerary, and for the time being, they could leave the arrangements to him. They didn't think that after Zhou Su knew about this matter, he would strongly insist on coming. The two people couldn't resist his coaxing and pestering, and finally brought him here. They just didn't expect that after coming here, it would be like this, don't be like that. Zhou Su was unaware of the gazes around him. This gate is made of spirit-swallowing stone. Can we take the opportunity to dig a little? Thinking about it, they didn't have much cultivation resources each month. If he could deduct a little from this, perhaps his cultivation would improve. There were too few cultivation resources, and his strength had not been able to make any progress. If you want to dig this door away, we'll have to see how many lives you have. A disdainful voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this voice, Zhou Su couldn't help but shudder, and an awkward smile appeared on his face. I just said it casually, don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously. Bewitching noticed that the person who came was Ning Xian, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Steward Ning. Are you here to get this month's share? Bewitching nodded. We would like to receive this month's quota, and at the same time, we would like to record the names of these two stewards. Xianxia immediately understood what he meant. It could be seen that there were many people who did this among the consuls. You have to find a reliable consul to ask for help. Why did you find this guy? Xianxia looked at Zhou Su with disgust. Although there were many people who wanted to steal from the devouring or pavilion, there were not many who were as exaggerated as this guy. How am I unreliable? Zhou Su was somewhat unconvinced. Get a mirror and take a good look at yourself. You're just short of writing the word lack of money on your face. Zhou Su was at a loss for words. What he said really made some sense. He's always been like that. He doesn't think too much about it, Bewitching said. Xianxia nodded slightly and didn't say much about this issue. This matter is easy to handle. I'll help you take note of it. You know the place to collect the rations. Understood. Bewitching and Xianxia pulled Xianxia to the side after they sent Zhou Su to get their rations. Looking at the mysterious appearance of the two, Xianxia couldn't help but frown. What? Is there something you need from me? We want to ask you something. What is it? Have you ever heard of the Qing devil? Xianxia's originally calm face couldn't help but change a little. What's wrong? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? We have a grudge against Qing devil, but we don't know much about him, so we want to ask. Go and find out for yourself. I'm still busy here. Xianxia glanced at the two of them, then turned and walked into the hall. These two guys definitely wanted to get some information from him. Why did they suddenly talk about Qing devil? Hey, wait a minute. Bailey Hongshuang pulled Xianxia back and casually took out a fruit. Chief Steward Ning, this is a fruit that we specially brought to show our filial piety to you. Would you like to try it? Fruit? Xianxia was about to complain, but when he saw the fruit in front of him, he couldn't bring himself to say anything. That was because this fruit was definitely not ordinary. What kind of fruit is this? Xianxia's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He had followed the deputy pavilion master for many years and had seen many good things. Ordinary things could not enter his eyes, but he had never seen this kind of fruit before. We don't know what this fruit is called, but after consuming it, it will help increase one's cultivation. As soon as she said this, Xianxia unconsciously licked his lips. This fruit can improve one's cultivation? Why would we lie to you about this? You'll know when you taste it. Bailey Hongshuang's smile was light and sincere. From Huang Tiangui's reaction back then, it could be seen that this fruit was very attractive to cultivators in the elementary immortal stage. Even though Xianxia had seen many good things, anything that could help increase one's strength was extremely tempting to cultivators. Without waiting for Xianxia to speak, she directly stuffed the fruit into his hand. Seeing this, Xianxia no longer refused and accepted the fruit. The fruit was not big, so Xianxia tasted it directly. The sweetness in his mouth made him feel refreshed, and the energy that was released next made him extremely surprised. The energy in this fruit is very pure. Not bad, the effect of this fruit is very good. Bailey Hongshuang nodded. If Chief Steward Ning is not busy, why don't we have a small gathering tonight? In addition to this fruit, I have two more with better effects. Under the flattery of Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang, Xianxia was also very happy. Not to mention that the wine and dishes tasted very good, he also felt that this wine was much better than the ones he had tasted before. What kind of wine is this? The smell is so intoxicating. After 3 rounds of wine, Xianxia's cheeks were red and his eyes were blurred. He looked at the wine cup in his hand with curiosity. This is the drunk peach blossom that we brewed ourselves. If Steward Ning wishes, why don't you bring some back later? Bailey Hongshuang's cheeks were also flushed red. Her fair face was tinged with a faint pink color, making her look even more delicate and charming. She exuded a drunken charm. Xianxia nodded repeatedly. That would be great. Thank you. Steward Ning is too polite. You followed the vice pavilion master for many years. The two of us still rely on your guidance. Hearing the words deputy pavilion master, Ning Xian immediately nodded. Of course, to follow the deputy pavilion master, there are a lot of things to pay attention to. If you accidentally break a taboo, then no one can save you. What's the taboo? Bewitching asked. Ning Xian's expression changed. He squinted at the two of them. Why are you asking me this? Speak. He slammed the table, and his expression became extremely serious. Are you guys trying to take advantage of this opportunity to harm the deputy pavilion master? Steward Ning, you think too much. We just want to know the deputy pavilion master's preferences so that we can be more careful in the future. Bewitching said. That's more like it. Ning Xian immediately relaxed. You guys, you're far from qualified to harm the deputy pavilion master. Qing Devil. Bailey Hongzhuang reminded him faintly. Don't mention the name Qing Devil casually. If you anger the deputy pavilion leader, you will suffer. Ning Xian burped and said drunkenly. Why is that? In fact, Qing Devil has nothing to do with the deputy pavilion head, but his master is related to the deputy pavilion head. Speaking of which, Qing Ling is the vice pavilion lord's brother-in-law. As soon as he said that, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other with strange expressions. It had never occurred to them that Qing Devil's master and the deputy pavilion head would have such a relationship. Brother-in-law. That was a very close relationship. Then this is the vice pavilion master's family. Why can't I mention it? Bailey Hongzhuang looked puzzled. That's something you don't know. Ning Xian waved his hand. What family? Their situation is more like enemies. Back then, this vice pavilion master's younger sister was also a beauty, but she fell into Qing Ling's hands. In fact, in the immortal realms, Qing Ling was also considered a young talent. He had already made a good reputation for himself at such a young age. Just think about the scene at that time. A hero and a beauty, they are a match made in heaven. But I didn't expect that good things didn't last long. Qing Ling turned out to be a playboy and a troublemaker. Ning Xian slapped the table, his face full of anger. In my opinion, the vice pavilion master's younger sister is a peerless beauty. This guy is really a jerk. How could he find another woman outside? He is so hateful. Tell me, this kind of man should be hacked to death. Looking at Ning Xian's angry face, his eyes red, Bailey Hongzhuang was secretly surprised. He looked just like the vice pavilion master's little sister that he had always loved. It shouldn't be so explosive. Hateful indeed. He's not human. Seeing that Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang were on his side, Ning Xian seemed to have found a way to vent his anger. He immediately spilled the beans. It's one thing for that guy to find another woman outside, but he actually provoked a lot of enemies. At that time, his enemies came to seek revenge. He went out to fool around with another woman, but the assistant pavilion leader's sister was at home. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart thumped, and she understood what was going to happen next. If what Ning Xian said was true, then the assistant pavilion leader and Qing Ling had a huge feud. His own sister was treated in such a manner. If it were anyone else, they would not let it go so easily. Then why didn't the assistant pavilion leader kill Qing Ling? Was it because he was too powerful? Qing Ling was indeed powerful, but the assistant pavilion leader might have been able to deal with him. However, the assistant pavilion leader's sister, Ning Xian, sighed. He looked upset and regretful. She still missed Qing Ling. Before she died, she even asked the assistant pavilion leader to promise her not to kill Qing Ling. Although the assistant pavilion leader didn't agree, it was her only wish before she died. In the end, he had no choice but to agree. It's such a pity that Qing Ling let such a good lady down. Bailey Hongzhuang looked regretful. Perhaps it was because this lady was too kind that the assistant pavilion leader hated her and regretted it even more. He regretted that he didn't choose the right person to marry her to such a person. He also hated that he couldn't kill Qing Ling with his own hands. That's right. When Ning Xian saw that there was someone who shared the same hatred as him, he became even more excited. Bastards like that should die early. Is he still alive? Bailey Hongzhuang asked, pretending not to know. He's still alive. Ning Xian rolled his eyes. Whenever I think about how he's still free and unfettered, I feel unhappy. Can the assistant pavilion leader be at ease? Of course not. Ning Xian shook his head. It's just that the assistant pavilion leader kept his promise and couldn't do anything to Qing Ling. The assistant pavilion leader killed all the people who killed Mississippi. Even Qing Ling's woman was killed by him. He didn't do anything to Qing Ling. Although the assistant pavilion leader doesn't usually talk about this, I know that he's still holding a grudge. I'm sure he's looking forward to someone killing Qing Ling. If the assistant pavilion leader can't do it himself, he can get someone else to do it. Bailey Hongzhuang probingly. The vice pavilion master is also a stubborn person. He won't do what he promised the young mistress. However, you're right. All these years, the vice pavilion master has been more polite to anyone who has a grudge against Qing Ling. However, those guys were so useless that they hadn't killed Qing Ling yet. Qing Devil is Qing Ling's disciple, so the assistant pavilion leader hates him. That's why I told you not to mention Qing Devil so casually. As he spoke, Ning Xian realized that something was wrong. He couldn't help but frown. That's not right. Why did you bring up Qing Devil all of a sudden? Thud. Ning Xian was already drunk. Steward Ning. Bailey Hongzhuang called out softly. Seeing that Ning Xian showed no signs of waking up, she knew that he was really drunk and relaxed a little. Even if Ning Xian woke up tomorrow and remembered what happened today, they could just brush him off. Bailey Hongzhuang heaved a sigh of relief. They were worried that this might be a trap. Fortunately, they now knew that everything was true. They had the same enemy as the deputy pavilion master, so there was no need to worry too much. At the very least, it was safe for the family members to come here. Wife, are you sure that all of this is real? Bewitching asked via voice transmission. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Don't worry, I drugged the wine. He must be telling the truth. That's good. Bewitching also looked relieved. Vice Pavilion Master, you're quite interesting. You can't do it yourself, so you're hoping for others to do it. If the two of us hadn't taken advantage of this, we wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed last time. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. This was also their good luck. With our current cultivation, we can't even deal with the Qing Devil, let alone Qing Ling. From this, we can see how much Vice Pavilion Master hates Qing Ling. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated us like this. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. The Vice Pavilion Master's younger sister is also a pitiful person. It's normal for him to have such grievances. Qing Devil was already very abominable. Unexpectedly, his master was even more abominable. The two of them were indeed master and disciple. Since they were destined to be rivals, they had to make plans. Once they killed Qing Devil, Qing Ling would not sit back and do nothing. It seems that you have a lot of worries. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from the corner of the room. You've heard that someone close to me is here. If you have any questions, why don't you ask me directly? Upon hearing this voice, Bailey Hongzhuang hurriedly turned around and saw that the deputy pavilion master had appeared in the room. In an instant, the pressure came crushing down, and even breathing became difficult. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's expressions changed. They had only invited Ning Xian for a meal today. They didn't expect that the vice pavilion master would also come after hearing the news. This was really too shocking. Thinking about it, the vice pavilion master already knew the purpose of their investigation. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Vice pavilion master, it's not what you think. It's not what I think. The vice pavilion master raised his eyebrows. Then what is it? We just happened to run into Steward Ning today, so we wanted to get drunk and get closer. Bewitching stood in front of Bailey Hongzhuang with a smile on his face. The vice pavilion master glanced at his little action and said, "Get closer? Why is it that I'm the one who's trying to get closer to her?" Steward Ning drank too much. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly said. Drank too much? The deputy pavilion master chuckled with a hint of mockery in his laughter. Obviously, he had already seen through these little tricks. That's right. He can't control what he's saying when he's drunk. Fortunately, Ning Xian was drunk. If he knew that the two of them had pushed all the blame to him, he would probably wake up immediately. Vice Pavilion Master, actually, we share the same hatred against a common enemy. Although we didn't know that Qing Ling was such a despicable person, we did know how despicable Qing Mo was. We have to get rid of this kind of guy as soon as possible so that others won't be harmed. Don't worry. Once we become stronger, we'll definitely kill the two of them. Bailey Hongzhuang said. There must be a lot of people who want to kill this kind of people. Our strength is limited now, but as long as the others don't kill them, the two of us will do our best to kill them. How could Bewitching not understand that this was the most important thing for the Deputy Pavilion Master? Xianxia had already said that the Deputy Pavilion Master would always be very lenient towards anyone who had a grudge against Qing Ling. Thinking about it, although the current situation was not very good, there was still a chance to ease it. The Vice Pavilion Master looked at the two sly fellows in front of him and found it funny. You guys are quite capable, aren't you? You're actually saying that you're on my side against a common enemy? Of course, we can't be compared to the Vice Pavilion Master. We share a common enemy. However, I believe that you think highly of us. Otherwise, you wouldn't believe that we have the ability to kill Qing Ling, right? Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had also thrown caution to the wind. The Deputy Pavilion Master's cultivation was much higher than theirs. If they were to fight at this moment, the two of them would definitely not be at an advantage. Most importantly, the matter that they had worked so hard to achieve would be troublesome. The Vice Pavilion Master looked at the two of them and found it funny. You two are pretty smart. You've heard a lot about me from Xianxia, so you've already learned how to climb up a pole? What are you talking about? We are speaking our true thoughts. True thoughts? The Vice Pavilion Master snorted coldly. It's just that today has already come to this, so it's fine. Originally, I was a little worried that the two of you were too stupid and would be easily deceived, wasting the opportunity one gave you. Now, it seems that you aren't too stupid. At least you still have some brains. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood that the Deputy Pavilion Master had already guessed that they would do this. If they did not come, the Vice Pavilion Master would be disappointed. Of course, we won't let you down, Bewitching said. I hope so. The Vice Pavilion Master sneered. If he has some brains, at least he has some hope of dealing with it. It's not that I want to discourage you, but if you have to go through so much trouble to deal with a Qing devil, you're still far from being able to deal with his master. Yes, we will work hard. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. As long as we have more time, I believe there will be hope. I hope so. The Deputy Pavilion Master sighed. He put his hands behind his back and turned to look at the moon outside the window. Many people have said this to me over the years, but most of them are no longer around. She's gone. Bailey Hongzhuang felt a chill in her heart. If he was gone, then his life would be gone as well. Let me remind you that you'd better not talk about your relationship with me when you arrive in the immortal realm. Otherwise, before you have the chance to look for the Qing devil, his master will come to you on his own accord. How dare Qing Ling target you? He knows that he's no match for me, but he can't swallow the resentment in his heart all these years, so he'll deal with any cultivator who attacks him ruthlessly. Logically speaking, he shouldn't know, right? Maybe he has arranged for someone else to be by my side. The Deputy Pavilion Master looked indifferent and said this very casually. Obviously, he did not take it to heart at all. However, for Bewitching, this was no doubt a bolt from the blue. This meant that Qing Devil and the others might have known what they were doing now. Trouble would come after they arrived in the immortal realm. Vice Pavilion Master, you're joking, right? Bailey Hongzhuang asked tentatively. If that was the case, then things would be really troublesome. I'm not in the mood to joke. Since we're going to deal with them, we naturally have to be prepared. If you fail miserably before it's your turn to look for him, wouldn't you be letting down your lofty ambitions? The Vice Pavilion Master's voice was full of ridicule, as if he had seen through Bailey Hongzhuang's trick. Thank you, Vice Pavilion Master, for your advice. Bewitching was not annoyed and bowed to express his gratitude. Hearing this, the Vice Pavilion Master looked at Bewitching in a higher light. This kid was definitely not ordinary. When he first saw these two people, he felt that they were very capable and were somewhat different from ordinary people. Of course, the most important thing was that Bewitching's contract beast was very powerful. Even he could not tell what species it was, so he must have some tricks up his sleeve. Now it seemed that this kid was quite capable to be able to do this. As for Bailey Hongzhuang, her alchemy skills were probably very good. She could actually make Xianxia tell the truth, so she was quite capable. Xianxia had followed him for many years and there were many people who wanted to get information out of him, but none of them succeeded. Presumably, even Xianxia himself could not believe it. Forget it, good luck to you. The Vice Pavilion Master dropped these words and turned to walk outside. Vice Pavilion Master, Steward Ning, since you invited him out, you naturally have to send him back. The two looked at the completely drunk Xianxia and could only watch as the Vice Pavilion Master left. Steward Ning is already so drunk, I'm afraid he won't be able to go back tonight. Why don't we let him sleep in the restaurant for the night and go back tomorrow? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Bewitching nodded, okay, you go rest first. I'll send him back to his room and then return. N. Clang, hearing the movement from the room next door, Bewitching opened the door and saw Zhou Su and Lei Jun standing in the room with stunned faces, and Xianxia, who had just woken up, was sitting on the bed. Steward Ning, you're awake. Bewitching said. Ning, Manager Ning? Only then did Zhou Su notice that the one lying on the bed was Manager Ning. The teacup on the floor was actually knocked out by him. Xianxia nodded. He was still a little confused. It was not until he woke up that he realized what had happened last night. His eyes widened. I was drunk last night? You were drunk last night, and we didn't know where you were staying, so we arranged for you to sleep in the inn. Xianxia patted his head with a look of horror. I'm actually drunk? Did I say anything I shouldn't have? No, Steward Ning fell asleep directly after he got drunk. He didn't go crazy. Hearing this, he was slightly relieved, but he still had some doubts in his heart. Usually, there were many people who wanted to get him drunk, but in fact, he was not drunk even after 1,000 cups, so he was not worried at all. However, this time, he was really drunk. It was really hard to believe. Steward Ning, these are the fruits you put on the table last night. I saw that you were drunk, so I kept them first. Here you are. Seeing the two fruits, Xianxia immediately threw the annoyance in his heart aside and a happy smile appeared on his face. So the fruits are here. I thought I had already put them away. Haha, thank you very much. This is what I should do. We still have to thank Steward Ning for taking care of us. Xianxia felt a little weird when he heard the word take care of, but he didn't think too much about it because he was thinking about the fruit. At this time, Lei Jun couldn't help but ask in a low voice, what the hell is going on? Why did Steward Ning sleep in our room? Anyway, you wouldn't have come back last night, so this room was empty. It just so happened that Steward Ning was drunk, so I let him sleep here for the night. Bewitching replied. How do you know we won't come back? Zhou Su asked in surprise. Bewitching raised his eyebrows, will you come back last night? Zhou Su blushed. Last night, they just wanted to find a beautiful girl and didn't want to come back. Xianxia got up and went to the devouring or pavilion immediately. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching followed him. Are you going to find the deputy pavilion leader? We have something to ask the deputy pavilion leader, Bewitching said. What's the matter? Xianxia couldn't help asking, the deputy pavilion leader doesn't like to be disturbed. If it's not a big deal, you'd better not bother him. We want to ask him something about cultivation. I see. Xianxia understood, the deputy pavilion leader has a high status, and his understanding of cultivation is not comparable to ordinary people. If you can get his guidance, you will make a lot of progress. Has the deputy pavilion leader ever given you any guidance? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Sometimes he will give me some guidance. Otherwise, with my aptitude, I can't have such achievements. Steward Ning smiled, since you also have a grudge against Qing Devil, the deputy pavilion leader won't mind giving you some guidance. Hearing this, Bewitching's eyes changed slightly. Judging from Xianxia's expression when he got up this morning, he should have forgotten what happened last night. In fact, they didn't tell him about their grudge against Qing Devil from the beginning to the end. But he not only saw it, but also was very sure. Maybe he also came last night with the intention of inquiring about it, but he didn't expect Hong Zhuang's medicine to be strong enough, so he fell into her trap. Ning Xian smiled, the deputy pavilion leader is not so terrible. You are young and promising. Since he appreciates you, he must be willing to give you some guidance. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows slightly raised. Ning. The deputy pavilion master looked at the two people who had reappeared, and there was a hint of laziness between his brows. 2. Not only that, even the increase of my origin power has become very slow, so I would like to ask Vice Pavilion Master about the cultivation method after the elementary celestial stage. After cultivating for so long, they had also noticed some differences. Although it was a completely new realm after the elementary celestial stage, and the speed of cultivation would definitely be incomparable to before, it had been some time since they had broken through. Not only did they not feel that they were on the verge of breaking through, but the effects of their cultivation had become extremely slow. There must be something wrong with this. Regarding this question, they had also asked Zhou Su and the others, but everyone was not very clear about the situation, so they could only place this idea on the deputy pavilion master. You don't know how to cultivate after the elementary celestial realm? The vice pavilion master looked very surprised. So you didn't temper yourself when you fought with Qing Devil? Temper? Bewitching heard the key point, but he still shook his head. No. The vice pavilion master suddenly chuckled. So that's how it is. It seems that you do have some hope. What do you mean? Bailey Hongzhuang was also puzzled. They had never heard of this tempering before. You should know that after entering the elementary celestial realm, you're considered an immortal. There must be some differences between you and mortals, right? Yes. Then do you know what the differences are? Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other and shook their heads. They only knew that after breaking through to the elementary celestial realm, their cultivation was much stronger than before, but they didn't know the differences. One of the most important reasons why mortals are mortals is their lifespan. Cultivators go against the heavens and change their fates. The stronger you are, the longer your lifespan. Below the elementary celestial realm, your lifespan is less than 800 years. Above the elementary celestial realm, as you break through, you'll become immortal. Immortal? Di Beichen was shocked. He always knew that a cultivator's lifespan would increase with the improvement of his strength. Immortality had always been a thought, but he didn't expect it to be so close. Indeed, the elementary celestial realm is divided into 9 grades. The first grade trains the body roughly. After the second grade, it starts to temper the hands, feet, internal organs, head, and the whole body. Experts above the elementary celestial realm can use their hands and feet as weapons, and their hardness is far beyond that of ordinary bodies. After all the tempering, they'll be real immortals. Now, they're only half immortals, but they're qualified to cultivate. When Bailey Hongzhuang heard this, she also understood. She never knew that after the elementary celestial stage, there would be such a cultivation. When they were with Granny Hua, she did not mention this. She only thought that they were still quite far away from breaking through to the elementary celestial stage, so she did not teach them. It turned out that the cultivation method above the elementary celestial stage was completely different, so they had made very little progress in this period of time. I can see that your fleshly bodies are much stronger than ordinary cultivators who have just broken through to the elementary immortal stage. It can be seen that you have consciously tempered your fleshly bodies before. Indeed. However, there's still quite a gap between it and the true tempering of the elementary immortal realm. That might not be the case. The deputy pavilion master smiled faintly. If you didn't refine your body well, you wouldn't have been able to fight with Qing Devil. After all, his cultivation is higher than yours. He just came back from the ancient battlefield not long ago. His strength has decreased, which is why he is like this. That's true. The deputy pavilion master nodded. It said that he possessed someone else's body. Therefore, even if his cultivation is still there, this new body still needs to be tempered again. Therefore, you have to seize this opportunity. So his body needs to be tempered again. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed inwardly. It seemed that Qing Devil's cultivation was much weaker than before, I can see that he's at least at the second grade, so you don't have to belittle yourselves. He's not as good as you in terms of combat power when you're at the same cultivation level. The Vice Pavilion Master's words affirmed Bewitching's confidence. However, he was not happy about it. Qing Ling would not wait for him to finish his cultivation. It was meaningless to say that he would win when he was at the same cultivation level. Unless he could catch up with Qing Ling's cultivation level, it was just empty talk. We'll catch up with him as soon as possible, Bewitching said. The Vice Pavilion Master nodded with a smile. You've been cultivating for a much shorter time than Qing Devil. Maybe you can kill Qing Ling one day. He had already seen that Bewitching and Bewitching did not look young, they were really young. When Qing Devil made a name for himself in the immortal region, everyone called him a genius. However, he was much weaker than Bewitching and Qing Ling presumably. As long as they spent a little more time, these two people would definitely make a good name for themselves in the immortal realm. You've just entered the elementary celestial stage, so you've built a foundation for your physical strength. In the past, you've only been cultivating origin energy. Now, you can try using origin energy to cover your body and temper it. It'll bring unexpected results. Thank you for your advice, Vice Pavilion Master. Both of them cupped their hands and thanked him. With this cultivation method, they had a direction for their cultivation. They had never thought that their cultivation method would be different after they broke through to the elementary celestial stage. Now that they thought about it, they had been making no progress in their cultivation and had wasted a lot of time. Although you haven't made much progress in your cultivation level, you've accumulated origin energy. Although it's a little slow, it's not without benefits, the Vice Pavilion Master reminded them. Stabilizing your cultivation level will also be of great help to you. We understand. The Vice Pavilion Master nodded slightly. These two had great potential. Spend more time on your cultivation. Don't worry too much about other things. Your strength is the foundation. Vice Pavilion Master, are you talking about the mine? Bewitching raised his eyebrows and asked. The Vice Pavilion Master glanced at him and said, Didn't you bring 2 stewards with you? Do you want me to think that you're concerned about the mine? Your subordinate doesn't dare. Bewitching cupped his hands. He knew that this guy was a sly old fox. It seemed like he didn't know anything, but in fact, he knew everything. All right, we have achieved our goal. Let's not stay here any longer. The Deputy Pavilion Master waved his hand and sat down on the soft couch. However, the two of them had no intention of leaving. Deputy Pavilion Head, you've seen how powerful Qing Devil is. We suffered a loss when we fought with him last time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the Vice Pavilion Master with a smile. The martial skills of the elementary immortal stage are much more powerful, and we are currently in the crossing immortal domain. I'm afraid we won't be able to go to the immortal domain for a while. This martial skill is really a big problem. If Qing Devil comes again, we'll be outclassed. Bewitching looked bitter. Seeing the two of them echoing each other, the Vice Pavilion Master knew clearly that these two guys were getting bolder and bolder. How dare they try to take advantage of him now? If you want to get the martial skills from me, you have to pay a price, right? The Vice Pavilion Master supported his head with one hand and looked at them with a faint smile. You want to get something from me for nothing? That's something that has never happened before. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were overjoyed when they heard the Vice Pavilion Master's words. Since he did not reject them directly, it meant that there was hope. They did not understand the situation in the immortal region, and before everything was settled, they could not leave directly. Learning a martial technique was the most important thing at the moment. Vice Pavilion Master, you know our situation. With your identity and status, I'm afraid we don't have anything that you want. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching, who took out several fruits and placed them on the Vice Pavilion Master's table. After thinking about it, I'm afraid this is the only thing that we have that might be useful to you. According to their judgment, the Vice Pavilion Master's cultivation was at least rank 5. Although they had some cultivation resources, the Vice Pavilion Master clearly did not need them. As for these fruits, they were very helpful in improving a cultivator's strength. Fox and the others relied on these fruits to improve their cultivation, but they did not know if the cultivation methods of humans and beasts were different after the elementary immortal realm. However, as long as it was effective, it would definitely be effective for the Vice Pavilion Master. The Vice Pavilion Master looked at the fruits in front of him. He remembered that Xianxia was deceived by these fruits and fell into a trap yesterday. He picked up one of the fruits and tasted it. At that moment, his eyes lit up. It was indeed good stuff. What do you think? Bewitching asked. This is good. The Vice Pavilion Master nodded, then his gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. What drug did you give Xianxia yesterday? Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly startled and said instinctively, I didn't drug him. Don't deny it. The Vice Pavilion Master raised his hand. Xianxia has never fallen into a trap all these years. Yesterday, he fell into your hands. If he didn't have some tricks up his sleeve, no one would believe him. That is that. What happened last night is in the past. I won't hold it against you. Bailey Hongzhuang sized up the Vice Pavilion Master. After confirming that there was no anger on his face, she took out a bottle of medicine. This is it. The Vice Pavilion Master took the medicine bottle. The white liquid looked like ordinary water. Even after opening the bottle, there was still no smell. What is this? This potion will make it easier for people to get drunk after it is put into wine. Moreover, I added some medicinal herbs that are similar to the truth pill, so the words of those who have taken it will definitely be the truth. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't hide anything and told him the whole story. She had only concocted the potion on the spur of the moment because that was the only way to ensure that Xianxia was telling the truth. After the Vice Pavilion Master took a closer look, he asked, Are your alchemy skills very high? No, prepare a few more bottles of this stuff for me, and this martial skill will be yours. The Vice Pavilion Master raised his hand, and 2 martial skill books appeared on the table. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. Just as she was about to take the martial skill, she realized that the assistant pavilion leader had taken it back. Come and get it when it's ready. Bailey Hongzhuang pursed her lips. The assistant pavilion master was really stingy. Was he afraid that she would go back on her word? Yes. After leaving the main hall, the 2 of them were in a good mood. They had gained a lot from today's trip. Although I didn't see what kind of martial arts it was, the Vice Pavilion Lord's technique shouldn't be bad. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. She felt that the Vice Pavilion Lord wasn't as hard to get along with as everyone said. Is it difficult to make this potion? Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with concern. I saw you spend a lot of time making it the other day. It's not difficult. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. I haven't made this potion since I came to the chaotic immortal realm, so I spent some time studying it in the beginning. Now I just need to make it according to the same ratio. However, I don't have many medicinal herbs left. I'm afraid we have to buy some more. There are many medicinal herb shops on this street. Let's go. Bewitching smiled. Xianxia had been concerned about the results since the 2 of them went in. When he saw the 2 of them walking out talking and laughing, he knew that the result was good, so he was relieved. The 2 of them were safe and sound, which meant that he wouldn't be punished too severely by the deputy pavilion leader, right? However, it didn't take long for Xianxia to realize that he was too optimistic. Deputy pavilion leader, you're treating us differently. The next day, Bailey Hongzhuang brought the potion over. The deputy pavilion leader gave the 2 martial arts books to the 2 of them. One was a palm technique, the other was a sword technique. In addition, there was an introduction to cultivation. Bailey Hongzhuang flipped through a few pages and found that there were some notes on it. She guessed that it was written by the deputy pavilion leader. Even if she only read a few parts, she could see that the deputy pavilion leader's understanding of cultivation was very good. With this, we can cultivate in peace. Bailey Hongzhuang waved the cultivation book in her hand. They hadn't made any progress for such a long time. It was indeed time to cultivate properly. The 2 of them didn't stay in the devouring or pavilion for long. They had achieved the purpose of this trip, and they had gained a lot. However, when they were about to leave, Zhou and Lei Jun were reluctant to leave. It seemed that they hadn't stayed here long enough. Let's go. Don't be so reluctant. Bewitching looked at Zhou. If you really like a girl, why don't you bring her back? Nonsense, I just have some feelings for this city. Zhou looked at the city. Fortunately, you have to collect cultivation resources soon. Don't come. I'll come for you. Don't worry, I won't touch any of your cultivation resources. I'm serious. What do you think? You can come if you want, Bewitching said. Anyway, they didn't plan to come and collect the cultivation resources themselves. Haha, thank you very much. Zhou face was filled with joy. Like I said, I used to think that Jichuan wasn't easy to get along with. It's because you aren't Jichuan that our relationship is so close, haha. Lei Jun looked at Zhou, who was so happy that he had completely forgotten that their identities were different, and there was a touch of helplessness between his brows. By the way, I actually have a question that I've always wanted to ask you. Lei Jun thought for a while, but still said it. What is it? Just tell me. I'm sure you're all aware of what we did with Jichuan and the others back then. It was fine before, but now that you've become consuls, in the past, they were of the same status, so it wasn't a big deal. But now that they were consuls, they had to give an explanation for secretly keeping the spirit-devouring stones. Even if he didn't say it, they would have to face this problem sooner or later. Whether they needed to be punished or not, this couldn't be avoided. After hearing this, Zhou's expression became nervous, and his heart couldn't help but panic. Beichen, this is something that happened before. For the sake of us being brothers, can you let it go? Zhou looked worried. If this kind of thing was reported, both he and Lei Jun would be finished. Lei Jun didn't say anything, but his worry could be judged from his expression. I thought it was something serious. What's the matter? Beichen waved his hand with a faint smile and continued to move forward. It's not like I don't know what happened in the mine. Almost every steward will do this kind of thing. If you really want to investigate thoroughly, then all the stewards will have to be changed again. As soon as these words came out, Zhou and Lei Jun both breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. Scared me to death. Zhou patted his chest. It turns out that this brother's sudden promotion is not good. Beichen, thank you. Lei Jun cupped his hands. Why are you so polite? Beichen smiled faintly. When Tang Yuan was here, you also helped me a lot. However, I still have to remind you. Although Hong Zhuang and I are now consuls, you can't be too presumptuous because of this. It's fine in the past, but if you can't fill in the account every month, you should understand. Lei Jun nodded seriously. Don't worry, we know it in our hearts. We will never break the rules because of this. That's good. So, we can't do the business before, right? Zhou sighed. He didn't have enough cultivation resources on weekdays. It was too difficult to improve his cultivation. If they had no choice, they wouldn't have taken the risk to do business with outsiders. Now, this path had been completely cut off. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang said, that's not it. We came in from that way before. We can tell you the method of this transaction. However, the people who traded with Jichuan every year were also our friends. If Gu Jian hadn't gone too far, he wouldn't have ended up like this. I hope that if you trade with them in the future, don't raise the price. Hearing this, Zhou couldn't help but be stunned. You mean we can continue to do this? That's right. Just don't go overboard. I'm not dreaming, am I? Zhou rubbed his eyes and looked at Lei Jun. This was too unbelievable. Lei Jun obviously did not expect such a result. This was simply great news for them. Back then, they had relied on Jichuan and Ji Yunshu, and the things they had received had been divided among them. Therefore, they had received much less than what they should have received. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang had given them the method of the trade, it would be up to the two of them to split the profits in the future. With the same amount of devouring spirit stones, they would be able to obtain a lot more cultivation resources. Hongzhuang, thank you so much. You're welcome. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. They are also counting on this business deal. I only hope that you can get along well. Haha, don't worry. Since they're your friends, we definitely won't treat them unfairly. You can rest assured now. Relax, I'm completely at ease. Zhou smiled. After returning, Bailey Hongzhuang and Beichen began closed-door cultivation. Bai Liyan Che and the others also focused on cultivation. Last time when they fought with Qing Devil, they also suffered a great blow. The feeling of almost being unable to fight back was really uncomfortable. Only by breaking through to the elementary immortal stage as soon as possible could they be of help. Inside the house, Bailey Hongzhuang read the first grade cultivation method written in the cultivation method, and then closed her eyes and tried to cultivate. The origin energy in her dantian surged with the circulation of the cultivation manual. With a thought, the origin energy was drawn out and spread throughout her body. Previously, the origin energy in her limbs and bones flowed to her dantian. This time, it flowed in the opposite direction, from the inside out. Bailey Hongzhuang tried carefully. When the origin energy covered her body, she finally understood the difference that the deputy pavilion leader had mentioned. The origin energy entered her skin and gradually merged with her skin. She could clearly feel the changes in her skin. Even though the changes were very small, she could still confirm that her skin was being tempered. The tempering in the first stage was the simplest. As long as the surface of her body was completely tempered and her skin became extremely hard, she would be considered to have successfully advanced to the first stage. However, during this process, she also realized that her origin energy was being consumed at an extremely fast rate. The origin energy of a cultivator in the elementary celestial stage was extremely rich. However, when it came to tempering, she realized that it was far from enough. Compared to the speed of tempering, the rate of consumption was simply shocking. Once the origin energy in her body was exhausted, she would have to stop tempering and wait until her origin energy recovered before she could continue tempering. In less than half a day, Bailey Hongzhuang opened her eyes. The origin energy in her body had been completely depleted. The cultivation in the elementary celestial stage is indeed different. No wonder the deputy pavilion leader reminded me to save cultivation resources. With such a cultivation speed, if I were to accumulate cultivation resources, the consumption would be terrifying. However, if I don't do that and rely on my origin energy to recover before tempering, it would definitely take more time. She could only choose one of the two. She could either spend more time or spend more time. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed inwardly. It seemed that she could not save cultivation resources. She took out 2 blood spirit stones and held them in her hands. She quickly absorbed the origin energy in the blood spirit stones and continued tempering, chaotic immortal territory. Brother Mo, Sister Hongzhuang and the rest have been gone for quite a long time. They haven't returned after so long. I wonder how they are now. Zhongli Mu's eyes were filled with worry. Originally, they had chosen to stay here so that they could break through to the elementary immortal stage as soon as possible. Now that the two of them had successfully broken through, they even made a trip back to the abandoned immortal forest. There was nothing much to do now. Mo Yunjua's eyes darkened as he looked at the distant horizon. They have always been smart. I don't think there will be any problems. Now that we've settled everything, why don't we go to the crossing immortal domain and look for them? Yunju, why don't we go now? A dark blue figure stood beside Mo Yunjue. The man's face was delicate and pretty, and his face was filled with concern. Yi-sun, there's no rush. Mo Yunjue shook his head, his eyes flashing with a bright light. They'll naturally come back to find us after they've settled the matter. In my opinion, they should be back soon. If we go to find them now, it will be troublesome if we get lost on the way. Zhongli Mu thought about it and nodded. You're right. Then let's wait here. I hope they can come back soon. I want to go to the immortal domain to take a look. That depends on whether Yan Che and the rest have broken through, Mo Yunjue said. I think it won't take long. Their cultivation talent is not weak. Zhongli Mu smiled, his young face filled with anticipation. End of chapter. Yi-sun could not help but frown when he heard this. However, when the two of them looked at him, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Since that's the case, let's cultivate in peace. Didn't you say that they're all cultivation geniuses? Although we've improved quite a bit recently, they might have had better opportunities as well. When we meet them, we'll be at a disadvantage. Haha, you're right. Zhongli Mu nodded. Their strength has always improved very quickly. Back then, my cultivation was higher than theirs. I didn't expect them to catch up to me so quickly. When grandfather found out, he even said that I was an embarrassment. You're already a genius among geniuses for being able to break through to the elementary immortal stage at such a young age. Your grandfather must have said that to encourage you, Yisun said. A gentle expression appeared between Zhong Limu's brows. His grandfather was also a well-known figure in the immortal region. As his grandson, he could not tarnish his grandfather's reputation. At night. Your Highness, Mo Yunjue and Di Tian aren't willing to look for them now. Yisun's expression was somewhat vexed, but more than that, he was nervous. The man glanced at him indifferently and said, since you've already gained their trust, just wait patiently. They'll come out soon anyway. Your Highness, are you really sure that he's the person we're looking for? Gong Jun thought that his methods were flawless, but how could I not have improved over the years? Back then, when he joined forces with Di Tian, I was unable to fight back. Now that so many years have passed, the situation is no longer the same. This time I'll completely change the situation. The man's eyes gradually narrowed. His handsome and devilish face was filled with hatred and viciousness. But with Gong Jun's protection, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to make a move. Yisun looked worried. If we make too much of a commotion and the first princess finds out, won't we? That's why I asked you to fight your way in and hide it from Gong Jun. How would he know if you're discovered? The man's lips curled. On one hand, Gong Jun was hiding it from him. On the other hand, he was hiding it from the first princess. If he directly told the first princess, it might be more difficult for him to find an opportunity. But now that the first palace master did not know, he had an opportunity to take advantage of. Do this matter well. If you succeed, you will have made a great contribution. Don't worry, Your Highness. This subordinate will definitely get it done. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Crossing immortal domain. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at her own skin. Even though it didn't seem to have changed much on the surface, she knew that her strength was no longer the same as before. With such a degree of toughness, even if it was cut by a blade, it would be impossible to leave a scar. I didn't expect that above the elementary immortal stage, one's physical body would be transformed into an immortal body. How interesting. The corners of Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly. Previously, when she was cultivating, she had always paid attention to the cultivation of her physical body. It was precisely because of this that her cultivation speed was much faster than ordinary cultivators of the elementary immortal realm. It was undoubtedly excellent. Even so, it would still take some time to break through to rank 1. Gong Jun smiled when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang come out of seclusion. Sister-in-law, you've come out of seclusion? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Gong Jun, I need some blood spirit stones. She had no other choice. Her cultivation was simply too wasteful of blood spirit stones. She could only shift her focus to Gong Jun. Gong Jun's face immediately fell when he heard that. Sister-in-law, what are you and boss doing? Boss came yesterday and took away a lot of blood spirit stones. Why are you here again today? Cultivation requires blood spirit stones. Bailey Hongzhuang found it funny when she heard that Bewitching had come yesterday. She didn't think blood spirit stones were important in the past, but now that she was cultivating, she realized how important they were. No wonder Zhou Su and the others didn't make any progress in their cultivation. At this rate of consumption, the manager's cultivation resources were far from enough. These are the remaining blood spirit stones. Boss probably guessed that you didn't have enough blood spirit stones on you, so he left half behind when he took them away yesterday. Gong Jun's lips twitched. When he took out the blood spirit stones yesterday, he realized that his boss had only taken half of them. He was rather touched. It seemed that the blood spirit stones weren't left for him, but for his sister-in-law. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't stand on ceremony and immediately put the blood spirit stones away. Thank you. Gong Jun looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with tears in his eyes. When he saw that she was about to leave, he couldn't help but ask, Sister-in-law, you really didn't leave anything for me? Chen returning tower has a lot of profit every day. Don't be sad. There will be more soon. Bailey Hongzhuang comforted him before taking out some pills from her storage ring. She said, take these pills and sell them. You should be able to sell some. Gong Jun immediately beamed with joy when he saw that. Bailey Hongzhuang's pills had always been of excellent quality. They could be sold for a high price in the Crossing Immortal domain. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Leave it to me. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't waste time. She took the cultivation resources and went to cultivate again. The pills in her hand were actually leftovers from before. With their current cultivation, they didn't have much of a chance to use them. It just so happened that most of the cultivators in the Crossing Immortal domain weren't strong, so these pills could be put to good use. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Bailey Hongzhuang was overjoyed when she noticed that her skin was starting to turn gray. According to the records in the book given by the deputy pavilion leader, such a situation meant that he had successfully advanced to rank 1. For 2 whole months, she had been cultivating in seclusion, and the consumption of blood spirit stones was extremely fast. Today, she had finally succeeded in breaking through. She thought that her body already had very few impurities. She didn't expect that she would be able to expel these impurities after breaking through. When he reached the end of his cultivation, his body would completely transform into the body of an immortal. That would be completely different. When the impurities were completely discharged, Bailey Hongzhuang familiarized herself with it and walked out of the room with a refreshed look. Even though she had only broken through to rank 1, she could clearly feel that she was different. Her spirit was better than usual. Not only that, his vision had become clearer, his range of vision had become wider, and he could even hear sounds from afar very clearly. Being able to see and hear clearly was a very good feeling. Bailey Hongzhuang walked out of the room with a smile. When she noticed that Bewitching was also outside, she immediately walked over quickly. Wife, you broke through? Bewitching noticed the changes in Bailey Hongzhuang and asked with a smile. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. You broke through faster than me. I just broke through 2 days ago, so we're at the same time. Xianxia also walked out of the room when she heard the commotion in the courtyard. She saw that the sun was just right, and the immortal couple was chatting happily. You're finally out. You've been in seclusion for 2 months. Xianxia walked over quickly, but stopped before she reached Bailey Hongzhuang. Wait, let me see. You two seem different. What's the difference? Bewitching asked. Xianxia carefully looked at the two of them, and a look of understanding appeared in her eyes. Hongzhuang, I haven't seen you for 2 months. You seem to have become more beautiful. Your skin is more sparkling and translucent, and more delicate. Xianxia eyes widened. As a woman, she had always been very concerned about her appearance. With just one look, she noticed the difference. Hongzhuang was already very beautiful, but now she was truly beautiful and charming. She was more delicate than a flower. Bewitching too. You're even better looking. Xianxia shouted behind her. Xiren, come and take a look. When Xiren heard her voice and quickly walked out of the room. What's wrong? Take a look. Haven't they become more beautiful? Xianxia asked. Xiren looked carefully and said suspiciously, Don't tell me you two have dual cultivation? Bang, Bewitching sent Xiren flying with a palm strike. When Xiren crawled up from the ground, patted the dust off his body, and said, I was just asking, why are you so savage? If you've really obtained any dual cultivation techniques, can you teach me? Bang, Xianxia kicked Xiren and sent him flying. What nonsense are you talking about? Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that Xianxuan's cheeks were slightly red. She found it funny. This Xiren really had no scruples at all. He even dared to say such things in broad daylight. You two are too exaggerated. Xiren got up again. Didn't I just say a few words? Do you have to treat me like this? When Bailey Xianxia and the others heard the commotion outside, they all walked out of the house. When they saw Xiren, who was in a sorry state, they couldn't help but ask, Xiren, what did you do this time? Bewitching and Hongzhuang have obtained the dual cultivation method. I was just asking them and they beat me up. Xianxia, you're Hongzhuang's brother. You have to ask them. Bailey Xianxia's face instantly darkened. He was starting to regret asking that question. Don't bother with him. He's just bored out of his mind, so he's looking for trouble. Xianxuanyin was too lazy to say more about this matter. Even if they were married, it was still embarrassing to talk about this kind of thing. Ling Er looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and noticed the same problem. Hongzhuang, you've become more beautiful. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. After we went to the devouring or pavilion this time, we realized that the cultivation of the elementary celestial stage is the cultivation of the physical body. We went into seclusion for 2 months and successfully broke through to the first grade elementary celestial stage. Our bodies have undergone a certain transformation, which is why we look different. Hearing this, everyone understood. So that's how it is. The cultivation after the elementary celestial stage is actually like this? That's right. My physical strength is now much stronger than before. My defense has also increased. After entering the elementary celestial stage, the most important thing is to transform the mortal body into the body of an immortal. Therefore, every part of the body needs to be refined one by one. We've never considered this problem before, so we delayed a lot of our cultivation time. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. If she had known that this was the case, with their cultivation speed, they would have at least broken through to the first grade by the time Azure Demon found them. Perhaps they would not have been suppressed so miserably. Who would have thought that the cultivation method after the elementary celestial realm would be completely different? Bailey Xianxia comforted them. I believe that with your talent, it's only a matter of time before you catch up with the Qing Devil. Fortunately, you've already figured out this problem. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would take even longer. Di Xiaofeng chuckled. Thanks to you, we won't have to take such a detour when the time comes. Hongzhuang and I have broken through to level 1. Have you broken through to the elementary celestial realm? Bewitching asked. Bailey Xianxia smiled. I finally broke through a few days ago. I've also broken through, Ling Er said. Hearing this good news, Bailey Hongzhuang's face was overjoyed. She immediately handed the cultivation method in her hand to the two of them and said, "This is a detailed introduction to the cultivation method after the beginning immortal stage. Take a look." Bye. Li Yanche put away the book. Okay. We've just broken through, so we need to stabilize our cultivation for a while. We'll cultivate when the time comes. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. It's good to stabilize your cultivation. You're demonic beasts, so we can't compare with your physical strength. It should be very easy for you to break through to level 1. We're still a little short. I'm afraid it'll take a while before we can break through. Di Xiaofeng looked helpless. He thought his cultivation talent was very outstanding, but compared with Di Beichen and the others, he realized that his talent was much weaker. It's a threshold to break through from the Radiant Sun realm to the elementary celestial realm. It's not easy to break through, so it's normal to spend more time. Don't be too anxious. Sometimes, going too far is as bad as falling short. Di Beichen's expression was calm. He thought about how many cultivators in the immortal chaos realm had been stuck at the brilliant sun realm for many years without being able to break through. For them to be able to break through in such a short amount of time was already a great opportunity. Even if he had to spend more time, as long as he could make a breakthrough, it would be extremely outstanding. Beichen, I've thought about it carefully. Since you've already broken through to the elementary celestial stage, why don't you head to the immortal region first? Di Xiaofeng's expression was serious. This was the result of his careful consideration. Based on my and Yunyan's situation, it will take us a while to break through. Even if we enter the immortal region now, we will only be a burden to you. Since that was the case, he might as well stay here for now. When father comes over and everything here settles down, it won't be too late to look for you after I make a breakthrough. What do you think? Di Beichen was an eagle. He was suited for a wider world. As the elder brother, he couldn't keep up with his younger brother's pace. At the very least, he couldn't drag his younger brother down. With his strength, crossing celestial domain was a good choice. He also wanted to go to the immortal region, but it would take him more time. Hearing this, Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang looked at each other. The two of them didn't expect Di Xiaofeng to make such a suggestion. Xiaofeng's words make sense. You still have a lot of things to deal with. Staying in the crossing celestial domain won't increase your strength much. Why don't you head to the immortal region? Ling Er said slowly. Now that the situation in the crossing celestial domain was more or less settled, there was no need to continue staying here. Bailey Hongzhuang thought about it carefully and nodded. That's not a bad idea. They needed to improve their strength. Now, they had only mastered the cultivation method. If they wanted to improve further, they would have to go to the immortal region. After Father and the others ascend, I will arrange everything properly. You can rest assured. When you have a place to stay in the immortal region, it will be very convenient for us to find you. Di Xiaofeng smiled slightly. His younger brother and sister-in-law were definitely not ordinary people. Perhaps the next time they met, the two of them would be very far away from them. However, he was never jealous. He only hoped that they would get better and better. Di Baichen pondered and said, "Okay, then we will go to the immortal region and work hard. When we have a certain foundation, you can come back." Azure Demon was currently in the celestial realm. Although he was severely injured last time, he didn't take his life. Most likely, he was still on guard against them now. In addition, according to the Vice Pavilion Master, they might encounter some trouble after going to the celestial realm. If they brought everyone along, it would be more dangerous if they encountered any problems. It was better to wait for them to stabilize and then let Big Brother come. This way, it would be safer. Then what about Ying and I? Xiren's expression changed. Yan Che and Ling had broken through, so they naturally had to go together. However, he and Ying hadn't. Should they go or stay here? Di Baichen glanced at Xiren. Do you need me to find a dual cultivation method for you? Xiren's expression stiffened. You are still teasing me at this time? Instead of focusing on these things, you should spend more time on cultivation. Look, Yan Che and the others have all broken through. Xiren couldn't help but lower his head. He was a little ashamed. In comparison, his strength had improved a little too slowly. Baichen and the others had given them a lot of cultivation resources since they came back. Compared to other cultivators, their cultivation conditions were undoubtedly much better. However, with the help of Baichen and the others, he still hadn't broken through. It was really embarrassing. However, he soon realized that something was amiss. That's not right. My cultivation talent can't compare to the two of you in the first place. Yan Che is a beast king, and his cultivation talent is already very abnormal. It's not something that I can compare to, okay? You make it sound like I don't want to make progress. It wasn't that he wasn't cultivating. While Baichen and the others were in closed-door cultivation for 2 months, he had also been in closed-door cultivation. What happened to Qing Devil taught him a lesson. He decided to make a breakthrough as soon as possible in order to pay back what Qing Devil and Xiaosu had done to him, that despicable and shameless woman. The memory of how she stabbed Ying was still fresh in his mind. If he didn't kill her, he would never forget it. Di Baichen chuckled. I'm just reminding you. Are you going or not? Xiren looked at Shangguan Ying. Ying didn't say anything. He thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, I'll go too. All these years, he had been cultivating with Baichen. He had a premonition that if he stayed in the crossing celestial domain this time, the gap between him and Baichen would be even bigger in the future. He might not be able to catch up with him anymore. Then let's go together. Di Baichen wasn't surprised. He patted Xiren's shoulder and said, seize the time and cultivate well. In the celestial domain, all cultivators had reached the elementary celestial stage. If they didn't break through, they would be bullied even if they went in. Seeing that Di Baichen agreed without hesitation, Xiren also smiled. Okay. After you go, stay in the Chaos Ring for the time being. We'll first inquire about the situation. If the Brilliant Sun Realm cultivators are not in a difficult situation, you guys can come out. If the situation is too difficult, you guys can stay here for the time being. I understand. Xiren nodded. The cultivation environment in the Chaos Ring is not bad. If the time comes, we'll go back to the upper realm for a while. We can go after we break through. Okay. After making this decision, everyone decided to leave. Di Baichen quickly arranged everything. At the same time, he introduced Zhou Su to Di Xiaofeng. After the two knew that Di Xiaofeng was Di Baichen's big brother, they were extremely polite. Originally, Di Baichen planned to arrange a job for Di Xiaofeng. Becoming a steward was not a bad choice. However, when Gong Jun knew that everyone was preparing to leave, he immediately refused. No matter what, he wanted to leave with everyone. Regarding this, no one objected. They handed the returning Qin Tower to Di Xiaofeng. Now that everything in the returning Qin Tower was on track, he only needed to take a look at the situation. He did not need to spend too much effort. With the returning Qin Tower, they could be considered to have something to rely on here. They did not even have to worry about cultivation resources. When the time comes, we'll come back depending on the situation. Bewitching said. Di Xiaofeng nodded slightly. Don't worry, your big brother is not useless. Leave these things to me. I'll take care of it properly. I've always known big brother's ability. Bewitching chuckled. As the young master of the Di family, Di Xiaofeng had always been extremely outstanding. These things were really simple for him. Right, this is for you. Di Xiaofeng handed him a note. Looking at the note in his hand, a location was written on it. This is? The nine-tailed inferno fox has already woken up. This time, when I decided not to go, it also agreed. Previously, we had promised it that we would go to a place. This is the place it was talking about. After you go to the immortal domain, you must go and take a look. Hearing this, Bewitching also understood. Don't worry, I will definitely go. Yes. Di Xiaofeng let out a sigh of relief. I believe the nine-tailed inferno fox won't harm you, but the demonic beasts here are very strong. I think you should be careful. He had already witnessed the strength of the nine-tailed inferno fox. A demonic beast that the nine-tailed inferno fox called very strong, its strength was imaginable. No one knew what a murderer like that would be like once he got angry. Perhaps it would be extremely dangerous. I'll be careful. Xiaofeng, don't worry. Beichen has a very powerful contracted beast. Who knows, we might be able to see a great battle between the two of them. Wen Xiren chuckled. Thinking about your contracted beasts, each stronger than the other, I'm really envious. When can I also have a contracted beast like that? At that time, I won't have to do anything and just let someone else do it. It's both majestic and elegant. It's simply perfect. The reason why you can't find a powerful contracted beast is probably because of your thinking. Who would have nothing better to do than to come work for you? Xiaoxuanzi couldn't help but say. Xiaoxuanzi felt that after following his master for so long, his master had never had such an idea. Thinking about it carefully, he was really lucky. Xiren's tone stagnated, and his face was a little dark. Was this guy looking for a beating? Seeing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. Xiren was simply a clown. Under such circumstances, the group embarked on the journey back. According to the deputy pavilion master, although the ascension entrance to the immortal domain had been closed, there was a way to enter the immortal domain every 3 years. This was the connection between the devouring or pavilion and the immortal domain. As a member of the devouring or pavilion, they could use this method to enter the immortal domain, but there was still a long time before the next time they went to the immortal domain, so they decided to go back through the natural moat. What's more, they had to go to Xiyun City to meet up with Yunju and the others. Dibeichen, Hongzhuang, be careful on your way back. Seeing them leave, Zhou and Xiaoxuanzi felt a little reluctant. After getting along with each other during this period, they had become very close. In the future, this deal will be handed over to you. Don't spread it out, and you must keep it a secret. Dibeichen warned. Once this kind of thing was spread out, it would inevitably cause a huge disturbance. At that time, not only would they be in trouble, but Lu Jin and the others would also be finished. Don't worry, we still cherish our lives very much. This kind of thing that threatens our lives is impossible. Lei Jun chuckled. That's good. I hope we will have a chance to meet again in the future. There will be. It was dark all around. The dark aura of the natural moat hit them in the face, and the sunlight never appeared here. Even if everyone's strength had improved, when crossing the natural moat, everyone was still cautious about the dangers that might appear at any time. Fortunately, they still remembered the route they took, and they also remembered some of the places that needed to be paid attention to by Boss Qian. When they returned to the town again, they found that the formerly peaceful town was now emitting a huge energy fluctuation, and some familiar houses had been turned into ruins. What's going on? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. This situation was obviously caused by someone. Could it be that someone had fought? Lu Jin, I advise you to tell me the route now. Otherwise, all of you will die. A man looked at Lu Jin arrogantly. At this moment, he had one hand around Lu Qiu's neck, and his eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Behind him, several men had already restrained Yang Tianzhao and Jiang Zhen. The two of them had clearly suffered a vicious beating. Their clothes were stained with blood, and they looked miserable with pale faces. They knelt on the ground as their blood mixed with sand and stones flowed all over the ground. Lu Jin, don't tell him. Jiang Zhen gritted his teeth. Even if you tell him, he won't let us go. We're going to die anyway. Even if we die, we can't let them die happily. Bang! The man kicked Jiang Zhen's body. If you keep talking, I'll kill you right now. Father, don't say it. Lu Qiu's eyes were filled with hatred. Even if the knife on his neck was very close and blood was gradually seeping out, he was still fearless. Seeing this, Lu Jin also revealed a look of hesitation on his face. He understood that in this situation, he would not be able to escape death in the end. However, if he did not say anything, he really could not watch everyone die in front of him. Looks like you're not motivated enough. Why don't I kill one of you first? The man laughed coldly as his gaze swept across Lu Qiu and the others. Should I kill him first, him or him? Why don't I kill your son first? Since he's never been to the natural moat, there's no point in keeping him alive. As soon as he finished speaking, the man's expression instantly turned ferocious. He gradually exerted more force on the sharp sword in his hand and fresh blood flowed down the tip of the sword and onto Lu Qiu's clothes. In an instant, his neck was dyed bright red. Lu Qiu's body trembled as the fear of death enveloped him. However, he stubbornly gritted his teeth and did not say a word. Caillou! Lu Jin screamed at the top of his lungs as his hands trembled incessantly. However, in the face of his son's determined gaze, even though his eyes were filled with tears, he did not say a word in the end. Just as they had said, none of them would be able to escape this calamity. Even if they were to die, they would not let the other party have a good time. You go first. Father will be with you soon, Lu Jin said in a low voice. When the man saw that Lu Jin had no intention of giving up at this point, he was instantly enraged and his attack became even more ruthless. Since that's the case, then die. The sharp sword in the man's hand turned from a cut to a stab and fiercely pierced towards Lu Qiu's neck. Ding! A clear sound rang out and the sharp sword in the man's hand fell to the ground. The sudden turn of events caused everyone to raise their heads and look in front of them in confusion. Lu Jin and the others' faces were filled with disbelief. Young Master D? Bewitching and the others rushed to Lu Jin's side. After they had climbed up the natural moat, they had already smelled the scent of blood coming from the small town. This had made them feel extremely strange and they had not expected to see such a scene when they had arrived. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly brought Lu Qiu to the side and took out a bandage to stop his bleeding. Lu Qiu had long given up hope and was only waiting for death to come. He did not expect that at the last moment, someone would come to save him. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't say much. She took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth. She then wrapped up the wound and said, "Your injury isn't very serious. The wound on your neck is only a flesh wound. It hasn't hurt your core. You just have to be careful not to let the blood flow out again." Lu Qiu nodded blankly and stood behind Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Even at this moment, he still couldn't believe that his life was saved. A glimmer of hope appeared in the eyes of Lu Jin and the rest. They were already in a desperate situation, and the appearance of Bewitching's group was no different from divine soldiers descending from the heavens. What's going on? Bewitching asked in a deep voice. Jiang Zhen and Yang Tianzhao were both under their control. Not far away, there were many corpses of the townsfolk. It was obvious that a bloody battle had broken out here. They wanted to get the method to enter the natural moat from us. If we didn't tell them, they would massacre the entire town. Lu Jin quickly calmed down and his hands stopped trembling. He immediately explained the situation in a concise and comprehensive manner. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were not surprised. There was nothing special about this small town. If not for this, the other party would not have acted so wantonly. This matter is a bit strange. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly, her eyes looking at the other party's group. What's wrong? Shang Guanying asked, puzzled. There are more than 10 of them. The leader's aura is very strong. He should be more powerful than me and Bewitching. Such an expert should be able to do well in the celestial realm. However, he came to a small town outside the chaotic celestial realm just to do business with the devouring spirit ore. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. She knew it was impossible. Although the devouring spirit ore was rare outside, it was not too difficult for an expert in the elementary celestial realm. There was no need to pay such a high price to come outside just for some devouring spirit ore again. It was not worth it at all. Bai Xianxia and the others also understood. At a glance, they saw there were 3 experts in the elementary celestial realm. Such a team could almost wipe out a large area in the chaotic celestial realm. No wonder the small town was facing such a disaster. Who are you? When Bewitching was sizing up the man was also sizing up Bewitching. You don't need to know who I am. What you need to know is whether you can leave here alive or not. Bewitching did not say much. He unsheathed his long sword and dashed out quickly. Sword shadows scattered in the sky and attacked the man from all directions. Ding! 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 Shocking sword chi exploded in the air, emitting waves that made people's hearts palpitate. The man did not expect Bewitching to attack without saying anything. He waved the long sword in his hand, and the origin energy in his body surged. Then, he charged forward. Bang, their swords collided, and a string of dazzling sparks sputtered out. Bewitching's eyes narrowed. The man's strength was far beyond his imagination. You're just at the first stage of the elementary celestial realm. How dare you attack me? I'll send you to hell. The man shouted coldly. There was arrogance and wildness between his eyebrows. All of you, attack. Leave no one alive. As soon as he said that, the cultivators behind the man charged forward with their weapons. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed. Let's go. Ying, you're in charge of saving them. Okay. Shang Guanying said without hesitation. The 8 of them might not be able to match up to the other party in terms of numbers, but their fighting prowess was on a whole different level. Shang Guanying's body was as nimble as a snake. She shuttled through the crowd and quickly rescued Xianxia and Li Wuyo. As soon as he came out, Xianxia unlocked the shackles on his body and took out his weapon. Then, he rushed forward aggressively. These guys, I'm going to kill them. Xianxia. Yang Tianzhao was worried when he saw that Xianxia was still so impulsive despite his injuries. He also wanted to rush up, but his cultivation level was not as high as theirs, and coupled with his serious injuries, he would only be a burden if he went up, so he might as well stay here. Uncle Yang, can they win? Lu Qiyu worriedly watched the great battle in front of him. The energy fluctuations were extremely shocking. He could only hear the sounds of fighting, but he couldn't see what was happening in the center of the battlefield. Yang Tianzhao hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, young Master D and the others are very strong. In the center of the battlefield, Bailey Hongzhuang stopped after killing 3 people. The other party's strength was very strong compared to the entire town, but it wasn't much of a threat to them. The only thing they needed to pay attention to was the man in the lead. If she guessed correctly, the man was probably at the 2nd stage of the elementary celestial realm. Bewitching alone could understand the difference between the 2nd stage and the 1st stage. Lu Jin, your injuries aren't light. Rest for a while. Looking at the seriously injured Lu Jin who was still charging forward, Bailey Hongzhuang tried to persuade him. Hearing this, Lu Jin couldn't help but be stunned. Miss Bailey, this. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Xiran and the others. Leave those guys to them. It's just a matter of time. There were only 3 people above the elementary celestial stage. Now, other than the leader, the other 2 had been dealt with. She noticed that Ling and Bai Lianche were only holding back a few people. Only Xiran's situation was slightly dangerous. He had been in the glorious sun stage for a long time and hadn't met an opponent of equal strength for a long time. Now that he had the chance to fight, it was undoubtedly excellent. He would just treat it as finding someone to practice. Lu Jin saw the situation clearly and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. A feeling of surviving a disaster spread. When he noticed Bewitching's situation, he couldn't help but say, Lu Ting is a second-stage elementary celestial stage. Young Master D is still a first-stage elementary celestial. I'm afraid we'll need help. He didn't expect Lu Ting to have broken through to the second-stage elementary celestial stage. That was why he fell into such a situation. Otherwise, even if they couldn't win, they still had some hope of escaping. It's okay. He can do it. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the celestial figure in the air, her eyes full of trust. If the difference in strength was too great, the difference would have been obvious. However, Bewitching's situation was obviously not difficult. The other party treated him as an ordinary first-stage elementary celestial stage. Once he underestimated the enemy, the consequences were already destined. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's confidence, Lu Jin was a little puzzled. Bang! A figure fell to the ground. Lu Ting retreated a few hundred meters before stabilizing his body. His eyes were filled with surprise. Are you really a first-stage elementary celestial stage? So what if I am? Bewitching's eyes lit up. Ever since he knew that the elementary celestial stage's cultivation method was different, he had always wanted to know the difference between a tempered limb and an untempered limb. He didn't expect to have the opportunity to experience it so soon. The other party had obviously tempered his right hand, and the strength of his right hand was extremely shocking. In the beginning, he had almost fallen into his trap. Fortunately, his opponent's grasp of this power was not thorough enough. Furthermore, he had not grasped a very good martial skill, so he was not able to suppress him. Lu Ting's face turned even uglier after he received a positive answer. He was a rank 2, yet he couldn't even defeat a rank 1. It would be a joke if word got out. Just as he was about to make another move, he realized that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were already standing at the side, watching their battle. Where are my people? He quickly looked around and realized that several of his men had already died. Only 3 of them were still fighting with one of the enemy's men. Hey, I'm not done here yet. Why are you guys watching the show over there? When Xiren had been holding back the 3 of them, waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang and the others to finish off their targets before they came to help him. However, as he waited, the fluctuations of the battle around him had already disappeared. Only then did he realize that something was wrong. He took a closer look and realized that these people had stopped to watch the show. They had no intention of helping him at all. Xiren, you've been freeloading all day. It's time for you to do something. Bailey Xianxia chuckled. It's just 3 people. With your strength, it won't be a problem. F***ck, you guys are too much. Xiren was dumbfounded. Were they kidding him? Why are the 3 of you only targeting me? Can't you see that there's someone else there? When Xiren could not help but ask his opponents. However, the 3 of them completely ignored him. What kind of joke was this? These people were all in the elementary celestial stage. If they were to attack, they would probably die before they could even reach them. Fortunately, there was one in the Radiant Sun stage among them. Who else could they target other than this person? You can hit anywhere, but not my face. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Moreover, there were 3 of them, so when Xiren could not help but be hit. The 3 of them did not hold back and punched Xiren in the face. After being punched in the face, a burning pain came. Xiren immediately felt that his face must be swollen, and he immediately became angry. I already said not to hit my face, but you still hit my face. What's going on? Suddenly, everyone realized that Xiren seemed to have opened up his conception and governing vessels, and his attacks became unusually ruthless. Lu Qiyu looked at Xiren's sudden burst of shocking combat power, and his eyes were filled with shock. This, Shang Guanying thought for a moment and said, he probably cares more about his appearance. Lu Qiyu and Yang Tianzhao looked at each other. They knew that women usually cared more about their appearance, but they did not expect that there would be men like this too. Lu Ting felt a chill in his heart when he realized that the situation was settled. He thought that it would be easy to resolve today's matter, but he did not expect such an unforeseen event to occur. Immediately, a ferocious look appeared on his face, and it was obvious that he was prepared to fight Bewitching to the death. "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." Bailey Hongzhuang's expression turned serious when she saw this. The other party was not weak. If they fought with their lives on the line, perhaps Bewitching would be in danger. However, just as Lu Ting charged forward and they were about to block him, they realized that this guy suddenly changed direction and ran in another direction. "This guy is really cunning," Bailey Xianxia said in a daze. Bewitching chuckled and said, "Leave it to me. I'll capture him." Seeing the man's confident appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and was not worried. On the other side, the 3 people who were under Xiren's frenzied attacks were all killed. "Xiren, if you had shown such combat power earlier, your face would not have been beaten into a pig's head." Bailey Xianxia chuckled. "Who would have thought that these guys are going overboard?" When Xiren had a gloomy look on his face. He touched his bruised face and asked, "How's my face?" That's good, that's good." Only then did Xiren reveal a relieved expression. Ling'er looked at Xiren in confusion and said, "Why are you suddenly so concerned about this?" "It's because Beichen and Xianxia are too handsome. I feel pressured to be concerned about them." Xiren shook his head and sighed, then looked at Xianxia and said, "Xianxia, you should be thinking the same thing as me." "Xianxia, scram." "Xiren, what's there to be afraid of?" "Xianxia. Do you want to be punched in the face again?" "Xiren, pretend I didn't say anything." Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the farce between the two and shook her head. She noticed that Yang Tianzhao was already treating Jiangxin's wound, then looked at Lu Jin and asked, "What is going on? How did they target this place?" Lu Jin shook his head, his face full of confusion. "I don't know either. They suddenly appeared a few days ago. I don't know where they got the news from. They had been wandering around the town before, so we noticed something was wrong. But after we found out, they left. I didn't expect them to suddenly appear here today, and they have already investigated the situation clearly." Yang Tianzhao also walked over and said, "Sushan died so quickly. Maybe these people have something to do with him." Over the years, Sushan had been setting up a trap. When they came back from the heavenly moat, everything went smoothly. After that, they didn't encounter any danger. Gradually, they treated it as if the dust had settled. Now it seemed that the helpers Sushan had found were stronger than they thought. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. If the other party was really Sushan's people, then they came here so late. Their information was too outdated, don't think too much. Now this matter has come to an end. You're seriously injured, so you should go back and rest first. Although Lu Jin and the others' lives were not in danger, they had been severely beaten before, and looked very miserable. How are the others in the town? When they arrived earlier, they had noticed a lot of blood here. Presumably, many people had died in the hands of those people. Hearing this, Lu Jin reacted and hurriedly said, "Lu Ting also sent a few people to control the others. Xianxia is in their hands. I don't know how he is now." "Where are they?" Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed, and her face became serious. "They should be in the inn." Her voice fell, and Bailey Hongzhuang and the others quickly rushed in the direction of the inn. Xianxia was undoubtedly the first friend they made in the town. If it weren't for his help, everything would not have gone so smoothly. Inside the room, Xianxia, who was covered in wounds, stood in front of the shopkeeper. "What do you want to do?" "Let me ask you, who is Bewitching's friend?" the man asked coldly. Xianxia looked at the man with surprise. Could it be that this man was Bewitching's enemy? "Who's Bewitching?" "I've never heard of this name," the shopkeeper hurriedly replied. It was obvious that this man was their enemy. If they admitted that they knew him, they would all be in big trouble. "Old man, who asked you?" The man kicked the shopkeeper. "I advise you not to have any other thoughts. We've already found out that they went to the crossing celestial domain from here. Lu Jin and the others will die today. If you obediently tell us the others, we might have a chance of survival." Xianxia and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. They had caused such a huge commotion here. If nothing had happened, Lu Jin and the others would have already arrived. However, they had not arrived yet. This meant that they were in a terrible situation. Perhaps, they were really being controlled. If they were really controlled, then they, and even the entire town, would be finished. The man noticed that Shen Suxing's expression kept changing, and he knew that Shen Suxing must know something. Hurry up and tell me. Shen Suxing's expression changed slightly, but he still did not say anything. He and Beichen were friends, so naturally, he could not betray him. I don't know, I really don't know. Shen Suxing kept thinking in his heart. The other party came for Beichen, but from the content of the question, it was unlikely that the other party could find them through the natural moat. The reason why he did this was probably because he wanted to vent his anger. No matter who he said was Beichen's friend, that person would definitely die. The people in the town had always lived in harmony. No one would be pushed out as a scapegoat. I think you want to die. The man lost his patience and directly stabbed Shen Suxing's leg with his sword. Swish, blood spurted out. Shen Suxing couldn't help but scream. The pain in his leg made his face pale. Suxing, are you okay? The shopkeeper was also frightened by the scene. The bright red blood reflected in his eyes. He covered Shen Suxing's injured leg with his hands and said, we really don't know. You forced us, but we still don't know anything. The man snorted coldly, since you don't know, there's no use for you to keep you alive. Just kill all of you together. Outside the house, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others sped up after hearing the scream. They quickly rushed to the inn. Bang, the door of the inn was directly kicked open, and it instantly shattered into pieces. When the man inside saw that the person who kicked the door was a heavenly beauty, his eyes were filled with excitement. Yo, I didn't know that there was such a beauty in this town. It's really an eye-opener. Facing the man's covetous face, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't say anything and directly sent him flying with a kick. The most eye-opening part is yet to come. The man didn't take Bailey Hongzhuang's attack seriously. He only thought that it was a showy but impractical move. He didn't expect that this kick would directly send him flying and fiercely hit the wall. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Shen Suxing and the shopkeeper finally saw Bailey Hongzhuang and the others clearly. Their faces were suddenly filled with excitement. Hongzhuang, when did you come back? I'm lucky. I made it just in time. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but rejoice. If they didn't come back today and came back 2 days later, the entire town would probably have ceased to exist. We're really lucky. The shopkeeper heaved a sigh of relief. I'm too old to take such a shock. I almost fainted. Shen Suxing smiled as if he had just survived a disaster. We're not fated to die yet. Woman, you're courting death. When the remaining two saw that the man was sent flying, they immediately rushed towards Bailey Hongzhuang. However, the essence energy in Bailey Hongzhuang's body surged as she struck out 2 consecutive palms. The two of them ended up in the same state. Initial immortal stage. The 2 men looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment. They had already investigated this place. The experts in the initial immortal stage were clearly under Lu Ting's control, so they slowly interrogated them here. They didn't expect that another initial immortal stage expert would appear at this time. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Bai Liyanche. The latter immediately understood and walked towards the 3 men. The 3 of them only saw a purple wind sweep past. 2 of them directly went to see the King of Hell. Only one of them was left, and he was tied up by Bai Liyanche. Miss Bailey, quickly take a look at Suxing's leg. The shopkeeper released his blood-stained hands and looked anxiously at Bailey Hongzhuang. He's still so young. His leg can't be broken. Let me take a look. Bailey Hongzhuang tore open the trousers around the wound. The ghastly wound immediately came into view. She cleaned the wound and applied some medicine. The wound is very deep. He needs to recuperate for a while, but it won't affect his ability to walk in the future. Don't worry. Shen Suxing smiled. It's not a big deal. It's already not easy to keep my life today. You silly child. A bad life is better than a good death. You haven't even married yet. Why are you saying such things? The shopkeeper scolded angrily. Don't do this in the future. Yes. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others laughed when they saw this. the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Other than this place, are there any other places that are under control? Xianxia shook his head. No. That's good. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. You all rest for a while. I'll go take a look at Beichen. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to go out, she saw Beichen's figure. I'm already back. Beichen walked in front and dragged Lu Ting all the way back. Compared to his arrogant appearance before, Lu Ting was obviously much more miserable now. His face was bruised black and blue, almost like a pig's head. His sullen face was filled with fear and panic. When the crowd saw that Lu Ting was not only defeated by Beichen, but also dragged back, their eyes were filled with amazement. A rank 1 defeated a rank 2. Beichen, you're really something. Xiren looked at Beichen with admiration. Last time, he also learned about the cultivation method after the elementary immortal stage, so he understood the difference between rank 1 and rank 2. This was the first time they fought, and he could defeat a rank 2 directly. It was obvious that his strength was not ordinary. This guy's combat strength is not very good. I think he's at the bottom of rank 2. He's not worth mentioning. Beichen glanced at Lu Ting indifferently. He did not take him seriously at all. He had fought with Qing Devil before, but Qing Devil's cultivation was undoubtedly much higher than Lu Ting's. There was no comparison between the two at all. It was embarrassing that a rank 2 was defeated by a rank 1 cultivator. Now he was humiliated by this guy in front of so many people. Lu Ting was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. It was not because he was weak, but because this guy's combat strength was beyond his expectations. Lu Ting's eyes. Lu. What's the matter with you? Lu Ting's face darkened and he didn't answer. Beichen his. Calm. Not only did he reach rank 1, but his combat strength was even stronger than his. Wasn't this a trap? Xianxia had been helped to a chair by the others. When he saw Beichen, he said, Beichen, these people are here for you. Are they your enemies? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Beichen. These people were actually here for him? Beichen turned his eyes and looked at Lu Ting. Who sent you here? They had never seen Lu Ting before. Naturally, they did not know him. Since he could come here to find them, he must be well informed. Lu Ting raised his head and said, Since I've fallen into your hands today, I'm dead for sure. No matter what, I won't tell you. Don't waste your time. Lu Ting's expression was resolute, as if he was ready to risk everything. If he couldn't accomplish this task, he would die either way. There was no room for negotiation. Hearing this, Lu Jin and the others could not help but sigh. They were the ones who had fallen into such a predicament. They did not expect that in the blink of an eye, it would be Lu Ting who fell into such a predicament. Bai Liyan and the others subconsciously looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. In terms of interrogation, she was the best. Lu Ting noticed the expressions of the others and felt a little strange. He did not understand what was going on. However, he soon understood. If you don't want to talk, I have ways to make you talk. Bailey Hongzhuang did not give Lu Ting a choice. She reached out and stuffed the poison into his mouth. What did you feed me? Lu Ting panicked. Death was nothing to be afraid of, but the process of dying, if you can hold back and not talk, I'll admit that you're amazing. Hearing this, Bai Liyan and the others could not help but look at Lu Ting sympathetically. This guy was going to be miserable later. Yang Tianzhao and the others understood what Bailey Hongzhuang was going to do. However, this guy had almost destroyed their entire town, so he deserved to end up like this. Therefore, no one pitied him at all. Not long after, Lu Ting felt as if his entire body was on fire. Intense pain emerged from every corner of his body. His face instantly turned red. Even if he clenched his teeth, it was useless. This kind of pain was more painful than any pain he had ever endured. Woman, what did you do to me? Lu Ting shouted crazily. He had seen many poisons, but he had never seen any that could be so strong. I won't ask you, so don't ask me either. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was indifferent as she sat on the side. She didn't seem to care at all. Lu Ting rolled on the ground. His face was extremely ferocious. His eyes were bloodshot and the veins on his forehead were bulging. I'll talk. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Please, I beg you, give me a quick death. Lu Ting crawled step by step to Bailey Hongzhuang and begged in extreme pain. The pain made him feel that even death was a kind of mercy. However, Bailey Hongzhuang did not care. Didn't you plan to say it? Bailey Hongzhuang sneered. Even if you want to say it now, I don't want to hear it. Lu Ting's eyes widened as he stared at Bailey Hongzhuang in disbelief. You poisonous woman. Throw him out. Wen Ziren lifted Lu Ting up and casually threw him outside. I've long found this guy an eyesore. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the man in the corner whose face was already pale with fright and said, I'll give you a chance, will you speak or not? I'll tell you everything. The man said without hesitation. He knew how powerful Lu Ting was. Now that Lu Ting had kowtowed and begged for mercy, there was no need for him to say anything. Miss, I'll tell you everything. I only ask that you can give me a quick death. Sure. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled but her eyes were still cold. That is on the premise that you're telling the truth. Otherwise, I'll let you taste more pain than he did. The man's heart trembled. He did not dare to have any thoughts and hurriedly said, Of course, I'll never lie. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others finally understood what was going on after hearing the flustered man's narration. It turned out that they were sent by Qing Mo previously. They were looking for traces of Bailey Hongzhuang's group, so they came to the small town. After telling the news to Qing Devil and the others went to the crossing immortal realm first. Before they set off, Qing Devil left a message for them. He told them to kill all the people related to Bewitching in the small town. As long as they did it, they would be rewarded. Qing Devil was quite powerful in the immortal realm. Although their cultivations were good, they hadn't gained a firm foothold in the immortal realm. Therefore, they wanted to follow Qing Devil wholeheartedly. This matter was their stepping stone. Originally, this matter was assigned to someone else. However, after Lu Ting heard the news, he spent a lot of effort to take over this task. Who would have thought that this task, which was supposed to be easy, would end up like this? It was beyond everyone's expectation. After learning about this simple plot, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others fell silent. In this case, all the people in the small town were implicated. It's our fault. We're sorry to have implicated you. Di Beichen's voice was low, and his handsome face was full of guilt. Even if it was not clear how many casualties there were in the small town, but according to the situation they had seen along the way, the number of cultivators who had fallen was not small. Lu Jin and the others looked pale. None of them expected to be implicated in such an unexpected disaster. And it was Di Beichen and the others who caused all this. Who else knows about this except you? Not many people know about it. Brother Lu has killed those people. As for the others, they were killed by you, the man said in a trembling voice. Hearing this, the others felt a little relieved. At least, no one knew about this matter anymore. With Qing Devil's current condition, he wouldn't waste his time on this kind of thing. I'm really sorry, Bailey Hongzhuang said guiltily. Her dark, almond-shaped eyes were full of hatred. She had long known that the Qing Devil was not a good person, but she did not expect him to be so evil. The Qing Devil wanted to kill all the people who knew them. It meant that anyone who knew them would be regarded as an enemy by the Qing Devil. This level of cruelty really made one blush with shame. Lu Jin and the others were silent at first. In the end, it was Xianxia who broke the silence. You didn't expect this to happen. Besides, you saved us today. Seeing this, the shopkeeper also said, That's right, this is something that no one has ever thought of. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame that guy for being too vicious. Yeah. Lu Kiyu's face was full of anger. That Qing Devil is really crazy. Will you be in danger when you go to the immortal realm in the future? We will avenge you, Di Beichen said. I believe in you. Lu Jin also thought it through. Although the smile on his face was a little forced, it was not as complicated as before. It hasn't been long since they went to the immortal realm, but they have already broken through to the first stage. Di Beichen and Xianxia had just broken through to the elementary immortal realm, but they had already broken through to the first stage in such a short time. He thought that their progress would be very slow after they went to the immortal realm. he didn't expect them to be faster than he thought. It was obvious that these two were very talented. "Where is Qing Devil in the immortal realm now?" Bewitching asked. "He's in the Qing Pengzhou." The man answered without hesitation, "There are 13 continents in the immortal realm. Qing Devil is in the Qing Pengzhou. The Qing Pengzhou used to be the stronghold of Qing Devil. His remaining forces are here. Therefore, he came back to the Qing Pengzhou after he returned to the immortal realm. However, Qing Devil has many enemies. Therefore, people only know that he is in the Qing Pengzhou, but they don't know his exact location. It's said that he has more than one stronghold." "How did you get in touch with Qing Devil?" Lu Ting got the news when he was in the Qing Pengzhou. It said that he knew one of Qing Devil's subordinates. "I don't know much about this." According to Lu Ting, he got the news after the other party got drunk. It said that one can find Qing Devil in the Qing Pengzhou with a token. "A token?" "That's right." The man nodded. After Lu Ting got the news from the other party, he killed him directly. "I think this token should be in Lu Ting's storage ring." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Since there was a token, it would be much easier for them to find Qing Devil in the future. From the man's narration, everyone already had a vague outline of the immortal realm that they had no understanding of. However, this person's strength was not strong, and the things he knew were very limited. Many of them were heard from other people, so they could not completely believe it. "All right." Bewitching retracted his gaze. In any case, this news was of great use to them. Xianxia took the man out and gave him a quick death. At the same time, he took back the man's and Lu Ting's storage rings. This should be the token he mentioned. Xianxia took out a token with the word Qing written on it. Just like Qing Ji, who they killed before, Qing Devil and his subordinates were all named with the word Qing, which was their symbol. Bewitching took the token and looked at it carefully. Then he put it away. "Qing Devil came to find us. Now it's time for us to go to his stronghold. Today's enmity would be engraved in their hearts, and they would definitely return it all in the future, an eye for an eye, an eye for an eye." This had always been their way of doing things. However, there was one thing they didn't want to see, and that was, they didn't want to see the fish in the moat get implicated. The Azure Fiend's actions were completely immoral, which made them hate him from the bottom of their hearts. Lu Qiu and the others noticed the expressions of Bewitching and the others, and their faces couldn't help but show a worried look. "Jiang, are you going to the immortal realm?" "We originally planned to go to the immortal domain this time around." "Have you found the person you're looking for?" Xianxia asked. Bewitching was surprised. Then he said, "Yes, but she was taken away by Qing Devil. So we still have to find Qing Devil." Hearing this, everyone understood. It seems that this person is very important to you. They traveled thousands of miles to come here and even traveled between the immortal realm and the immortal realm. If she wasn't important, they wouldn't have put in so much effort. "She's our enemy." Bewitching's eyes darkened. "This time, we won't let her get away." It had been a long journey from the upper world to the immortal realm and then to the immortal realm. "Enemy?" Yang Tianzhao was stunned. They had always thought that Bewitching and his group had spent so much effort to travel to the crossing celestial realm, so the other party must be someone very important to them. However, they had never thought that the other party would be their enemy. Such an enemy. They must have a blood feud with him. "That's right." Bewitching smiled faintly. "There are always grudges that must be settled. Then, you'll avenge our town as well. When the time comes, you'll avenge them as well." Jiangxin's expression was serious. One could see the anger in his heart from his expression. They had lived in this town for so long, and they had developed feelings for everyone. Now, so many people had died in this town. It was indescribable how sad they were. "I will." Bewitching nodded. "After I've avenged them, I'll tell you the news." "Okay." After that, everyone settled Xianxia and Lu Qiu down to rest. Then, they went to check on the situation in the town. Many people had died in the town. Fortunately, Lu Jin had informed the others immediately before the incident happened. Therefore, many people took the opportunity to escape. They only returned after everything had stabilized. Therefore, even though there were many casualties, the town's foundation was still there. Lu Jin and the others tacitly did not mention that this trouble was caused by Bewitching and his group. They only said that other people had noticed that something was wrong with the spirit-devouring stone and wanted to take a share of the loot. No one doubted this news. They had always kept a low profile and did not mention anything about the spirit-devouring stone. However, there was no such thing as an absolute secret in this world. Eventually, someone would find out about it. Bailey Hongzhuang clenched her fists when she saw the sorrowful expressions on everyone's faces. Qing devil. I'll kill him. This guy is really despicable. Shang Guanying was furious. He's a cultivator in the elementary celestial realm. How could he kill these people? He's really sick. Generally speaking, when a cultivator's strength had increased to a certain level, they would not be interested in attacking cultivators who were too weak. Just like how they were not interested in attacking cultivators from the upper realm, this was a kind of bullying in itself. Everyone had a tacit understanding not to do so unless the other party provoked them. Qing devil had gone too far this time. I'm afraid we have to be more careful in the future. I thought we had done a good job, but Qing devil still found out our whereabouts easily. I'm afraid we have to be careful even if we want to make friends in the future. Bai Li Yanche's expression was grave. This time, because of them, so many people in the small town had lost their lives. If they didn't want to implicate others, they had to be more careful. Otherwise, once the other party seized the opportunity, trouble would come. Judging from Qing devil's means, he was ready to risk everything. He would do anything that could hurt them without hesitation. Unless we get rid of the Qing devil, we have to be careful. Bewitching nodded slightly. I understand. Last time, Qing devil was injured. I don't know how he is now. Xiran sighed. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he said, since even the small town has been implicated, will Yunju and others be in danger? Obviously, Qing devil had found out that they had stayed in Shiyun City. As long as they followed the clues, they would find out everything. Hearing Xiran's words, everyone's expression changed. We can't stay here any longer. We have to go back as soon as possible. Let's go. Everyone decided to leave almost immediately. Xiran's guess was very reasonable. The people in the town didn't have much to do with them, but now they ended up like this. Yunju and the others were definitely the Qing devil's targets. If anything happens to Yunju and the others, I will definitely cut the Qing devil into pieces. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was gloomy, and her clear black and white eyes were shining with a gloomy light. Boss, after you left, some people came to Shiyun City to inquire about the news. At that time, I didn't know who they were, but I arranged some means to get rid of them. Maybe it will work. You don't have to worry too much. Hearing this, Bewitching nodded slightly, but the worry in his eyes didn't disappear. He didn't know whether this means would work or not. The Qing devil's people were not stupid. They couldn't be fooled by ordinary camouflage. Yunju and the others are also very powerful. Even if they really encounter the Qing devil, they will have a way to deal with it, Bailey Hongzhuang comforted herself. Yunju and Zhongli were very powerful. When they left, they were looking for an opportunity to break through. According to her judgment, they should have broken through to the elementary celestial stage now. The Qing devil just asked someone to do it. He probably didn't spend too much effort on it. Naturally, the people he sent wouldn't be too powerful. Facing the people in the town, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others felt guilty, but there was nothing they could do for them now. The only thing they could do was to leave some cultivation resources and elixirs for them. You can leave with peace of mind. The town will soon be as good as new. Lu Jin noticed the guilt of Bewitching and the others, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. After such a thing happened, don't you plan to leave? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Lu Jin shook his head slightly. Our town has existed for many years and has always been doing this kind of business. In the realm of chaotic immortal, devouring stones are very rare. We are one of the sources. If we disappear, those people will not let us go easily. Besides, our two sects are already used to these things. It's not a big deal, so you don't have to worry too much. It won't be long before we return to our original state. Everyone will be the same as before. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang had a complicated look on her face, but she understood what he meant. Every place had its own beliefs. This town had been doing the spirit-devouring stone business for a long time. Almost everyone was used to it. If they left this place, they would not be used to it. We already know your intentions. Everyone is very grateful to you for giving us so many healing pills and cultivation resources. This is what we should do. I know that this can't make up for anything, but this is all we can do for now. Bailey Hongzhuang was a little ashamed. When we kill the Qing devil in the future, we will definitely use this good news to pay tribute to the dead souls underground. We are waiting for your good news, Xianxia said with a hearty smile. Xianxia laughed heartily. When you become stronger in the future, you have to protect us. Don't think about these things for now. Goodbye. Take care. We do owe everyone in the town, but there's nothing we can do now. You've introduced Zhou Su and the others to Lu Jin. In the future, we can ask our eldest brother to do business with them. I think everyone in the town will be better off. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's worried look, Bewitching held her hand and said gently. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. In the past, there have been many cultivators who have fallen, but because of us, there are not many who have been implicated. I'm really sorry. So am I. Bewitching looked into the distance. Everything will come to an end eventually, King Pengsu. Xiaosuo looked at Qing Devil who was still in a coma, her face full of worry. He has been in a coma for so long and has taken all the medicine. Why hasn't he woken up yet? You are a bunch of good-for-nothings. What kind of quack doctor did you find? Two of Qing Devil's men were half-kneeling in front of her. Hearing Xiaosuo's angry words, there was a trace of impatience between their eyebrows. We found the best doctor in King Pengsu. Then why hasn't he woken up yet? Xiaosuo roared and slammed the teacup in front of the man. Miss, according to the doctor, there are some hidden dangers left by His Excellency's possession. It will take some time for these hidden dangers to be eliminated gradually. Now he encountered such a thing and was seriously injured. He has used the best medicine to save His Excellency's life. Although he has been in a coma for a long time this time, as long as he wakes up, his previous hidden dangers will completely disappear. You don't have to worry too much. Miss? Xiaosuo's eyes became sharp. How many times have I told you? Call me madam. I'm Qing Devil's woman. I gave birth to his child. I'm the hostess here. You all have to call me madam. The man remained silent. No matter how angry Xiaosuo was, neither of them responded. They only knew that the young master was Qing Devil's child, but they couldn't be sure whether this woman was qualified to be the hostess. Unless His Excellency says it himself after he wakes up, we won't call anyone madam. Seeing that the two men were like stones in a latrine, Xiaosuo gave up her plan and said coldly, wait and see. When Qing Devil wakes up, I'll make you kowtow and apologize. We'll make amends. Xiaosuo was so angry that she laughed. She wanted to take advantage of the time when Azure Demon was in a coma to secure her position as the mistress. When they first met in the Crossing Immortal region, she knew that Azure Demon did not care about her at all. Now that Bewitching and his companions had found Dushan Domain, Qing Devil was her only support. If she did not grasp all of this, it would be impossible for her to continue living in the Immortal Domain. Fortunately, she still had her child. As long as she had her child, she would have the greatest support. No matter what, the Azure Demon would not abandon his child's mother. By the way, have you done what I asked you to do? We've checked. Bewitching and his companions stayed in Xian City. Except for the city lord, they didn't have many close friends, the man replied. The corners of Xiaosuo's lips curled up slightly. Let's get rid of everyone who is related to them. They don't have a good relationship with these people. The man frowned. So what? Xiaosuo raised her eyebrows and said, you've seen how powerful Bewitching and his companions are. They are always like this. Even if they don't see each other for a while, their strength will improve a lot. Now that the Qing Devil hasn't woken up, we have no other choice. The only thing we can do is to get rid of their subordinates first. Otherwise, once they grow up, they will become more troublesome for us. Moreover, if we do that, their mood will be affected. Maybe their strength will improve more slowly. Hearing that, the two men looked at each other with a trace of hesitation. Seeing that they were still reluctant, Xiaosou's face darkened immediately. I think you two have been disloyal for a long time. So you didn't do what you should do when the Qing devil was unconscious? They are from the chaotic immortal realm. Their strength is much weaker than ours. Moreover, Bewitching and his companions have already gone to the chaotic immortal realm. It's really unnecessary for us to do that. How do you know he won't go back? Xiaosou snorted coldly. I asked you to do other things, but you didn't want to do it. Now, you don't even want to do such a small thing. How can I not be suspicious? When the Azure Demon wakes up, I'll definitely tell him everything. Let's see if you'll have a good time then. Miss, we will send someone to do it, the man said. That's more like it, Xiaosou said with a cold face. You can leave now. After they left the room, the two men's faces darkened to the extreme. So King unlucky. Why did Master fall in love with such a woman? There are so many women in the Qingpeng continent who are much better than her. It's useless to say that now. I think Master doesn't care about her. However, for the sake of the child, she won't leave here in the future. We'd better be patient. Are we really going to do the thing in the chaotic immortal realm? What can we do if we don't do it? This woman is clearly using a chicken feather as a token of authority. She's deliberately causing trouble while Milord is unconscious. Bewitching and the others are indeed not weak. Now that Milord has yet to wake up, we don't know if they have the intention of coming to us. There's nothing wrong with us doing something. That's true, but this is too much of a bully. The man scoffed inwardly. We have some reputation in the immortal region, yet we're going to deal with those fellows from the realm of chaos? I'm not that idiot, Qingji. Even he went to the realm of chaotic immortal because he had other things to do. What's going on with us? The man didn't say anything. He only sighed. This situation was indeed very embarrassing. Xiyun City. When Bai Ziyuan saw Mo Yunjue and his group, he immediately welcomed them. Young Master Mo, you're here. Please come in. Mo Yunjue bowed with his hands clasped in front of him before following him inside. Before Bewitching and his group left, he had introduced them to the city governor so they could take care of each other. Bai Ziyuan asked, Young Master Mo, it's been so long. Is there still no news from young Master D and the others? Mo Yunjue shook his head slightly. Not yet. We think they'll be back soon. Therefore, we plan to wait in Xiyun City to avoid missing them. Bai Ziyuan understood when he heard this. That's true. The realm of chaotic immortal is huge. It'll be difficult to find them if we miss them. We came to find City Lord Bai today because we hope that you can help us keep an eye out for them. Once they return to Xiyun City, they will definitely come to see you. At that time, I hope that you can tell us where we live so that it will be more convenient for us to meet up. From what young Master Mo said, it seems that you don't plan to go out and train for the time being? Back then, I went out to train so that I could break through to the elementary immortal stage as soon as possible. Now that I've broken through, I might as well rest for a while to stabilize my cultivation. After I meet up with them, we will head to the immortal region together. Mo Yunjue spoke very naturally as if he was talking about something very ordinary. However, when Bai Ziyuan and Bai Qingli heard this, they could not help but reveal a shocked expression. The elementary immortal stage was a step that stopped many cultivators. Many people were stuck for decades or even centuries without being able to break through. Previously, Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang had both broken through, which was already an eye-opener for them. Now, Mo Yunjue and Zhong Limu had also broken through. This kind of strength was really amazing. In just 2 short years, the shackles had been broken through. It was really amazing. Young Master Mo and young Master Zhongli are really first-class geniuses. It's admirable. City Lord, you flatter us. The speed of our breakthroughs is much slower. What are you talking about? Bai Ziyuan had a serious expression on his face. I've been the city lord for quite some time now, and I've seen countless cultivators. However, to be able to break through the elementary immortal stage as quickly as you guys is truly rare. You guys have really opened my eyes. Qingli, you have to work hard too. Bai Ziyuan looked at Bai Qingli. He had always felt that his son's talent was very outstanding. He believed that as long as he had enough time, he would definitely have a chance to break through to the elementary immortal stage in this lifetime. However, when compared to these geniuses, the gap was immediately obvious. Although Bai Qingli was envious, he was not jealous. After interacting with Bewitching and the others, he had long understood the difference between a true genius and an ordinary genius. "Father, I will," Bai Qingli said. "However, if you want me to break through as quickly as Bewitching and the others, that's impossible." At first, Bai Ziyuan felt a little regretful. However, when he saw his son's broad chest, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Not bad, you just have to work hard." Bai Ziyuan patted Bai Qingli's shoulder. "I believe you will break through one day." After Mo Yunjue told Bai Ziyuan where they were staying, he stood up and said his goodbyes. They planned to go into seclusion for a while to stabilize their cultivation and improve themselves. "Young Master Mo, don't worry. As long as I see young Master D, I will definitely tell them this news." "Thank you very much. You're too polite." Bai Ziyuan sent Mo Yunjue and the others off with a smile. In the past, he had always admired these young people, but now that they were experts in the elementary celestial stage, their status was no longer inferior to his. Moreover, judging by the speed at which the other party was improving, it wouldn't be long before he would have to address the other party respectfully. In the world of cultivation, strength was everything. Age had never meant anything. However, just as Bai Ziyuan and his group walked into the courtyard, they suddenly realized that there were a few more strangers here. "Who are you people?" Bai Ziyuan's expression changed abruptly. The other party dared to openly barge into his city lord's mansion. Did they think that there was no one in his city lord's mansion? "You're the city lord of Cloud City?" The man in the lead ignored Bai Ziyuan's anger and asked such a question instead. "That's right, I'm the city lord of Cloud City." Bai Ziyuan's expression turned fierce. "Who are you people? Do you know the consequences of trespassing into the city lord's mansion? We're looking for you." The man snorted. "Kill him." "What about the people next to him?" "Kill them all." "Yes." The other party did not hesitate at all. Hearing the man's order, they charged forward boldly and decisively. In the blink of an eye, the two servants of the city lord's mansion were dead. "Father, be careful." Bai Qingli quickly took out her weapon and blocked the other party's sword that was aimed at Bai Ziyuan. Bai Ziyuan took 2 steps back and quickly took out his weapon. "Who are you people? Even if you want to kill me, you should at least let me know, right? You don't deserve to know." The man in the lead did not intend to explain at all. What kind of joke was this? He was from the celestial realm. Now that he had come to the celestial realm to kill someone, it was fine if others did not know about it. However, if this spread, how could he face others in the future? "Since you want to kill me, this is the city lord's mansion's business. It has nothing to do with others." After this exchange, Bai Ziyuan realized that the other party's strength was extremely powerful. It was much stronger than he had expected. Over the years, his foundation in Cloud City had been stable, and he had not offended anyone. Logically speaking, he should not have any deep grudges with anyone. But now, the other party had attacked him without saying a word. Obviously, there was a deep grudge between them. "Who on earth has such a deep hatred for me?" Bai Ziyuan pondered in his heart. Unfortunately, he had been keeping a low profile all these years. Even if there were conflicts between the various city lords because of benefits, it would not develop into a blood feud. Thinking about it carefully, he really did not understand. "None of you can escape." The man looked disdainfully at Mo Yunjue and the others. "They're here today. It can only be said that they're unlucky." Seeing that the other party was so unreasonable, Bai Ziyuan was also angry. What kind of enemy was this? Generally speaking, when an enemy came knocking on the door, they would definitely clearly state the reason for their enmity. How could there be someone who would kill without a second word like this? They didn't even give the slightest chance to explain themselves. Simply detestable. "Young Master Mo, I've implicated you in today's matter," Bai Ziyuan said in shame. Mo Yunjue chuckled as his eyes flashed with a cold light. "Governor Bai, there's no need to take it to heart. The other party's tone is so arrogant that they want all of us to die here. Let's see if they have the ability to do so. Zhong Limu coldly snorted, over the past few years, there have been many people who wanted my head, but none of them succeeded. All of you are just following in their footsteps. Arrogant brat, let me show you what it means by there's always someone better than you out there. The man threw a punch at Zhong Limu. The strong wind from the punch exploded the air, creating a shocking sonic boom. It was obvious that he wanted to cripple Zhong Limu with one punch. Zhong Limu's eyes narrowed and he didn't dodge at all as he threw a punch forward, bang, when their fists collided, a trace of astonishment appeared in their eyes. Beginner Celestial Stage. Beginner Celestial Stage. Zhong Limu was surprised that his opponent was an expert in the beginner celestial stage. However, his opponent also did not expect Zhong Limu to have reached the beginner celestial stage at such a young age. Father, they're at the initial celestial stage. Bai Qingli furrowed her brows. It was rare to see such a powerful cultivator in the chaotic celestial realm. If they had offended such a powerful cultivator, they would definitely remember it very clearly. However, when she thought about all the enemies she had made over the years, she could not find such a powerful cultivator. As for the fact that someone would pay such a high price to hire a powerful cultivator at the initial celestial stage to deal with them, she did not think it was possible. To hire a powerful cultivator at the initial celestial stage was not a small price to pay. Furthermore, judging from the fluctuations of their auras, it was likely that there was more than one person at the initial celestial stage in their group. As far as she knew, no one would be able to hire such a powerful cultivator. I don't think I've ever offended such an enemy. Bai Ziyuan was a little flustered. Such a powerful opponent was clearly trying to destroy the city governor's mansion. City Governor Bai, there's no need to think so much. We'll find out once we've captured them and interrogated them. Mo Yunjue curled the corners of his lips into a disdainful sneer. His eyes, which were as deep as a black hole, were cold and merciless. He then attacked his opponent with an awe-inspiring aura. Bang, 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 shocking waves of energy erupted from the battle. The entire courtyard was instantly turned into a pile of rubble. The city governor's mansion had always thought that its defenses were pretty good. However, under such circumstances, they could not withstand a single blow. Bai Ziyuan had even warned everyone not to enter the mansion. The difference between their cultivation levels was too great. Entering the mansion would only result in death. Boom, Bai Ziyuan was sent flying with a single punch from his opponent. Father! Bai Qingli cried out in shock. She no longer cared about fighting her opponent and quickly rushed to Bai Ziyuan's side. Bai Ziyuan groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. 3 initial celestial stage cultivators. What kind of grudge do you have against me? Bai Ziyuan's voice trembled. His eyes were filled with shame and anger. He could not understand what he had done to deserve such a calamity. Go to hell. The man charged forward. His cold and grim face was filled with murderous intent. Qingli, get out of the way. Bai Ziyuan's eyes narrowed when he noticed the man's attack. He instinctively pushed Bai Qingli away. Father! Bai Qingli's reaction speed was also extremely fast, and she immediately blocked with her sword. Even though this attack managed to block the man's attack a little, his opponent's cultivation was far higher than his. This block was only for a short moment before he was sent flying. Bang, Mo Yunjue's body was like lightning. Just as the man's sure-kill attack was about to land on Bai Ziyuan's body, he unleashed his speed to the maximum. A huge force exploded from his feet and kicked the man away. The man felt a sharp pain in his waist, and the attack deviated from its original trajectory. Bai Ziyuan originally thought that he was going to die, but after noticing that Mo Yunjue had blocked the attack, he let out a sigh of relief. He finally managed to keep his life. Bai Qingli hurried over and asked, Father, are you all right? I'm fine. Bai Ziyuan shook his head and looked at Mo Yunjue. It's all thanks to young Master Mo for saving me. City Governor Bai, you'll take care of the Radiant Sun cultivators. As for the initial celestial stage cultivators, we'll take care of them. Hearing this, Bai Ziyuan was slightly shaken. He could not help but feel a little worried. However, when he noticed that Zhong Limu was forcing his opponent to retreat, he understood what was going on. Then I'll have to trouble you, young Master Mo, under these circumstances. If he hesitated, he would only make things more troublesome and become a burden. Mo Yunjue and the other two moved like the wind, and their attacks were fierce and powerful. The originally arrogant opponents' expressions immediately changed when they realized that the three's combat strength was not inferior to theirs, and was even slightly higher than theirs. Big brother, something is wrong. Didn't they say that there is only one elementary celestial in the city governor's mansion? The man was being pushed back by Zhongli Mu. Although Zhongli Mu had not broken through to the first grade, his physical strength was extraordinary. On the other hand, the man had just stepped into the elementary celestial stage. He thought it would be a good job to besiege the city governor's mansion in the chaotic celestial realm. He thought he could make a contribution without any effort. Who would have thought that the situation would turn out like this? It was completely different from what he had expected. Even though they had only fought for a short while, his internal organs had been severely injured. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before he was defeated. The man's face turned pale. He recalled the situation when he first came in. Apparently, Bai Ziyuan was sending the three of them away. If they had waited for the three of them to leave, everything would have gone smoothly. He regretted it now. Why was he so unlucky? The man looked at Mo Yunjue and said, "Young master, what happened just now was our fault. If you leave now, we will pretend that nothing happened. What do you think?" In his opinion, the guy in front of him was more difficult to deal with than the man who had an extremely strong physical body. Although Zhongli Mu's attacks were fierce, he could still resist for a while. However, the man's attacks were not sloppy at all. Every attack was aimed at his vital points. Although he looked casual, every attack was dangerous. If he was careless, he would lose his life. After a short while, the man's back was covered in cold sweat. He was sure that the man in front of him was extraordinary. His combat strength was amazing. Since there was no enmity between them, it was better not to become enemies. It is easier to invite the devil in than to send him away. Have you heard of this sentence? Mo Yunjue's face was cold. There was no change in his expression. His attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. You wanted to kill us just now. Now you want to negotiate with us. Do you think we are fools? Zhongli Mu sneered. The man's face turned pale. When he was about to speak, Zhongli Mu said, "I have been wandering in the chaotic celestial realm for a long time. No one has ever escaped from me. Today, all of you will die here." Arrogant. The man was angered. His attacks became fiercer. Where are you from in the celestial realm? How dare you act so arrogantly in the chaotic celestial realm? Do you think we are from there? He was sure that they were not from the chaotic celestial realm. As a matter of fact, cultivators in the elementary celestial stage would not stay in the realm of chaos. Once they made a breakthrough, they would head to the realm of chaos as soon as possible. Only from the celestial stage were from the celestial realm. Immortal region? Mo Yunjue's gaze became unfathomable. You're from the immortal region? Bai Ziyuan's expression changed when he heard this. He had never offended anyone in the immortal realm. It was too strange for the other party to appear out of nowhere. Are you looking for the wrong people? I don't know you. Cut the crap. We're looking for you. The man attacked with all his strength. He knew that it was almost impossible for him to win easily with his strength. The only way was to fight to the death. Zhongli Mu did not plan to fight to the death. As long as he took them by surprise, he might succeed. Noticing Bai Ziyuan's confused look, Mo Yunjue understood that he really didn't know. He immediately said, "City Lord Bai, don't worry. Once I control them, you'll be able to get the answer." "Thank you, young master." Mo Bai Ziyuan thanked him and his attacks became even fiercer. If he couldn't figure out who his opponent was from the immortal region, he would probably not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Bai Qingli's eyes were filled with coldness. He wasn't a match for an elementary immortal, but other than that, the others weren't his match. This time, he had Mo Yunjue and the other two's help. As for the others, he wouldn't let a single one of them go. Bang bang bang, the sword in Bai Qingli's hand flickered continuously, and one figure after another fell to the ground, no longer making a sound. Zhongli Mu noticed Bai Qingli's straightforward appearance, and a trace of interest appeared in his eyes. "Big brother Mo, how about we compete in speed and see who's faster?" "Why not?" Mo Yunjue said. Yisun chuckled. "These three guys have persisted for long enough. I think the cultivators in the immortal region aren't that strong, so let's not waste time." "You're courting death." Hearing the humiliation in the three's words, the three men couldn't bear it anymore, and their combat strength immediately increased by a level. However, Mo Yunjue and the other two's attacks changed. They didn't use fancy martial arts, and were all close combat skills. As the young master of the Heaven Slaughter Tower, Mo Yunjue had always been best at using the simplest methods to take people's lives. His moves were never fancy, but they were terrifyingly simple. Sparring was never suitable for him, because he would always use a killing move when he attacked. Swoosh, the sharp sword flew past, bringing with it a pillar of blood. Mo Yunjue's back was facing the man, and he calmly withdrew his sword. Bang, the man fell to the ground with a loud bang, and the sword cut his throat, and there was no more sound. "You're actually the fastest again." Zhonglimu had a helpless look on his face. Almost every time he competed with Mo Yunjue in speed, he had never won. Mo Yunjue looked at the depressed Zhonglimu and said, "Remember to leave one alive, don't let them all die. This kind of thing doesn't suit me." Zhonglimu pulled his sword out of the man's vitals and looked at Yisun. "Yisun, remember to leave him alive." Yisun looked at the two of them helplessly. "No way? I'm last again? Who else could it be?" Zhonglimu chuckled. "Don't forget the old rules." "Understood." When Bai Ziyuan saw how Mo Yunjue and the other two dealt with their opponents in a joking manner, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Strength was the foundation of a cultivator. Yisun quickly grabbed one of them and threw him in front of Bai Ziyuan before saying, "Now, you can confess honestly. Who sent you?" Bai Ziyuan asked. The man looked at the fallen people, then looked at the few people who questioned him, and his expression became abnormally ugly. "Don't think of getting anything out of me, I won't say anything. You're really arrogant. You're already in our hands, yet you're still so arrogant. Do you really think we have no way to deal with you?" Zhonglimu took out a dagger and stabbed the man's body. "If you don't speak, I'll stab you bit by bit. Don't worry, I promise I won't take your life so easily. I've practiced this move for a long time, and I don't usually have a chance to use it. It's rare that I can use it today." The man couldn't help but shiver when he saw Zhonglimu's excited expression. Although this guy was the youngest, he was extremely ruthless. He could decide a person's life and death with a single joke. He couldn't help but feel regret. If he had known earlier, he would have died earlier. Now, he was simply living a life worse than death. Falling into the hands of these people meant that he would be humiliated before he died. How painful was that? "We won't make things difficult for you. You just need to tell us who sent you and we'll consider letting you live." "How about it?" said Yisun. The man hesitated and his eyes were filled with suspicion. "Don't think I'm an idiot. You won't let me go. You'll have to think about that yourself." Mo Yunjue's expression was indifferent. "Although you tell us who's behind this and they might cause trouble for you, that's in the future. But if you don't tell us, you'll be in great trouble right now. Will you really let me go if I tell you? You have no right to negotiate with me." Seeing this, the man hesitated for a moment and seemed to have made up his mind. "If you're heartless, then I won't be righteous." "Fine, I'll tell you." Everyone raised their brows. They didn't quite understand what he meant. "We came from Qingpeng continent. Qing Devil's subordinates sent us a commission." Speaking of this, anger appeared on the man's face. It's already very embarrassing that people from the immortal region came to mess things up. Who would have thought that they even gave us the wrong information and caused all of our people to die here? The men rambled on for a long time, but Mo Yunjue's expression changed when he heard the words Qing Devil. "Qing Devil?" Bai Ziyuan was confused. "I don't know Qing Devil." "Are you sure you didn't get the wrong person? You're the city lord of Xian City?" "I am." "Then there's no mistake," said the man. Bai Ziyuan was dumbfounded. He wondered if it was an enemy from a long time ago who'd gone to the immortal region after becoming strong and now sent people to deal with him. However, no matter how he thought about it, he was unable to figure out exactly what he defended. Even if he'd gone to the immortal domain, he shouldn't have changed his name, right? It was only then that Yisun noticed Mo Yunjua's silence. He couldn't help but ask, Yunjua, do you know something? Mo Yunjua raised his head and looked at Bai Ziyuan with a complicated expression. Governor Bai, you don't have to think about it. You don't know this person. Bai Ziyuan was stunned, but he quickly understood. Are they looking for revenge? It's our old enemy. I just didn't expect him to find us so quickly and even implicate you. Mo Yunjua had an apologetic look on his face. City Lord Bai, we've let you down. Bai Ziyuan heaved a sigh of relief, and then his expression became complicated. No wonder Child D and the others asked me about the Qing Devil when they heard about it. I didn't take it to heart and just thought they wanted to know more about it. I didn't expect them to have such a deep hatred for each other. Since the Qing Devil has found us now, won't it be dangerous in the future? Mo Yunjue hurriedly looked at the man. Have you heard about the Qing Devil and the immortal domain? The immortal domain? The man shook his head. I don't know about that. I only heard that the Qing Devil was seriously injured last time and has been in a coma ever since. Mo Yunjue frowned. He was almost certain that the Qing Devil's injury had something to do with Bailey Hongshuang. However, since the other party did not know about the process, he naturally did not know about the current situation of Hongshuang and the others. Brother Mo, is the Qing Devil sister Hongshuang's enemy? Zhongli Mu's face darkened. They are so despicable that they even wanted to harm the city lord. How shameless is this guy? Zhongli Mu's face was filled with disbelief. Not only him, but when Bai Ziyuan and the others heard this, their eyes couldn't help but be filled with confusion. Is there really someone so despicable? Mo Yunjua nodded slightly. The Qing Devil is not a kind person. I knew that he was a terrible person, but I did not expect him to be so terrible. Once upon a time, the Qing Devil was also famous in the immortal realm. I did not expect him to be such a person. He really did not live up to his reputation. Bai Ziyuan shook his head. He recalled the admiration he had when he first heard about the Qing Devil's reputation and felt that he was blind. Such a person was not worthy of anyone's admiration at all. He was a complete scumbag who did not even have the bottom line of a cultivator. Yisun also looked worried. I knew that the Qing Devil was not a good person, but from what he did, I am worried that young Master D and the others will be in danger. What should we do? Bai Qingli was very worried. Offending such a despicable guy will probably cause a lot of trouble. I only hope that young Master D and the others are fine. Mo Yunjue calmed himself down and said in a deep voice, they should be fine. He believed in Beichen's strength. Even if the Qing Devil was really strong, they should be able to escape as long as they seized the opportunity. Everyone looked at Mo Yunjue's complicated expression and understood that the situation was not very optimistic. Beichen and Bailey Hongshuang had broken through to the elementary celestial realm, but the others hadn't. The Qing Devil must have done a lot of homework for her revenge. It was impossible for her to be unprepared. Once he set up an ambush, it would not be easy to leave. Yisun's gaze also changed slightly, but it did not fluctuate much. What kind of person was Beichen? It would not be easy for the people of the immortal realm to take his life. Young Master Mo, you don't have to worry too much. At this moment, Bai Qingli also understood if Qing Devil really killed Di Gongzi and the others, I think he doesn't need to go through so much trouble to deal with us. He should have already investigated the relationship between our city lord's mansion and young Master D. If young Master D dies, the possibility of us taking revenge is almost zero. He doesn't have to go through all this trouble. Zhongli Mu's eyes lit up. That's right. The reason why he spent so much effort must be because he failed. Young Master Bai, you are really smart. Zhongli Mu let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but praise. Bai Qingli smiled slightly. Young Master D and the others are all people with great fortune. I believe that they will be able to turn misfortune into blessing. Thank you for your kind words. Mo Yunjue's expression did not change. Let's wait here for a few days. If there is still no news, we will have to go to the crossing immortal realm to take a look. Okay. Mo Yunjue looked at Bai Ziyuan again. City Lord Bai, we have implicated you today. We will be responsible for all the losses caused. However, they did not succeed this time. I'm afraid they will not stop here. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression became extremely complicated. That's true. Zhonglimu frowned. The people sent by the Qing devil are all experts in the immortal realm. Therefore, we can't leave this place. Otherwise, if they send more people, the city lord's mansion will be. Bai Ziyuan's expression also became abnormally ugly. This was definitely not good news for him. An enemy from the immortal domain was enough to cause the city lord mansion to be annihilated, not to mention that the other party had a considerable influence in the immortal domain. This time, they were lucky. If Mo Yunjue and the others had not come, they would have been finished. Yunjue, I don't think we can leave just like this. We have to be responsible, Yi-sun said. If young Master D and the others were here, they would have made the same decision. This happened because of them. If they chose to leave at this time, it would be tantamount to letting the entire city lord's mansion die with them. Mo Yunjue frowned. This was indeed a big problem for them. Could this be the Qing devil's purpose? In this case, they had to stay here and could not leave at all. This is indeed very troublesome. Unless we kill the Qing devil, this trouble can't be solved at all. Bai Ziyuan did not speak, but his eyes were full of hope. If they did not choose to stay, he could only think of a way to move. Staying here was tantamount to waiting for death. The Qing devil will be killed by us sooner or later. A warm and pleasant voice slowly sounded from outside the courtyard, followed by a series of footsteps. Hearing this familiar voice, Mo Yunjue and the others had a look of surprise and uncertainty on their faces. After seeing who it was, this uncertainty turned into a smile. I knew you guys were lucky. You'll be fine. Mo Yunjue's lips curled into a rare smile. His usually cold face was tinged with a trace of gentleness. You came back much faster than I expected. Of course. We can't let you down, Bewitching said with a faint smile. Big brother D, you're back. That's great. Zhonglimu was overjoyed. We were just worried about your safety. We won't lose our lives so easily. Xiran said proudly, Qing devil was seriously injured last time. It's a pity that I didn't kill him directly. However, this is only a matter of time. Sooner or later, he will die in our hands. Shangguan Yingying and the others looked at Xiran's complacent appearance and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. This guy had completely forgotten how he looked when he was beaten up. The misery at that time was simply unbearable for them to recall. Young Master D, it's great that you're back. City Lord Bai smiled. I didn't expect you guys to really make it to the crossing immortal domain. It's truly amazing. These were the words that came from the bottom of his heart. According to his knowledge, it was absolutely not easy to head to the celestial region. Previously, when he found out about this matter, he felt that it was impossible. However, it was obvious that the other party had made up his mind to do it, so he did not say anything. He did not expect that it would actually succeed, which was really beyond his expectations. Nowadays, the young people were much more powerful than he thought. Perhaps it should be said that Di Beichen's group had created a lot of miracles. Just like the Array Master competition, it also made people's jaws drop. Bai Qingli understood that this was for their safety. She nodded and said, I understand. After you leave, my father and I will leave the city lord's mansion for a while. We will come back when everything is settled. As the city lord of Xiyun City, Bai Ziyuan had built his foundation here for so many years. He could not leave this place forever and think that he was safe. Fortunately, leaving for a short time was not a problem. As a cultivator, it was normal for him to go into seclusion or train. Even if he left for a few years, there would not be any major changes. Moreover, he was so familiar with Xiyun City. If something really happened, someone would inform him. City Lord Bai, we are sorry for what we did to you. Di Baichen bowed and said, we will send someone back to pass on the message once we have taken care of everything. Bai Ziyuan waved his hand and said with a faint smile, it's fine. It's just a few years. It's not a big deal. You, on the other hand, must be careful when you go to the immortal region. He had thought it through. Although Di Baichen and the others caused the Qing devil incident, it had already happened. Whether he liked it or not, it was a fact that could not be changed. However, Bewitching and the others were genius cultivators. They had successfully broken through to the elementary immortal stage in a short time after coming to the chaotic immortal realm. They might have a better future after they went to the immortal region. He believed that as long as they did not die in the immortal region, they would definitely become important figures in the future. When that time came, if he encountered a disaster, they would not leave him alone. The friendship of a group of future powerhouses was very precious. City Lord Bai and Bai Ziyuan's attitude made everyone feel much better. They were completely implicated in the entire incident. It was not easy for them to have such a forgiving attitude. This made them feel that they could not let them down. Oh, right. Bai Ziyuan raised his eyebrows and said, if this is the case here, will Qingyang City be affected as well? Bewitching had been developing in Xian City since he came to the crossing immortal domain. However, he was quite close to the city lord of Qingyang City. Since the Qing devil was so crazy to attack them, he might attack Qingyang City as well. That's true. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes flickered. I think we still have to make a trip to Qingyang City. If there's nothing else, it's best to let them leave for the time being to lie low. Once they understood the problem, they immediately set off for Qingyang City without caring about the situation in Xian City. Boss, you guys go first. I'll go check on the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Standing outside the door, Gong Jun pondered for a moment. He still couldn't let go of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. When he left the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, he left the Immortal Treasure Pavilion in the hands of trustworthy people. Back then, the Myriad Treasure Pavilion was suppressed by the Immortal Treasure Pavilion to the point that they couldn't raise their heads. Now that so much time had passed, he didn't know if the situation had changed. Most importantly, he felt that if even the city lord's mansion had been attacked like this, then the Immortal Treasure Pavilion would probably be in even more trouble. Hearing this, everyone had different expressions. They looked at Gong Jun with complicated expressions. Okay, then we'll go first. You can meet up with us when the time comes, said Bewitching. I'll go with Gong Jun, don't worry. Bai Ziyuan walked over. If there really is someone there, we can escape. Thank you, City Lord Bai. No problem. Before leaving, Wen Xiren walked in front of Gong Jun and patted him on the shoulder. Gong Jun, my condolences, scram. Fine, I'll scram. Wen Xiren quickly ran out and said with a sigh, a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing the kindness of others. Gong Jun has really changed. How did he change? Zhong Limu asked. Wen Xiren shrugged. I was just comforting him. Think about it, the city lord's mansion is already in such a state. How can the Immortal Treasure Pavilion still be around? I bet there's nothing left of it, but he still doesn't appreciate it. I bet he's still holding a grudge against me for cheating him of his cultivation resources. Bai Liyan rolled his eyes. You know that Gong Jun cares about the Immortal Treasure Pavilion the most, yet you still say such things to provoke him. You're lucky if you don't get beaten to death. He wants to beat me, but he's not strong enough to do so. Xiren said proudly. Bewitching glanced at the smug Wen Xiren and mercilessly poured cold water on him. Gong Jun has already sensed the barrier to the elementary immortal stage. He's not far from breaking through. Cough, cough. Xiren almost choked on his own saliva. He then looked at Bewitching in disbelief. How is this possible? He's been looking after the store every day. He doesn't have time to cultivate. Bai Liyan stepped forward and put one hand on Xiren's arm. Xiren, you've known Gong Jun for so long. Don't you realize that he's a genius? Genius? What genius? Xiren was confused. He didn't realize it at all. Gong Jun has put most of his energy into business, but his cultivation speed hasn't lagged behind us. It was a good thing that his ambition was not to cultivate. Just like this, he was about to break through to the elementary immortal realm. If he put all his focus on cultivation, think about it, what realm would he be at now? Bai Liyan shook his head. Actually, I noticed it long ago. I asked him before and he said that if he focused on cultivation, he might be stronger than Bewitching now. However, he did say that he felt that it would be fine as long as he didn't hold the cultivators back. He still preferred doing business. Look at him, he's just casually practicing. Look at him, he's just casually practicing. Bailey Yench's words lingered in Wen Xiren's mind like a demon's voice, lingering for a long time. He had always felt that Gong Jun was the weakest in their team, and that he had a sense of superiority in front of him. Who would have thought that it was not the case at all? Could it be that he was the weakest in the team? Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at Xiren, who was like a frosted eggplant, and raised their eyebrows slightly. Could it be that when Xiren was really defeated, this guy was always lively and did not seem like someone who would be defeated so easily? However, Bai Lianche was not talking nonsense. Gong Jun was indeed about to break through. This guy did not take this to heart. The reason why he mentioned it was because Bewitching was worried about Gong Jun's situation after he went to the immortal realm. Under such circumstances, Gong Jun mentioned that he was about to break through. If there were no accidents, he would be able to break through before he went to the immortal realm. Bai Lianche also happened to hear this news at that time. This was indeed good news for everyone. At least in this way, their overall strength would be stronger by a level. Little Xuanzi had not broken through yet, and Little Blossom was also a level away. One more elementary immortal was of great significance. Zhongli, don't you think I'm too weak? Wen Xiren had a defeated look on his face. Normally, he had already suffered a terrible blow. Beichin and Hongzhuang were not humans. Their cultivation speed was not something ordinary people could compare to. He had long since given up on the idea of competing with them. As for Xianxia and Ling one of them was a beast king, and the other was a dragon. Naturally, their cultivation talent was not to be underestimated. According to Beichin, Xianxia and Ling cultivation speed would be even faster after breaking through to the elementary celestial stage. This was because the beast clan had a greater advantage in tempering their bodies. These guys couldn't compare, he didn't want to compare at all, but now even Gong Jun was stronger than him. How could he still live like this? It's alright. Zhongli thought for a moment and said, actually, it's because we're all geniuses. Think about it, I was much stronger than Beichin. In the end, they broke through to the elementary celestial stage, but I haven't. Only then did Wen Xiren feel a little relieved. Indeed, these were not normal people and could not be compared to him. Then what is your cultivation level now? I broke through to the elementary celestial stage a while ago. F***CK. That hurts. Xiren left Zhongli Mu. This guy is so young, but he has broken through to the elementary celestial stage. What a beast. Back then, he didn't know who had told him that the elementary celestial stage was an insurmountable hurdle for cultivators. If one wanted to break through, it would take at least a decade or a few decades. It was simply impossible. However, how long had it been since they came to the chaotic celestial realm? 1, 2, 3, 4. All of them had broken through. He looked at Mo Yunjue. There was no need to say anything. This guy was only second to Beichin. Ying, Shangguan Ying did not mock Xiren. She only said, don't worry. You'll break through soon. I know my wife loves me the most. Xiren was touched. Qingyang City. When Yang Han saw that Beichin and his group had returned, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Young Master D, you are back? Did your trip go well? Beichin nodded. Not bad. You guys really went to the crossing celestial domain. How admirable. City Lord Yang, we came here today to discuss something with you. Beichin went straight to the point. Seeing Yang Han, he understood that the Qing Devil City hadn't discovered the situation in the mansion of the governor of Xiyun City. However, he couldn't be sure whether the Qing Devil's men didn't intend to attack this place or they were too slow to come here. No matter what, it was best to be prepared early. Yang Han noticed the serious look on Beichin's face and understood that he really had something important to discuss with him. He immediately said, please come in. Let's talk inside. They walked into the mansion of the governor, and Yang Han sent someone to inform Yang Qinxue and Yang Lingfeng. After entering the courtyard, Beichin told Yang Han everything that had happened. Yang Han immediately understood. So, you came here to inform me to leave the mansion of the governor to lie low? Beichin nodded. Uncle Yang, my father also has the same plan. The enemy sent more than one master of the elementary celestial stage. Once we encounter them, the mansion of the governor will be destroyed. For safety's sake, it's better to leave first. Yang Han's expression was very complicated. He had stayed in the mansion of the governor for so many years and had never left like this. How long will I be away? Yang Han had mixed feelings. He kept thinking about the recent events in the city lord's mansion. Even if he had to leave, he had to at least deal with the matters at hand. Not too long. Bewitching said in a deep voice, we'll go to the celestial realm soon. According to our plan, we'll first deceive Qing Devil and the others. If we succeed, the crisis will be resolved. We'll inform you as soon as possible. Yang Han also understood that he was no match for a few experts in the elementary celestial realm. In such a situation, he had no other choice. I understand, Yang Han said. City Lord Yang, I'm really sorry. Bewitching cupped his hands. His deep eyes were suffused with a faint cold light. He had not let down many people in his life, but because of Qing Devil and Xiaosu, he had let down so many people. When he reached the celestial realm, he would not let these two people go. Yang Han waved his hand. Young Master D, you've helped us a lot. This is nothing. You don't have to take it to heart. Everyone looked at Yang Han with some doubts. Bewitching and the others had not done anything other than winning glory for Qingyang City in the Array Master competition. Yang Han smiled. My biggest wish in this life is for Xianxia and Lingfeng to break through to the elementary celestial realm. With their cultivation speed, although I've always had expectations, I understand that the chances are not high. If Miss Bailey had not cured Lingfeng and intentionally promoted them during their training, how could Lingfeng have broken through to the elementary celestial realm? My biggest wish has been realized. What's the big deal about leaving the city lord's mansion temporarily? Even if I'm not the city lord, I won't have any regrets. Lingfeng has broken through to the elementary celestial realm? Bailey Hongzhuang was delighted. This guy had been looking forward to breaking through as soon as possible. When he was with Fox and the others, young Lingfeng had collected a lot of fruits. It seemed that his cultivation talent was not bad. He had successfully broken through. Of course. I'm also a first-class genius. Yang Lingfeng arrived late. When he heard Bailey Hongzhuang ask about him, he immediately answered proudly. Bailey Hongzhuang turned around and felt Yang Lingfeng's aura. As expected, he had broken through to the elementary celestial realm. Then I must congratulate you. Yang Lingfeng smiled faintly. Compared to you guys, my speed is extremely slow. However, I know my limits. I'm already satisfied with my progress. Now, he was no longer as confused as he was at the beginning. Before, he only felt that he had to constantly become stronger for the sake of his father's expectations. It was Bewitching who made him understand his own heart. What's the matter? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Are you about to break through? Yang Xianxia lowered her head, a little embarrassed. My cultivation talent is not as good as Lingfeng's. Although I've been cultivating non-stop, I haven't broken through yet. It's only a matter of time. Bailey Hongzhuang comforted. She observed Yang Xianxia's aura. It was much stronger than when she had left. She thought that she would break through soon. Sister, you don't have to worry. Once Qingli breaks through, what are you afraid of? Yang Lingfeng looked at Bai Qingli. Don't think that I don't know. Sister has given you a lot of fruits. If you don't treat my sister well in the future, I won't let you off. Bookmark for easier reading. Looking at Yang Lingfeng, who looked like he was about to eat someone, Bai Qingli faintly smiled. His handsome face was tinged with gentleness. Don't worry, I will treat Xianxia well. He has always been a slow person when it comes to relationships. All these years, he has focused all his energy on cultivation. However, he knows that Xianxia has always wanted the best for him. Perhaps he didn't understand this in the past. But now, he understands. Especially after seeing the relationship between Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang, he understands that cultivators don't just focus on cultivation. There should also be some changes in his path. Yang Xianxia's cheeks blushed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude. She looked at Bai Qingli gently, her face full of joy. She has liked Bai Qingli for many years. All these years, she has never been confident in herself. As for the matchmaking between their parents, she has known for a long time. Although Bai Qingli has never rejected her, he has never expressed his love for her. Therefore, she has always been worried. She carefully handled their relationship, afraid that something unexpected would happen and break the balance. She was also afraid that another woman would appear and steal Bai Qingli's heart. Luckily, none of these things happened. She could feel that Bai Qingli's attitude towards her has been changing. This brought her more joy than the improvement in her cultivation level. Lovers finally get married. This is what everyone wants to see. We will be going to the immortal region soon. I'm afraid we won't be able to attend your wedding. However, I still have to give you my blessings. Bewitching took out some devouring spirit stones and placed them on the table. I wish you both a long life together. Seeing the devouring spirit stones Bewitching took out, Bai Qingli and the others were stunned. After confirming that these were indeed devouring spirit stones, their expressions changed. They quickly said, Baichen, we can't accept these. The devouring spirit stone is, without a doubt, a first-rate treasure to cultivators. There are many treasures that can increase one's cultivation level. However, treasures that can increase one's spiritual energy are very rare. The devouring spirit stone is one of them. In the immortal region of chaos, it is not easy to obtain a devouring spirit stone. You're welcome. Bewitching did not intend to take it back. You should know that it would be much easier to obtain the spirit-devouring stone from the crossing immortal domain. Even so, we can't accept it. Yang Han spoke up. He knew that there were many spirit-devouring ores in the crossing immortal domain, but it did not mean that the spirit-devouring ores were easy to obtain. On the contrary, the situation in the crossing immortal realm was even worse than the chaotic immortal realm. It was definitely not easy to obtain the spirit-devouring stone. This incident was caused by us, and we can't let it go. If you accept it, we'll feel better. That's right. Take it as a way to make us feel at ease. Just accept it. Yang Lingfeng looked at his father's conflicted expression and couldn't help but say, since Baichen said so, just accept it. The spirit-devouring stone is indeed very difficult for us, but for geniuses like them, it's probably not that difficult to obtain. Maybe after they make a trip to the immortal domain, they won't even be interested in the spirit-devouring stone. Yang Han glanced at Yang Lingfeng. This kid. He really dares to say that the spirit-devouring stone could increase one's spiritual energy. Even in the immortal domain, it was still very useful. However, he also understood that for geniuses like Baichen and the others, their means of accumulating wealth were not something they could compare to. Thank you very much. Bai Qingli cupped his hands. He knew that Bewitching was not a hypocritical person. Since he had taken out this thing, he had no intention of taking it back. If he refused again and again, it would make him seem pretentious. Bewitching and the others were relieved when they saw Bai Qingli's subordinates. Regardless of whether the other party really did not care, the Malachian fiend's matter had indeed affected them greatly. Even their wedding might have to be postponed for some time. If they did not do something to make up for it, they would not be able to live with themselves. Are you planning to go to the immortal region now? Yang Lingfeng had also learned about the situation. A trace of hesitation appeared in his eyes. He had also broken through to the elementary celestial stage. In fact, he had always wanted to go to the immortal region. However, looking at Bewitching and the others, he was afraid that they were going to do something important this time. Would he be a burden if he followed them? That's right. Bewitching nodded. Our original goal had always been the immortal region. However, our cultivation level was not high enough, so we have been staying in the realm of chaos. Although our cultivation level is still not high enough, this matter has forced us to set off immediately. I wonder if I can go with you? Yang Lingfeng asked after thinking about it for a while. After all, it was not safe for him to go to the immortal region alone. Moreover, he did not know enough about the situation in the immortal region. If he went alone, it was very likely that he would be killed halfway. At least it would be safer for him to go with them. Hearing this, Bewitching was not surprised. There is a high possibility that we will be targeted by the Qing Devil. You should know the Qing Devil's strength in the Qingpeng continent. You are in the realm of chaos. You are only slightly related to us, and he wants to kill you. If you go with us, you will not be able to get rid of the label once you are discovered. This is not a big deal. Yang Lingfeng waved his hand. Clearly, he did not take this matter to heart. I don't actually care about this. Regardless of whether I go or not, Azure Demon wants to kill me. Who knows, I might have a chance to kill him if I go. A cold light flashed in Yang Lingfeng's eyes. He hadn't said anything about this matter, but that didn't mean that he wasn't angry. The other party planned to bury their entire family just because of a little bit of connection. If they really met, it would be a blood feud. You're ambitious. Xiran praised. If you want to go, we can go together. However, we don't know enough about the situation in the immortal realms. It's hard to say what will happen after we go. You have to be mentally prepared. Bailey Hongzhuang analyzed their current situation. Although the cultivator under their control seemed to be telling the truth, they weren't sure if he was telling the truth. The other party knew that they wouldn't kill him now, so it was inevitable that he would have other thoughts. He might even want to use this opportunity to cheat them. Therefore, there were too many uncertainties in the immortal realms. No one knew what would happen after they went there. I understand. Yang Lingfeng nodded slightly. No matter where they went, there would be danger. He felt that it would be safer to go with them. In his heart, Bewitching and Xianxia were like gods. No matter how bad the situation was, it would be much easier for them. The chaotic immortal realm is huge, right? However, compared to the celestial realm, the realm of chaotic immortal was much smaller. One continent in the immortal realm is as big as the entire chaotic immortal realm. As soon as these words came out, the faces of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others all changed, and there was a deep shock on their faces. One continent is as big as the entire chaotic immortal realm? Although they hadn't stayed in the chaotic immortal realm for long, and they hadn't been to many cities, they knew that the chaotic immortal realm was huge. The journey to the chaotic immortal realm was very long. They expected the immortal realm to be big, but they didn't expect it to be so much bigger than they thought. I heard that. Maybe it's more than that. Isn't it a little too big? Yang Lingfeng couldn't believe it. Is the chaotic immortal realm so different from the chaotic immortal realm? The lifespan of the experts in the immortal realm is much longer than the cultivators below the radiant sun stage. Think about it, the cultivators in the chaotic immortal realm haven't ascended yet, but the cultivators in the immortal realm have ascended successfully. The chaotic immortal realm is also huge. There are so many planes and so many experts. Even if the speed of ascension isn't fast, the number of people who have ascended after so many years is still very shocking. Yang Han sighed and shook his head. The immortal realm is much bigger than you think. The water is also much deeper. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others didn't have any doubts. The chaotic immortal realm was huge, so they could imagine the situation. Moreover, with their current cultivation bases, they would be at the bottom if they went to the immortal realm. The gap between them and the chaotic immortal realm was too big. As the city lord of Qingyang City, I know a little more about the chaotic immortal realm. Look, the chaotic immortal realm is so big, and the cultivation resources are very abundant. However, the immortal realm doesn't have much control over the chaotic immortal realm because they don't care about it. Don't care about it, Yang Lingfeng's lips twitched. He had always thought that the chaotic immortal realm was a good place. There were many powerful cultivators there. Although the cultivation resources were hard to come by, as the son of the city lord, he was treated much better than ordinary cultivators. Who would have thought that? Don't care about it, this was too heart-wrenching, Bewitching asked. City Lord Yang, we've always been curious. Does the city lord of the chaotic immortal realm have anything to do with the immortal realm? Yang Han nodded slightly and said, we do have some connections, but it's just a simple connection. We city lords are only responsible for preventing the chaotic immortal realm from falling into chaos. Other than that, there's no big deal. The immortal domain doesn't have too many restrictions on us. They just give us some resources every 20 years. These resources are very abundant in our eyes, but according to my understanding, these resources are really nothing to the cultivators of the immortal region. As he spoke, he looked at Yang Lingfeng again. This is also the reason why I've always hoped that Lingfeng and Xianxia would be able to break through to the elementary celestial stage. After they go to the celestial domain, the situation will be completely different. With enough cultivation resources, breakthroughs would be faster and lifespans would be longer. With the heaven and earth yuan qi of the celestial realm, as long as one didn't die and spend a little more effort, one's strength would also improve greatly. That's something the realm of chaotic immortal can't compare with. Everyone understood. With such a big gap, they naturally wouldn't stay in the chaotic immortal realm if they went to the immortal realm. Perhaps they couldn't feel it from the outside, but after they went in, they would understand how big the gap was. End of chapter. There are 13 continents in the immortal realm. The major forces in the 9 continents are complicated and have existed for a long time. It's very difficult for newcomers to gain a foothold here. It's very difficult for them to develop well. Even if they are recruited by some forces, they can only do the most basic things. They don't have many cultivation resources, but they can do a lot of things. Therefore, most of the cultivators in the 9 continents are from the major forces. Although most of the cultivators in the immortal realm are in the elementary celestial realm, there are still some who haven't broken through. The children of the cultivators in the elementary celestial realm are also raised in the immortal realm. These children are different from ordinary people from the moment they are born. In the immortal realm, their cultivation speed is much faster than in the outside world, not to mention they have countless resources to cultivate. Therefore, when you go to the chaotic immortal realm, if you meet such people, you must not underestimate them. No one knows what kind of patriarch is behind these young people. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. The parents of the children born in the immortal realm must be experts, especially in the 9 continents. Maybe a child who doesn't seem to be a threat has a huge force behind him. The Cyan Pendulum continent, where the Qing Devil is from, is one of the 9 continents. The Cyan Pendulum continent covers a large area. Naturally, the Qing Devil's family is not the only one. In fact, the foundation of the Qing Devil is much weaker than those long-established forces. Do you know that the Qing Devil has a master? You mean Qing Ling? Bewitching raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Yang Han not only knew about the Qing Devil, but also Qing Ling. Yang Han nodded. Qing Ling is also a God-favored child. He became famous much earlier than the Qing Devil. When he was young, he went to the Cyan Pendulum continent and killed his way out. In the Cyan Pendulum continent, which was almost divided by the major forces, he established his own territory. At that time, the news gave many cultivators in the chaotic immortal realm hope. All the cultivators in the chaotic immortal realm wanted to go to the immortal realm. However, those who had been there knew that it was not easy to establish a foothold there without a certain background. Back then, I went to the other 4 continents and made a name for myself before I went to the Azure continent. Yang Han paused for a moment before continuing. Actually, I've also heard some inside information. The reason why Qing Ling was able to proceed so smoothly back then was because of the help of an expert from the Devouring Pavilion. At that time, the younger sister of that expert married Qing Ling. However, I haven't heard anything about it since then. City Lord Yang, you even know about this? Bailey Hongzhuang was in disbelief. Have you been to the immortal domain? It's just that I'm very interested in these things, so I asked around a lot. Yang Han chuckled. His eyes were a little empty, as if he was thinking about the past. I used to have great ambitions. I wanted to make a name for myself in the celestial realm. Unfortunately, I'm still in the realm of chaos. The reason why I know so much is that my status as the city lord has brought me a lot of benefits. I know more information than the others in the chaotic immortal realm. As for the Qing Devil, he's also very capable. However, he's still not as good as Qing Ling. If he didn't have Qing Ling as his master, he wouldn't have been able to progress so smoothly. However, this is also his opportunity. I'm telling you this because I want to remind you not only to be careful of Qing Devil, but also Qing Ling. If you're careless, you'll be in danger. Yang Han looked serious. In his opinion, even though Di Beichen and the others were all geniuses, they were still far from being able to compete with Qing Devil. It would be worse if they underestimated Qing Ling. He wanted to remind them so that they would know what to do. At least, they shouldn't make a move before they had a certain amount of confidence. Don't worry, Governor Yang. We cherish our lives. Although we're worried about Qing Devil, we won't act rashly before we have a certain amount of confidence. Bewitching understood Yang Han's intention. That's good. Father, you mentioned the 9 provinces. What about the other 4 provinces? Yang Lingfeng asked, are the other 4 provinces different from the 9 provinces? That's right. Yang Han nodded. The other 4 provinces are different from the 9 provinces. Usually, cultivators in the realm of chaotic immortals will choose to go to these 4 provinces after they break through because the 4 provinces are mainly inhabited by schools and sections. You should know that schools and sects are mainly used to nurture cultivators. When cultivators can be independent, they will consider going to the other 9 provinces. I suggest that you go to these 4 provinces first. They are the Yunyang continent, the Wanli continent, the Hualien continent, and the Tianqing continent. These 4 provinces are safer than the other 9 provinces, but that's only relative. Don't be careless because of that. The realm of chaotic immortals is much more dangerous than the realm of chaotic immortals. Which province does the abandoned immortal forest correspond to? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. The abandoned immortal forest corresponds to. Let me think. It should be the Tianqing continent, Yang Han said thoughtfully. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. Just as she expected. When she was in the abandoned immortal forest, she saw sections. Now that she thought about it, she was lucky that she didn't encounter the 9 provinces. Otherwise, the situation would be much more complicated. There are many schools and sects in the Tianqing continent, but not everyone can join them. Those who were able to cultivate to the initial celestial realm were practically all geniuses. However, only after going there would one realize the disparity between geniuses. Many people don't even have the qualifications to join. I've only heard of some things, but I don't know much about it. You have to be mentally prepared. As he spoke, Yang Han looked at Yang Lingfeng. Don't be discouraged just because others are so much stronger. Yang Lingfeng's face darkened. Father, am I such a person in your heart? Yang Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. That's the kind of person you are. Yang Han did not explain. He only said seriously, a martial artist's heart should also be strong enough. Yang Lingfeng. She didn't even want to explain. What I know is what I know in the past. As for more information, you should understand it after you go to the immortal region. Yang Han spoke slowly, then looked at Bewitching and the rest. When you go out, you have to be more careful. Some words may not be true. Seeing that Yang Lingfeng really treated them as his juniors and was seriously warning them, Bewitching also bowed. Thank you, Uncle Yang, for your guidance. Yang Han's gaze became even more benevolent. I don't know when I'll return from this trip. I only hope that you'll all be safe. Father, don't worry. Once I've settled down, I'll frequently send news back. Yang Han smiled faintly. He knew that it would not be easy to settle down in the immortal realm. It would be even more difficult to spread the news. The immortal realm was too vast. It would take a long time to go back and forth. Unless one made a fortune there and could send someone to spread the news. He knew his son very well. He had always believed in Yang Lingfeng's strength. However, it was never easy to show off in a place where geniuses gathered. He believed that as long as he could live safely, it would be much better than staying in the realm of chaotic immortal. When the time comes, I will bring all of you over, Yang Lingfeng said with a smile. Okay. Yang Han nodded with a smile. Then I will wait for your good news. After Yang Han's introduction, everyone had a general understanding of the immortal realm. They also had a certain direction in their hearts. Obviously, the 9 continents were not suitable for them. The 4 continents were their only choice. However, they still had to think about which continent to go to. In my opinion, we should go to the Qingpeng continent first and fool them about the Qing devil. After making sure that the city lord and the others are not in danger, we will set off to the other continents. What do you think? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at everyone. I am afraid it will take a lot of time to go back and forth. However, we have no other choice. They could go to the 4 continents directly. However, they would not be at ease if they did not solve the problem. It will just take some time. It is no big deal. Zhong Limu waved his hand. Coincidentally, there are many things that we do not know about the immortal realm. We can learn more about it on the way. Mo Yunjue agreed. Maybe we will have some unexpected gains on the way. Everyone nodded in agreement. The path of cultivation had always been unpredictable, and anything could happen. In the evening, everyone saw Gong Jun, who had just returned. Xiren looked at Gong Jun's disappointed face and could not help but shake his head. See, I told him to be mentally prepared. Gong Jun, are you okay? Shang Guanying asked carefully. What? Gong Jun's face fell instantly. He looked heartbroken. Those guys are too inhumane. Not only did they smash my immortal treasure pavilion, but they also stole everything in my shop. This is a blood feud. Yang Lingfeng and the others had seen Gong Jun before. At this moment, when they saw him looking as if his parents had died, they were a little panicked and didn't know how to comfort him. However, after hearing the latter part of his words, they were suddenly speechless. Boss, you have to take revenge for me. These guys are simply beasts. Gong Jun said with tears and snot running down his face. When the time comes, I'll make them pay you back double. Okay. Gong Jun nodded. This time, I really lost a lot. It wasn't easy for me to open the Immortal Treasure Pavilion to such a large scale, and I almost snatched all the business in Xian City. Now, it's all gone. Fortunately, I saw that everyone in the city was sad about this matter, so I felt much better. Speaking of this, he showed a gratified expression. The fact that a shop could be opened to such a degree was a great comfort to him. It is obvious that you are lying. I think the shopkeeper of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion must be very happy, right? Xiren said. Gong Jun glared at him. That guy was indeed very happy. However, when he heard what I said, he became unhappy. What did you say? Wen Xiren asked curiously. I said that I don't care about the shops in the chaotic immortal realm anymore. I plan to open a shop in the immortal realm. Bewitching, everyone, Wen Xiren, he believed you. Of course. I showed him my aura, haha. Gong Jun had a smug expression. That guy has no hope of entering the immortal realm. When the time comes, I'll be like a fish in water in the immortal realm. Who the hell is he? He's just a passerby in my life. Hearing this, everyone sighed. What he said made so much sense that they couldn't refute it. Maybe when the time comes, the entire Myriad Treasures Pavilion will be mine. He'll become my subordinate. Gong Jun said proudly. It was as if he had already set up his beautiful life in the immortal realm. Gong Jun, I always thought that my imagination was quite rich. I didn't think that you'd be even more awesome than me. Gong Jun glanced at Xiren. He was a little confused. Was this guy praising him or scolding him? Of course. You have to have courage. If you don't have courage, how can you be successful? Don't think that what I'm saying now is unrealistic. Who would have thought that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion could defeat the Myriad Treasures Pavilion branch in the Immortal Realm? Anything is possible. Gong Jun patted Wen Xiren's chest with a look that said, Brother, you still have much to learn in this field. It's rare that I find you pleasing to the eye today. Let me tell you. Gong Jun lowered his voice. Do you know why you can't compare to Boss and the others? Wen Xiren was slightly taken aback. You know? Of course I know. Gong Jun raised his eyebrows. Look at this group of people. Are you the only one who thinks that you can't compare to them? Xiren fell silent. Although he didn't say this out loud, that was indeed what he thought in his heart. Isn't that enough? If you think you can't compare to them, then you definitely can't compare to them. Look at the others. They all know how strong Boss's talent is. Has he ever admitted defeat to them? It's because I didn't recognize it that I was able to improve so much. If I had recognized it from the beginning, would I still be here? Gong Jun looked at Xiren. Look at you, this is the biggest problem. Wen Xiren was stunned. What Gong Jun said did seem to make some sense. Back then, he had cultivated with Bei Chen with the intention of competing with him. His cultivation level had not fallen behind by much. However, ever since he realized where the gap was, his cultivation level had fallen behind. Could it be that this was the source of the problem? Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also had strange expressions on their faces. Although Gong Jun had lowered his voice, everyone present had sharp ears and eyes, so they heard his words clearly. Even an idiot would know that Gong Jun was tricking Xiren. Looking at Xiren's expression, it seemed like he believed it. Zhongli Mu's lips twitched. Brother Wen, how big of a blow did you suffer recently? Everyone, when Xiren thought about it and felt that something was wrong. What about you? Haven't you always been hugging Beichen's thigh? Gong Jun looked at him with disdain. We're different. I'm a genius. Damn. You're really shameless. When Xiren also understood that this guy was just teasing him. Luckily, I'm smart. Otherwise, I would have fallen for it. As he said that, he turned his gaze back. Only then did he notice that everyone was looking at him strangely. Why are you all looking at me like that? After everyone had made all the necessary preparations, they embarked on the journey to the immortal domain. At the same time, they learned the name of the cultivator, Wang Chongyun. Actually, you don't have to go through so much trouble. I just need to go back and tell the Qing devil that everything has been solved. Why do I find it so hard to believe your words? Xiren sneered. It's true. The man emphasized, in fact, those people and I just formed a temporary team. We don't have a deep friendship. It doesn't matter if they die. I can go back and report this news. I can even take all the rewards. However, no matter what Wang Chongyun said, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others ignored him. This guy must be saying this now. But with the power of the Qing devil, he didn't have to take the risk of lying when he went back. He could just tell them the truth. Therefore, they wouldn't believe him at all. Seeing that the others were unmoved, Wang Chongyun was a little annoyed. If I really want to tell them, I can also tell them when the time comes. When the time comes, we will go with you. If you tell us, we will drag you down with us. Beichen's eyes darkened, and his handsome face showed a touch of sternness. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If we fail, you won't be able to get away with it. From this incident, you can already see the character of the Qing devil. He won't let you go just because you brought us there. What's more, if we all die, your poison will never be cured. If you don't believe me, you can try it when you go back. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were full of confidence. The man's strength was not strong at all in the immortal realm. From the fact that he accepted this mission, it could be seen that he was at the bottom of the list. Even if the force he was in really had a way to cure the poison, the medicinal materials needed to cure the poison were not cheap. The other party might not spend so much effort on him. The man fell into silence. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He also knew that Beichen and the others were telling the truth. However, once the truth came out, he would be finished. Everyone ignored the man. As long as he wasn't an idiot, he would know what to choose. If we want to go to the celestial region, we have to go through a test to confirm that we have indeed reached the elementary celestial stage before we can enter, Yang Lingfeng said. His father had already told him about this matter. After passing through this transfer array, we will be able to reach the entrance of the immortal domain. It's really convenient to have a teleportation formation. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time to get to the nearest intersection in the western regions. Gong Jun was obviously very happy. I've long wanted to see what the celestial realm is like. Right, Gong Jun has yet to break through to the elementary celestial stage. Can he go to the celestial region? Yisun asked. My father said that it's not possible under normal circumstances, but this guy is from Buezhou. With the token, we can still follow him in. However, in this way, Gong Jun won't have an identity card. In the future, he will still need to pass an examination. It's better for us to get an identity card directly. Everyone nodded slightly. Fortunately, they still had this fellow with them. By the way, aren't Xiren and the others going this time? Yang Lingfeng couldn't help but ask. They're not going. Their cultivation hasn't reached the boundary of a breakthrough. It will be very dangerous if they go in. That's really a pity. It'll be more lively if everyone goes together. Yang Lingfeng looked regretful. It's no problem. When they break through, they will naturally come to find us, Bailey Hongzhuang said with a faint smile. Near Celestial Sect. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at the magnificent gate in front of them, and their eyes flashed with a complicated color. When we were captured and brought to this place, we couldn't pass through this door openly. I can't believe we can go in now. Zhong Limu sighed. During this period of time, his improvement was much faster than when he was in the abandoned immortal forest. This is just the minimum standard. The next time we come out, we will be much stronger than now, Mo Yunjue said. Zhong Limu nodded. He believed that. They had improved so much in 2 years. If they stayed in the celestial realm for a while, their strength would definitely improve. Stop. When the group reached the gate, the man guarding the gate stopped them. Identity card. Wang Chongyun took out his identity card. When the guard saw the totem on it, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He said, "Please come in." Gong Jun had been following closely at Wang Chongyun's side. When he saw Wang Chongyun enter, he also followed. Fortunately, no one stopped him. "What about you?" "Brother, we just broke through to the beginner immortal realm," Bewitching said. Hearing that, the guard looked at Bewitching without any change in his expression. "If you are not a member of the force, you can't bring others in." "I understand." "You understand?" The guard frowned and looked at the large group of people in front of him with a strange expression. "We are all in the beginner immortal realm," Yang Lingfeng said. The 2 guards were stunned. It was not easy to break through to the beginner immortal realm in the chaotic celestial realm. Usually, they might not even see one person in half a month. There were 8 people in front of them, and all of them had broken through to the beginner immortal realm? Since when was it so easy to break through to the beginner immortal realm? Beginner immortal realm cultivators have to take a test when entering the celestial realm for the first time. At the same time, leave your identity information. Go to the house over there. The guard pointed to a place not far away. In the end, he couldn't help but remind them, this test requires the payment of blood spiritual stones. If your cultivation is not enough, I advise you not to try. Thank you for your reminder, big brother. We understand. Bewitching cupped his hands and smiled. When the man saw that they didn't seem to have changed their minds, he immediately shook his head. Every year, there would always be a few people who wanted to bluff their way through, but how could the immortal domain's examination be so easy to bluff their way through? The 8 of us taking the test at the same time is indeed a little too eye-catching, Yisun said. That guard clearly doesn't trust us. So what? Yang Lingfeng laughed heartily. When the results are out, he'll have to believe it even if he doesn't want to. The test wasn't complicated. One only needed to display one's cultivation base and be judged by the device. The person in charge of the assessment was originally dozing off. When he suddenly saw a large group of people enter, he was somewhat unable to react. After learning that everyone was going to take the assessment, he was even more astonished. However, when he confirmed that all of them were in the elementary celestial stage, his expression became extremely strange. Could it be that the few of you are the disciples of some big family who came out to train? The man lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "I've heard before that some forces would send their disciples to the chaotic celestial realm to train. They would only return after breaking through to the beginner immortal realm. I believe the few of you should be one of them, right?" Bewitching was just about to deny it when he heard the man say, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this." "May I know which continent you're from?" "I understand. It's only right that you don't tell me." Everyone felt a little helpless as they watched the man come up with a series of scenarios in his mind. Actually, it wasn't like that at all. However, they didn't bother to explain. This guy had obviously assumed everything. Even if they tried to explain, it would be useless. They might as well just stay silent. After all, they might not see this person again in the future. Seeing that everyone was silent, the man took it as a tacit agreement. His attitude immediately became more attentive, and even the speed of the examination became faster. When the guard saw that the man had personally escorted the 8 people over, his eyes were filled with shock. "Steward, what are you doing? Quickly take care of these young masters and young ladies." The steward was all smiles. "Do you need my help?" Yang Lingfeng looked at the unusually friendly steward and couldn't help but ask, "Can you lend me some blood spirit stones? How about we don't charge for this assessment?" Before he left, his father had given him a lot of blood spirit stones, but just now, he had spent 10 blood spirit stones. One had to know that blood spirit stones were not ordinary spirit stones. Even his father, the city lord, didn't have many blood spirit stones. Now, he had spent 10 high-grade blood spirit stones just to apply for an identity card. This was daylight robbery. As soon as these words came out, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at Yang Lingfeng strangely. Could it be that this guy had directly said what he was thinking? No need, thank you. Bewitching cupped his hands and didn't look embarrassed at all. It was as if Yang Lingfeng hadn't said anything at all. The guard looked at everyone in disbelief. He had been waiting for these people to come out and laugh at him, but he didn't expect it to be true. He couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that these people had experienced some kind of mystic realm, so they all broke through? The steward also reacted and hurriedly said, "Where are the blood spirit stones? Quickly hand them over. They're all here." The guard didn't dare to delay, even though he didn't understand what was wrong with the steward, who always regarded wealth as his life. Today, "Young Master D, these fellows are new and don't know any better. Here are your blood spirit stones," the manager said with a smile. Yang Lingfeng was dumbfounded. He was just joking. He didn't think that there was such a possibility. But now, the other party had directly delivered the blood spirit stone to him. What was going on? "You're too polite. This is what we should pay." "No, no." The steward waved his hand. "Ordinary people naturally have to pay, but how can you all be ordinary? It's my honor to be able to assess you all." Bewitching originally wanted to exchange a few pleasantries, but he didn't expect the other party to be so determined to return the blood spirit stone to him. This rejection hurt their relationship even more, so he simply accepted it. "Thank you very much. It's my duty." "Young Master D, you don't have to be so polite." The steward's face was full of smiles, as if Bewitching's acceptance of the blood spirit stone was something worth celebrating. Then, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others officially stepped into the celestial region under the steward's warm escort. When the figures disappeared, the guard couldn't help but ask, "Steward, what's going on?" Even if they broke through to the elementary celestial stage, you don't have to be so polite, right? What do you know? The smile on the man's face disappeared. How can there be so many elementary celestials? Also, I observed that a few of them are very young. They're definitely not more than 50 years old. Some are even in their 20s or 30s. Less than 50 years old? The guard was stunned. A novice celestial in his 20s or 30s, it's not easy for such a talent to appear. Moreover, it's in such a large group. Who else can do it except for those factions? The guard was shocked. With such talent, he was like a dragon or phoenix among men. There were many differences between novice celestials. A 20-year-old novice celestial and a 100-year-old novice celestial couldn't be compared at all. Moreover, in the realm of chaos, there were many people who hadn't broken through at the age of a few hundred. You should be more observant in the future. Although such a genius might not have any interaction with us, it's still good to leave a good impression. Thank you for your advice. I understand. The guard looked enlightened. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at the blood spirit stones in their hands with strange expressions. What's going on? Does that guy really think we're from a big faction? He doesn't even want blood spirit stones? Yang Lingfeng couldn't believe it. Even if the blood spirit stones in his hands were real, why did he feel like he was dreaming? 8 people. That would be 80 blood spirit stones. That was not a small sum. I feel like we found a way to make money. I wonder if people in other places are so easy to trick. Gong Jun looked excited. When he found out about the price, he had been cursing these guys for being greedy. He hadn't expected such a reversal. Anyway, it won't matter if we pretend. I think we should just pretend to be from a big faction. It'll save us a lot of trouble. Yang Lingfeng agreed. He didn't have as many blood spirit stones as Wei Qingqing and the others. If they came from a small family, they might be poor before they reached Qingpeng continent. It would be best if they could save some blood spirit stones. Wang Chongyun was speechless when he saw that everyone seemed to be taking this matter to heart. Is this something you can pretend to be? If you don't have the ability and confidence, you can't pretend. Do you think everyone is as stupid as that guard? Wang Chongyun, what powerful factions do you have? Why don't you introduce them to us? We'll have to lie and say we have a partner. Gong Jun asked. Wang Chongyun thought about it seriously. If it's the Azure Pendant continent, you can lie and say that you are from the Jing clan. The Jing clan is not weak in the Green Canopy continent, and their disciples have the habit of going out to gain experience. The Jing family, right? Gong Jun smiled. That's right. From now on, we are members of the Jing family. I have to remind you that the Jing clan is a large clan. There are many of them here, and it's common for you to be unable to match up. However, this disguise, the slightest bit of carelessness will lead to it being discovered. The mental powers of incipient celestial stage cultivators are extremely sensitive. Even the slightest fluctuation will lead to it being discovered. When that happens, the situation will be even worse. Don't worry, we know what we're doing. We definitely won't be discovered. Gong Jun looked confident. As long as we can save money, this little risk is nothing. Wang Chongyun's lips twitched. The cost of blood spirit stones was indeed not small, but to pretend to be a member of the Jing clan just to save money, these people's thoughts were truly strange. If the Jing clan knew about this, what would they think? After entering the near celestial sect, Master had thought that he would see a bustling city. However, the situation was completely different from what he had expected. There was no bustling city ahead, only some eye-catching teleportation arrays. This teleportation array was extremely large, much larger than any teleportation arrays they had seen before. Teleportation arrays? Zhong Limu looked at the arrays and counted them carefully. There were exactly 13 of them. Do these teleportation arrays lead to the various prefectures? That's right, Wang Chongyun explained. The distance between prefectures is extremely far, so they built teleportation arrays. Otherwise, just traveling back and forth would take a lot of time. I see. Bailey Hongzhuan understood. I was just thinking about traveling back and didn't know how long it would take. With these teleportation arrays, it'll be much more convenient. Through these arrays, we can reach Qingpeng continent directly. However, Qingpeng continent is extremely large. It'll take a lot of effort to reach our destination. Wang Chongyun looked at the clueless crowd and felt even more exhausted. These guys really didn't know anything about the immortal region. Had he really lost to these guys? No one doubted Wang Chongyun's words. There was no room for deception. Once they reached Qingpeng continent, they'd have to be more careful. Damn, the immortal region is just robbing us. Gong Jun's eyes turned red when he saw that the teleportation array had to pay 50 blood spirit stones. There were 10 of them in total. This teleportation array would cost 500 blood spirit stones. High-grade blood spirit stones weren't easy to earn. Even though he'd been running a store for so long, he hadn't been able to earn much. The guy from the immortal region was already ruthless enough. He didn't expect the immortal region to be even more ruthless. Yang Lingfeng's expression was complicated. He'd been worried that he wouldn't have enough blood spirit stones. Now, it seemed that he really didn't have enough. In addition to the teleportation array, they'd also have to transfer to a flying Dharma artifact. Needless to say, that would be another huge expense. The immortal region isn't like the immortal region of chaos. It's not easy to earn high-grade blood spirit stones there, but it's much easier in the immortal region. Bailey Yanche took out a storage ring. Fortunately, we collected all these storage rings. The immortal region is so rich. I'm sure they have a lot of blood spirit stones in their storage rings. Wang Chongyun's expression was calm. Although they weren't doing well in Qingpeng continent, they still had a lot of blood spirit stones. However, Wang Chongyun's expression quickly changed. How strange. Why hasn't the mark on the ring dissipated yet? Bailey Yanche looked at the storage ring in his hand strangely. He wanted to take out some blood spirit stones from the ring, but he found that the restriction on it had not dissipated. His mind power could not penetrate it directly. Generally speaking, when a cultivator died, the mark on the ring would automatically disappear. That's strange. Yang Lingfeng leaned over. I've never encountered such a situation before. It's true. The storage ring in your hand is mine. Wang Chongyun said through gritted teeth, Was this fellow doing this on purpose? Ah? Xianxia was slightly startled, but he quickly understood. He had been responsible for collecting the storage rings of the defeated cultivators, and there were quite a few of them. He had simply put them all together and casually took one out. He hadn't expected to take out Wang Chongyun's ring, and this truly was rather awkward. Then I'll exchange for another one. Xianxia put the ring back and took out another one. Wang Chongyun. In any case, we're in the same boat now. Can't you consider returning my storage ring? As expected, there were quite a few blood spirit stones in the storage ring. Xianxia immediately smiled. Wang Chongyun is right. These guys from the immortal region are rich. There are quite a few blood spirit stones here. There are hundreds of high-grade blood spirit stones in this one ring alone. Xianxia smiled. They had been doing business for a long time, and most of the blood spirit stones they had earned were ordinary blood spirit stones. The difference between them and high-tier blood spirit stones was too great. They did not have many blood spirit stones in their hands. All of this was thanks to Gong Jun, who was good at making money. Otherwise, they would be even poorer. Gong Jun's eyes lit up. If that's the case, wouldn't there be several thousand blood spirit stones in these storage rings? Maybe it will break through 10,000. Those three who are stronger should have more. Everyone was delighted to hear this. The people from the immortal region are rich. If we had known this, why would we have spent so much effort? We could have just come to the immortal region and rob a few. That would have made us money much faster. Yang Lingfeng felt as if a broad path to making money had appeared in front of him. He had always been embarrassingly short of money. He knew nothing about alchemy or formations. He had thought that he could only continue to be poor. Who would have thought that heaven would always leave a way out? This path would be much smoother. Wang Chongyun rolled his eyes inwardly. Did these people think that the cultivators of the immortal region were cabbages that could be easily dealt with? Although he had indeed been dealt with quite easily, he would never admit that he was too weak. At this moment, Wang Chongyun suddenly noticed that Xianxia's gaze had landed on him. Could it be that this fellow was up to no good again? Brother Wang, why don't you just erase the restriction on your storage ring? If I erase it, it will damage your mental strength. Wang Chongyun's face darkened. This guy wasn't giving him any face at all. I'm going with you to the Azure Pendant Continent. Xianxia nodded. I understand. What do you understand? If you really understand, then return the storage ring to me. Seeing that the other party was playing dumb and had no intention of returning the storage ring, Wang Chongyun could only resign himself to his fate and erase the imprint on it. Xianxia immediately took out the blood spirit stones and placed a hand on Wang Chongyun's shoulder. He sighed and said, Brother Wang, you're not doing well. You have fewer blood spirit stones than others. Gong Jun raised his eyebrows. How much less? Only 300 high-grade blood spirit stones. Tsk, how poor. Gong Jun had a look of disdain on his face. As a cultivator of the immortal region, you're actually so poor. Cough, cough. Wang Chongyun's face was already as black as the bottom of a pot. Were these two fellows done yet? They snatched his things and still had the nerve to attack him. They were simply inhumane. You guys have to be more tactful with your words, Yang Lingfeng said. He didn't want to be weak. How ruthless. After emptying the storage ring, Xianxia placed the ring in Wang Chongyun's hand. Don't say that I don't treat you as one of us. I'll return this storage ring to you. The corners of Wang Chongyun's eyes twitched. He really wanted to beat this guy to death, but his cultivation wasn't strong enough, so he could only be suppressed by this guy. How frustrating. He'd lived for so long, but he'd never been so frustrated. Xianxia was confused when he saw Wang Chongyun staring at him. Brother Wang, you don't think it's enough? Then I'll give you this storage ring too. And this one. Wang Chongyun looked at the 3 storage rings on his hand. They were all empty as expected. He could only look at the sky speechlessly. Had he stayed in the celestial realm for too long? Why were the people in the chaotic celestial realm so shameless? He could swear that this guy didn't really want to give him the storage rings. It was just that he had too many storage rings and couldn't be bothered to keep them. The celestial realm was not like the lower realms where storage rings were precious. Here, they could be found anywhere. Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that Wang Chongyun's face was getting stiffer and stiffer. They could all see that Bailey Yanche was deliberately teasing him. Alright, let's go to the Green Pendant Continent first. Bailey Yanche finally stopped thinking and followed the others to the Green Pendant Continent's teleportation formation. This place was very far from the Green Pendant Continent. Even with the teleportation formation, it still took a lot of time. Based on the ratio of time, everyone could understand how shocking the distance was. They had used the teleportation formation many times before, but none of them could compare to this one. Even the teleportation took an hour. When the spatial energy around them disappeared, they realized that they had appeared in another area. At a glance, there were many cultivators shuttling back and forth in the surroundings. There was a city gate in the distance, and their current location should be outside the city. Even outside, there were still many people walking around. They could sense that almost all of these cultivators were in the elementary celestial realm. Bailey Hongzhuang even sensed a stronger aura among them. It was obvious that they had reached a certain level. The celestial realm is indeed full of strong cultivators. Usually, no one dared to provoke an elementary celestial in the chaotic celestial realm. Here, they could be seen everywhere. There were even high-grade celestials. In contrast, they seemed very weak. Let's go. Everyone walked out of the teleportation array one after another, their brows filled with amazement. No wonder my father always hoped that I could enter the immortal domain. The elemental energy here is much stronger than the immortal domain. Yang Lingfeng marveled at the richness of the origin energy here. It was much stronger than the origin energy outside. Even if he used the blood spirit stone to assist his cultivation, the effect would only be equivalent to that of the celestial realm. If he added the blood spirit stone on top of that, his cultivation speed would increase tremendously. Many people in the surroundings had already noticed Bailey Hongzhuang's group. Qingpeng continent had always been occupied by various large forces, so the sudden appearance of a few unfamiliar faces would naturally attract attention. However, after noticing that these people all had extraordinary bearings, everyone just watched, wondering which force they were from. Naturally, they couldn't touch the people of the factions. However, they would target some foreign cultivators who weren't afraid of death. Everyone, be careful, Bewitching said. Just by noticing the gazes around him, he already understood what these people were thinking. When they first went to Penglai Island, they encountered such a situation. Obviously, these people were targeting the foreign cultivators. If they didn't show off their strength, they might cause some trouble. Everyone also understood, and the surprise on their faces disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the novelty on this person's face disappeared completely. Wang Chongyun noticed this change and could not help but glance at Bewitching. This guy was quite smart at that time. He knew these guys in the immortal region too well. These guys could tell at a glance whether they were newcomers or not. Even if these guys had calmed down immediately, their appearance just now must have been noticed by many people. If there was no turning point, trouble would probably come knocking on their door later. The group continued to walk forward. However, not long after, they noticed that someone was following behind them. There was no doubt that these guys had their eyes on them. Wang Chongyun's face was calm. He wanted to see if Bewitching and the others had a solution. Right now, he was indeed being controlled, but as long as Bewitching and the others needed to negotiate with the other party, they could take the antidote from Bailey Hongzhuang's storage ring, then his threat would disappear. I'm afraid things are a little troublesome. Ling Er frowned. It was not a good thing to be targeted as soon as they entered the immortal region. Although there were only a few people behind them, she could feel that one of them was still very strong, at least much stronger than the others. Once a battle broke out here, even if they could kill all the people behind them, it was inevitable that someone would take the opportunity to take advantage of them. It seems that the battle in the immortal region is indeed more intense than outside. Yisun shook his head. Although there were many battles in the immortal region of chaos, this kind of situation rarely happened. Don't worry, haven't you already thought of a way to deal with this matter? Bailey Hongzhuang said with a faint smile. Yisun was slightly stunned. Before he could react, Gong Jun had already said with a smile, we've been away from the family for a long time. Now we're finally back. Everything about the family is good, but it's really troublesome to always let us go out to gain experience. I think it's good to stay in the family. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was full of confidence. Isn't it good to gain experience? Who doesn't know your name now? This time, when we go back, they will have a whole new level of respect for us. After all, they can't say that we only know how to cultivate in the clan. The voices of the three of them were not too loud, but it was enough for the cultivators nearby to hear them clearly. Zhong Limu and the rest looked at Gong Jun in shock. Even they almost believed the lie. The most important thing was that the three of them didn't seem to be nervous at all. It was as if they were talking about themselves. When the cultivators who were following behind heard this, their footsteps paused slightly, and a hint of hesitation appeared in their eyes. Someone from the Jing clan? The Jing family's reputation in the Green Pendant continent was still very resounding. This was a very powerful family with complicated roots and flourishing population. One could often see young cultivators from the Jing family, so it was not surprising that they did not recognize them. When these people first arrived, their expressions were clearly filled with surprise. Could they be deceiving us? I don't think so. Didn't they say that they went out to train? Maybe it's because they haven't been back for a long time that they revealed such an expression. I think we should give up. If they're really from the Jing clan, then we're in trouble. Although they had some power here, it was nothing compared to the Jing clan. Very quickly, the group of people behind him quickly retreated. It's that simple? Yang Lingfeng exclaimed. Didn't I tell you before that this was a very useful trick? Bewitching smiled faintly. If we were newcomers, we wouldn't have known about the Jing clan's existence. These people aren't brainless either. They'll naturally figure it out. Zhong Limu immediately understood. This problem was solved without any effort. To think that he had been worried that a battle would break out later and had been comparing the strength of both sides. If they couldn't get rid of these people quickly, they would be in trouble. Who would have thought that they didn't need to do anything at all? With just a few words, the problem was solved. Wang Chongyun was also on the verge of breaking down. These people were too cowardly. They had just casually spouted a few lies and fooled these people. What kind of brains did they have? However, he also understood that these three people's cooperation was flawless. Gong Jun seemed to have realized this matter at the first moment, and said such words in a casual manner. Bewitching was even more impressive. He said those words but didn't say which clan he belonged to. Generally speaking, if one wanted to intimidate the other party, they would have said that they were from the Jing clan from the start. Until Bailey Hongzhuang said the name Jing Sun. This was a chain of lies. It was hard not to believe. No wonder these people were so confident when they said that they were fooling people. They probably already had experience. Bai Li Yanche looked at Wang Chongyun happily. Brother Wang, you didn't lie to us. The Jing clan really is a big clan here. Wang Chongyun wanted to vomit blood, but he could only smile stiffly. That's because we're grasshoppers on the same rope now. He was also very regretful. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have said that. This way, we can save time faster. However, a batch of blood spirit stones slipped through our hands, Mo Yunjua said. The cultivators of the immortal domain were very rich. If they could get rid of these fellows, they would become even richer. Blood spirit stones were very helpful for cultivation, especially high-grade blood spirit stones. The elemental energy in them was very pure, so there was almost no need to spend too much effort to refine them. Cultivating with blood spirit stones would greatly increase one's cultivation speed. However, because they were too poor, they could not afford to use blood spirit stones directly to cultivate. Now that he had come to the celestial realm, all of this didn't seem so unattainable anymore. Don't worry. We'll have plenty of opportunities, Bewitching said confidently. When the time comes, we'll have an endless supply of blood spirit stones. We'll break through as soon as possible. The gap between Qing Devil's cultivation and theirs was not too big. If they stayed outside, their cultivation speed would naturally be slower. But now that they had come to the immortal realm, the gap between them and Qing Devil had been reduced a lot. As long as he could obtain more cultivation resources, he might be able to take his revenge soon. Wang Chongyun rolled his eyes when he heard this. Although it was easier for cultivators in the immortal domain to obtain blood spirit stones, it was not as easy as it was on the streets. A first-rank immortal actually said that he would have an endless supply of blood spirit stones. Wasn't he a little too arrogant? Even if he was the manager, he couldn't do that. End of chapter. The cities in the celestial realm were not much different from those in the outside world. The biggest difference was that they were much larger than the cities in the realm of chaos. This was an extremely magnificent city. The wide roads made people seem especially small. There were also many pedestrians, and each of them had a different style. In this place, one could not judge a person's age by his or her appearance. The entire street seemed to be filled with young people. One could feel the rich energy fluctuations from them. Grand. This was the first feeling everyone had when they walked into the city. Whether it was the city walls or the shops on the streets, even some of the details revealed a grand and profound aura. Many cultivators were shuttling back and forth in the city. Sharp sword chi emanated from their swords, showing off their strength without any hesitation. Noticing this scene, everyone immediately became low-key and walked without looking sideways. In this place where there were as many powerhouses as there were clouds, even a glance could provoke the other party. Currently, they were simply the smallest team in the city. Not to mention provoking a team, even if they provoked a single person, it would probably be quite troublesome. Will the situation in the other 4 realms be better? Yang Lingfeng asked. If the situation was like this, it would be like surviving in the cracks. This was not something that could be solved just because you did not want to cause trouble. No one could say whether the other party would suddenly target you or not. It wasn't as if they hadn't experienced this kind of unexpected misfortune before. It will be better, but there are also many geniuses there, Wan Chongyan said. In fact, he had a deeper feeling than Bewitching and the others. With his strength, almost everyone here could bully him. If it were not for the fact that life was so difficult, he would not have accepted such a mission. To be honest, they only had the chance to show off in the realm of chaos. In this realm of chaos, no one dared to offend them. No wonder Father told me not to be easily defeated. I've just arrived, and I'm already deeply affected. Yang Lingfeng sighed. He could be said to be a first-class genius in the realm of chaos since he could break through to the elementary celestial realm at his age. However, compared to the geniuses here, he was nothing. Just now, he had only taken a quick look, but he had already noticed that some of the cultivators with powerful auras were definitely much younger than him. The so-called geniuses from the realm of chaotic immortal were probably the weakest in the immortal realms. Take it easy. Their cultivation resources are better than ours. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Believe in yourself. Actually, she was also very shocked. Along the way, the speed of her breakthroughs was already not slow, but in the face of these geniuses, she was just a drop in the ocean. However, since he had already come to this place, he had to believe that he could rise to the top. She had met many geniuses before, but until the end, no one knew the result. He shouldn't be arrogant, but he still had to have his own pride. Yang Lingfeng nodded. That's true. We're going to the city to take a flying ritual tool to Liuxin City. It'll take a long time to get to Liuxin City, and it'll take at least a month to get there, Wan Chongyan said. So far? It's already fast enough. If we don't use flying artifacts, it'll take us several months to get there. How many blood spirit stones do we have to pay to take a flying ritual tool? Gong Jun quickly asked. 80. 80. Gong Jun raised his voice, and his expression became very ferocious. So expensive? The teleportation formation only costs 50. That's not the same. The teleportation array was built by many experts and only needs to be maintained. It's public, but this flying artifact is privately owned, so it's a little more expensive. It's not just a little more expensive, it's a lot more expensive. Gong Jun looked gloomy. The teleportation array only takes a short while, but we have to cross so much distance. It'll take at least a month on this flying artifact, and they have the nerve to charge so much. Wang Chongyan's lips twitched. That's true, but there's nothing we can do about it, profiteers. Gong Jun looked gloomy. 8 people means 640. We'll be poor in the blink of an eye. They'd thought that the several thousand blood spirit stones they'd obtained in the storage ring was already a good harvest, enough to last them for a while. They hadn't expected that they'd have to spend 1,000 in the blink of an eye. After calculating the travel expenses to the 4 great continents and possible expenses along the way, they wouldn't even have enough for travel expenses, would they? Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other. This price had indeed exceeded their expectations. It seemed that living in the immortal domain required a lot of money. Hey, don't tell me you don't have any at all? You'll pay for your own blood spirit stones. Gong Jun looked at Yi Sun. You came to the immortal domain to train yourself. You can't expect us to pay for everything. Hearing this, Zhong Limu's expression changed. Gong Jun, Yi Sun is with us. So what if we're together? Gong Jun retorted. You and Yunjue are boss's friends, so you're naturally together. But this person appeared out of nowhere. Who knows if he's trustworthy? In any case, let him pay for it himself. Mo Yunjue frowned. Yi Sun helped us before. If he wanted to harm us, he would have done it earlier. Gong Jun chuckled. That's not necessarily true. Maybe you're not his target. Mo Yunjue's expression changed a little. He subconsciously looked at Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang, but didn't say anything. As a friend, he believed in Yi Sun, but he couldn't make such a promise to Hongzhuang. Gong Jun Bailey Hongzhuang had a complicated look in her eyes. Since we came together, she didn't know why Gong Jun would suddenly make things difficult for her. Her understanding of Yi Sun had only come from Yunju's introduction. She didn't know much about Yi Sun, but she believed that Yunju wasn't someone who couldn't tell right from wrong. Since he had become friends with Yi Sun, he must have his reasons. So what if we come together? Sister-in-law, Qing Devil is eyeing us covetously now. He has sent batches of people to us. No one knows whether he has sent more people. At a time like this, we should maintain a certain level of vigilance against all outsiders. Bailey Hongzhuang fell silent. What he said did make some sense. The people Qing Devil had sent were all brainless people. No one could guarantee that he didn't have other plans. They had known each other for a long time, so they naturally wouldn't have these problems. However, they had to be more vigilant against newcomers. Isn't it just a matter of paying for it ourselves? Yi Sun smiled. Gong Jun, you don't have to be so angry. I'll pay for it myself. Actually, I don't have any intention of taking advantage of everyone. The reason why we came together this time is because we wanted to explore the immortal region. However, it's really dangerous to come alone. That's why we shamelessly followed Yunju and the others. If my appearance has affected you, then I'll just leave. Zhong Limu couldn't help but say, Yi Sun is a pretty good person. I trust him. This place is so dangerous. You can't do it alone. I think we should go together. Even if we really have to split up, we should wait until we reach the 4 great continents. It's safer there. How about it? Mo Yunjue asked. Let's leave it at that for now. Bewitching slowly said, Gong Jun, you can't be sure that he's not a good person. If he doesn't have any ill intentions but is put in danger because of this, we'll all feel bad. Gong Jun looked at Yi Sun, then at Bewitching. Alright then. In any case, we don't have to pay for it. Looking at Gong Jun's smiling face, everyone wondered for a moment if this guy was doing it on purpose. Did he say so much not because he was worried about them being in danger, but because he wanted to save some money? Given Gong Jun's profiteering nature, this was not impossible. Under Wang Chongyun's lead, everyone arrived at the place where the flying artifact was. When they saw the giant flying artifact in front of them, shock surfaced on their faces. This giant artifact was much bigger than they had imagined. The flying artifact in front of them was like a small island. It was completely different from the flying artifacts they usually saw. The flying artifact landed on the ground, looking like an island on land. It was even taller than the buildings. In comparison, the originally majestic buildings became much smaller. At a glance, there were 7 or 8 islands. This is the first time I've seen such a large flying artifact. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed inwardly. It's so big. And it consumes a lot of energy to fly. No wonder it requires so many blood spirit stones. To be able to create such a large flying artifact, the artificer's skill must be extremely high. Bewitching narrowed his eyes. Generally speaking, the size of a flying magic tool could only accommodate a few people. The larger the size, the more difficult it would be to make because the principles involved were more complicated. The immortal region is a place where the elites gather. I believe that the outstanding artificers are also gathered here. Wang Chongyun took the lead and quickly found the flying magic tool to Liuxin City. After paying the blood spirit stones, everyone walked in one after another. Our luck isn't bad. This flying ritual tool will set off tomorrow. Everyone, go to your own rooms for now, Wang Chongyun said. Mo Yunjue looked around and said, the rooms here are divided into 2 grades. That's right, it's divided into superior and ordinary. The rooms we stayed in were ordinary rooms. As for those rich young masters or rich people, they would stay in the best rooms. The first-class rooms were larger and more comfortable. You also know that you don't have to stay on this flying magic tool for a day or 2, but for a month. Therefore, those who are well off want to live more comfortably. So that's how it is. Mo Yunjue understood. On the way here, he had noticed that the distances between the rooms were different. It was obvious that the first-class rooms were more spacious. If we have these blood spirit stones to waste, we might as well use them for cultivation. Gong Jun shook his head, looking like a miser. That's right, Yang Lingfeng agreed. Yang Lingfeng felt the same way. If he hadn't come with Bei Chen and the rest, he wouldn't have even reached his destination. Yisun fell into deep thought. He had to find a way to gain everyone's trust. Otherwise, once they left Qingpeng continent, they would really have to part ways. Perhaps it would be best if he could complete this mission before leaving Qingpeng continent. With the help of the rich origin power and blood spirit stones, Bailey Hongshuang's speed of tempering her 5 fingers increased significantly. This was a process of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. Through the constant cleansing and solidification of origin power, the impurities in her 5 fingers were completely eliminated, making them stronger. She started tempering her index finger bit by bit, and after spending some time, she finally finished tempering a section of bone. After sensing it for a while, she noticed that this small piece of bone was filled with more power and was harder. The speed at which the origin power flowed through this piece of bone was also much faster than before. Looking at the surrounding walls, she really wanted to test how much more powerful her refined finger would be. However, when she thought about how she was currently in a flying magic tool, she could only suppress this thought for now. With the cost of this flying magic tool, if she damaged it even a little, she would have to pay a lot of money. If that happened, Gong Jun might even have the heart to kill her. Half a month passed in this kind of calm. Suddenly, a series of hurried knocks on the door made Bailey Hongshuang come out of seclusion. When she opened the door, she saw Yang Lingfeng's excited expression. What's wrong? The others also came out of their rooms and looked at Yang Lingfeng in confusion. There's a big show up ahead. Let's go take a look. What's there to see about other people's show? Mo Yunjue said. We're new here, so it's best if we don't poke our nose into other people's business. This time, it's not really poking our nose into other people's business. There's someone pursuing a girl over there. He said that as long as he succeeds, everyone present will get 10 blood spirit stones. Although these 10 blood spirit stones might not be much to other people, it's enough for us to cultivate for a while. In any case, we're just here to watch the show. Why can't we go? Yang Lingfeng looked proud. If it weren't for the fact that I'm exchanging with Gong Jun today, I wouldn't have known that such a good thing would happen. Really? Zhong Limu was surprised. There are quite a few people up there. 10 blood spirit stones per person. That's quite generous. It should be those rich second generations. That's why they would pay such a high price to pursue women. We don't need to care so much. It's fine as long as there are benefits. Gong Jun was also very happy. His heart ached at the amount of money he had spent. 10 blood spirit stones per person meant that he had spent 80 blood spirit stones. Then let's go and have a look, Bewitching said. This was their first time in the immortal domain, so there were many things they did not understand. Everything they knew came from Wang Chongyun, but none of them could be sure if this fellow was telling the truth. If he could take this opportunity to get to know another person, that would be great. But if he couldn't, then it wouldn't matter. Everyone walked towards the front of the flying artifact. The entire flying artifact was divided into 3 sections. The front section was the superior room, the back section was the ordinary room, and the middle section was the restaurant. Some exchanges would be held there. They had noticed this place when they came up earlier, but they had no intention of coming over. At their level of cultivation, it didn't matter if they didn't eat. It was more for the sake of appetite, or for the sake of improving their cultivation. With the prices in the celestial realm, it was obvious how expensive it would be to dine here. Back then, he had only thought that the prices in the celestial realm were really high. If there was no comparison, there would be no harm. The prices in the celestial realm were really high. When they arrived, they realized that there were already many people gathered here. Among them, there were fewer cultivators in the first-class rooms. Most of them were from the ordinary rooms. At this moment, everyone was looking at the main character in the center. A man in a light blue robe was smiling at a woman in a pink dress in front of him. Facing the man's smile, the woman was slightly shy. At this moment, her head was lowered, so her eyes couldn't be seen clearly. "Yu Lin, I am sincere to you. I hope you can accept me." The man's expression was sincere as he looked directly at the woman. His passionate gaze forced the woman to lower her head. "Yu Lin, just say yes. Ruize has liked you for a long time." The man's friends all chimed in. "Say yes." The man gave the crowd a look. The onlookers also shouted, "Miss, just say yes. I hope this girl says yes. Otherwise, wouldn't we have come here for nothing?" Gongjun muttered softly. He didn't care whether she said yes or no. He only cared about whether he could get the blood spirit stones. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. She should say yes. That girl looks quite shy. If she really didn't like him, she would have left long ago. That means we'll just have to wait for the blood spirit stones. Just as they were talking, the woman softly said, "N." Although the surroundings were noisy, the man still heard this reply clearly. He immediately happily pulled the woman into his arms. "Yu Lin, it's great that you said yes," Li Ruize said happily. The woman's face was flushed, and her smile was sweet. She still didn't say anything. When everyone saw this scene, they all smiled happily. Lovers finally got married. Even if they were just here to watch the show, they were still happy to see this scene. "Second brother, go distribute the blood spirit stones," Li Ruize said with a smile. "Haha, good." Li Ruiyang laughed heartily. "Everyone will receive 10 blood spirit stones. Come and receive your reward." Everyone walked towards Li Ruiyang. 10 blood spirit stones was neither too much nor too little. No one would refuse such a free gift. At this moment, a mocking voice rang out. "Gung Yulin, you've just been dumped by my big brother, and now you're hooking up with someone else. I didn't see that you're so scheming." The originally lively atmosphere immediately cooled down with this sentence. Everyone subconsciously looked at the woman. The other party's words were clearly directed at her. Gung Yulin's face immediately turned pale. She looked at the man who had suddenly appeared in astonishment. Clearly, she did not expect that he would also be on this flying magic tool. "If I didn't happen to be here, I wouldn't have known that you were so impressive." "Xianxia, what are you doing?" Li Ruize's expression also became cold. When he noticed the pale face of the woman in his arms, he couldn't help but feel his heart ache. "Li Ruiyang, it's one thing for you to pick up my brother's broken shoes, but you're actually making such a big fuss about it. You really are not afraid of embarrassing yourself." Xianxia clicked his tongue and shook his head. "Shut up." Li Ruize snorted coldly. "Back then, your brother let you Lin down. You'd better not cause trouble here. Otherwise, I won't be polite." "Why should I shut up?" Xianxia sneered. "Aren't you trying to show off to us by making such a big fuss in front of so many people? Since you're showing off, we naturally can't miss this show. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of your good intentions?" "I'm not interested in haggling with you." Li Rui snorted coldly. "Your Qing clan's matters are clear. I have no intention of haggling with you. Today is my happy day, and I don't want my mood to be affected because of you. Li Ruiz, since you picked up my brother's broken shoes, do you think this kind of situation will be rare in the future? We came out today to let you get used to it. Otherwise, if you're too thin-skinned, I don't think you'll be able to bear it in the future. Xianxia, don't go too far. Gung Yulin's face was pale, but she still mustered up her courage. Back then, it was your brother who betrayed me and got together with another woman. What right do you have to talk about me now? Gung Yulin, what's my brother's status? It's your blessing that he's willing to marry you. I didn't expect you to be so petty. It's only right that my brother doesn't want you. What your brother wants to do is his business. What I don't want to do is mine. Now that I've cut off all ties with him, don't drag us together again. Looking at this scene, Bailey Hongzhuang more or less understood what was going on. It was obvious that Qing Jia and the others were pestering endlessly. Every time he opens his mouth, he's calling me broken shoes. This guy is really asking for a beating. Ling Er's eyes were full of disgust. Such words were a kind of insult to women, and to say it in front of so many people, it was obvious that he wanted to embarrass the two of them. This guy is called Qing Jia. Could he be related to the Qing devil? Bewitching said in a deep voice. The surname Qing was not common. The cultivators on this flying artifact were all heading to Liuxin City, but the other party's surname was Qing. Perhaps he really was related to the Qing devil. He should be a member of the Qing clan. Wang Chongyun said, Qing clan is also a relatively large force in Liuxin City. When Qing Ling was still alive, Qing clan was one of the few peak forces. However, the Qing devil disappeared and Qing Ling never came back after she went out for training. Therefore, the influence of the Qing clan gradually decreased. After the Qing devil came back a few days ago, there are signs of recovery. They have become much more arrogant recently. The people of the Qing clan are really jackals of the same tribe. No matter how I look at them, they're so annoying. Bai Li Yanche shook his head. This kind of action was obviously looking for trouble. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her phoenix eyes. We are really fated to meet the Qing clan. We haven't even reached Liuxin City and we've already bumped into them. How many experts does the Qing clan have? The Qing clan has been in the immortal realms for many years. Naturally, they would have some experts. As for exactly how many experts they have, I'm not sure. Most of them should be at the first or second stage. There should be some sixth stage experts as well. It is said that Qing Ling is an eighth stage expert. However, he hasn't appeared for a long time. No one knows where he went. In fact, these large forces have always been hiding their strength. Aside from some of the strength they show on the surface, there might be some hidden strength. This is to guard against accidents. I'm just the most ordinary person in my clan. I don't know much about these situations. Wang Chongyun looked embarrassed. Of course, he didn't want to admit this, but it was useless to deny it now. Although he had stayed in Liuxin City for a long time, he didn't know much about the upper echelons. Everything he heard was hearsay. Everyone understood Wang Chongyun's situation. It wasn't easy for someone at the bottom to understand these things. It was enough to confirm that Qing Jia was one of Qing Devil's men. In any case, they had no intention of fighting with the Qing clan. It wasn't wise to fight a stone with an egg. If they were given some time, they would definitely be able to change the situation in the future. While everyone was talking, Li Ruiz had already left with Gung Yulin. He didn't want to waste any more time talking to Qing Jia. This guy had deliberately come today to pick a fight. If he continued to cause trouble, Gung Yulin would be in the worst position. Li Ruiz didn't want that to happen. However, with Li Ruiz and the others leaving, they naturally couldn't get their hands on the blood spirit stone. It can't be, right? These bastards could have appeared at any other time, but they just had to appear now. They made it so that we couldn't even get the blood spirit stones. Gong Jun's face was full of anger. Anyone who blocked his path to wealth was an enemy. Yang Lingfeng's expression was also very ugly. It wasn't easy to come across such a good thing. I didn't expect the cooked duck to fly away just like that. It's too depressing. Qing Jia noticed this scene and became even more proud. Li Ruiz is really going all out. For a woman like this, he became a laughingstock. When we get to the city, there will be a good show to watch. The people living in the ordinary rooms also knew that Xianxia wasn't someone to be trifled with. They had come for the blood spirit stone. Now that the main character had left, it was useless for them to stay. They might as well leave and avoid getting into trouble. That would be even worse. As everyone left, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others became very conspicuous. Xianxia kept feeling a burning gaze on him. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at the source of this gaze. When he looked over, he saw a fatty staring straight at him. "Fatty, what are you looking at me for?" Xianxia's expression instantly turned cold, and he spoke with a bossy tone. Yang Lingfeng's body stiffened. "No way? How did this guy notice it?" "Since you took my blood spirit stone, you must spit it out." Gong Jun gnashed his teeth. Hearing this, Zhong Limu couldn't help but feel anxious. "Gong Jun, don't be too impulsive. The other party is stronger than us. If we fight on this flying artifact, we won't even be able to escape. If they were outside, even if they really attacked, they might still have a chance to escape. But here, there was no hope at all." However, just as Zhong Limu was feeling anxious, he saw Gong Jun suddenly walk up to him with a smile. "With all due respect, may I know if young master is from the Qing clan?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "So what if I am?" "It is indeed the Qing clan." Gong Jun had a look of sudden realization, and every slight change in his expression was filled with surprise. Seeing young master's elegant demeanor and imposing aura, I knew that it must be someone from the Qing clan who has such strength of character. It is truly admirable. Xianxia originally thought that Gong Jun was staring at him because he had some opinions about what he had done. He was caught off guard by this flattery. After being stunned for a moment, he revealed a comfortable smile. He really enjoyed this flattery. As for Zhong Limu, who was worried that Gong Jun would be too impulsive, the corner of his mouth twitched. His expression was very strange. This guy didn't play by the rules at all. Just a moment ago, he said that he wouldn't let them off, but in the blink of an eye, he started to flatter them. They didn't even have time to react, and almost couldn't control their facial expressions. What is Gong Jun trying to do? Ling Er asked through sound transmission. Looking at his bright smile, I have a feeling that it's not something good. With his personality of loving money as much as his life, he probably wants to get all the money back, Bailey Hongzhuang said with a faint smile. Since we've already met, we have to leave something behind. They were indeed no match for the Qing clan's headquarters, but they might have a chance to deal with a few people. Moreover, this Xianxia was so arrogant, so he must have some capital. If they could really get rid of this fat sheep, then they would definitely gain a lot. Fatty, you don't look familiar. Which clan are you from? At this moment, Xianxia also found Gong Jun more pleasing to the eye, and his tone was no longer as disdainful as before. Young master, this is my first time going to Liuxin City, so I don't look familiar to you. First time going to Liuxin City? I heard that Liuxin City's Qing clan is very powerful, especially after Lord Qing Devil returned. When I first heard about the Qing clan, I have always admired them. This time, I mustered up my courage to come. Young Master Qing, I heard that the Qing clan is currently recruiting some cultivators. Do I have a chance? Gong Jun rubbed his hands embarrassedly, looking very shy, but his eyes were full of expectation. I know that my current strength is still a bit too weak, but don't worry, as long as I can join, I will definitely cultivate well and pledge my loyalty to you. Wang Chongyun had mentioned the Qing clan's recruitment of cultivators before, but no one had thought about it. They didn't expect Gong Jun to suddenly bring it up at this moment. So you want to join my Qing clan? Xianxia chuckled, his head slightly raised, and his expression became more and more proud. Our Qing clan is indeed doing well now, and our status in Liuxin City isn't bad. Although some people don't like us and we have hindered Master Qing Devil's business, it's not a big deal. When Lord Qing Devil wakes up, he will become even more powerful. At that time, those guys can only watch helplessly. From what I see, your strength is indeed a little lacking, but it's rare for you to have such good eyesight, so I'll take you in. Xianxia patted Gong Jun's shoulder. This kind of thing, to me, is just a matter of a sentence. Thank you, young Master Qing. Gong Jun's face was filled with joy as he hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Then, he looked towards Bailey Hongzhuang and the others and said, "These are the friends who came with me this time. All of us have the intention to join the Qing clan." "So many people?" Xianxia glanced at the crowd and frowned slightly. "There were 8 of them." "I'm not. I'm a member of the Wang clan," Wang Chongyun said. Gong Jun noticed Xianxia's expression and understood his thoughts. He hurriedly said, "We originally planned to go to the Wang clan, but I know that my strength is definitely not enough to go to the Qing clan. I just wanted to find a place to settle down temporarily and go there when I'm stronger in the future. I didn't expect that I would be so lucky to meet young Master Qing. That's why I got such a great opportunity." As he spoke, Gong Jun looked at Wang Chongyun again. "Brother Wang, I'm really sorry this time. But you already know that I've always wanted to go to the Qing clan." Looking at Gong Jun's sincere expression, Wang Chongyun was speechless. "Pretentious. You're really good at pretending." On the surface, he still pretended to understand. "I understand. So it's the Wang clan." Xianxia dragged out his words. They had little contact with the Wang clan, and there was no grudge or deep friendship between them. However, the fatty's words undoubtedly raised the status of their clan, which made him very happy. "Since you're so loyal to my Qing clan will naturally accept all of you. Except for the one from the Wang clan, all of you can join us," Xianxia said heroically. "Thank you, young Master Qing." Everyone bowed. "Do your best in the future. When we arrive at Liuxin City, follow me. Young Master Qing, after we arrive, we have to go to the Wang clan and report to the Qing clan. Is that okay?" Gong Jun smiled. "Previously, we spent a lot of effort to find a place to stay. Now that we're going, we have to report to them." Xianxia waved his hand. "Alright, when the time comes, go to the Green Rain Pavilion in the east and look for me. Just report my name." "Yes, yes. Thank you, young Master Qing." Under Gong Jun's gratitude, Xianxia returned to his residence. When the others saw that Gong Jun had found a good place to stay with just a few words of flattery, they were secretly surprised. This guy was also good at talking. To be able to do this with just a few words, it didn't seem like much, but thinking about it carefully, it wasn't easy at all. This guy is really lucky. The Qing clan is no longer the same as before. Although the Qing devil is injured, he's still recovering. I'm afraid that the Qing clan will regain its glory in the future. I heard that the Qing clan's recruitment requirement is to be at least the first stage. Look at that fatty, he just broke through to the elementary immortal realm. There's still a while before he reaches the first stage, but he was accepted by the Qing clan as an exception. How extraordinary. This kind of fellow only knows how to bootlick. If he really went to the Qing clan, without any strength, wouldn't he only be bullied? Gong Jun ignored the group of people who were either jealous or looking down on him. He immediately returned to his residence with everyone. "Those fellows from the Qing clan are really disgusting. They actually dared to pat my shoulder. I don't want these clothes anymore," Gong Jun said with a look of disgust. Wang Chongyun couldn't help but sigh in amazement at Gong Jun's sudden change in attitude. He finally understood why Gong Jun was so confident when he talked about impersonation. It turned out that this was what this guy was best at. "Didn't you have a smooth time flattering him just now?" "Smooth what?" Gong Jun had a look of disgust. "I was just suppressing the urge to vomit. This brat dared to take 80 blood spirit stones from us. When the time comes, we will have the Qing family pay him back several times over. Otherwise, how could we let this go? His Master Gong's money isn't that easy to cheat." Everyone, in the following half a month, everyone spent their time cultivating. During this time, Gong Jun also came to look for Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang to discuss matters after arriving at Liuxin City. Since they were already here and happened to meet the people from the Qing clan, they couldn't just do nothing. Even if it was just collecting some interest, it would be good. Finally, the flying artifact landed. The group of cultivators walked out of their rooms. They had arrived at Liuxin City. After the cultivators in the superior rooms left the flying magic tool, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest also walked down. Gong Jun's sharp eyes noticed Xianxia, and he immediately walked over with a face full of smiles. Young Master Qing, we'll be done with this matter very soon, and then we'll report in. Qing Jiao looked at Gong Jun with satisfaction. Although this kid's strength was not much, he was quite smart and knew how to talk. Call me Young Master Jia. Qing Jia said. Yes, Young Master Jia. You guys go ahead. I will inform them when I get back. Just say my name and someone will make the arrangements. Thank you, Young Master Jia. After Qing Jia and the rest left, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest walked to a secluded corner and changed their appearances to those guys who died in their hands. The moment they stepped into the immortal domain, they had already changed their appearances. Bailey Hongzhuang and Ling Er's appearances were outstanding, and they might get into some trouble in the Green Puff continent. Their strength was already worrying, and if there were other twists and turns, they might really be wiped out at any time. However, it was also fortunate that they did so. Otherwise, Gong Jun's move would not have been of any use. Wang Chongyun, where are we going to report the news? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Along the way, we can be considered half a friend. As long as you can help us with this matter, I will give you the antidote and treat it as if nothing happened. If you play tricks on this matter, even if we are all wiped out, you will definitely not be able to get away with it. Wang Chongyun looked at everyone's expression and nodded slightly. I understand what you mean. Since things have come to this, I have no other thoughts. He could already tell that these guys were extremely daring. If he did not guess wrongly, these people must be planning to go to the Qing family and cause a ruckus. He had nothing to do with the Qing family. He just took on this mission, and it was not worth it to cause so much trouble. Can you guarantee that you won't kill me after this matter is over? We will do what we promised. Bewitching said. Telling them the truth won't do you any good. I don't think you'll take the unnecessary risk. Wang Chongyun narrowed his eyes. Over the last few days, he had thought about this many times. As long as the other party gave him the antidote, he naturally would not do anything unnecessary. The Qing clan was not a kind clan to begin with. If this matter were to spread out, Bewitching and the others would have already run away. On the contrary, it was very likely that he would be the one in trouble. Alright, I'll believe you this time. Gong Jun chuckled. Brother Wang, there's no need to be nervous. It's just a small matter, something that can be solved with just a few words. I'll take you to Xianxia. He'll give us the reward. Wang Chongyun looked at Bewitching. Yang Xiao is the one in charge of accepting the mission this time. You and Xianxia will be the ones to negotiate. In fact, the Qing family did not take this matter to heart. When they accepted the mission, it was very simple. I don't think they will ask too many questions. Everyone nodded slightly. It was undoubtedly a simple matter for the people of the immortal domain to deal with the city lord of the chaotic immortal domain. No one thought that there would be any accidents in this matter. Naturally, they would treat it as if it was done casually. Wang Chongyun explained everything he knew in detail. After grasping everything, he went to look for Xianxia. Only then did they know that the Qing family was indeed a very powerful force in Luxian City. Just this entrance alone had 4 entrances, north, south, east and west. This place was mainly responsible for trivial matters. The core area of the Qing clan was naturally the central area. However, not everyone could enter and leave as they pleased. Only the core members could enter and leave this area. Previously, Qing Jia was in the east while Xianxia was in the south. There was a certain distance between the two places. It seemed like they were not very close to each other. This made everyone feel more at ease. Although they had changed their appearance and aura, they still had to be careful of the possibility of being exposed. It was inevitable that someone would notice them if they appeared in the same place. It was better for them to not appear in the same place. We are here to look for Xianxia. At the southern gate of the Qing clan, Bewitching looked at the guard and said the purpose of their visit. He took out a waist token. After the guard saw it, he understood. Please wait for a moment. Soon, the man opened the gate and led them inside. Along the way, everyone was observing the situation of the Qing clan. It was indeed a big clan. They were quite capable. Bailey Hongzhuang understood. The reason why Qing Ling left the Qing clan and disappeared for so many years was probably to hide from the deputy pavilion master. If he stayed in the Qing clan, the deputy pavilion master might not kill Qing Ling. However, the Qing clan's foundation would be destroyed. Only when Qing Ling left and allowed the Qing clan to develop freely, the Qing clan would have room to survive. Qing Ling seemed to have planned everything out for Lin Fan. Now that the Qing clan's foundation was under Qing Devil's charge, Xiaosoa should be in the middle of the Qing clan. You are here. A man walked over slowly. Without saying anything, he led everyone into the house. This mission was quite embarrassing. If it were not for Xiaosoa's strong request, the Qing clan would not have done such a thing. If this matter were to spread, the entire Qing clan would be humiliated. After the door was closed, the man said, "It's done. It's done. Have you dealt with those people?" Bewitching said casually, "It's just a city lord mansion in the chaotic immortal realm. It's not that powerful. I took care of it easily." Xianxia nodded slightly. "Well done. This is also a lucrative job for you. You just have to spend some time on the road. It doesn't take much effort at all. This is your reward this time." Xianxia took out a storage bag and handed it to Bewitching. "Regarding this matter, the few of you better keep your mouths shut, don't reveal even the slightest bit of information. If the news gets out, all of you will be finished." "Don't worry, Brother Xiang. We won't say a word," said Bewitching. Only then did Xianxia withdraw his gaze, but he unconsciously glanced at the Qianquan bag again. This matter was indeed a fat job, and it did not take much effort at all. The reward was also quite good. If it wasn't for the fact that it wasn't suitable for him to step in, he would have done it himself. Bewitching immediately took out some blood spirit stones from the Qianquan bag and handed them to Xianxia. "Brother Xiang, this is to show filial piety to you." Xianxia's eyes lit up, but he raised his eyebrows. "Show filial piety to me? This is such a good job. If Brother Xiang didn't think of us, how could we be so relaxed?" "Don't worry, we won't say a word about this matter. We will rot in our stomachs." A satisfied smile appeared on Xianxia's face. "You're smart. I'll accept it then. Brother Xiang, we'll take our leave first. Go." After leaving the Qing residence, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although they thought that things would go smoothly, they couldn't help but worry that something might go wrong. Fortunately, nothing went wrong, and everyone could finally relax. "This is the antidote." Bailey Hongzhuang handed the antidote to Wang Chongyun. "We won't go back on our word." Wang Chongyun was still in disbelief as he stared at the antidote. In truth, he had already thought about it. If his foe really wanted to kill him now, then in front of so many people, he would drag them down with him no matter what. "We'll keep the rewards for the others. This is yours." Bewitching also handed the cultivation resources to Wang Chongyun. "We've known each other for a long time. I hope you won't cause any more trouble." Happiness came too suddenly. Wang Chongyun was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect these people to be so nice. Not only did they give him the antidote, they even gave him the cultivation resources this time. "We also know that your situation in the Wang clan isn't too good. If not, we wouldn't have specially made a trip to the realm of chaotic immortals just to earn some cultivation resources. We still have other things to do. Take care. Take care." Wang Chongyun watched the departing figures with complicated emotions. Everyone who had gone this time had already died, and he was the only one still alive. Moreover, he had even obtained the reward. He had probably used up all the luck he had in his life on this. "Hongzhuang, is the antidote you gave him real?" Yang Lingfeng couldn't help but ask. "It's real," Bailey Hongzhuang replied. "Although I don't think the Qing clan will investigate this matter in the future, it's inevitable that everyone who went this time has disappeared. It's inevitable that they will feel a little strange. At least one person is still alive, so they will feel more at ease. Aren't you worried that he'll tell the truth later?" "I don't think he's an idiot. He knows what to do in this situation. Besides, we're not leaving this place immediately. I've already sent Xiaobai to keep an eye on him. As long as there's no abnormality, we can feel at ease," Bewitching said. Yang Lingfeng heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good. Then, are we going to report to the Qing clan now?" Zhong Limu asked with interest. Gong Jun nodded. Of course. It wasn't easy for me to take on this task. I can't miss it just like that. Otherwise, wouldn't my previous flattery be in vain? What are your plans? Mo Yunjue asked. We'll talk about it when we get there. Let's understand the situation first and find out some useful information at the same time. If we can earn some blood spirit stones in the future, that would be even better. In any case, before we leave, we might as well blow this matter up as much as we can. Even if we can't take revenge now, we have to make the Qing clan a laughingstock for a while. Gong Jun narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly, revealing the nature of a profiteer. He had always been the one scheming against others. Last time, everyone had suffered such serious injuries. It was a pity that he was not present. Since he had come this time, he would not let these despicable fellows off so easily. Then it's decided. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled up slightly. She was also very much in favor of this decision. Their strength was indeed at the bottom, but there were many cultivators like the Qing clan. Presumably, after they entered, they would not attract too much attention. They might even have a chance to do something. After asking around, they successfully arrived at their destination. Who are you people? We were recruited by young Master Jia. Gong Jun's face was full of smiles. Did young Master Jia mention this before? Young Master Jia? The guard was startled, then immediately recalled, I know, young Master Jia did mention this when he came back. I didn't expect it to be you guys. Fatty, you guys have just broken through to the elementary immortal stage not long ago, right? To be able to come to our Qing family, you guys are quite capable. Hee, you flatter me. I was just lucky, how could I be capable? Young Master Qing only took pity on us, so he took us in out of compassion. How could we compare to you, brother? You're the one who's truly capable. The guard was originally unhappy with Gong Jun. This guy did not have much strength, but he could make young Master Qing look at him differently. Now that he heard this, the unhappiness in his heart instantly disappeared. You guys go in and find the manager. Young Master Jia has already given instructions, he'll arrange good jobs for you. Thank you very much. After we settle down, I'll definitely treat you to a drink. When the time comes, I hope you'll give me some face. Haha, no problem. After walking into the residence, Gong Jun's face instantly fell. This damned guy, he actually dared to look down on him. Sooner or later, he would let this guy know what kind of person Lord Gong was. I suddenly understand why Gong Jun was able to progress so smoothly even though he had no intention of cultivating. Bai Lianche suddenly realized. This guy is only in the business world. If he were in the government, who could compare to him? Just based on his ability to lie through his teeth and bootlick, ordinary people could not compare to him at all. If we want to open a path in this immortal region, I'm afraid we'll have to rely on Gong Jun's mouth. Bailey Hongshuang chuckled. In the past, Feng Che had always been very good at gathering information with his face. Now that he had Gong Jun, he was even better than him in this aspect. You guys, are you newcomers? Suddenly, a loud voice rang out in front of him. They saw a man arranging for the others. After noticing them, a strange expression appeared on his face. You must be the steward, right? Gong Jun walked over with a smile. The steward looked at Gong Jun suspiciously. I'm the steward. Who are you? Just by looking at your imposing manner, I knew that you must be a steward. How could anyone else have such an imposing manner? Gong Jun smiled. We were recruited by young Master Jia. The steward understood. So it's you guys. Young Master Qing has already informed us. I see that the few of you are quite clever. It just so happens that a few of the guards have gone out to handle some matters, so the few of you can take their places. There will be someone to explain to you about your shifts. There is also a special place to collect your cultivation resources every month. You just need to bring your own waste token. As for you two women, you will be in charge of the kitchen for the time being. The kitchen will not be busy every day. It's just that there will be banquets or special occasions where demonic beast meat needs to be cooked. At that time, someone will inform you in advance. You can do whatever you want on normal days. After hearing the steward's arrangements, the surrounding people looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others enviously. These tasks were already considered very good. Generally speaking, the people who were just recruited were in charge of the worst jobs. This kind of task was not theirs at all. Under the arrangement of the steward, Bailey Hongzhuang and Linger lived in the women's area, while the others lived in the men's area. Originally, the distance between them was quite far. However, after Gong Jun fawned on them and gave them gifts, their accommodations were arranged closer. The environment was quiet and there were not many people around. Xianxia also came over after knowing that Gong Jun and the others had arrived. Being a bodyguard is a good job. Do it well. As long as you do it well, you will definitely be successful in the future. Thank you, young Master Jia, for your promotion. Gong Jun was full of smiles. Don't worry. We will follow your orders in the future. If you ask us to go east, we will never go west. What are you talking about? Xianxia's expression became serious. Since we have come to the Qing family, we naturally have to listen to Lord Qing Devil. Gong Jun was originally a shrewd person. When he saw Xianxia say these words, although there was a hint of reprimand, there was clearly not the slightest bit of dissatisfaction in his eyes. On the contrary, he was very happy. It was only because of the surface that he reprimanded. Yes, yes. Gong Jun nodded repeatedly. Of course we have to listen to Lord Qing Devil. However, how can small people like us have the opportunity to meet Lord Qing Devil? Being able to serve young Master Jia is already a blessing for us. Xianxia's lips curled into a smile. He patted Gong Jun's shoulder, and the satisfaction in his eyes was obvious. I have faith in you. If you need anything in the future, come to me. Thank you, young master. Xianxia talked for a while before leaving. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others finally understood that Xianxia wanted to hear flattery. That was why he stayed here for so long. Gong Jun, I really admire your eloquence. I feel that if you go on like this, Xianxia will directly accept you as his confidant. Bailey Yanche sighed. His strength was not a bluff. In his opinion, there were many people here who wanted to curry favor with Xianxia, but none of them had the ability to do so. Gong Jun blinked his eyes complacently. Isn't this better? Seeing that Xianxia thinks highly of me, these guys will not make things difficult for us. It will be more convenient for us to do things. That's true. Let's not be in a hurry for the time being. Let's spend a few days to learn more about the situation here and get some information about Qing Devil. After confirming that Wang Chongyun has no other actions, we will find an opportunity. Di said slowly. Understood. There were too many things that they did not know about in this unfamiliar place. They could not ignore the Qing clan just because of Qing Devil. As one of the major forces in Liuxin City, the Qing clan did not fall into a disadvantageous position during the years when Qing Devil and Qing Ling were not around. It was clear that everything here was very orderly and carried out step by step. If they acted rashly without understanding anything, they would be the ones in danger. Bailey Hongzhuang and Linger were also called to familiarize themselves with the kitchen. Usually, they would not cook much, so everyone could do their own things in peace. However, once things got busy, they would be very busy. Previously, the two people in the kitchen had broken through and went to do other work. The two of them took over the vacancy. Originally, the other party did not believe in Bailey Hongzhuang and Linger. However, after seeing the two's cooking skills, they were immediately satisfied. As long as they knew how to cook, there would be no problem. Moreover, the two of them were very good at cooking. Inside the house. Thanks to Gong Jun, things went pretty smoothly for us today. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled as she looked at the cultivation resources they had just received. They were quite abundant. Although they were new cultivators and were given the most basic treatment, they were still given dozens of blood spirit stones. These were high-grade blood spirit stones, not the low-grade and middle-grade blood spirit stones from the chaotic immortal domain. With these blood spirit stones and the rich origin energy here, their cultivation speed would definitely be much faster. At least there are dozens of blood spirit stones. That's not bad. Ling revealed a satisfied expression, it's just that Qing Jia lives quite far from us. If Gong Jun wants to make a move on him, I'm afraid it will be somewhat difficult. I don't think Gong Jun's target is him. Ling Er was stunned. Didn't Gong Jun come here because this guy made us lose dozens of blood spirit stones? Gong Jun is a person who doesn't wake up early if there's no profit. Xianxia has some status here, so his wallet is naturally richer than the others. However, where do you think is the richest place here? Where? The central area? Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. We can't enter the central area. We can't go in openly, and we can't go in secretly with our strength. Therefore, the richest place in the east is the resource vault. Ling Er was stunned for a moment before her eyes widened. You mean you want to rob the resource vault? Today, she looked very carefully. The resources in the warehouse were very rich. Originally, they were poor, but as long as they could get their hands on these things, they would become rich in an instant. The most important resources of the Qing family were in the central area. However, as a branch, they had a lot of resources too. Is there a point in robbing other places? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly, and the smile on her lips revealed a hint of playfulness. Since we're already here, we have to do something big. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worthwhile. She thought it over and over again. Since she was already here, she had to leave an unforgettable memory for Qing Devil and Xiaosou. When the time came, just thinking about the other party's reaction made her feel very amused. Ling Er looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in disbelief and said, Hongzhuang, you've become bad. When Bei Chen was talking to Qing Xiang earlier, I realized that Bei Chen had become more cunning. He is so good at deceiving people. I didn't expect that even you have changed. This is called one is marked by the company one keeps. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. She felt that this change was quite good. They were the most insignificant group of people in the immortal region. If they were not clever and cunning enough, it was very likely that they would suffer a great loss. Opportunism was not a bad thing at this time. For 3 consecutive days, because there was nothing to do, Bailey Hongzhuang simply cultivated in the room. Through tempering, she could clearly feel that she had improved. Even if it was not easy to temper a complete arm, this feeling that she was getting stronger every day was really good. They were originally in the kitchen. If there was no need, it was not suitable for them to move around casually. However, Bei Chen and the others were much more convenient. As guards, they needed to patrol other places. It just so happened that it was their turn for the first shift. In addition, Gong Jun and Yan Che were very good at closing the gap between them. With just a few words, they had already reached a consensus with everyone. They also learned a lot of information about the Qing family. So you're here for Qing Devil. No wonder. Lord Azure Demon is indeed a very capable person. In the years that he disappeared, the Qing clan had indeed become slightly weaker. However, now that Lord Azure Demon is back, the situation will definitely improve. Just wait and see. Once Master wakes up, no one will dare to offend our Qing family in Liuxin City. The vice captain of the guards had a smile on his face, and there was a look of worship on his face. You are new here. I heard that young Master Jia thinks highly of you. I believe you will have a bright future. Master Qing Devil is in a coma? Bei Chen pretended to be puzzled and asked. The vice captain nodded slightly. This matter is actually not a secret. The whole Qing family already knows about it. But this news can't be spread out. What exactly is going on? We don't know the details, but we heard from the doctor that Master Qing Devil had some problems when he tried to take over the body. As a result, his recovery speed was very slow. But this time, as long as he wakes up, these problems will disappear. This means that Master will soon regain his original reputation. The rise of our Qing family is just around the corner. I heard that Master Qing Devil went out this time to solve this problem. He must have gone to some place to gain experience. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Because of this, he was seriously injured. As expected of Master Qing Devil. He is so cruel to himself that he can achieve so much. Gong Jun rolled his eyes. The Qing Devil was obviously beaten up by his own boss. He fled in a hurry because he was seriously injured. He was obviously a stray dog, but he still thought of himself as a hero. This guy was really shameless. Even Gong Jun felt embarrassed to make up such a lie. Looking at this group of idolizing fools in front of him, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. If these guys knew the truth, what kind of expression would they have? That would be really interesting. Fatty, what's with your expression? The vice captain asked in confusion. Gong Jun quickly adjusted his facial expression and said, I really hope that Master Qing Devil can wake up soon. I have always admired him. That's why I traveled thousands of miles to Liuxin City. Seeing Gong Jun's face full of reverence, everyone's faces also revealed smiles. Don't worry. It's just a matter of time. In addition, Bewitching and the others inquired about some other news in a roundabout way. For example, Xiaosuo's current situation and how long Qing Ling had been away. They wanted to know more about the enemies of the Qing family. As the saying goes, the enemy of one's enemy is one's friend. He heard that there were quite a few people in the immortal realms who didn't get along well with the Azure Demon. When he returned, he was targeted by quite a few people. If he could figure out who these people were, it might not necessarily be useless in the future. However, no one was in a hurry to figure out the situation in one day. They just pretended to be puzzled and asked some questions. Everyone just thought that they were new here and were full of curiosity about everything. They were not on guard and explained the situation one by one. 7 days later, everyone gathered together. We have learned some things. The Qing Devil is still in a coma. Xiaosuo has been guarding him. However, she hasn't gained the trust of the other members of the Qing family. Because of the Qing Devil's previous attitude, everyone knows that the child is the Qing Devil's child. As for whether to accept this woman, everyone is still a little hesitant. Everything will be decided after the Qing Devil wakes up. We were right. It was Xiaosuo's decision to send someone to deal with Castellan Bai, Bewitching said. Qing Devil was still in a coma, so he couldn't have made this decision. Therefore, Xiaosuo was the only possibility. Xiaosuo. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. This woman had used all kinds of dirty tricks to deal with them. Qing Devil's henchmen tolerated Xiaosuo because of the baby, but they didn't admit that she was the mistress of the Immortal Palace. It's said that Qing Devil has several women who are very favored by him. They are also dissatisfied with Xiaosuo's appearance. I think it's not easy for Xiaosuo to stay in the mistress's position, Bai Xianxia said. Bailey Hongshuang and Linger didn't find it strange. Qing Devil was still interested in Xiaosuo under such circumstances. It was obvious that he was not a man who could stand loneliness. Come to think of it, he and Qing Ling were the same kind of people. They would always have a lot of women around them. Xiaosuo always thought that she could live a peaceful life after finding Qing Devil. In fact, it was just a dream. If it weren't for the baby, Qing Devil and his henchmen wouldn't care about Xiaosuo at all. However, with her cultivation level, I'm afraid it's not easy for her to fight with the women here. After Qing Devil wakes up, the problem of possession will be solved. By then, his strength will improve a lot. It won't be as easy for us to deal with him, Mo Yunjue said. It's okay. The immortal realm is very big. Let's go to other continents first. Qing Devil won't be able to find us in a short time. Bewitching said calmly. He didn't know how high Qing Devil's level was before. But even if she had recovered, it would take some time, which meant that they had something to develop. Besides, the Qing Devil was in the light, while they were in the dark. As long as they were careful, it wouldn't be easy for the Qing Devil to find them. There were so many forces here, and they weren't just sitting around doing nothing. What the Qing clan could easily do in the chaotic immortal realm was not so easy in the immortal realm. I also heard that the relationship between Li family, and Qing family isn't very good in Lu Heart City. Previously, they didn't get along because of some matters. However, there are many forces in Lu Heart City, and their roots are intertwined. Presumably, they were worried that others would come and take advantage of them, so they didn't make a big fuss. Li family? The Li family that we met on our way here? That's right, it's them. Gong Jun nodded. Su Rian doesn't have a specific plan yet, but it's good to know more about Qing Devil's enemies. Maybe it will come in handy. What's your plan? Mo Yunjue said, it's not suitable for us to stay here for too long. I know it's dark under the light. But since we don't have enough confidence, we'll just waste time here. It's not worth it to stay here for that guy. Anyway, we're going to leave anyway. Why don't we make some money before we leave? Gong Jun's interest was immediately aroused. I've checked the warehouse. It's not bad. The only trouble is that it's guarded by a 4th-level immortal and 2 3rd-level immortals. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to take action. Let's think about it and see if there's any way to lure them away. Bailey Hongzhuang said in a low voice. It was indeed not easy, but it didn't mean that there was no way. Among the 8 of them, only Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang were the strongest, but they were only at the 1st rank. Ever since they had a better understanding of this realm, they understood that it was not as easy to fight someone of a higher rank than them. An early stage level 1 might be able to defeat a middle stage level 1 or even an upper stage level 1, but defeating a level 2 was already very unlikely. As for a level 4, it was simply impossible. They wouldn't even think about it. Therefore, the only way was to trick the level 4 immortal to leave. The resource vault is the most important place to any power. The person guarding it will not leave easily. It will not be easy for us to lure him away. Mo Yunjue said in a low voice. Moreover, even if the 4th rank immortal is not here, there are still 2 3rd rank immortals. We are still no match for them. Zhong Limu's expression was complicated. He had been traveling with Brother Mo for so long, and he had never been afraid of causing trouble. In fact, the trouble he caused was getting bigger and bigger. However, this did not mean that he did not know his own limits. If the difference in strength was too great, it meant that it was impossible for them to win. If they insisted on it, it would be no different from courting death. Sister-in-law, is there any way to deal with your poison? Gong Jun asked. Bailey Hongzhuang pondered for a moment. After breaking through to the elementary immortal stage, their body's resistance is very strong. Normal poisons will not have much effect on them. Although I can make a poison that is effective against them, they do not eat. This means that the poison can only be inhaled by them through the air. This way, the effect will be greatly reduced. Everyone's heart sank. This was the best idea they could think of. If it still did not work, they could only give up on this plan. Sister-in-law, what effect will there be if the poison is greatly reduced? Gong Jun asked, unwilling to give up. They will be unconscious for about 5 minutes. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. I will think of a way to make it longer, but it is not possible to extend it by too much. Her opponent's cultivation was higher than hers, and now that they were relatively poor, she did not have many immortal herbs in the immortal domain. It would be difficult to make a better poison. Gong Jun's eyes lit up. 5 minutes is already very impressive. 5 minutes might seem short, but with their cultivation, 5 minutes was enough for them to do a lot of things. As long as we can lure that rank 4 immortal away and make the other 2 unconscious for 5 minutes, we can loot the warehouse and leave this place. Gong Jun's eyes were filled with excitement. Then we'll be rich. Seeing that Gong Jun had already started to daydream, everyone felt helpless and amused at the same time. They hadn't even made a plan yet, and this guy was already thinking about splitting the spoils. His thinking speed was really fast. Bewitching said slowly, we've been patrolling the area for the past few days, and we've gradually become familiar with the environment here. After a little more time, we'll have a better grasp of the terrain. Perhaps there's a way. Boss, have you thought of a way? Bewitching smiled faintly. Luring the tiger away from the mountain. Luring the tiger away from the mountain? Mo Yunjue's brows twitched. That's not an easy thing to do. There were cultivators everywhere in the Qing family. Although there weren't many rank 1 immortals, there were many rank 1 immortals. Even if there was a commotion, it might not alarm the people in the warehouse. End of chapter. That's why we have to create a huge commotion and cause the entire branch to be in an uproar. That's the only way to attract the attention of the people in the resource warehouse. Bewitching's lips curled into a slight smile. His faint smile had a hint of mischief to it. Mo Yunjue and Bewitching looked at each other and suddenly understood. The two of them tacitly turned to Bailey Hongzhuang. Hongzhuang, I'm afraid we'll need your help again. Me? Aren't you very good at making explosives? We need a lot of explosives and we need to increase their power. When the time comes, we'll use the opportunity of patrolling to bury these explosives in other places. When we move, we only need to detonate the explosives and it will definitely cause a huge commotion. Everyone will run over to check it out. We'll create a diversion and use this opportunity to rob the resource warehouse. Once the news of the Qing clan being bombed spreads, the entire Qing clan will lose face. With such a huge commotion, even if they want to suppress the news, they won't be able to do it. We'll be getting back our interest. Seeing that Bewitching and Mo Yunjue had come up with the entire plan so tacitly, Bai Xianxia and the others couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This might sound a little crazy, but if you think about it carefully, it's not impossible. Bai Xianxia's expression was serious. However, if we want to create a huge commotion, the explosives have to be powerful enough. If the explosion isn't powerful enough and the radius of the explosion isn't wide enough, the rank 4 immortals in the resource warehouse won't be attracted to it. Not only that, you have to find out if there are any powerful immortals in other places besides the resource warehouse. If there are immortals in other places, then not only will this plan fail, we might even be caught. When that happens, all of us will be finished. Ling Er added. Bewitching nodded. We've only come up with a rough plan. There are still many details to be confirmed. Hong Zhuang, what do you think? The power of the explosives is indeed not bad, but the explosives used before are not very effective here. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was serious. The celestial realm was different from the outside world. Moreover, the people here were all experts. Perhaps the instant of the explosion would cause a certain amount of commotion, but as long as the other party set up a protective barrier, it would be enough to reduce the impact to the minimum. Everyone was a little disappointed. If the explosives didn't work, then this plan wouldn't work. Do you think the explosives are not powerful enough? Bewitching asked. That's right. Explosives are quite effective in the upper realms. However, they have very little effect here. She and her master's wife had spent a lot of time researching this. In fact, when a cultivator's strength reached a certain level, these explosives wouldn't pose much of a threat. Unless we can find something even more powerful to add into the mix, it will be very difficult to create an explosion that will cause a commotion in the Qing clan's branch. After a long while, Bewitching suddenly asked, what about the blood spirit stones? Blood spirit stones? Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. Then, her eyes gradually lit up. The blood spirit stones contain energy. A piece of high-grade blood spirit stone contains extremely pure and rich energy. If it's added into the mix and detonated, the power will be greatly increased. Perhaps I can give it a try. After some discussion, everyone agreed that there was no need to rush into action. They had to understand the situation clearly before making any arrangements. Gong Jun's task was still to drink and chat with the other guards. He had to take the opportunity to understand the situation of this branch. Bewitching and Mo Yunjue were in charge of finding a suitable place to set up an ambush. If they wanted to attract the rank 4 immortal from the resource warehouse, they had to think of a good place to set up an ambush. If they were too far away, the other party would not be able to open up the resource warehouse and would not be willing to leave. If they were too close, they would not be able to buy enough time. Hence, they had to consider this factor and choose a place that was neither too far nor too close. The other party would come over to take a look with some hope. However, it would take a few minutes for them to go back and forth. Only then would they be able to carry out their plan properly. Bailey Hongzhuang began to research whether adding blood spirit stones to the explosives would have a better effect. She also wanted to know how many blood spirit stones she had to put in to get the range she needed. This matter seemed simple, but it was not easy to plan it carefully. Ling Er saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had to study poisons and bombs. On the other hand, she didn't want to do anything. She felt a little guilty. Medical skills were too complicated. Without a certain amount of time, it could not be done well. Hence, she had no intention of interfering. However, she might be able to help with the explosives. Bailey Hongzhuang saw that Ling Er was interested and immediately explained the production principle. Ling Er understood immediately. This was not a complicated matter. Hence, she handed a portion of the work to Ling Er, which sped up the process. We don't have many blood spirit stones. If we want to test the explosives, we have to go back. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly. Their biggest problem was that they did not have enough blood spirit stones. It was definitely not suitable to experiment in the immortal region. No matter where they tried it, it would definitely attract a lot of people. Fortunately, they had the Chaos Ring. They could try it in there. The biggest problem was that they did not have enough blood spirit stones. Every time they tried it, they had to use up blood spirit stones. This was not easy. This meant that they had to control the number of times they tested it. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have the chance to use it. Not only that, Bailey Hongzhuang checked the remaining immortal herbs. She was afraid that she would have to go to the medicinal herb shop to buy some more immortal herbs. Otherwise, the poison she concocted would not be as effective. Money was needed everywhere. We don't have many blood spirit stones left. What should we do? Ling Er glanced at the blood spirit stones beside her. They didn't have many blood spirit stones to begin with. Otherwise, they wouldn't have joined in on the fun just because the Li family had rewarded them with 10 blood spirit stones. Blood spirit stones were consumed at a very fast rate. Moreover, 1 blood spirit stone was not enough for each experiment. He needed at least 10 blood spirit stones. Only in this way could the explosion have a certain degree of power, which was something that a rank 1 cultivator could not withstand. According to Bailey Hongzhuang, it would take at least 100 blood spirit stones to get a rank 4 immortal to show up. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't even bother. Right now, they couldn't do such an experiment at all. After a few tries, they would be empty-handed. Hence, they could only try small-scale experiments first. I don't have enough immortal herbs to refine pills. Bailey Hongzhuang looked worried. Don't worry. Let's think about it. We'll find a way eventually. Bewitching and the others had already given all the blood spirit stones they had to Bailey Hongzhuang. However, they knew very well that this amount of blood spirit stones would not last for long. If we use all the blood spirit stones to buy immortal spirit herbs, will it be enough to refine elixirs? Bewitching asked. The value of elixirs had always been higher than immortal spirit herbs. If possible, they could refine elixirs a few more times to increase the amount of blood spirit stones. However, Bailey Hongzhuang would have to spend a lot of time doing so. Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment and shook her head. I'm not very sure either. According to what I know, the immortal spirit herbs in the immortal domain are probably not cheap. I can go out and take a look. It's worth it to pay the price now. As long as we can rob the resource vault, the cultivation resources will be enough for us to cultivate to rank 2 or even rank 3. Bailey Xianxia smiled. Right now, all of them were penniless and struggling to make ends meet. However, as long as they could rob the resource vault, everyone would be rich. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. This was the truth. At this level, the speed of improvement could be said to be very slow if they relied on their own cultivation. Only by using cultivation resources could they increase the speed of their cultivation. Although they had consumed a lot of cultivation resources in the past, it could not be compared to now. It was likely that cultivating above the elementary celestial realm would consume a lot of resources. Even if they went to the 4 great continents, the situation would still be the same. Boss, I'm back. Gong Jun's voice came from outside the house. He walked in with a smile on his face. His proud appearance made people feel as if he had encountered something good. Gong Jun, what's made you so happy? Bailey Xianxia teased. I saw that Xianxia often brought you out when you went out recently. He seems to think highly of you. Gong Jun chuckled. It's alright. Actually, that guy likes it when people flatter him. Then did you get anything? Here, this is the money I got from going out with Xianxia these past few days. Gong Jun placed the blood spirit stone on the table with a complacent look on his face. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at the table. There were 300 blood spirit stones on the table. You are quite efficient. They don't receive many blood spirit stones in a month. Gong Jun received 300 blood spirit stones just by going out for a stroll. That's pretty good. Of course. I think this guy is actually very vain. If I hang around him more, I think I'll be able to gain a lot. Sister-in-law, Take a look and see if these blood spirit stones are enough to buy the immortal spirit herbs. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. I'll go to the medicine shop tomorrow and see if I can buy the herbs I need. Sister, you have to keep these blood spirit stones well. Gong Jun earned them by selling his body. They are all hard-earned money, Bai Xianxia said with a sigh. Hearing this, everyone looked at Gong Jun with smiles in their eyes. Bai Xianxia. Explain yourself clearly. How am I selling my body? Although he did smile a lot in front of Xianxia, I understand. I understand everything. Bai Xianxia looked like he understood. You're not selling your body. You're selling your body. It's been hard on you. You are our expert at making money. Gong Jun looked at Bai Xianxia suspiciously. What Bai Xianxia said made sense, but he felt like something was wrong. However, he couldn't figure out what it was. It's good that you know. You have to treat me better in the future. Otherwise, I won't give you any money to spend. The next day, Bailey Hongshuang and Ling Er went to the streets. The Qing clan did not restrict the entry and exit of cultivators, which gave them a lot of convenience. Walking on the crowded streets, Bailey Hongshuang and Ling Er kept a low profile. They did not look at anyone, as they did not want to get into any trouble. This street is really long. The cities in the celestial realm are much bigger than the cities outside. Ling Er was in a good mood. Only when one came to a wider plane would one be able to see a wider world. Thinking back, she thought that the upper realm was already pretty good. Now, compared to the upper realm, the difference was really too big. There are many kinds of shops, but we have not seen a medicine shop yet. Bailey Hongshuang looked at both sides of the street. Along the way, they had seen many medicine shops, weapon shops, and so on, but they had not seen a medicine shop. Don't tell me the people here buy the pills directly? Ling Er looked confused. Even in the realm of chaotic immortals, there were a lot of medicinal herb shops. Look, that 10,000 herbs pavilion should be selling medicinal herbs. Bailey Hongshuang noticed a signboard at the corner in front of them, and her eyes lit up. Let's go and take a look. The two of them quickened their pace, and when they got closer, they realized that it was indeed a medicine shop. Instantly, they smiled. We finally found it. Just when Bailey Hongshuang was about to enter the shop, her footsteps paused slightly. Ling Er could not help but be confused. Hongshuang, what's wrong? What a coincidence, I met an acquaintance. An acquaintance? Ling Er turned her head and saw an extremely familiar figure. It can't be, right? Gong Jun is actually here? Xianxia likes to bring Gong Jun out to do things these days. Think about it, when you want to be arrogant, you have an assistant by your side. Doesn't that feel good? Bailey Hongshuang's lips curved slightly. Xianxia himself was a troublemaker, but he obviously wasn't happy to go out alone. Now that he found a subordinate who could cooperate with him, it was simply perfect. Ah. It does feel good, Ling Er nodded. So, Xianxia brought Gong Jun along because of this? Isn't that a lackey? Bailey Hongshuang. That makes sense. Gong Jun also noticed Bailey Hongshuang and Gu Ruoyan. He just winked at them and continued to follow Xianxia respectfully. Let's go. Bailey Hongshuang did not look at them again and walked into the pavilion of herbs. Miss, what would you like to buy? The waiter quickly came up to her. Bailey Hongshuang handed the list to the waiter. I want to buy these immortal spirit herbs. Before she came, she had already drawn up a list. She thought that the shops should have a complete collection of low-grade immortal herbs. However, the more valuable immortal herbs might not be available. The waiter looked through all the immortal spirit herbs on the list and said, we have all the herbs in front, but the price of this Yanji lotus is not low. Even the younger ones cost 500 high-grade blood spirit stones. Miss, you, noticing the waiter's kind gaze, Bailey Hongshuang understood that the waiter saw that she was only a first-grade immortal and did not have many cultivation resources. She might not be able to afford this. In fact, it was not impossible, but she really could not afford it. Then let's buy the ones in front first, Bailey Hongshuang said. She had only written this Yanji lotus because she wanted to know the market price. The price was not something they could afford now. Alright, please wait a moment. The attendant smiled. He did not look down on them because of this. Then, he went to the back to prepare the immortal spirit herbs they needed. Hong Zhuang, what is the Yunjilian used for? Asked Ling Er. The Yunjilian is used to make knockout pills. I've thought of a few recipes. Although it's useful for us, it won't have much effect on grade 3 immortals. If I add the Yunjilian, I'll be more confident. However, the herbs are more expensive. Bailey Hongzhuang felt a little helpless. She had already calculated that she could only achieve the effect she needed by adding the Yunjilian. However, she could not afford it now. She would sell the pills after she successfully refined them. She should be able to earn some blood spirit stones. Then, it would not be too late to buy the Yunjilian. Most importantly, she was sure that this shop had it. It seems that we have to buy the Yunjilian no matter what. Ling Er frowned. I don't know if Gongjun can make any more money. Otherwise, given our current situation, I'm afraid we'll have to spend a lot of time on this. Making explosives required blood spirit stones. The knockout pills also required blood spirit stones. She had never felt so poor before. Even if she added up all her belongings, there was still a big hole. The price of the Immortal Protectorate could not be compared to the chaotic Immortal Protectorate. Perhaps it was because the cultivation resources here were more abundant and more precious. Although the two places were in the same plane, they were two completely different worlds. Everything could not be compared. Gong Jun had made some money when he opened the Thousand Treasures Pavilion. However, after opening a restaurant and buying a house in the chaotic Immortal Protectorate, he did not have much left. Now, everyone was embarrassingly short of money. Even if she wanted to refine pills, she had to refine pills that cultivators in the Immortal Protectorate could use. Those from the chaotic Immortal Protectorate were useless here. Let's try refining pills first. It would be best if we could find a place like the Alchemist Guild. If someone needs help refining pills, they might be able to make money faster. Bailey Hongzhuang thought to herself. No matter where it was, pills were extremely popular. Many people needed the help of an alchemist, but just like how the other party couldn't find an alchemist, she also couldn't find the person she needed. Most importantly, her alchemy skills were not enough to refine high-grade pills. If she wanted to start from this step, she would have to spend a lot of time. Miss, all the herbs you want are here. The attendant placed the herbs one by one in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Here's a total of 680. If there's no problem, I'll wrap it up for you. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at them. They were indeed the herbs she needed. She immediately nodded. That's right. Once she handed over 680 blood spirit stones, Ling Er couldn't help but feel her heart ache. She was becoming poorer and poorer. Xianxia, why are you like a mad dog? You follow us wherever we go. As soon as she stepped out of the door, Bailey Hongzhuang heard an exasperated voice that sounded familiar. Isn't that the one from the Li family that I saw last time? Ling Er saw him at a glance. This scene was very similar to what had happened in the Flying Dharma artifact. Indeed. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. It seems like these two are at odds again. The way I see it, this isn't a coincidence at all. Xianxia is just deliberately looking for trouble. Ling Er's eyes were filled with mockery. Xianxia was a restless fellow. It was impossible to believe that this was a coincidence. Who are you calling a mad dog? Xianxia was instantly enraged. You're just a guy who picked up a used shoe. You parade this woman around the city every day. I just happened to bump into her. Calling me a mad dog? Why don't you call yourself one? Li Rui's was even angrier when he heard that. Who's parading around the city? I haven't been out for the past few days. Today is the first time I've come out. I don't believe you. Xianxia sneered. If you want to be with this woman, that's your business. But don't keep appearing in front of me. You're an eyesore. That's right. Even a glance at this kind of guy would dirty our young Master Jia's eyes. Who would want to see him? He really knows how to flatter himself. Gong Jun stood behind Xianxia. His eyes were full of mockery, as if Xianxia was some kind of noble person. The moment these words were spoken, Li Rui's and his group became even angrier. On the contrary, it was Xianxia who had a complacent expression as he glanced at Gong Jun with satisfaction. Among the people who had followed him all these years, only Gong Jun was the most perceptive. Look at that. What a good word. Ling Er was speechless as she looked at Gong Jun, who was acting like a lackey. Her lips twitched. Normally, I want to hit this kind of guy whenever I see him. Bailey Hongzhuang, then this person is Gong Jun. Do you still want to hit him? Honestly? I still want to hit him. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled helplessly. This kind of character really deserved a beating. Didn't you see how the Li family couldn't wait to eat Gong Jun alive? Speaking of which, this Xianxia really knows how to cause trouble. The Li family is really unlucky to have met him. I think this trouble won't be over after today. Miss, you know young Master Jia too? Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look to her side. She realized that the person who spoke was the attendant from before. She had a good impression of the attendant, so she said, I've heard of it. I saw this scene when I was on the flying artifact. I see. The attendant smiled and sighed. This young Master Li is an honest and considerate person. He's not as arrogant and despotic as young Master Jia, so I can't beat him in this aspect. Looking at their situation, it should be a long-standing grudge. It's not because of a woman, right? The Li clan and the Qing clan have always been at odds with each other. It's just that Miss Gung used to be young Master Jia's Dao companion. Now that she's with young Master Li, there's naturally more trouble. The way I see it, young Master Li is actually about to die from anger, but as long as he doesn't make a move, he can't do anything to the other party. This Xianxia is so arrogant. Why didn't Li Rui's attack him directly? That girl was repeatedly insulted. How upset was she? Ling Er asked, puzzled. Normally, if they were truly in love, why would they be willing to see a woman being humiliated like this? Young Master Jia doesn't look like he's doing anything right, but he's not weak. The difference in strength between the two sides isn't big. If they really fight, Li Rui's won't have any advantage. Moreover, young Master Jia's big brother is stronger. If his big brother shows up, it'll be even harder to clean up the mess. So, although young Master Li is depressed, it's not wise to fight now. The attendant explained. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang and Ling Er understood. They could only endure this situation. After all, they were weaker than the other party. Xianxia, don't be arrogant just because your big brother is strong. My big brother will break through soon, and when that time comes, he'll tear your mouth apart. Li Ruiyang's face was ashen, and the veins on his temples were bulging. His anger roared like an angry lion. If it wasn't for the last bit of rationality left in him, he would have already charged forward. Xianxia's proud expression changed slightly, and he was a little surprised. He didn't expect Li Rui's to be about to break through. Could it be that I've given you too much pressure, and that's why you're about to break through? Xianxia chuckled. Then you'll have to thank me properly. Go to hell. Li Ruai said angrily. Big brother, let's go. Don't bother with this guy. Let's go too. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Ling Er, and the curve of her lips unconsciously rose. A little. Noticing the change in Bailey Hongzhuang's expression, Ling Er couldn't help but ask, did you think of something? I suddenly thought of a way to make money, but it depends on whether the other party is willing to buy it. What way? Xianxia has provoked them time and time again. Don't you think the Li family hates him? Of course. Didn't you see Li Rui's eyes turn red just now? He couldn't wait to kill Xianxia. If it weren't for the fact that he's not strong enough, he would have already made his move. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. So, this is an opportunity. What do you mean? They want to teach Xianxia a lesson, but they can't do it because of their lack of strength. If I can help them, do you think they'll be willing? Ling Er immediately understood when she heard this. Her clear black and white eyes became brighter. You mean to ask the Li family to pay? It might be an opportunity. As long as we can help, I'm sure they'll be willing. Bailey Hongzhuang's dark and bright eyes flashed with wisdom. Her worried expression disappeared, and she suddenly felt confident. This matter sounded a little unreliable, but with the other party's hatred for Xianxia, it was very likely that they would agree. Then how do you plan to contact them? Send someone to inform them? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. The Li family's residence is easy to find. We just need to ask around for Li Ruiyang's location, write a letter to him, and wait for his response. Li Ruiyang? Ling'er was stunned. Is it Li Rui's? No, it's Li Ruiyang. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled. Li Ruiyang is a generous person. In other words, he's a gentleman. He might not even bother to do such a thing, but it's obvious that he hates Xianxia to the core. As long as it's possible to punish Xianxia, he'll definitely be willing to try. Hongzhuang, you're really smart. Ling'er understood. I saw that Li Ruiyang was even angrier than Li Rui's. It's very likely that he'll agree. But what kind of punishment do you plan to give Xianxia? Didn't Li Ruiyang just say that he wanted to tear Xianxia's mouth apart? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows slanted, a proud expression on her face. We'll let him do as he wishes. The two of them acted very quickly. After writing the letter, they disguised themselves and went to the Li family to have the letter delivered. The next day, in the restaurant, Li Ruiyang looked at the unfamiliar man in front of him. His eyes were filled with suspicion. You're the one who handed this letter to me? That's me. How dare you? Li Ruiyang's face turned serious. His aura immediately enveloped Bailey Hongzhuang. Do you know what will happen to you once I deliver this letter to the Qing family? End of chapter. Mr. Li, since I dared to send you a letter like this, I naturally have thought everything through. There is no need for you to test me. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was normal. Facing the serious Li Ruiyang, she was calm and composed. Her voice was calm and steady. I know that Xianxia has gone overboard with his actions. I'm sure you have reached the end of your patience. I can do this for you. All I need is some compensation. If you agree, then I will act. If you don't, then it's fine. Why should I believe you? Li Ruiyang narrowed his eyes. Looking at this man who came out of nowhere, his heart was full of doubts. When he received this letter yesterday, he thought it was ridiculous that someone would say something like this. But after thinking about it, if this man could really do it, then it would be very satisfying. So today, he decided to come out and see if this man really had the ability. Mr. Li, 1,000 blood spirit stones is not a big sum to you. Why don't you just give it a try? Plus, even if someone wanted to trick you, no one would use such a method to trick you. Bailey Hongzhuang was unmoved. From the moment Li Ruiyang came out to meet her today, she knew that this move had succeeded. If she wasn't moved, Li Ruiyang wouldn't have come out. 7 days. Can you make Xianxia unable to speak for 7 days? Can you make his lips fester and cause him extreme pain? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. I promise you, as long as Mr. Li pays the deposit, I will let you see the results very quickly. Li Rui's thought about it. 1,000 blood spirit stones was really nothing to him. If this guy could really help him vent his anger, then it would be great. These days, he was about to go crazy from anger because of Xianxia. However, he was curious about this guy. Who was Xianxia? He had quite a bit of influence in the Qing clan's branch, and it wasn't an easy task to make a move on him. Furthermore, with Xianxia's cultivation, the grade of the poison wouldn't be low to make him unable to speak. If this guy was really a poison master of that level, why would he care about 1,000 blood spirit stones? In short, this matter was really strange. If Bailey Hongzhuang knew what Xianxia was thinking, she would be helpless. She was really short on money. She had carefully considered the price of 1,000 blood spirit stones. If the price was too high, Li Ruiyang probably wouldn't agree. If the price was too low, it wouldn't be worth the risk. 1,000 blood spirit stones was in the middle, it was more appropriate. I won't give you a deposit. 1,000 blood spirit stones. I hope you can do it. Bailey Hongzhuang accepted the blood spirit stone on the table, a smile blooming on her lips. Li Gongzi, don't worry. You will soon see the results. If you need me to help you with other things, you can contact me. The location is this restaurant. Gong Jun looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in front of him, and his eyes were full of surprise. Sister-in-law, you earn money faster than me. You earned 1,000 blood spirit stones in the blink of an eye. How did you earn so much? Bai Li Yanche and the others were also surprised. They saw Hong Zhuang buy the herbs. She hadn't even refined the pills yet. How did she earn so much money in the blink of an eye? Bai Li Hongzhuang smiled faintly. I didn't earn it alone, I earned it with you. Me? Gong Jun pointed at himself. Sister-in-law, are you sure you're talking about me? Their speed was so fast that it was as if the two of them had never appeared. With a light breeze, the two of them had already disappeared. Xiren wanted to leave immediately, but thinking that those fellows were chasing after him, if he went out now, it would be too conspicuous. He simply entered the city quickly and found a restaurant to hide in. The elders of the Qing clan were about to go crazy. They were chasing after a man and a woman, but who would have thought that these two fellows were not human? A dragon flew directly into the sky, the sea of clouds turning easily. Although they could also fly, they needed to use their energy and could not fly by themselves. That was fine. It was not easy to chase after those in the sky, but those on the ground should be easy, right? But as they chased, they suddenly realized that the one on the ground was actually a beast king. Beast king, this was a demonic beast that they had heard of but had never seen before. The probability of encountering a beast king was almost the same as the probability of breaking through to the 9th level overnight. Yet, such a thing had really happened, right in front of their eyes. Now, with a roar from the beast king, all the fellows from the beast race came. Gradually, they could only watch as the beast king ran further and further away. With so many of them chasing after them, in the end, they actually let the two of them escape. Thinking of the situation when they returned, they were afraid that they would all be punished. This was a huge loss of face. Fourth Elder, what should we do? Should we still chase? Chase. Fourth Elder's face was ashen. I noticed that their aura is heading towards the city. They should be hiding in the city now. Fourth Elder, we have already caused a big commotion today. Many people are guessing what happened. Once we enter the city, the impact will be even greater. At that time, if they found them, then so be it. If they couldn't find them, then they would all lose face. Fourth Elder naturally understood the crux of the matter. But if they let the two fellows escape like this, he could not afford to lose face. The rest of you go back first. The three of us will enter the city. Fourth Elder thought for a while and said. Hearing this, everyone nodded. The three of them were not too big of a target. As long as they were careful and did not directly expose their target, it would be fine. Fourth Elder and the other two entered the city and spread out their spiritual energy. Along the streets, they felt the aura of the two fellows were very eye-catching. As long as they locked onto their aura, they would definitely not be able to escape. However, they didn't see any of them along the way. It was truly strange. Those fellows are also from the Qing clan, right? The Qing clan is really interesting today. First, they sent a 3rd stage expert. Now, they have a 4th stage expert and 2 3rd stage experts. What do you think they want to do? To hunt down an elementary immortal with this level of cultivation, isn't the strength of the Qing clan a little too weak? That rank 3 from before still hasn't been found. I don't know if he was traumatized, but he actually entered the brothel. After Fourth Elder and the other two entered the city, they noticed that the people around them were looking at them strangely. He also felt that it was very strange. After all, the previous movements were outside, so they shouldn't have attracted so much attention. When they heard the discussion of these people, their expressions suddenly became very strange. The rank 3 of our family? There doesn't seem to be a single rank 3 in the hunting teams. What's going on? The three of them hesitated for a moment before walking towards the direction of the brothel. They felt that this person was definitely not from the Qing clan. Who knows, this person might be the mastermind of those fellows, purposely trying to ruin the reputation of the Qing clan in order to confuse the public. After all, no one would go to a brothel to investigate such things. Then I'll leave this mission to you. Although Xianxia trusts you now, you still have to be careful when you make a move. It'll be troublesome if you're discovered, Bai Li Hongzhuang said. Gong Jun was touched. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'll be extra careful. Xianxia definitely won't find out. However, I have another question. Why didn't you just poison Xianxia to death? Why did you just teach him a lesson? 7 days of ulceration at the corner of his mouth was actually just to prank him. It was uncomfortable, but it was more of a loss of face. If we directly killed Xianxia, wouldn't we lose this business in the future? Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's matter-of-fact expression, Zhong Limu and the others were dumbfounded. Hongzhuang had turned bad. In the past, it was just a trap. Now, it had become a series of traps. Gong Jun looked at Bewitching with admiration. Boss, sister-in-law has already begun to learn your essence. You're worth teaching. This is quite good. First, we'll earn 1,000 blood spirit stones. Then, Gong Jun and Xianxia will go and pull some aggro. Then, we'll earn some more blood spirit stones. This is probably much faster than other methods of earning money. Bai Liyanche's eyes lit up. He suddenly seemed to have found a good way to make money. I've already prepared the medicine. Find a chance. Bailey Hongzhuang handed the medicine to Gong Jun and reminded him to be careful. Don't worry. The next day, Xianxia woke up early in the morning and found that he couldn't speak. Not only that, but the corner of his mouth was also very painful. When he looked in the mirror, he immediately exploded. His mouth and tongue were sore, and his lips were full of blisters. It was as if his face was disfigured. It was extremely ugly. Someone, come, he shouted with all his might, but he found that he couldn't make a sound. No one noticed his situation. Damn it, how could this be? Xianxia roared in his heart. At this level of cultivation, it was impossible for him to have ulcers in his mouth and tongue. Someone must be trying to harm him. I'll tear your mouth apart when the time comes. Xianxia couldn't help but recall what Li Ruiyang had said a few days ago. At that time, he didn't take it to heart at all. He didn't expect that such a thing would actually happen now. Could it be related to Li Ruiyang? The Li family. Have you heard? Xianxia's mouth is actually sore, and he can't even speak. Previously, he was so arrogant and swaggering through the streets every day. I think he doesn't even dare to go out now. That guy's mouth is so venomous. I'm afraid this is God's punishment for him. He deserved it. The next time we meet, if he still has such a big mouth, I can give him a good scolding. After Li Ruiyang heard the conversation in the courtyard, his expression became extremely strange. He had indeed given the other party 1,000 blood spirit stones. However, after returning, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that his action was really too stupid. It was impossible for the other party to really do this. Perhaps they were only here to cheat him. However, he didn't expect to see a joke so quickly. The transaction yesterday had resulted in Xianxia becoming like this today. The effect was exactly the same as that man had said. It was practically instantaneous. Ruiyang, your mouth is really accurate, haha. A hand rested on Li Ruiyang's shoulder, causing him to quiver in fright. How are you? Li Rui's asked in confusion. Only then did Li Ruiyang come back to his senses. He shook his head, and said, I just feel that it's really so accurate. Even I don't dare to believe it. Li Ruiyang was all smiles. Evil is doomed to destruction. This guy deserves it, but I don't think this is a coincidence. Someone must have done something to Xianxia. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like this. I just don't know who did it. Big brother, why do you care who it is? In any case, he helped us vent our anger. It's fine as long as you're happy. Li Ruiyang was in a good mood. It's a pity that Xianxia must be hiding for the next few days. Otherwise, it would be even more satisfying if I could see it with my own eyes. Haha, that's true. Li Rui's laughed. I'll go tell you Lin this good news first. Only after Li Rui's left did Li Ruiyang think about what had happened. He had underestimated the other party's ability. The 1,000 blood spirit stones he had spent had been well worth it. I didn't expect that kid to be so capable. To be able to make Xianxia like this. Could it be that he's one of Xianxia's people? Li Rui's chuckled. This guy is really infuriating. Even so many people around him hate him. He really deserves it. Xianxia didn't leave the house for several days. Gong Jun also had some rare free time, so everyone gathered together again. Boss, I did a good job, didn't I? His face was filled with a smug smile as he looked at Bewitching. You didn't leave any traces, right? Of course not. I'm someone who's very afraid of death. I couldn't have been more careful when I did this. No one would have discovered me. You did well. Bewitching was not stingy with his praise. After this incident, Xianxia should also know that this matter is related to the people around him. Perhaps he has already begun to investigate. You have to be careful. Bailey Hongzhuang was very concerned. Although it was to make money and she had said it as a joke, she was still worried about Gongjun's safety. They were currently in the Qing family. If they were discovered, Gongjun would definitely be the first to bear the brunt. This was not something she wanted to see. Sister-in-law, you don't have to worry about me. Gongjun was very confident. Xianxia goes to so many places every day and meets so many people. How could he know who did it? Moreover, I've been favored by him recently. Everyone is jealous of how fast I climb up the ranks. No one would think that I would harm Xianxia. The saying that it was dark under the light really worked. If it was anyone else, after being promoted by Xianxia like this, they would definitely not go against him. It was just that no one expected that he already had a grudge with the Qing clan. That's good. Bailey Hongzhuang felt relieved. Regarding the explosives, I have already tested them. After adding blood spirit stones, the explosive power will indeed increase a lot. As long as you add more blood spirit stones, you should be able to achieve the explosive power you need. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This was, without a doubt, extremely good news. That's good. When the time comes and we make such a big commotion, it will definitely attract a lot of people. Gongjun breathed a sigh of relief. Once we rob the resource warehouse, we can leave this place. It's weird to stay here all day. I'll go to the medicine store again and buy the herbs we need. I'll also sell the pill I refined and see if I can gather the blood spirit stones we need. Bailey Hongzhuang lowered her eyes. She had done some calculations. This might not be enough, but she would take it one step at a time. Maybe there would be a better way. I've also made 2 high-grade array stones. Let's go and see if we can sell them. Bewitching took out the array stones that he had made during his free time. The higher grade of the array stones, the more complicated it would be to make, and the more energy it would take. In order to make these, he had failed many times. After all, this level of improvement was not immediate. Bailey Hongzhuang took the array stones and said with a faint smile, I'll go and ask when the time comes. But now that we've taken out all the array stones, I think it's best to leave some blood spirit stones. If our plan doesn't succeed, at least we have the money to leave. It's better to be safe than sorry. Everyone nodded. This was also a problem they had to consider. The next day, Bailey Hongzhuang and Ling Er went out again and bought the herbs they couldn't afford before. Miss, do you still need other herbs? This was the second time the attendant had seen Bailey Hongzhuang. He still remembered clearly how she couldn't afford it the last time, but he didn't expect her to come again so soon. It could be seen that she really needed it. Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment, then said, Little brother, do you know where I can buy pills nearby? Miss wants to sell pills? The attendant was a little surprised. Thinking about Bailey Hongzhuang's previous actions, he suddenly understood, could it be that Miss is actually an alchemist? Yes. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't deny it, I'm new here and embarrassed, so I want to sell these pills. I understand. The attendant nodded repeatedly, Miss is young, but as an alchemist, you're already very powerful. As long as you spend more time, you will definitely become a master in the future. We are a medicinal shop, so we only buy herbs. Since Miss wants to sell pills, I think you should go to the Thousand Treasures Pavilion. Although the Wanbao Pavilion mainly sells all kinds of things that cultivators need, they also recycle them. It's just that the price is slightly lower. Bailey Hongzhuang had mixed feelings when she heard the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion again. She really didn't expect that after going around in circles, she would have to go to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion again. She only hoped that the Immortal Domain's 10,000 Treasures Pavilion wouldn't be the same as the one in Xi'an City. Thank you, little brother. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was not far from the medicine store. Bailey Hongshuang thought about it and found a place to dress up as a man. Selling medicinal pills was more eye-catching than buying medicinal herbs. If she was noticed by others, it would be difficult to avoid trouble. As the largest resource store in the immortal realm, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was much larger than the other stores. There were also many people coming and going inside. "Young master, what do you need?" As soon as he stepped into the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, the attendant greeted him warmly. Unlike the other cultivators who were shopping, Bailey Hongshuang said directly, "I want to sell medicinal pills and formation stones." Hearing this, the attendant's eyes changed slightly for a moment, but he quickly smiled and said, "Young master, please come with me." Under the attendant's lead, Bailey Hongshuang and the other person walked inside and saw an old man. "This is the appraiser of our 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Elder Yang is in charge of recycling." The old man also looked at Bailey Hongshuang, but his gaze paused meaningfully on the two of them for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. "Young master, what do you want to sell? Why don't you let this old man take a look? Our store is honest, young master can rest assured." Bailey Hongshuang and Linger were both shocked. Although the old man in front of them looked very old, they felt as if they had been seen through with just one glance. It was obvious that the old man's cultivation level was much higher than theirs. The so-called disguise was almost useless under the old man's gaze. Since they had been seen through, Bailey Hongshuang did not mind. If the old man did not expose them, it meant that he was not interested in this matter. As long as what they did had nothing to do with the Wanbao Pavilion, the old man would not care. She placed the pill and array stone on the table. "Elder Yang, these are the things I want to sell. Please take a look." Elder Lu took the pill in his hand. With just one glance, he could tell the grade of the pill. "This is a second-grade bone-tempering pill?" "Yes." Bailey Hongshuang had some understanding of the situation in the immortal domain recently. This second-grade bone-tempering pill corresponded to the pills used by second-grade cultivators to temper their limbs. After consumption, the tempering speed would increase. With her current strength and the immortal herbs she had, she could only refine a second-grade bone-tempering pill. Second-grade bone-tempering pills are not uncommon. We sell many of them in our shop. However, the refining technique of this pill is not bad. The pill is very round and full. There are even 2 pill veins on it. It is a rare second-grade bone-tempering pill. Elder Lu sized it up. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. "Wait. The refining technique of this pill is very unusual. If I'm not wrong, the effects of this pill should be stronger than ordinary bone-tempering pills, right?" Linger saw that Elder Lu, who had been unfathomable before, suddenly had a change in expression. Even when he looked at Hongshuang, his eyes were filled with curiosity. She also found it very funny. It was obviously very difficult to pretend to be cold in front of Hongshuang. "Elder Lu has good eyesight," Bailey Hongshuang praised. "Heroes come from the young." Old Lu's face was full of admiration, and his attitude was even more cordial than before. "Originally, we would have bought the bone-tempering pill at a price 20% lower than the selling price, but this pill of yours is much stronger than ordinary pills, so I'll buy it at the selling price. What do you think, young master?" "No problem. Thank you very much." Bailey Hongshuang smiled. The price offered by Mr. Lu was already not bad. Because of the improvement of the medicinal properties, the price was increased by 20%. It was considered fair. "Let me take another look at this array stone." After Elder Lu became interested in the elixir, he became spirited and immediately looked at the array stone. "This array stone, the standard is not bad. If I'm not wrong, this should be an array stone used for teleportation. Moreover, the distance is very far and the activation time is short. It's already considered a fine item in this grade." Old Lu looked at Bailey Hongshuang suspiciously. Originally, he wasn't very interested in her disguise. But after seeing these 2 things, he felt that the person behind this girl wasn't simple at all. "Miss, may I have the opportunity to get to know this alchemist and array master?" "Elder Lu, if fate wills it, we will definitely meet." Elder Lu nodded slightly and did not insist. "This second-grade bone-tempering pill is 2,000 blood spirit stones, and this array stone is 5,000 blood spirit stones. What do you think?" Hearing this price, Bailey Hongzhuang was a little surprised. According to what she knew, this grade of array stone was at most 4,000 blood spirit stones. How could the price be 1,000 blood spirit stones higher? Among the array stones, teleportation array stones are the most valuable. The activation time of this formation stone is shorter than other formation stones of the same grade. When a cultivator needs to save their life, the effect of this formation stone will be better. This is its true value. If you sell it, the price will be higher. Elder Lu's face revealed a kind smile. This old man hopes to get to know this alchemist and formation master one day. Naturally, I won't take advantage of you in this matter. Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood. During this period of time, whenever Bewitching went back, he would study formation stones by himself. It seemed that he had really made a lot of progress. When he participated in the competition, he saw formations that greatly improved Bewitching's formation skills. It seemed that Bewitching would really become a very powerful formation master in the future. This formation master is so good at making spatial formation stones. Maybe he has the opportunity to build a transmission array. Even in the immortal region, there are not many formation masters who can do this. Elder Lu's eyes were full of admiration. Why is that? Bailey Hongzhuang was a little surprised. In fact, the creation of a transmission array was not too complicated. Otherwise, there would not be transmission arrays in the lower planes. It seems that you haven't been in the immortal region for long. Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly startled. She secretly thought that this guy was really an old fox. With just a few words, he already knew that she was a newcomer. It can't escape Elder Lu's eyes. Haha. Elder Lu had already guessed Bailey Hongzhuang's inner thoughts from the look in her eyes. He suddenly felt that it was interesting. You must think that I'm an old fox. However, you can rest assured that as long as you don't want to, this old man will not investigate anything else. I also believe that Elder Lu is a senior worthy of respect. Bailey Hongzhuang cupped her hands. She was certain that this old man had a high status in Xianxia City. If he really wanted to investigate their origins, she was afraid that they would not be able to escape. However, as Elder Lu said, even if he admired them, he would not be so shameless as to really investigate them. Juniors, you're flattering me. Elder Lu chuckled and didn't care. Young master has only been in the immortal region for a short period of time, so you don't know that the restrictions in the immortal region are different from the outside world. The teleportation location is also very far away, and the principles involved are much more complicated than those teleportation arrays outside. There were many talented people in the celestial realm, but there were not many formation masters who could do this. This was because many of the patterns that were very simple on the outside were very difficult to continue here. As for why I think so highly of this array master, it's because although his array master's level isn't very high, the spatial laws contained here are very interesting. When I first came to the celestial realm, I was able to use the formation stones I created. Don't you think it's very interesting? Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood. So this was the reason why the other party looked at them differently. She had seen the two array stones and the theory used was similar to what they had made in the past. No, the array techniques that she and Bewitching learned came from Xianxia. Obviously, Xianxia came from the celestial realm, so the array techniques he left behind were suitable for the celestial realm. The reason why they could be used outside was because the array techniques they created were of a higher level. In an instant, Bailey Hongzhuang understood everything. These were the array stones of the celestial realm that could be used in the outside world, but the array stones of the outside world could not be used in the celestial realm. They were short of money, so it was great that Lu was willing to give them an extra 1,000 blood spirit stones. Elder Lu quickly took the 7,000 blood spirit stones. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the blood spirit stones in her storage ring. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have worked so hard to earn money in the outside world. It was much easier to earn blood spirit stones in the realm of chaos compared to the immortal realms. However, the situation was different in different places. Cultivators in the immortal realms all used blood spirit stones, so it wasn't a big deal. However, in the realm of chaos, everyone used blood spirit stones of medium or even low quality. Therefore, blood spirit stones of high quality were very precious. Elder Lu, young Masterly asked if we have any formation stones that can be activated for a short time. A waiter walked over from the front. What a coincidence. Elder Lu glanced outside. There are 2 second-grade formation stones here. They should suit young Masterly's needs. The waiter couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. He picked up the formation stones and was about to leave when Li Rui's and Li Ruiyang walked over. How is it? Do you have any more formation stones? Young Masterly, we happen to have 2 formation stones that suit your needs. Why don't you take a look? Li Rui's nodded slightly. Okay. Li Ruiyang noticed Bailey Hongzhuang, and with a glance, his expression changed slightly. He looked around suspiciously. Could it be that this guy followed him in? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly at Li Ruiyang. It wasn't a big movement, so no one else noticed. Elder Lu, I'll take my leave first. Okay. Remember to come again when you have time. Elder Lu looked at Bailey Hongzhuang meaningfully. What an interesting guy. However, when these words fell into Li Ruiyang's ears, he could not help but be shocked. This fellow actually had such a close relationship with Elder Lu. After knowing about Xianxia's matter, he felt that this guy had some ability, but now he was also involved with Elder Lu. He knew very well what kind of person Elder Lu was. Since this person was so close to Elder Lu, he was definitely not a simple person. However, this person was willing to help him for just 1,000 blood spirit stones. This was too strange. Li Ruiyang was confused. Seeing that Li Rui's was still looking at the array stone, he took the opportunity to catch up to Bailey Hongzhuang. Wait. Bailey Hongzhuang stopped in her tracks and looked at Li Ruiyang, who had caught up with her. Is something the matter, young master? I have a question for you, Li Ruiyang said in a deep voice. Young Master Li, I've always been a businessman. I'm not responsible for answering questions. If you want to do business with me, I'll naturally welcome it. However, I'm really not interested in answering your question. Li Ruiyang was stunned. He really didn't know anything about this guy. Now that he had a relationship with Elder Lu, he didn't dare to be too tough. Goodbye. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang turned to leave, Li Ruiyang hurriedly said, I want to do business with you. The corners of Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly. Welcome. Go to that restaurant and wait for me. I'll be there soon, Li Rui's said as he pointed at the restaurant across the street. Okay. Bailey Hongzhuang gave Ling Er a look, and the two of them walked toward the restaurant. When Li Ruiyang saw this, he hurriedly went to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion and said goodbye to Li Rui's. Then, he quickly left. Ruiyang, you're leaving already? Ruiyang? Li Rui's was still shouting, but Li Ruiyang had already disappeared. Seriously, this guy disappeared without saying anything clearly. Could it be that he met a girl he likes? When Elder Lu heard this, he couldn't help but look outside the door. Could it be that the two of them had such a relationship? In the restaurant, Bailey Hongzhuang ordered a pot of tea and looked calmly at Li Rui's, who was rushing over. Li Rui's slowed down and looked at the woman in front of him. His heart was full of doubts. I wonder what kind of business young Master Li wants to discuss with me. Bailey Hongzhuang poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Li Rui's with a faint smile on her face. After Li Rui's sat down, he looked at the tea in front of him but didn't pick it up. Did you really do what happened last time? Young Master Li, do you think there's such a coincidence in this world? Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Since you're already an immortal, if you still have ulcers in your mouth, then Xianxia is not qualified to be an immortal. Li Rui's paused. He knew that the possibility was very small, but looking at the calm man in front of him, he was really puzzled. Then what's your relationship with Elder Lu? Elder Lu? Bailey Hongzhuang was startled, but her face still didn't change. This is my business, it has nothing to do with you. Why don't young Master Li tell me about the business you want to do first? Li Ruiyang couldn't help but feel a little regretful, but he also knew that the other party would definitely not tell him. You made the poison last time? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Young Master Li needs poison? Li Ruiyang didn't frown. He wanted to directly find out the other party's relationship with the poison, but he didn't expect the other party to be watertight and not reveal any clues. Thinking about it, since the other party was related to Elder Lu, he probably wasn't a stupid person. It would be very difficult to get other information from here. I also want to do business with you and take Xianxia's life. Name a price. Li Ruiyang looked at Bailey Hongzhuang tentatively. He also wanted to know how capable the other party was. Since they could poison him, then they could poison him. It wouldn't be difficult for them to take his life. Bailey Hongzhuang's smile didn't change, but she declined politely. Young Master Li, Xianxia has some status, and it's not easy to ask for his life. You should be able to tell that I'm only doing this for fun. What can 1,000 blood spirit stones do? I just went to the 10,000 treasures pavilion and got these. The reason why I did that before was because I couldn't stand Xianxia insulting women. Hearing this, Li Ruiyang finally understood. He hadn't understood why the other party wanted 1,000 blood spirit stones if they were so capable. It turned out that they were just messing around. Only then would this matter be justified. However, he felt that it was a pity that the other party was unwilling to make a move and take Xianxia's life. Originally, killing Xianxia would have saved him a lot of trouble, so that he wouldn't encounter such a thing in the future. After all, they had done it themselves. Xianxia's big brother wouldn't sit idly by. If young Master Li needs poison, you can tell me. I've always been fair in my dealings, Bailey Hongzhuang said calmly. What kind of cultivator will your poison be effective on? Li Ruiyang was a little surprised. At their level of strength, ordinary poisons wouldn't be very effective. At the very least, it won't be a problem for someone like Xianxia. Li Ruiyang pondered for a moment. Xianxia was a second-rank cultivator. If it was effective on him, it meant that it was quite effective. Young Master Li, there's no need to worry. These poisons are quite effective against your current cultivation level. Of course, if you need stronger poisons, as long as you can afford them, I can find them for you. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was calm, but her words shocked Li Ruiyang. She could find all kinds of poisons. This meant that she must have an extremely powerful poison master behind her. A poison master. A poison master of this quality was enough to strike fear in others. In an instant, Bailey Hongzhuang became a person he couldn't afford to offend in his heart. If he offended her, she would be even more troublesome than Xianxia. If young Master Li doesn't need them, I'll take my leave first. If you need them in the future, feel free to look for me. Bailey Hongzhuang stood up. She wasn't going to say anything else. However, just as she was about to leave, Li Ruiyang said, 10,000 blood spirit stones. Do you have a poison that can kill a second-rank immortal? Bailey Hongzhuang's footsteps paused slightly, and a confident smile appeared on her face. A bottle of poison appeared in her hand. The white liquid swayed in the glass bottle. It was colorless and odorless, just like ordinary water. There wasn't the slightest difference. This poison takes effect very quickly. Even a second-rank immortal wouldn't be able to detect it. After ingesting it, the effects will disappear very quickly. It's very difficult to detect the poison. Li Ruiyang looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in shock. He'd asked this question, but he hadn't expected her to have such a poison on her. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. This meant that if she wanted to kill him with poison, it would be a simple matter. He consciously looked at the cup of tea Bailey Hongzhuang had poured for him. His heart broke out in a cold sweat. Bailey Hongzhuang could tell what Li Ruiyang was thinking. I never poison my friends. Young Master Li, don't worry. In the next second, Bailey Hongzhuang picked up the cup of tea and drained it in one gulp. Li Ruiyang was still a little nervous, but more than that, he was embarrassed. That's not what I meant. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand and did not take this matter to heart. If young Master Li needs to take it and the poison takes effect a day later, then we have it. Bailey Hongzhuang took out another bottle of poison and introduced it with a smile. Li Ruiyang looked at the 2 bottles of poison in front of him and felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was more and more unfathomable. When did such a powerful person appear? I'll take both bottles. Li Ruiyang handed the 20,000 blood spirit stones to Bailey Hongzhuang and took the 2 bottles of poison. Young Master, there won't be any problems with the efficacy of the medicine. Young Master Li, you can rest assured. As for me, I have always been tight-lipped. I will abide by these rules when doing business. Li Ruiyang nodded slightly and did not ask any more questions. Thank you very much. I should be the one thanking young Master Li. If the efficacy is good, come find me in the future. After exiting the restaurant, Bailey Hongzhuang and Ling quickly hid in an alley. Hongzhuang, he said that he wanted Xianxia's life. Why didn't you agree? Killing Xianxia shouldn't be difficult. Moreover, with the degree of hatred between the two sides, the price would definitely not be low. Although Xianxia isn't a good person, we still have to rely on him to come to the Qing clan. Once he falls, Gongjin's status will be affected. If we are assigned to other places, then all our preparations will be wasted. Rather than that, we might as well sell him some poison and let him do it himself. That way, we'll have less risk. Besides, it won't be easy for him to poison Xianxia. Xianxia has been very cautious recently. He won't be able to find an opportunity. I see. Ling understood. Hongzhuang, you've been very careful recently. There's no other way. There are too many experts in the immortal domain. We're too weak. If we offend any one of them, we might be wiped out. We have to be careful in everything we do. If we make one wrong move, we'll be doomed. Ling nodded slightly. Looking around, there were many second-grade and third-grade immortals on the streets. As for the first-grade immortals, they were mostly young masters from the various major factions. Whenever they appeared, they would travel in groups. In comparison, they were far too weak. Noticing the sadness in Ling eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Beichen said that those who have just broken through without power or influence are mostly in the 4 great continents. They will only leave the 4 great continents when they have the strength to stand on their own. Therefore, we don't have to be affected by the current environment. If we go to the 4 great continents, we won't be the weakest. There was a first time for everything. All cultivators cultivated from the weakest to the strongest. They might be able to make a name for themselves in the immortal domain. When are we going to the legacy site? Ling couldn't help but ask. Her memories of what happened back then were a little messy. Recently, some fragments of happiness and pain would occasionally flash through her mind. They were intermittent, but she couldn't help but feel sad. She was almost certain that she must have done something wrong back then. Because of this, she was filled with endless regret. However, she wasn't sure what she had done wrong. Perhaps when she found out, she would blame herself and feel pain. However, this hazy feeling made her feel even more tormented. She should bear the consequences of what she had done. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed. She suddenly realized that Ling sadness might not be because of her strength, but because of the legacy site. She also had some vague guesses about what happened back then. Since we're already in the immortal domain, it won't be long before we go. Bailey Hongzhuang held Ling hand. Everyone makes mistakes. No matter how painful the truth is, we have to look forward. Ling looked up. Her bright black eyes were like a lake, rippling with layers of ripples. I understand. For safety's sake, the two of them changed back into their original clothes and circled the alley a few times. After confirming that no one was following them, they returned to the Qing residence. 25,000 blood spirit stones. This was enough to completely save them from poverty. With these blood spirit stones, they could truly carry out their plan. The outside of the palace was almost turned into a hornet's nest. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the effect and nodded with satisfaction. Judging from the power and range of the fluctuations, we have basically achieved the effect we wanted. Previously, she had only used a small number of blood spirit stones to test her judgment. Now that she had enough blood spirit stones, she could truly test it out. It's finally done. Shang Guanying shook her head and sighed. Using blood spirit stones as explosives. How wasteful. Hongzhuang, is the immortal domain really that rich? Xiren's eyes were filled with anticipation. Don't forget about us. When the time comes, you have to bring us out. He knew how difficult it was to earn high-grade blood spirit stones back then. He didn't expect that they would be able to take them out and play with them now. If you break through to the elementary immortal stage as soon as possible, won't you be able to leave openly? Bailey Hongzhuang raised an eyebrow. The cultivation environment in the immortal domain is not bad. It's much better than the immortal domain of chaos. If you guys stay here for too long, it'll be difficult for you to catch up. Xiren waved his hand. Anyway, the gap between Bewitching and I has always been there. That guy is too much of a beast. He's so demonic that I've lost my confidence. Let's not talk about Bewitching. I'm just afraid that Gongjun will leave you in the dust. A sly glint flashed across Bailey Hongshuang's eyes. She knew very well what could strike a chord in Xiren's heart. As expected, she hit the nail on the head. Xiren's expression changed instantly. He said seriously, "Don't worry. Ying and I have been cultivating very hard recently. We'll be able to break through very soon." Shangguan Ying secretly gave Bailey Hongshuang a thumbs up. Hongshuang was really getting better and better at reading people's minds. That hit was very accurate. It looked like she wouldn't have to whip Xiren to cultivate for a while. We'll head back first. Bewitching and the others should be here by now. Don't forget to give us some resources when you rob the resource vault, Xiren hurriedly shouted. Inside the room. When Bailey Hongshuang and Ling came out of the chaos ring, they saw that everyone was already waiting for them. However, Zhongli Mu and Yisun were not there. Where did Zhongli go? Zhongli Mu and Yisun went out together, Mo Yunjue said. Bailey Hongshuang raised her eyebrows. She was still a little confused. Mo Yunjue continued, I think what Gongjun said makes some sense. Even if Yisun is going through hardships with us, we can't guarantee that there won't be any accidents. Therefore, it's best not to let others know about these matters of life and death. Gongjun looked at Mo Yunjue in surprise, then subconsciously looked at Bewitching. His boss's love rival was really good to his sister-in-law. Even though there was no hope at all, he was still wholeheartedly thinking for his sister-in-law. Bailey Hongshuang also didn't think too much about this point. Mo Yunjue's words made sense. To be safe, this was good for everyone. Linger and I have already tested the power of the explosives. The effect is achievable. She placed the explosives on the table. There are a total of 5 explosive points. These 5 explosives are ready. Bewitching picked up the bomb and looked at it. He praised, very fast. Its power isn't bad either, Mo Yunjue said. In addition, I will prepare the knockout powder as soon as possible. Have you chosen the location? Yunju and I chose 2 locations each. According to our inspection over the past few days, we feel that these 4 locations are not bad. They are relatively hidden, and most people won't notice them. Once an explosion occurs, everyone will immediately rush over to check it out. As for the most important explosion center, we chose the location near the branch master's residence. That place is the most eye-catching, and the effect will definitely be extraordinary. Bewitching's lips curved slightly. This location was undoubtedly the most important. He and Yunju had also put in a lot of effort. According to our thinking, it's best to wait until there are guests. Once an explosion occurs, they will definitely want to find out the cause immediately and calm everything down. This way, the chances of success will be higher. Mo Yunjue was very confident. This was the only way that the 4th-rank immortal in the resource warehouse would have the highest possibility of leaving. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. You're right. But are there any guests coming soon? As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Gongjun. Gongjun was the one who understood this kind of thing the best. Gongjun thought for a while and said, I heard that a guest will be coming in a few days. As for who the guest is, I don't know. However, I noticed that Xianxia and the others seem to value this guest very much. Previously, only his 2 confidants mentioned this matter, and I just happened to hear about it. As for the specific information, I'm not very clear. It's fine if you don't know. Presumably, it's not the day yet. When the day comes, there will be rumors. Bewitching was not in a hurry. Xianxia was considered a person with a high status in this branch. If an important guest came, Xianxia would definitely know something. I will find out the news as soon as possible. Gongjun patted his chest and said, leave this small matter to me. Once we've confirmed which day it will be, we'll have to calculate the time and contact the flying magic tool we'll use to leave. Bailey Yenche said. Bewitching lowered his eyes and said, "In my opinion, it's best that we don't take the flying artifact directly. Otherwise, once we are discovered, we will be doomed." "You mean to leave the city first?" "Yes, there are other cities around Liuxin City. As long as we leave the city, they won't be able to determine which direction we go. Even if Qing family is powerful enough, it won't be easy to find a needle in a haystack." Everyone nodded. This plan was undoubtedly safer, and it would be much more difficult for the other party to find them. "Then I will take advantage of these days to study the route of departure to ensure that there won't be any other problems," Bai Xianxia said. The time to close the city gate, the route of departure, and how to hide, these questions had to be thought out first. The resource vault was stolen, this was a big matter. Qing family would definitely be furious, and the immortals of the branch might even come out in full force. At that time, it wouldn't just be Tier 1 or Tier 2 immortals looking for them. It might be a group of very powerful immortals. Although it seemed like there were many opportunities for them to escape, it wasn't an easy task. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes. "Then I'll leave this matter to you and Linger. It's best if you go there personally and come up with 3 plans. We'll execute them according to the situation," Bewitching said. "I understand. By the way, have you thought about which continent we should go to after we leave this place?" Bailey Hongzhuang asked. The 4 great continents were all suitable places for them to go. However, it was not long before they left. It was time for them to think about where to go. "Sky Travel Continent. Sky Travel Continent." Bai Xianxia and Bewitching answered in unison. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the 2 of them in surprise. She didn't expect that the 2 of them had already discussed this. "Why the Heaven Travel Continent?" Linger asked curiously. "I think the other 3 continents are not bad. Do you have any other reasons?" "There's no reason. I just feel that there's still a grudge that I haven't taken back then." Bai Xianxia narrowed his eyes. "Since we said that we would take revenge, then we can't miss it. If those guys were in other continents, then so be it. But they're in one of the 4 great continents. Isn't this giving us a chance?" Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others immediately understood. Without a doubt, they were talking about the people who had dug them out of the abandoned immortal forest. "It's been so long. I didn't expect you guys to still remember." Linger sighed. End of chapter. "Of course, I remember. Back then, I almost died in the hands of these guys. If I don't take revenge, how can I live up to myself?" Bai Xianxia's eyes flashed with coldness. He still remembered what happened back then very clearly. Xianxia was also affected because of this incident. If not for that, Xianxia and Xiaohua would have been together long ago. How would they have wasted so much time? Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest looked at each other. "Since there's such an important reason, let's go to the Sky Travel Continent." Everyone laughed lightly. The Sky Travel Continent was indeed a good place to go. The Sky Travel Continent was relatively close to the abandoned immortal forest. When they went to take revenge, they could even meet the seniors. In the next few days, Bailey Hongzhuang focused on developing the knockout drug. The longer the effect of the knockout drug, the better. Previously, she didn't have the time and immortal spirit herbs, so she didn't have the chance to study it properly. Now that she had the chance, she would give it a try. The immortal domain's alchemist ranking was different from the chaotic immortal domains. Granny Hua felt that she had stayed in the chaotic immortal domain for a long time, so she didn't say much about the immortal domain. Now that she was in the immortal domain, she had to put in some effort in this aspect. There were indeed more blood spirit stones in the immortal domain than in the outside world. However, the price of pills here was much higher. If one didn't have the ability, it would be very difficult to earn enough cultivation resources. What has Gong Jun been busy with recently? There's not even a shadow of him. Bai Xianxia was a little confused. I thought that this guy's speed of gathering information would be very fast. I didn't expect that there's still no news after so many days. I heard that Xianxia has been very busy recently. He even went to an auction. Bailey Hongzhuang said. Ever since the incident last time, Xianxia has been very careful. When he goes out, he brings almost everyone he can. Gong Jun has been following him these days. He didn't even have the chance to come back. I feel that if it wasn't for the enmity with the Qing clan, Gong Jun would have continued to mingle around here. In the future, he might really be able to climb up to a pretty good position. Ling'er laughed lightly. Bewitching walked to the side and sat down. Xianxia is indeed very nervous recently. That guest may be more important than we thought, and Xianxia is related to this matter. Let's wait patiently. After following him for a few days, Gong Jun should have already inquired about this matter. As long as there is a chance, he will inform us immediately. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Ling'er and Xianxia have already confirmed the route. Now, there's only one route left. I think we can start the operation once that guest arrives. There's still no news from Qing Devil. I really want to sneak in directly and see if I can get the last secret key. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was also lost in thought. They were so close to the Qing clan this time. If they couldn't get the secret key back this time, it would take a lot of time for them to find it again. Don't worry too much about it. Qing Devil will definitely threaten us if necessary. Although the news that we went to the 4 great continents is hidden, it shouldn't be too difficult for Qing Devil to find us. At that time, we don't need to look for him. He will naturally come to us. Bewitching said. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look at Bewitching. For some reason, she felt that Bewitching didn't care much about the secret key. From the beginning until now, when Bewitching mentioned this point, he didn't look too worried. However, she wasn't sure if this was an illusion or not. Maybe Bewitching just hoped that everyone wouldn't be too anxious because of this. After waiting for another 3 days, Gong Jun ran to Bewitching's house at night. He just explained the general situation and then quickly left. Gong Jun said that the other party will come to the branch in 3 days. Xianxia and the others attach great importance to this matter. The other party is an array master, and his array skills are very good. With him joining, the strength of the branch will be stronger. Previously, Xianxia participated in the auction in order to have enough chips to attract this array master. He said that the other party should appear at noon. At that time, the kitchen will be busy. We have to take advantage of that opportunity to act. Bewitching explained the situation. The specific location happens to be in the banquet hall. It's very close to the place we chose. When the time comes, I will let Xiao Bai inform Gong Jun and take the opportunity to leave. Hearing this news, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. As long as they robbed the resource warehouse, they could leave here safely. Their days in the Qing family seemed to be very peaceful every day, but the pressure in their hearts was not small. Then we will act in 3 days. Now, let's confirm if there are any other problems. Bewitching said in a deep voice. Everyone nodded. In fact, they had already prepared everything. As long as there were no accidents, there wouldn't be any problems. After the operation, there are many times when the plan can't keep up with the changes. We can't guarantee that the situation will be as we think. If the other party's strength is too strong, everyone will sneak away and wait until we reach the Tianqing continent to meet again. Understood. They were quite experienced in this kind of thing. When everyone was about to leave, Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that Bewitching had taken out a book and was reading it. She couldn't help but take a few steps closer. After reading the contents clearly, she said with some surprise, "This is a formation book?" Bewitching smiled and nodded. "This is what Gong Jun gave me last night. The level of this book is quite high. The things written on it happen to be what I have been studying recently. It can be said that it will be of great help." He Shenjuan's array formation skills were very high, so he didn't introduce too many basic array formations. He needed Bewitching to study them one by one. The grade of this array formation book wasn't low, but it was much simpler compared to Black Deity Jun's. With the 2 books combined, it would be much easier for him to understand. Gong Jun follows Xianxia all day long. I didn't expect that he would be able to find an array formation book. It's really unexpected. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Gong Jun is really good to you. He doesn't forget you at all. Bewitching thought for a moment and said, he is indeed trustworthy. Sometimes, even he felt that Gong Jun's kindness to him was inexplicable. But after thinking about it carefully, he couldn't find any other reason. Perhaps they were destined to be good brothers. Even though this guy followed behind him like a follower all day long and called him boss, he had always treated Gong Jun as a brother. At first, he always felt that this guy was a burden, but he didn't expect him to be a good helper. The last time I saw old Liu, he said that your array formation skills are very good. If you work harder in this area, it will be of great help to you in the future. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with amazement. Actually, ever since she started learning about array techniques, she realized that Bewitching was really talented in this area. At least, her talent in array techniques could not be compared to Bewitching's at all. He seemed to be a natural array master. If other people were to read these two array techniques books, wanting to study them thoroughly would definitely not be easy. They might not even be able to understand them at all. But Bewitching could. Perhaps, this was talent. In the future, Bewitching would definitely be a very powerful array master. I think array techniques are very interesting. Bewitching's lips unconsciously curled upwards. I always feel that my brain already knows a lot of content. But once I start learning, it's as if my memory is recovering. Some of the complicated patterns become simpler. Recovering? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. I'm just making an analogy. Since you're talented in this area, you'll naturally improve by leaps and bounds. At the same time, Xianxia's courtyard had turned into a pot of porridge. What the hell is going on? The array technique book was clearly still here last night. Why did it disappear today? Xianxia roared in exasperation. Hurry up and find it for me. A bunch of useless things. You can't even read a book. Gong Jun and the rest were very anxious when they heard that the array technique book had disappeared. They all rushed over. Young Master Jia, we've been keeping watch in the courtyard all this time. No one else came. The bargaining chip that we used to attract the other party this time was this array technique book. In order to bid for this array technique book, we paid a hefty price. If we can't find the array technique book, then the other party won't accept our invitation. Then everything will be over. Xianxia's expression was extremely unsightly. Such an important task had fallen on his shoulders. As long as he could complete this task well, then he would have made a contribution. However, if he failed, then the punishment he would receive would be. Thinking of this, Xianxia could only feel cold sweat forming on his back. No way, he absolutely could not let such a thing happen. Last night, he had been reading the book on formations. Because the value of the book was too high, he couldn't help but be curious after he returned from the auction. He opened the book and read it, wanting to know what was written in it that could be sold at such a high price. It was a pity that even though he had some understanding of formations, the content written here was simply too complicated. He couldn't understand it at all. At that time, he didn't know what happened, but he actually fell asleep just like that. When he opened his eyes again, the formation book had disappeared without a trace. Young Master Jia, may I know where you placed the formation book yesterday? Xianxia's confidants were also very anxious. Yesterday, they clearly looked after the courtyard and made sure that no one had come. Moreover, the book was placed in Xianxia's chaos ring. Once someone touched the ring, Xianxia would be the first to discover it. From the looks of it, this matter did not make sense at all. Hearing this question, Xianxia's expression was a little awkward. If everyone knew that he had been drugged, then wouldn't that be a joke? At this moment, Gong Jun couldn't help but say, Young Master Jia, for the other party to be able to make a move here, there must be a mole. Seeing that Gong Jun had changed the topic and avoided this question, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and said, That's right, there must be a mole. Investigate properly. Seeing this, the two confidants were also very conflicted. There aren't many people in the courtyard, but there aren't few either. From what I see, it's best not to make a big fuss about this matter, in case the other party takes advantage of the chaos and leaves. Xianxia naturally understood the importance of the matter. You guys investigate carefully. You must not leak any information. This was such a big matter. If he could retrieve the formation book before the other party arrived, then everything could be treated as if nothing had happened. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be done for immediately. We can find a random excuse. We can say that a thief broke in and Madam's necklace was lost. Then we can check everyone's storage rings. I'm sure no one will think of anything else. Gong Jun suggested. Xianxia looked at Gong Jun with satisfaction. This fellow was indeed clever. He did things in an organized manner. Have you heard? Young Master Jia's courtyard was robbed. Madam lost a necklace. You believe that? The way I see it, it's definitely not a necklace. Who is young Master Jia? It's just a necklace. It's not enough for him to make such a big fuss. I heard that everyone in the courtyard has been checked, but young Master Jia is still in a rage. It seems that the situation is quite serious. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. No matter how well Qin Jia and company hid, with such a big commotion, they were eventually noticed. Because they had checked everyone in the courtyard, but in the end they still did not find the formation book. There's only 1 day left. If we still can't find it, then tomorrow. Qin Jia's face was pale. He had no way of thinking about the situation. He could not bear the consequences. Gong Jun hasn't returned these few days. I think the situation at Qin Jia's place is quite serious. But I don't know what was lost. Why is he making such a big fuss? Bailey Hongzhuang was puzzled. It must be something extremely important. If it wasn't, then Qin Jia would not even look for it. For Qin Jia to value it so much, it must be very valuable. I'm really curious. Linger smiled. I heard that Qin Jia seems to have lost a formation book. He went to the auction a while ago to bid for this book. But the other party is quite capable to be able to steal it from under Qin Jia's nose. Qin Jia naturally would not say anything. That would be a great humiliation. Mo Yunjue said. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were stunned. They looked at each other stiffly, and finally, their gazes landed on the formation book in Bewitching's hands. Don't tell me, it's this one? As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone in the room changed. This book? Gong Jun gave this formation book to me when he came back 2 days ago. I don't know where he got it from. Bewitching said. Everyone's expression became very strange. Without a doubt, the thing that Qin Jia had been looking for was right in front of them. Gong Jun is really bold. He stole something that Qin Jia values so much. He won't be found out, right? Linger said worriedly. There were only so many people in the entire courtyard. If Gong Jun was found out, then it would be dangerous. Gong Jun is really taking too much of a risk this time. Bailey Hongzhuang also had a lingering fear in her heart. She had already drugged him once before, and Qin Jia's vigilance was much higher than before. Now she was using the same trick again. Once they were discovered, it would be over. It shouldn't be a problem. Bewitching narrowed his eyes. His eyes that were as deep as the sea also showed some worry. Since Qin Jia hasn't found him for so long, it means that Gong Jun has hidden very well and hasn't been noticed. We can leave tomorrow. Although it's a little risky, it's not a bad idea. Mo Yunjue smiled faintly. This formation book must be very valuable. Bewitching looked at the book in his hand. He had already read it, so he naturally knew how valuable the contents were. It was no wonder that Qin Jia valued it so much. Gong Jun really did something big this time. Bai Lianche sighed. He's really something. Everyone knew that Gong Jun must have seen Bewitching's talent in formations, so he couldn't help but take the risk after seeing the formation book. Based on Gong Jun's personality, he had always cherished his life, so it was really not easy for him to do this. Qin Jia really let the wolf into the house. I wonder what kind of expression he'll have tomorrow when he finds out that we were the ones behind everything. Linger couldn't help but ask. Everyone looked at each other. Thinking about it, it would probably be a very sour feeling. At night, Qin Jia sat dejectedly on a chair. It was already so late, so there was probably no hope left. After such a long time, the other party had probably hidden the item well. Young Master Jia, since this person is a traitor, we should think carefully. Last time, you were poisoned, and this time, someone drugged you. I think these two people are very likely to be the same person. Qing Ting analyzed the situation seriously. Qing Man nodded. This kind of thing has never happened before. It's only started happening recently. Shouldn't we start from this aspect and take a look at the newcomers recently? Hearing this, Xianxia frowned slightly. There haven't been many newcomers in the courtyard recently. But you're right. Nothing has ever happened before, but recently, things have been happening one after another. We really have to think carefully about what went wrong. Young master, we have to find this traitor as soon as possible. Other than this incident this time, we don't know if other things will happen in the future. As long as we don't solve this problem, this crisis could appear at any time, and we won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Qingting's expression was filled with worry. It seems that only 2 people have come to the courtyard recently. One of them was introduced by you. Why don't you go investigate and see if they have contacted anyone else recently, especially the Li family? See if they have any contact with the Li family. Xianxia's gaze was sinister. He was almost certain that the Li family had something to do with his sore mouth last time. However, he didn't expect the Li clan to have the ability to plant someone by his side. Yes, Shushi will investigate immediately. Qing Man's expression was slightly unsightly. One of them was recommended by her, but she was sure that this person absolutely had no ill intentions. Young master, other than the 2 newcomers in the courtyard, there is actually one more person, Qingting reminded him. Who else? Xianxia raised his eyebrows and asked. Gongjun. Xianxia raised his head and looked at Qingting. His brows were tightly knitted together. Do you feel dissatisfied because I've been promoting Gongjun very much recently? I wouldn't dare. Qingting hurriedly expressed his stance. However, the newcomer Gongjun is also one of them. I feel that this inspection can't be missed. However, Xianxia didn't care. How can Gongjun be so capable? Moreover, he just came from another continent and has no contact with the Li family at all. Every time there was a conflict with the Li family, Gongjun would take the responsibility. On the other hand, Qingting and Qing Man had always stood behind him without saying anything. He did not believe that Gongjun would make a move on him. Moreover, Gongjun had always been dutiful. Without his summons, Gongjun would never step into his house. Most importantly, with Gongjun's cultivation, he really did not have much of a deterrent force. Among the people who followed him, the weakest was a rank 1. Only Gongjun had not broken through to rank 1 yet. If Gongjun had the ability to do so, then everyone in the courtyard would be useless. Qingting and Qing Man saw that Xianxia did not have the slightest bit of suspicion towards Gongjun. They felt a little helpless in their hearts. They did not know what kind of drug Gongjun had used to make Xianxia trust him so much. In the past, Xianxia had always trusted the 2 of them the most. However, ever since Gongjun came, their positions had been replaced. Now, when they talked about Gongjun, it seemed like they were deliberately targeting him. The next day, Xianxia went to see the branch head, Qingheng, and resigned himself to telling him the whole story. Now that things had come to this, it was already impossible to cover it up. Instead of waiting for people to come and talk about it, it was better to say it first. Otherwise, Qingheng's anger would be even more unbearable. What did you say? Qingheng's voice was stern. Say it again. Xianxia lowered his head, his expression full of guilt. Sir, it's all my fault. I didn't do a good job. Slap. Qingheng slapped Xianxia and sent him flying. The latter rolled on the ground. There was blood between his lips, but he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Sir, I didn't do a good job. I'm willing to be punished. Qingheng's expression was extremely malicious. You should know how important it is for us to recruit a formation master. Once we fail to recruit one and this formation master goes to another force, the impact on us will be doubled. It took a lot of effort for us to invite a 4th grade array master. The other branches were all envious of him, but now that this matter is out, we will all become a joke. Xianxia knelt on the ground, trembling. There's definitely a conspiracy behind this. Maybe it was done by other forces or even other branches. So what? Qingheng threw the teacup onto the ground. Is there any use in saying this now? As long as we can't recruit them, what's the point of finding out who did it? My lord, although the formation book is gone this time, it doesn't mean that he won't keep it. We can offer him great benefits. Maybe he will change his mind. A Tier 4 Formation Master can be said to be an honored guest in any power. Without any tangible benefits, do you think the other party will believe you just because you talk? Xianxia was silent. He also understood that the persuasiveness of his words was a little too low. However, this was already their only hope. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang, Bai Li Yanche, and Ling Er were pacing back and forth near the resource warehouse. Looking at the sky, it was about time for them to meet. Once the explosion started, it would be time for them to take action. I hope that everything will go smoothly today. Ling Er's palms were already sweating. Their actions were tantamount to snatching food from the tiger's mouth. It was impossible for her not to be nervous. Don't worry, we have already prepared everything. Nothing will happen, Bai Li Yanche said. Ling Er nodded slightly. Now was the calm before the storm. Later, the entire Qing family would be like an ignited bomb. She only hoped that it would not affect them. Outside the house, Gong Jun looked at the sky and unconsciously looked towards the direction where the explosives were buried. He had been following Xianxia for the past few days and did not have the chance to leave. He could only wait for the explosives to explode and the surroundings to fall into chaos before he could take the opportunity to escape. Otherwise, once he left now, everyone would lock on to him. Thinking of Xianxia's miserable appearance, he also felt some sympathy. This fellow was really stupid and unlucky. Inside the house, Qing Heng was receiving the array master who had just arrived while Xianxia quietly stayed at one side. The redness and swelling on his face had already disappeared and one could not tell how badly he had been taught a lesson. However, looking at Qing Heng trying his best to make the other party feel at ease, he also felt very uncomfortable. Such an important matter was obviously an opportunity for him to hold his head high, but he had messed it up. If he found out who did this, he would definitely grind that person's bones to dust. Sir, I've already understood these matters. Shouldn't we get to the main topic? The array master smiled. You should know that what I'm most interested in this time is that array book. As long as I can obtain that array book, I will have a great chance of advancing to a 5th grade array master. At that time, not only will it be beneficial to me, it will also be beneficial to the Qing family. Qing Heng's expression slightly paused before he said, at this auction, we did indeed bid for this array book. That's good. But, there was an accident later on. The man was stunned. What accident happened? We will send the array book to you as soon as possible. I hope you can give us some time. Qing Heng did not tell him the ins and outs of the entire matter. This in itself was a very embarrassing matter. The man's interest instantly waned and the anticipation in his eyes completely disappeared. Sir, you should know that I came here for the array book. If I can't see it, I think, there's no need for me to join the Qing family. I understand. Qing Heng nodded, we just need some time. If we can't find it, we naturally won't force it. That's good. The man raised his head. Although he did not directly reject, but from his attitude, one could tell that he already did not have any hope. When Xianxia saw this scene, he unconsciously clenched his fists. This was all his fault. Meanwhile, Qing Ting walked over to Xianxia's side and sent a voice transmission. We sent people to search the entire courtyard carefully, and we found this in the end. Xianxia took the item that Qing Ting handed over. It was a transparent bottle. What is this? We've asked the pharmacist. It said that there's a knockout drug inside. Xianxia's expression changed. He had felt that it was abnormal for him to suddenly fall asleep. In other words, someone had drugged him, but he didn't know. Where did you find this bottle? I found it among the leaves in the yard. This seems to have Gong Jun's aura. Xianxia's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. Even though Qing Ting had warned him that there might be something wrong with Gong Jun, he had never truly believed them. This brat had always been very obedient by his side. He did not seem like someone who would do such a thing at all. But, this bottle, there was no other explanation. Where is Gong Jun now? He's waiting in the outer courtyard. Find him immediately. Xianxia stood up, his eyes full of sternness. Qing Heng noticed the commotion on Xianxia's side and asked, what happened? Sir, we found a clue. Xianxia spoke and looked at the formation master. Master, please give us some time. Perhaps I'll be able to find the formation book very soon. When the man heard this, he looked at Xianxia in surprise. He had already given up hope, but now it seemed that the book's whereabouts had already been found. All right, then I'll wait. The man sat down again. Qing Heng's expression became slightly better. As long as he could find the formation book, these little twists and turns were nothing. Xianxia did not delay and quickly walked out of the house. His heart was already filled with anger. If all of this was really done by Gong Jun, he would definitely cut Gong Jun into pieces. Gong Jun was still waiting in the courtyard. The explosion should start soon, right? He did not know why, but he felt a little anxious about today's situation. Gong Jun. Suddenly, a roar sounded from the front. Gong Jun could not help but tremble and instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. He saw Xianxia's face filled with anger, while Qing Tang and Qing Man quickly rushed towards him. Young Master Jia, what's wrong? Gong Jun had a flattering smile on his face, but his body unconsciously retreated. Looking at the other party's murderous look, even a fool would know that something must have gone wrong. However, he had handled the entire matter very well and did not leave any evidence behind. If not for that, Xianxia and the others would not have been unable to find any clues after searching for so many days. So what was going on now? Xianxia noticed Gong Jun's reaction and was unable to restrain his anger. If there was nothing strange, Gong Jun would not have retreated at all. Capture him and bring him to me immediately. Qing Tang and Qing Man immediately flew over. Their eyes were cold and filled with hatred. Not only had this fellow stolen their limelight recently, he had even betrayed their young master. This was unforgivable. Damn it, what should I do now? Gong Jun wailed in his heart. If the explosion did not happen, he would be captured by these two fellows. Everyone around him glared angrily at him. It was impossible for him to escape from these people. Bewitching and Mo Yunjua seemed to have heard Gong Jun's prayer. After he finished speaking, a shocking explosion suddenly rang out, boom, an earth-shattering sound spread out, and the ground under their feet trembled. Boom boom boom, following the first explosion, it was as if a chain reaction had started. One explosion after another continued to ring out. In an instant, the surrounding area was covered by a layer of dust, and at the same time, there were some screams. No one had expected this sudden explosion. Moreover, the range of the explosion was extremely terrifying. The cultivators who were affected by it were inevitably injured. Even Xianxia and the others, who were bent on capturing Gong Jun, were shocked by the sudden explosion. They raised their eyes and looked up. Just what was going on? Qing Heng quickly walked out of the house and realized that the house in front of him had been blown up. What's going on? Qing Heng said to the man inside and quickly rushed towards the direction of the explosion. Such a thing had never happened in the Qing clan for so many years. Who was so daring to blow up their branch? Seeing this, Xianxia did not care about Gong Jun and quickly followed after him. Qing Tang, keep an eye on Gong Jun, wait for me to return. Yes, young master. Qing Tang and Qing Tang looked in the direction of the explosion. Such a huge commotion had never happened in the Qing clan before. Could it be the doing of an enemy clan? Almost all the cultivators in the branch were attracted by the explosion. Gong Jun took the opportunity to run outside while they were still in a daze. If he didn't run now, he wouldn't be able to escape later. My plan was flawless. How did they think of me? Gong Jun was puzzled. Such a small matter might be difficult for others, but to him, it wasn't a problem at all. With Xianxia's trust in him, it was impossible for him to suspect him. Even if he did suspect him, he didn't have any evidence. But from Xianxia's attitude just now, he definitely had evidence. This was strange. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't reveal his strength, he really wanted to ask Xianxia what evidence he had. Xiao Bai saw that Gong Jun was still thinking about this at this moment and couldn't help but say, "Don't think about it. Since you did it, there must be a flaw. As long as we can leave here today, who cares what they found?" Gong Jun and Xiao Bai quickly left. Qing Tang and Qing Ting noticed that Gong Jun was running away and couldn't be bothered to watch the commotion. They quickly chased after him. As long as they could catch Gong Jun, it would be a great achievement. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others heard the explosion behind them and their eyes lit up. They started to move. The three of them couldn't help but look up at the top of the resource warehouse. This fourth-grade immortal usually guarded upstairs. Such a huge commotion should have attracted his attention. When Qing Heng and Xianxia arrived, they realized that the branch had suffered a lot of damage. There were a total of 5 explosion points, and they were all places that people usually passed by. Now that there were explosions, how many cultivators were injured? There were many bloodstains on the ground. Those who were lightly injured had already stood up. There were also many who were seriously injured and had fainted. Who the hell did this? Xianxia's expression was extremely ugly. Could it be that because we invited a 4th-rank array master, they wanted to cause trouble like this? The power of this explosive is very unusual. Qing Heng looked at the traces of the explosion and the injuries of the cultivators who had fallen to the ground. When did an explosives expert come to Liuxin City? We didn't even have the slightest bit of news. Explosives were nothing to immortals. In the entire immortal realm, almost no one would use such a method. However, the explosives buried in their Qing clan were different. The explosive power of the explosives was extraordinary. It could even injure a rank 2 immortal. With such a wide area of effect, it was simply a powerful weapon. The might of this bomb is already comparable to the full-powered attack of a mid-level 2nd stage immortal. To think that it was buried in our Qing clan and we didn't even know about it. Qing Heng's expression was grim like water. If this spread out, it would simply be a joke. Most importantly, they couldn't be sure if there were other explosives buried on the ground. No one knew when these explosives would explode. If it were to explode, the casualties would be, when the other members of the Qing clan heard that the explosion was comparable to the full-powered attack of a mid-level 2nd stage immortal, they couldn't help but feel nervous. Many of them were still rank 1 or had just reached rank 2. If it were a normal person attacking them, they could still dodge. However, this kind of sudden explosion was hard to predict. If this attack landed on a vital point, they would be finished. At least, that was how the unlucky rank 2 on the ground had lost his life. Everyone was in a state of panic. Everyone unconsciously looked at the ground beneath their feet. No one knew if there was an unknown danger here. After Qing Heng noticed everyone's panicked expression, he didn't panic. The explosives aren't buried very deep. Organize a few teams and inspect the ground to make sure there are no explosives. Yes. Xianxia nodded and summoned the guards at the side. Search the entire area. As long as the others are fine, find them and come over. We'll move together. The area of the entire branch was not small. It would take a lot of time for a few teams to inspect the entire place. This would give the other party more time, so everyone had to act. Yes. Take the injured away for treatment first. Investigate the suspicious people who came in and out today. This is a malicious act. We have to find out what the other party's motive is. Qing Heng frowned. He did not think that the other party had carefully buried these explosives just to cause such a panic. There must be another reason. Before they could confirm this reason, they could not let down their guard. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 2 saw that everyone around them had rushed to the site of the explosion. Their eyes were fixed on the resource warehouse. This guy can really sit still. After such a big commotion, I saw several places that were blown into deep pits, but there was no reaction at all here. Bai Liyanche's brows furrowed. They did not have much time. If the other party did not come out, then all their efforts would be in vain. This can't go on. Ling'er's expression was ugly. They had spent a lot of blood spirit stones to do this. If they still could not do it, then they would be in trouble. It seems that we are still lacking a messenger. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. The next moment, she suddenly slapped her chest. Blood instantly stained her clothes and her face turned pale. Hongzhuang, what are you doing? Ling'er and Bai Liyanche were dumbfounded when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly injure herself. In a while, I'll go in first. You guys wait for the right moment. As soon as that rank 4 immortal leaves, you guys use the medicine. Do you understand? After giving her instructions, Bailey Hongzhuang hurriedly ran into the resource warehouse. Elder. Elder. The elders inside were worried when they heard the commotion outside. When they saw a bloody person running in, they immediately realized that the situation was not good. What's going on outside? Elder, there was an explosion outside. Many places were blasted apart. Many people died and were injured. It's a mess. It said that this was done by the enemy. We still need to track down the person who caused the explosion. We hope that elder can help us. Hearing this, the two elders' expressions changed. They had already felt how shocking the commotion outside was. With such a powerful explosion occurring in so many places, the impact was indeed great. With such a big thing happening, I'm afraid it's really a mess. It won't do if we can't find the culprit. However, we have to look after this resource warehouse. We can't leave at will. Anyway, the third elder is here. It shouldn't be a problem for the two of us to go and take a look. The other party was able to sneak in here and cause such destruction. I'm afraid they are not weak. Ordinary rank 1 and rank 2 immortals are no match for them. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was deathly pale, but she couldn't help but look upstairs. What third elder? He was just too calm. She had already hurt herself to this extent, and she was even controlling her wounds to prevent them from healing. If this old man still didn't come out, then all her efforts would have been in vain. She didn't want the two third-rank immortals to leave. It was much harder to knock out a fourth-rank immortal than two third-rank immortals. Third elder, we'll go out and take a look. We'll have to trouble you here, said the older third-rank immortal. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but say, the other party is probably very strong. You have to be careful when you go out. Hearing this, the two immortals nodded slightly and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with satisfaction. This girl was not bad. However, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't think so. She had already said so much. If the third elder still didn't do anything, then there was nothing she could do. You two stay here. I'll go and see what's going on. A figure jumped down from upstairs. Bailey Hongzhuang only saw a back view before the other party disappeared. Even so, she could clearly sense how strong the other party was. The difference in strength between a fourth-rank immortal and a fourth-rank immortal was too great. There was no chance of fighting at all. It would be a complete suppression. After seeing the third elder leave, although the two immortals were still worried about the situation outside, they were slightly relieved. Bailey Hongzhuang saw the two immortals looking at her and immediately fainted. Girl? There's an injury near her heart. No wonder she fainted. It looks like she just advanced to the first-rank immortal. Let her rest at the side. Bai Xianxia and Bailey Hongzhuang heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the fourth-rank immortal leave. At the same time, they were full of admiration for Hongzhuang. Recently, she had spent more time with Gong Jun. Her ability to scare people had skyrocketed. Just like how Gong Jun had fooled Xianxia, Hongzhuang had easily fooled a level 4 expert. Hurry up. The two of them also understood the importance of this matter and immediately sprayed the knockout powder. Bailey Hongzhuang closed her eyes and pretended to be unconscious. However, she had been paying attention to the movements around her. She was counting down in her heart. She had some understanding of the effects of this medicine. It shouldn't be long before the two stewards collapsed. Now that everyone had been attracted by the explosion outside, there were only two stewards left in the entire resource warehouse. Bang! Bang! Bailey Hongzhuang opened her eyes and noticed that the two stewards had already fainted. She didn't care about anything else and immediately started to act. Move quickly. Bailey Hongzhuang and the other two quickly moved. Xiao Bai and Bailey Hongzhuang were also quickly putting the things in the resource warehouse into their storage rings. This fourth-rank immortal wouldn't be gone for too long. Although the explosion this time was huge, it didn't cause too much of an impact. The main thing was that there was some distance between the locations of the explosion. After that fourth-rank immortal went there, he would understand that the situation wasn't that serious and would probably return soon. Bewitching and Mo Yunjue also rushed to the resource warehouse. After seeing that the three of them were already moving, they immediately joined the team. We only have 10 minutes at most. Leave 2 minutes to escape. We have to be fast. Bailey Hongzhuang reminded them. Everyone didn't have time to say anything else and put everything they saw into their storage rings. Gong Jun ran forward at full speed. He wanted to reach the resource storage as soon as possible and leave with his boss. Unexpectedly, Qing Tang and Qing Man also used all their strength to chase after him. It was very difficult to shake them off. Gong Jun, these two are too fast. We can't go on like this. Xiaobai looked at the two people who were closing in on them and couldn't help but exclaim. After hanging out with them for so long, I didn't realize that they were so fast. Gongjun was confused. Could it be that I'd been too focused on bragging and didn't pay attention to their strength? Xiaobai was speechless. Master, are you sure you're not trying to trick me? Don't worry about it. Since you've been exposed, we can't go and look for Master and the others. Otherwise, not only will we be in danger, but Master and the others will be implicated as well. Then let's leave the Qing residence. Gongjun understood that the situation was terrible. He had become the target of these two people. If they found out that they were robbing the resource storage, he didn't know what would happen. I'll lead the way. Let's get rid of these two people first and think of a way to get out of the city. Little White sighed. Fortunately, it had already figured out the route of departure clearly. As long as they left, it would be fine as long as they met up with everyone else. Qing Ting and Qing Man followed closely behind. Gongjun's speed was also beyond their expectations. I didn't expect this fatty to run so fast. It's really beyond my expectations. Qing Man's expression was terrible. She thought that catching Gongjun wouldn't be a problem at all. Now, they were already running as fast as they could, but there was still a huge gap between them. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't close the gap. Gongjun must have planned this. He purposely hid beside Master for this. Qing Ting said in a low voice. Qing Man was confused. If he wanted to harm Master, he could have killed Master the first time he attacked. Why didn't he do that? Greenvine paused for a moment. Once we capture him, we'll know everything. The gate is right in front of us, let's leave quickly. When Xiaobai saw the entrance of the Qing clan, he instantly heaved a sigh of relief. After leaving the Qing clan, it would be easier for him to escape. Stop them. This man is a thief. Greenvine shouted. I'll go. Xiaobai's face turned pale, and she hurriedly said, Gongjun, think of something. The two guards in front of them were Tier 1 immortals. Given their strength, they were definitely not strong enough. If they were to be stopped by the other party, they would definitely be done for. Gongjun couldn't help but shout, be careful. There are explosives under our feet. The two men who were about to stop Gongjun subconsciously looked at the ground when they heard this and quickly bounced away. The previous explosion was still fresh in their minds. Once that terrifying destructive power exploded under their feet, only death would await the two of them. I'm lying to you. While the two of them were still in a daze, Gongjun had already successfully left the Qing clan. I didn't expect the Qing clan to be so gullible. They believed everything I said. Gongjun laughed. When Qing Tang and Qing Man heard this, their faces turned ugly. This fellow was definitely asking for a beating. Was he purposely saying such things to provoke them? End of chapter. Gongjun, if we catch you, we'll definitely cut you into pieces. Qing Ting said angrily. Gongjun didn't even look back as he ran forward at full speed. You might not even be able to catch me. Is the formation book with you? What nonsense are you spouting? I don't understand at all. Don't think that I don't know that you're the one who stole the formation book. You're just framing me because I'm new here, right? Gongjun shouted loudly, and the people on both sides of the street heard him. Qing Ting's face was ashen. This guy really had a bad mouth. You're the one spouting nonsense. We've already found evidence. Then tell me, what evidence is it? We found a bottle of knockout powder. Your aura is on it. What bottle? I've never even heard of it. Gongjun said mockingly, but there was a hint of darkness between his brows. Someone was actually plotting against him. I've always been loyal to young Master Jia, and I've made so many enemies. I've always been willing to work hard without complaint, and I've always treated you with sincerity. However, just because I'm valued by young Master Jia, you've targeted me time and time again. I've tolerated the things that happened to me in the past, but this time, you actually want to take my life. If I don't run, I'll die here. Everyone, be my witness. I'll put my words out here today. One day, I'll expose your true colors. Gongjun shouted angrily, and his voice clearly traveled into the ears of everyone around him. Many people in the city had seen this fatty who swaggered around Xianxia all day long. Compared to Qing Tang and Qing Man, Gong Jun had been much more prominent recently. They didn't expect that he would be pursued by Qing Jia's two trusted subordinates. This situation was indeed a little unclear. Everyone looked at Qing Tang and Qing Man suspiciously. The possibility of this happening wasn't small, because Qing Jia had indeed valued Gong Jun the most recently. In order to fight for status, it wasn't strange for him to do something like this. Furthermore, with Gong Jun's extremely embarrassed and angry appearance, the credibility of this story was greatly increased. For a moment, everyone looked at Qing Tang and Qing Man with a complicated expression. Qing Tang and Qing Man didn't expect Gong Jun to be so good at distorting the truth. In just a few words, he had spouted all the nonsense. Most importantly, don't you have a guilty conscience when you look so ashamed and indignant? And Qing Man's accusation filled with blood and tears? Not only the onlookers, even they didn't think that he was acting. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? To reach. When Azure Demon woke up, Xiaosu and the others immediately came to greet him. Their faces were full of joy, but there was a trace of worry in their eyes. What happened in the east? The east side was bombed. We don't know yet, but we've sent people to investigate. We should be able to find the culprit soon. The Malachian fiend frowned. What did the other party use? I heard it was explosives. An extremely laughable thought suddenly appeared in the Azure fiend's head when he heard that. He felt that it was impossible as soon as he thought about it, but as he continued to think about it, he suddenly felt that it was not impossible. If all this was true, Qing Devil was about to stand up immediately. He had to go and have a look. End of chapter. Qing Devil, what are you going to do? Seeing that Qing Devil was about to get up, Xiaosu hurriedly said with concern, you just woke up. The doctor said that you'd better rest first. It won't be too late for you to do other things after your body has completely adapted. Yes, master. Although the explosion in the east caused some casualties and losses, it didn't have a big impact. You don't have to worry about it. Qing Devil narrowed his eyes. This kind of thing has never happened in our Qing family for so many years. In Liuxin City, no one is good at making explosives. Xiaosu, do you think of a person? Hearing this, Xiaosu was stunned, and a graceful figure suddenly appeared in her mind. It was a face that made her incomparably disgusted. You mean Bailey Hongshuang? It's impossible. Xiaosu hurriedly shook her head. It's impossible for them to come here, let alone do such a thing. The distance between the crossing immortal domain and the immortal domain was very far. Besides, she felt that Bailey Hongshuang and the others didn't have the guts to do so. Unless they were not afraid of death, they would come to the Qing family to make trouble. Let's go and have a look first. Qing Devil's attitude was firm. He also felt that this kind of thing was unlikely to happen. However, from the beginning until now, Bailey Hongshuang and the others had brought him a lot of surprises. These guys used to be like ants in his eyes. Now, even he had to pay attention to them. Di Beichen's contract beast, even now, still made him feel a lingering fear. That kind of strength was really too amazing. It was completely beyond his expectations. Maybe they came here because of that contract beast. Master, they're coming back. Xiao He, who had been keeping watch outside, hurriedly reminded after noticing the approaching aura. As soon as the words came out, Bailey Hongshuang and the others immediately stopped moving. Without the slightest bit of reluctance, they rushed outside without hesitation. Run! Behind them, the aura of the fourth stage was gradually approaching. The third elder returned to the resource warehouse very unhappily. He went out to check on the girl after seeing that she was seriously injured. The explosion did cause a lot of damage, but no one knew much about this sudden explosion. They didn't even have a suspect. As for other things, Qing Heng had already arranged everything properly. There was no need for him to do anything at all. It was easy to imagine how he felt after coming here in vain. The guy was talking nonsense. When we find that girl, we must give her a good scolding. Third elder said unhappily. That said, his face took on a ghastly expression as soon as he entered the resource depot. The first floor that was originally filled with cultivation resources had now completely disappeared. Not only had the cultivation resources disappeared, even the cupboards had disappeared, the entire first floor was empty. The only thing left were the two unconscious fellows on the ground. He walked a few steps closer to make sure that these two fellows were only unconscious and not dead. After that, he felt a little relieved. He spread his spiritual power upstairs and immediately flew into a rage. These fellows had almost emptied the entire resource vault. Those were the resources that they had stored for a long time in the eastern region. Now, they were emptied. Guards! The third elder shouted. The nearby cultivators quickly rushed over. When the cultivators who rushed over saw the situation in the resource vault, they were all dumbfounded. What did they just see? The resource vault had been emptied. Even if the third elder did not say anything, they already understood the current situation just by looking at the two unconscious stewards on the ground. It can't be? Who is so scary that they actually emptied the resource vault? Everyone lowered their voices and did not dare to say anything else. The third elder's face was already as black as the bottom of a pot. If they said anything more, they might directly anger the third elder. At that time, they would be the unlucky ones. Immediately go unlock all the doors. Don't let them leave. After the third elder gave his order, he quickly chased outside. From the aura in the surroundings, he sensed the aura of the woman who came to report earlier. Without a doubt, he had fallen for this woman's trick. As long as he caught this woman and her accomplice, then all the resources in the resource vault could be recovered. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear the consequences of the entire resource vault becoming like this. When Qingheng and Xianxia arrived and saw this scene, their expressions became extremely stiff. Previously, they did not know the purpose of these fellows' explosion. It was just to create chaos. This was too troublesome. Now, they finally understood that the explosion was just to hide. The other party's real goal was the resource vault. Why did the third elder leave? How could he not guard the resource vault? Qingjia's face was pale. The matter of the formation book was already very troublesome. Now that the resource vault had become like this, if they could not catch the other party, then, what would the eastern region use to compete with the other three tribes in the future? The resource vault was the accumulation of the eastern region for so many years. Once it disappeared, it meant that there was no possibility of competing in the future. When it rains, it pours. Qingheng also found it somewhat difficult to accept. When did a group of thieves enter the eastern region? Qingjia, does that Gong Jun have an accomplice? Qingheng suddenly asked. Qingjia was slightly stunned when he heard this, but he immediately understood. Gong Jun stole the formation book, and the resource vault was also robbed. If two groups of thieves appeared at the same time, then it was too much of a coincidence. Indeed, he didn't come alone. Go and find his accomplice immediately. Qingheng ordered. I'll go right away. Qingjia didn't dare to delay. When this thought appeared in his mind, he already had a bad premonition. If Gong Jun and his gang came here with impure intentions, then these two matters could very well have been done by them together. Thinking about how Gong Jun only knew how to flatter people, he simply couldn't associate such a person with the person who robbed the resource vault. That was simply eating a bear's heart and leopard's gall. Just as Qingjia was about to leave, several figures appeared at the door. Qingjia was stunned by the sudden appearance of the group of people. After seeing clearly who they were, he hurriedly saluted and said, Lord Qing Devil. When Qingheng heard this voice, he hurriedly turned his head and bowed. My lord. What happened? Qing Devil asked in a low voice. Qingheng didn't dare to hide anything, so he told Qing Devil everything that happened before. After hearing this, Qing Devil's face became gloomy. These people are really audacious. Xiaosu also couldn't believe that someone robbed the resource vault. The resource vault was the most important place for any faction. Once it was stolen, it would prove that the faction was useless from another perspective. The others all looked at Qing Devil. Qing Devil had just woken up and encountered such a thing. Would he be unable to bear it? I'm sorry. Qingheng knelt down with a pale face. If Qing Devil hadn't woken up, he might still have a chance to survive. But now, Qingjia was trembling and had to kneel down as well. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen next. However, Qing Devil wasn't in the mood to care about this at this moment. He rushed upstairs and looked at the wall with a gloomy face. Seeing this, Xiao also followed up. When she saw the words written on the wall, her face turned extremely ugly. To get some interest, I'll spare your lives for now. You'll come for it sooner or later. Xiao couldn't believe it when she saw the name Bewitching on the wall. Bewitching and his men really had the guts to come to the Qing family. They not only blew up many buildings, but also left such arrogant words. They didn't take them seriously at all. Malakian Fiend's eyes were extremely sinister. When he heard the explosion earlier, he already felt that something was amiss. After arriving at the branch, he even sensed a familiar aura. Now that he looked at the signature, everything was clear to him. These guys, whom he regarded as ants, rushed to the branch of the Qing family, made a mess here, robbed the resource vault, and left such words. It was no different from slapping him hard in the face. Qing devil. Xiao looked at the tall figure in front of her worriedly. Then she said, in fact, they don't have the ability. Otherwise, they would have rushed to our place directly. Now, they just ran away after making a mess here. They know that they are no match for us. Shut up. Qing devil scolded. His gnashing voice could be heard downstairs. Go after them. If they are alive, I want to see them. If they are dead, I want to see their bodies. Yes. Qing Heng and the others didn't dare to delay any longer. It was already good enough that Qing devil didn't kill them directly. As long as they could catch the culprit, they could redeem themselves by doing good deeds. Otherwise, they would be finished. Sir, leave this matter to us. Since they have come to Liuxin City, we will not give them the chance to escape, Qing Yang said. We can't let them get away. Qing devil said fiercely, catch them and you'll be rewarded. Don't worry, my lord. This subordinate will definitely not disappoint you. Everyone is at your disposal. Qing devil narrowed her eyes. A sharp light flashed across her eyes. It was fine before, but now they dared to come to his place and behave atrociously. If he let them run away just like that, then where would he put his face? Unfortunately, he had just woken up and was not in a good state. It was not suitable for him to show himself. If Debachin's demonic beast appeared again, he didn't know if he would be as lucky as last time to recover. However, he roughly figured out that although Debachin's contracted beast was powerful, it was under some kind of shackles that prevented it from attacking easily. If not, Debachin and the others wouldn't have to be so cautious this time. They could have just let the demonic beast come out and kill everyone. Master, you're awake. A swaying figure exuding a seductive fragrance quickly rushed to the azure demon's side. The woman's skin was fair, and her black hair was like a waterfall. Her face was also beautiful. At this moment, she was looking at the azure demon pitifully. I was so worried about you when you were in a coma these days. Qing devil noticed the woman and said with a faint smile, I won't die so easily. Master, don't talk about death casually. I'm most afraid of hearing such things. I just want to see you safe and sound. That's my biggest wish. Qinglian glanced at Xiao as she said, I wanted to take good care of you, but I was ordered not to get close to you. Xiao's face darkened. She had seen this woman when she first came to the Qing family. She was a pure seductress who emitted a demonic aura with every movement. She also heard that Qing devil always doted on Qinglian, which made her feel a strong sense of crisis. She had the same feeling as when she met Bailey Hongzhuang. Although this woman was not as beautiful as Bailey Hongzhuang, she was also outstanding. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang was not a flirtatious woman. No matter how unwilling she was to admit it, she had to admit that this woman was really popular with men. Master, I was just too worried about you. Xiao explained hurriedly. Qing devil waved his hand and didn't want to listen to her explanation. Qinglian is my woman. You have no right to stop her. If this happens again, I won't spare you. Qinglian smiled slightly when she heard his words. Her eyes were full of complacency, but she still looked pitiful on the surface. This damned woman was so ordinary that she was not qualified to serve Master. However, she was so lucky that she gave birth to a child for Master. However, she would get rid of these two troubles one by one sooner or later. She could give birth to a child as well. Xiao was stunned. She felt wronged. She didn't stop Qinglian too much. She only told her not to come close once. After that, Qing Lian didn't come again. She thought that this woman knew how to appreciate favors, but she didn't expect that she was deliberately holding back in order to set a trap for her today. This was really amazing. Master, it's one thing for you to leave behind that line of words, but why did you write the male master's name at the bottom? Xiaohe had noticed Bailey Hongshuang's actions before she left. Although the Qing devil was still in a coma, he would hear about it sooner or later. He would definitely be furious when he found out that they were the culprits. This is mainly caused by Beichen. Bailey Hongshuang chuckled. At best, she was just an accomplice. Upon hearing this, Bai Lianche and the others complained in their hearts. It was obviously you and Gong Jun who came up with the idea of robbing the resource warehouse first. Bailey Hongshuang and the others didn't run far before they sensed that the level 4 mortal had caught up with them. Moreover, the level 4 mortal was faster than they thought. The distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. Level 4 mortal is indeed a level 4 mortal. The gap between their strength is too big. If this continues, that guy will catch up with us soon. Ling Er's face darkened. They would be caught up in less than 3 minutes. With their cultivations, they were no match for a level 4 mortal even if they joined forces. We have to think of a way. There's still some distance to the city gate. Let's speed up to the maximum and rush out of the city gate first. Di Beichen said. Using his spiritual perception, he found that not only was the rank 4 mortal chasing after them, but there was also a series of violent auras behind them. If he was not mistaken, the entire Qing family should have been mobilized. Sure enough, touching the resource vault is like touching a hornet's nest. The cultivators of the Qing family all rushed out like a swarm of bees. Logically speaking, although this matter is big, it should only alarm one branch. But why do I feel that the aura doesn't seem like it? Xiaohe was puzzled. After being in the branch for so long, he knew how many powerhouses there were. However, the aura behind them was not just that, let alone them. Even the third elder, who was chasing after them, was dumbfounded when he sensed the commotion. Robbing the resource warehouse was a big deal, but it shouldn't have alarmed all the other branches. Since when were the branches of the Qing clan so united? This was really hard for him to believe. You can't escape. If you kill yourselves now, you can leave a complete corpse. The third elder's voice sounded from behind, mixed with the aura of a rank 4 mortal. Under the influence of this aura, Bailey Hongshuang and the others slowed down a little as if they were attracted by a gravitational force. Old man, don't give me that. Bai Lianche roared. The shocking roar of a beast resounded, and the rank 4 mortal aura actually showed signs of dissipating. Tianer also let out a dragon's roar, and the aura of a dragon and a tiger intertwined, directly dissipating the rank 4 mortal aura. Boom, a shattering sound was heard, and everyone regained their original speed. After seeing this scene, the cultivators in Xianxia City were dumbfounded. What happened to the Qing family? Just now, it was Xianxia's people chasing after them, and now even the rank 4 mortals are mobilized? Looking at the movements behind them, I'm afraid it's not just the rank 4 mortals who are mobilized, but all of them. What did this group of little fellows do? They actually caused the entire Qing family to riot. Could it be that they robbed the resource vault? Haha. There were many forces in the Liuxin city, and the Qing clan itself was not very popular. Now that such a thing had happened, everyone was happy to see it. In short, if something happened to the other families, it was a good thing for them. Bang! As third elder got closer and closer to Bailey Hongshuang and the others, he struck out with his palm. When he found out that the robbers were rank 1 martial artists, some of whom were not even rank 1, he was even more enraged. With such little strength, he actually dared to rob the Qing clan, and even succeeded in robbing them. This was simply a slap to his face. How could he still show his face? Out of the way! Noticing the danger behind him, Di Beichen shouted loudly. Everyone moved to the side, trying to avoid the fierce wind from the palm. However, the difference between a rank 4 strength and theirs was too great. Even if they had dodged at the first moment, they could not avoid it at all. Bailey Hongshuang fell heavily to the ground. The clothes on her back were instantly covered in blood, and 2 of her ribs were broken. Third elder hated Bailey Hongshuang the most. If it were not for her, the resource vault would not have been stolen, and he would not have committed such a big mistake. Ling Er and the others were also injured, but Bailey Hongzhuang was the most seriously injured, because the attack was mainly aimed at her. After Bailey Hongzhuang was struck to the ground, she did not care about the injuries on her body. She quickly stood up and continued to run forward. The strength of a rank 4 mortal was no joke. Ever since she broke through to rank 1, she understood that there was a huge difference in strength between each rank. Her opponent was an existence that could completely crush them. If she stopped, she would die. Hongzhuang, are you okay? Bewitching shouted with concern. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Bailey Hongzhuang shouted, run. Scatter and run. They knew their final destination very well. Scatter and run would increase their chances of survival. Robbing a resource vault was like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. The only thing they did not expect was that the rank 4 mortal would return faster than they thought. Everyone understood how dangerous the situation was. Just one rank 4 mortal was already very difficult to deal with. They also felt that there were at least 2 rank 4 mortals behind them. If all 3 rank 4 mortals came, they would all be finished. In the next moment, everyone scattered and ran away. Bewitching quickly approached Bailey Hongzhuang. Now that Hongzhuang was injured, her speed would definitely be reduced. Don't worry about me, I have my ways. Bailey Hongzhuang rejected Bewitching's approach. She already understood that the other party had remembered her aura and was following her. Everyone would be in danger if they stayed with her. As long as they separated from her, the risk would be reduced significantly. She had the Chaos Ring. As long as she could think of a way to distance herself, she could find a way to hide in it. In the next moment, she took out a handful of pills and stuffed them into her mouth. Her body was quickly filled with energy. Her originally slowed speed quickly increased, and she rushed forward at full speed. Bewitching also understood Bailey Hongzhuang's thoughts. After a moment of hesitation, he continued to run forward. If he insisted on doing so, he might even implicate Hongzhuang. Fortunately, Hongzhuang had plenty of medicinal pills on her, so she had a lot of life-saving methods. Don't think about fighting the enemy, the only way is to run. Mo Yunjue reminded everyone. The difference in strength was too great. Fighting head-on was no different from smashing an egg against a rock. Running away was the only way to survive. Once he slowed down, he would be done for. Gong Jun and Xiaobai were relieved after they left the city. Qing Ting and Qing Man were quite a distance away from them, so they had yet to discover their location. Where do you think boss and the others are now? Gong Jun looked at Xiaobai and heaved a sigh of relief. After running for so long, he was covered in sweat. It had been a long time since he exercised like this. I don't know either. Xiaobai shook her head. I think they should be arriving at the city gate soon. Should we go and take a look? The man and beast looked at each other and decided to go and take a look together. They were a team after all. Even if they had agreed on a meeting place, it was naturally better to move together. However, when they got close to the city gate, they felt a group of extremely terrifying auras approaching rapidly. That's right, not just one, it was a group, and it was a large group. Holy shit, what are boss and the others doing? Didn't they say they were going to move secretly? They're going to blow up the entire Qing residence. Gong Jun was dumbfounded. This aura was too terrifying. Instantly, his hair stood on end. Xiaobai was also at a loss. Originally, she thought that they were already in danger when they were being chased. However, compared to the current situation, was that considered fleeing? End of chapter. It didn't count at all. Xiaobai's lips twitched. Then, are we still going to meet up with them? Meet up my ass. Do you want to die so badly? Gong Jun rolled his eyes. Let's hurry up and run. What a joke, the entire Qing clan had turned out in full force. Although they were mainly hunting down Big Brother and the others, they wouldn't forget about him. Thinking about being hunted down by a group of 3rd and 4th stage immortals, the 2 of them, who hadn't even reached the 1st stage of the elementary celestial stage, were they really a piece of cake? Run. Gong Jun immediately ran in another direction. Xiaobai didn't dare to delay. It was too scary. This scene, Qing Jia was chasing Bewitching and the others with Qing Heng. In the process, he suddenly saw a familiar chubby figure. His eyes narrowed. Was that Gong Jun? You guys keep saying that Gong Jun has disappeared. Is that him? Qing Jiao looked at Qing Tang and Qing Tang beside him. He realized that he had really underestimated Gong Jun. Qing Tang and Qing Tang had worked together, but Gong Jun had actually managed to escape. It could be seen that Gong Jun had been pretending to be weak all along. Qing Tang and Qing Tang hurriedly turned around. Sure enough, wasn't the person fleeing towards the distance Gong Jun? Bring some people and capture him for me. Qing Jia's eyes were filled with anger. Now, he completely understood that this whole thing had happened because of him. If he hadn't recruited Gong Jun and the others, things wouldn't have turned out like this. He had recruited them just because they flattered him. Now, His Excellency still didn't know what was going on. Once he knew, he would definitely be finished. As long as he captured Gong Jun, he might still have a chance of survival. But if he couldn't, he felt that he had to think of a way to escape. Staying here was a dead end. Yes, young master. Green Vine and Green Vine called out to a few others and quickly rushed in the direction that Gong Jun had fled. Whenever they thought about how Gong Jun had managed to escape from their clutches, they felt embarrassed. Fortunately, they now had another chance. However, the moment they saw Gong Jun appear, they were certain that these guys must be in cahoots. Now, they must have shaken them off, so they came to rendezvous. However, they did not expect the situation here to be even worse, so they turned around and fled. If he missed this opportunity, he would never be able to find it again in the future. Gong Jun and Xiaobai rushed forward without looking back. When they sensed the familiar tracking aura behind them, they couldn't help but curse inwardly. It can't be? Qing Tang, Qing Man, why are you here again? Gong Jun was speechless. Why are the two of you like dogskin plasters that can't be shaken off? It's one thing for you to come, but you actually brought helpers. Isn't this too unethical? Hearing Gong Jun's words, Green Vine and Green Vine were completely speechless. How shameless could this guy be? Unethical? You're a guy who robbed the resource vault, and you still have the nerve to talk about unethical? Why don't you just go and die? Gong Jun, stop talking. Run faster. Xiaobai reminded. They were really in a lot of trouble now, but Gong Jun still had the mood to tease them. Don't worry, these two guys can't catch up to us. Didn't we just test it out? A smile appeared on Gong Jun's face. Qing Jia was truly foolish. Just now, Qing Tang and the other two were already unable to catch up. Now that he had sent the two of them, wouldn't they still be unable to catch up? No. What do you mean? It's not just the two of them. Xiaobai shouted. There's a third-rank immortal as well. Gong Jun was stunned when he heard that. Only then did he notice that Qing Jia had sent another third-rank immortal after Qing Tang and the others. His face turned pale instantly. You can't do this. If you can't beat a first-rank immortal, you send a third-rank immortal. How can you be so shameless? Qing Tang's face turned red. Shameless? Who was the more shameless one here? He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen someone as shameless as Gong Jun before. We must catch him. Qing Tang's speed increased due to his anger. Gong Jun felt a chill in his heart. He couldn't care less about anything else. He took out some pills and stuffed them into his mouth. At the same time, he put Xiaobai into his pocket and rushed forward. Sister-in-law is still the best. She gave me so many pills. Today, I'm going to compete with a third-rank immortal. Xiaobai was speechless. Since you had pills, why didn't you use them earlier? Why did you cause us to be chased like that? I didn't think it was necessary to use them on these two guys. Pills are so expensive. We should save as much as we can. However, it's different now. We're in the third rank. Gong Jun's speed was at its peak. His voice also became sharper. Qing Tang and the others' faces were already as dark as the bottom of a pot. This guy had been slandering them all this time. Now, he was even mocking them. He didn't use the pills when he had them. He was obviously looking down on them. The third-rank immortal who was chasing after them felt much better after hearing this. Although this guy deserved a beating, what he said made sense. If they caught him, they would leave his corpse intact. The speed of a third-rank immortal was naturally much faster than that of a beginner immortal. He quickly overtook Qing Tang and Qing Tang. The distance between him and Gong Jun was also shrinking. Seeing that he was about to catch up, Gong Jun suddenly increased his speed. When Xiao He saw that Gong Jun's speed was comparable to that of a Tier 3 immortal, she was dumbfounded. Gong Jun, how did you achieve this speed? My master has always said that I'm a cultivation genius, but I'm not interested in that. The only thing I care about is my speed. After all, if I can't win, I still have to run. The more nervous I am, the faster my speed will be. Whether or not I can survive will depend on this speed. Gong Jun's face was flushed red. Clearly, he had pushed his speed to the limit. Xiaobai could only hear the sound of the wind whistling past its ears. It suddenly remembered that its master had said that Gong Jun was the real genius. Only then did it completely believe it. This guy didn't usually cultivate, but he was still able to reach such a realm at such a speed. If he was wholeheartedly focused on cultivation, then his cultivation speed would be unimaginable. At that moment, Xiaobai couldn't help but sigh. How could such a great talent appear in Gong Jun's sky? It was such a waste. The third-rank immortal didn't expect Gong Jun's speed to be so fast. Even a beginner immortal who specialized in speed wouldn't be able to reach such a speed when he unleashed his full strength. Even a third-rank immortal like him couldn't catch up. As for Qing Tang and Qing Tang, both of them were completely dumbfounded. Could it be that Gong Jun really didn't care about them before this speed? Gong Jun was about to disappear from their eyes. Disappointment, that fatty whom they had always looked down upon had actually left them in the dust. This was simply too humiliating. When a third-rank immortal saw that he couldn't catch up to Gong Jun, he was instantly enraged. If he couldn't even catch up to a beginner immortal, then he wouldn't be able to show his face in the future. Bang! The rank 3 immortal's fist carried a sharp gust of wind as it flew towards Gong Jun. However, Gong Jun seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He rolled on the ground and continued to charge forward. F*CK, it hurts. Gong Jun cried out in pain. However, he did not stop and continued to run forward. When the rank 3 immortal heard his screams, his lips twitched uncontrollably. He felt that this guy was simply mocking him. He did not manage to hit Gong Jun at all. However, this guy was still crying out in pain. Now, he finally understood how shameless this guy was. In his anger, the rank 3 immortal increased his speed. Gong Jun saw that the distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. He started to get anxious. Big brother, you are a rank 3 immortal. Do you have to go all out just to kill me, a mere beginner immortal? Gong Jun shouted. The rank 3 immortal was speechless. You know that I am a rank 3 immortal. If I don't go all out, I won't even be able to catch a mere beginner immortal. Xiaobai realized that the rank 3 immortal was getting closer and closer to Gong Jun. She could not help but say, Gong Jun, speed up. Gong Jun took out another pill and swallowed it. His face was flushed red. I have already increased my speed to the maximum. I want to go faster but my body won't allow it. Then what should we do? Xiaobai looked at the rank 3 immortal who was chasing them relentlessly. This guy seemed to have been provoked and would not give up until he caught them. What else can we do? Let's see who can't run anymore. Gong Jun's face was miserable. He actually had to compete with a rank 3 immortal to see who would die of exhaustion first. It wasn't easy for me to gain some weight. This time, it's all gone. The rank 3 immortal almost vomited blood when he heard this. This guy was so fat and now he was actually feeling bad about losing his weight. Why don't you go and die? Just like that, the two of them continued to chase each other. Gong Jun had quietly deviated from the main group and was getting closer and closer to the other cities. Gong Jun's clothes were already drenched in sweat, and even the ends of his hair were wet. Gong Jun's speed had unknowingly slowed down. However, when Gong Jun slowed down, the rank 3 immortal's speed also slowed down. Although this guy's cultivation was strong, he was not like Gong Jun who could take pills all the time. Big brother, let's discuss this. Why don't we just let it go? Gong Jun suggested as he panted. It's been so long. There's no point in taking me back. Think about it. Even if you capture me, how much reward can you get? Shut up. The rank 3 immortal said angrily. Gong Jun had no intention of stopping. You're really stubborn. Didn't I just rob the resource vault? How about this? I'll give you some cultivation resources and you let me go. What do you think? You definitely won't lose out on this deal. Hearing this, the rank 3 immortal paused. This was indeed a good suggestion. He had captured Gong Jun. For taking a leave of absence, this was something he should do. There was no reward. However, this guy had robbed the resource vault. If he could get some resources from this guy, the reward would be much better than capturing him. Seeing that there was no response from behind, Gong Jun knew that his suggestion had worked. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. The rank 3 immortal still didn't reply. Let me tidy up and throw my Qianquan bag to you. Gong Jun said. As Gong Jun ran, he tidied up his Qianquan bags. Xiaobai wanted to say something but was stopped by Gong Jun. He shook his head and gestured for Xiaobai to keep quiet. Xiaobai didn't know what Gong Jun was up to, so he didn't say anything. Robbing the resource storage was something that Master and the others did. Gong Jun didn't even go to the resource storage. It was impossible for him to share the cultivation resources. In the next moment, Gong Jun threw 2 Qianquan bags to the left and right and then quickly fled. Big brother, I'll put the things in the Qianquan bags. When the 3rd rank immortal saw Gong Jun's actions, he couldn't help but sigh. What a sly old fox. The Qianquan bags thrown by a beginner celestial were naturally not close. Moreover, they were thrown in 2 completely opposite directions. If he chased after Gong Jun, he wouldn't be able to get the 2 Qianquan bags. However, if he took the 2 Qianquan bags, Gong Jun would probably have run away without a trace. Most importantly, given how shameless this guy was, he didn't know if he was tricking him. Even so, the 3rd rank immortal still slowed down. The temptation of cultivation resources was too great. As a 3rd rank immortal, he still didn't have enough cultivation resources. He could only hope that this kid wasn't tricking him. When Gong Jun noticed that the aura behind him had disappeared, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, he didn't slow down because of this. Instead, he sped up. Gong Jun, you lost 2 empty Qianquan bags? Xiaobai asked. How could I be that kind of person? Gong Jun shook his head. Since I promised to share the cultivation resources with him, I naturally did. Hearing this, Xiaobai looked at him suspiciously. Based on its understanding of Gong Jun, this guy was completely unkind. Could it be that it had misjudged Gong Jun? It just so happens that we don't need those mid-grade and low-grade blood spirit stones now. We'll just give them to him. He didn't run for so long in vain. Gong Jun sighed. I'm really too generous. Xiaobai. I knew I didn't misjudge you. That guy will definitely fly into a rage when he sees the things inside. We have to take this opportunity to leave quickly. Otherwise, when he catches up to us, the 2 of us will really be done for. Gong Jun understood the situation very well. After being tricked time and time again, that guy was probably going to explode. After running for so long, we are about to reach another city. Since the city is so big, why don't we find a place to hide first? Looking at the city in front of them, Gong's heart decided. Although the Qin clan was a big power in Xian city, it wasn't easy for them to extend their influence to other cities. Moreover, the powers in the immortal domain weren't simple. It was already good enough for them to have a base in a city. It was obviously impossible for a mere 3rd rank immortal to search the entire city to find them. Even if he really had the ability, they could just think of a way to escape. Xiaobai agreed with this idea. After running for so long, it was really tiring. I wonder how Master and the others are doing. We're already in such a miserable state from being chased by a 3rd rank immortal. Master and the others are being chased by a group of 3rd rank and 4th rank immortals. Xiaobai's eyes were filled with worry. With so many people chasing after them, it was really too difficult to escape. Even with the Chaos Ring, it wasn't easy to find an opportunity to escape. Gong Jun sighed. His face was filled with worry. We might have really caused too much trouble this time. These guys are too exaggerated. We only robbed a resource storage, but they made it seem like we dug up their ancestral graves. Looking at Gong Jun's innocent expression, Xiaobai shook its head. This guy was really hard to explain. Boss is so powerful. He must have thought of a way to escape. Look, aren't you safe and sound? Gong Jun said. As long as Xiaobai was not dead, it meant that boss was still alive. Should we think of a way to rescue them? Xiaobai could not help but worry. It had only taken a glance from afar, and it had already sensed how dangerous it was. We don't even know which direction boss ran in. How can we rescue them? Gong Jun was a little helpless. Let's think of a way to completely hide from this third-rank immortal first, then think of a way to find them. Although they had used a little trick earlier, it was only a matter of minutes for a third-rank immortal. If they did not hurry and find a place to hide, both of them would be done for. Xiaobai's expression turned serious. This was indeed the most important thing right now. Hurry and find a place to hide. Don't worry, leave it to me. After Gong Jun entered the city, he quickly ran inside. As he passed through the alley, he changed his clothes. However, when Xiaobai noticed where he was heading, it could not help but ask, is this the legendary brothel? Gong Jun looked proud. That's right, it's a brothel. Are you crazy? What time is it now? Why are you running to a brothel? Xiaobai was speechless. This is the celestial region. Why would there be a brothel? As long as there is a need, there will definitely be a brothel. Gong Jun looked as if he was used to it. Whether it's the lower realm or the upper realm, the basics are still the same. This is not an excuse for you to run to a brothel. What excuse? Gong Jun patted Xiaobai's head. You don't know. How did that third-rank immortal lock onto us? Aura, Xiaobai said. Then that's it. Gong Jun spread out his hands. If we hide in the city, that guy can find us based on our aura. There's no point in hiding. Does it work in the brothel? Of course. Think about it, what do brothels usually do? Xiaobai blushed. This kind of thing naturally can't be casually spied on by spiritual power, so every brothel has a very strong restriction. The opponent's spiritual power can't spread here at all. In other words, he can't find us. Hearing this, Xiaobai finally understood. So there was actually such a thing. Gong Jun, I didn't expect you to know so much. Of course. I've been in the business world for so many years. How could I not know about this? Gong Jun pinched Xiaobai's face. Don't just focus on cultivating all day. You have to understand these things. Xiaobai agreed. It did make sense. At the same time, that third-rank immortal was also looking for Gong Jun everywhere. He had already crushed the low-grade and mid-grade blood spirit stones in his Qianquan bag. It was no longer the Qing family's order. He had to kill Gong Jun, a mere elementary immortal dared to trick him like this. If he didn't kill him, he couldn't vent his anger at all. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were also running for their lives. Even though they had already thought of ways to split up and escape at the city gate, there were too many cultivators chasing after them. Even though they had split up, the group behind them was still shocking. Bang! The flesh on Bailey Hongzhuang's back exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Her face turned even paler as she quickly gulped down the pills. She could not care about anything else at this moment. She took out all the heavenly treasures in her chaos ring and stuffed them into her mouth. The fourth-rank immortal was simply too powerful. Even if she tried her best, she could not shake him off. Furthermore, that guy would attack her from time to time. The range of his attacks was too wide and the power was shocking. She tried to dodge but realized that she could not. Every time, she would be injured. Under such circumstances, she simply stopped dodging. Once they caught up to her, only death would await her. Fortunately, she had robbed the resource warehouse and had quite a lot of resources on hand. Once she was injured, she quickly took out some heaven and earth treasures and stuffed them into her mouth. The effects of these things were quite good, and the injuries on her body would also heal a little. Even so, she knew that her condition was getting worse and worse. If this continued, she would not be able to keep her life. It had been so long and she had not been able to increase the distance between them. If it were not for the fact that she kept throwing explosives, he would have caught up to her a long time ago. Master, we can't go on like this. Xiao He looked at the injuries on Bailey Hongzhuang's back. Her eyes were filled with pain. This guy was a beast. Bailey Hongzhuang did not speak. She also knew that this could not go on like this. However, she could not think of any other way. Other than running as fast as she could, there was nothing else she could do. The fourth-rank immortal who was chasing after her was equally frustrated. He did not know why, but this person who had robbed the resource vault seemed to specialize in speed. She was only a first-rank immortal, but her speed was comparable to a fourth-rank immortal. Could it be that these people specialize in cultivating speed so that they could rob the resource vaults of various families? He felt that this must be the case. Otherwise, why would anyone specialize in cultivating speed? He had already severely injured the girl several times. However, the girl was like a cockroach that could not be killed. Her speed had always been good, but because of her injuries, her speed had never slowed down. However, he also noticed that the girl was stuffing food into her mouth as she ran. Even if he couldn't see it, he was sure that it was a natural treasure from the resource vault based on the energy that was leaking out. This girl actually used something from the resource vault to heal herself. This was simply a provocation to him. Lord Qing Devil said that he doesn't want anyone alive. He only wants dead bodies. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind, clearly entering everyone's ears. Hearing those words, the eyes of the Qing clan's members turned sharp. Originally, they thought that if they wanted to capture him alive, they would have to spend quite a bit of effort. But since there was no need to capture him alive, it would be much easier. They could just directly attack him and turn him into a pile of minced meat, and the mission would be completed. Qing Devil is awake? Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned and frowned. She didn't expect that things would be so coincidental that the Qing Devil would wake up at the same time as their operation today. I think Qing Devil must have seen our signatures. Now he's so angry that he wants to kill us. Xiao Hei's eyes were cold. It doesn't make sense that this guy is still alive. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang understood everything. It's no wonder that not only the people from the east but also the people from the other branches are chasing after us. This must be the order of Qing Devil. Otherwise, with the competition among the 4 branches, it would be good enough if they didn't laugh at us. They would never come to help us. This Qing Devil is destined to be our enemy. Even her awakening is such a coincidence. Xiao Hei was also speechless. When it noticed that the 4th-rank immortal was about to attack again, it immediately enlarged its body and stood behind Bailey Hongzhuang. Master, be careful. Bang, the attack landed on Xiao Hei's body. It immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and its back was also covered in blood. Xiao Hei, are you all right? Bailey Hongzhuang asked anxiously. Master, I'm fine. Xiao Hei shook its head. I can still help you take a few hits. After one attack after another, Bailey Hongzhuang's ribs were already broken 7 or 8 times. Her internal organs were all damaged, and the skin on her back was almost completely gone. 1. Could even see the eerie white bones. If it didn't help, its master would probably lose her life here. Seeing Xiao Hei's weak state, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but feel anxious. We can't go on like this. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. She had already made up her mind. Aren't these guys chasing us so desperately for cultivation resources? I'll just return them to them. The next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang shouted, I don't want the cultivation resources anymore. I'll return them to you. When the people behind heard this, they couldn't help but feel happy. The resources in the resource vault were very precious. They had to get them back. However, the 4th-rank immortal ignored them. You've robbed the resource vault. You'll definitely die today. Even if you hand over the cultivation resources, you'll still have to die. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Let's see if you can do it. She had been running for so long that she had already left many cultivators behind. Now, the ones following her were mainly a 4th-rank immortal and 2 3rd-rank immortals. One after another, Bailey Hongzhuang took out the cultivation resources and threw them back and forth. Seeing this, the 4th-rank immortal ordered the 2 immortals, collect all these resources. Hearing this, the 2 immortals nodded. This was a good job. Don't embezzle them. If you're caught, you'll be severely punished. The 4th-rank immortal warned again. The 2 immortals rolled their eyes but didn't say anything. They were too weak and could only listen to the 3rd elder's orders. The 2 immortals watched as the treasures fell one after another. They quickly caught them and put them into their Qianquan bags. Bailey Hongzhuang handed the items to Xiao He and ran. Xiao He understood Bailey Hongzhuang's intention. To throw some resources. And threw them. Xiao He to Bailey Hongzhuang. At first, the 2 third-rank immortals were worried that there would be an explosion here, so they were very careful. However, after receiving a lot of cultivation resources and seeing that there were no problems, they relaxed. 2. Bang. 2 shocking explosions rang out, followed by 2 blood-curdling screams. The third elder's speed came to a halt. He realized that the 2 third-rank immortals had been seriously injured. Although their lives weren't in danger, it was impossible for them to continue chasing. 2 pieces of trash. The third elder scolded. He was flustered and exasperated. Usually, he thought that these third-rank immortals were not bad. He didn't expect that 2 of them would be knocked out by drugs and now 2 more would be knocked out by the explosion. They were all trash. Xiao He looked at the results of her battle and smiled. Master, how did I do? End of chapter 74:35. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.